This fat as a pig young man is Sangwoo. He complains about everything in the world. Why eat and sleep when you can play games, date, travel? He wished he had two bodies to do it for him, and it came true. You live in a world of hunters, lots of hunters with lots of special abilities. If you want to have power, you must join a state-run awakening program that helps people awaken their power. It is necessary to step through the gate to promote the development process. Jung Sangwoo also lined up to go through the gate. After going through, he possessed the ability to clone himself. Currently at level 1, he can create a clone that looks exactly like the user by using energy. The maximum number of clones depends on the user's level. The original is connected to the clone. The current number of clones that can be summoned at the same time is 1. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Sangwoo followed the theory, closed his eyes and imagined for a while, and then successfully created another clone that looked exactly like himself. Sangwoo looked at the naked fat guy in front of him. He was confused and asked if he was a clone. Could he touch him? The clone didn't react. It obeyed its master. Sangwoo suddenly felt shy and a little confused. Then he slapped himself to wake up and examined his clone. He exclaimed, "This is a flesh and blood body, not an illusion." Sangwoo looked at the clone's sausage again and told it to put on its clothes first. After getting dressed, the two stood facing each other. He told the clone to sit down, and it immediately sat down. Sangwoo found it interesting. It could hear without saying a word. He thought it stood up again. The clone followed suit. Sangwoo asked it to repeat. The clone stood up and sat down a few times before panting like a buffalo. It seemed this clone's physical strength was exactly like his. After a while of cloning standing up and sitting down, a notification suddenly appeared. Sangwoo's strength increased by 0.001. At the park, Sangwoo's clone was running like hell. Every day, it ran back and forth around the park dozens of times. The clone sat on a bench, panting. A kind old lady came over to give him water, but his clone didn't care. He ignored her and continued running. The old lady sighed. "This guy is a pervert." Sangwoo stood on the scale. His current weight was 78.4. He had been feeling hungry lately and eating twice as much as before, but this month he was still able to lose 20 kilograms. You do nothing but your body keeps getting thinner every day. And it seems like you're getting a little taller. The system's parameter panel appeared again. His stamina and reflexes increased a little. Sangwoo sat back down on the chair. He discovered something while cloning. First, he was not affected by the pain and exhaustion that the clones suffered. Second, the clones will only disappear if they are injured or use up too much energy. Third, whenever his body changes, the clone will copy his appearance exactly immediately. Fourth, even though he was far away from the clone, he could still give orders just by thinking silently in his head. And finally, clones cannot use clones. Sangwoo tried searching the Hunter Wiki for data. A first-level data is limited to an unawakened adult. There are common data and special data. But most awakened people only have a portion of the common data selected and unlocked. Resilience, resistance, strength, intelligence are some special data, and there is no way to know the method to open these special data, except for a few exceptions. With just regular training, it is difficult to increase even 0.001 value per day. Sangwoo looked at his own value. His total value increase was already 0.39. Because the clones train non-stop and respond to every command given to them. They always work until they reach their limit, and that's why your data increases rapidly. Sangwoo wondered if his points would go up if he trained with the clones, but there was no way he would participate in this kind of grueling training. Suddenly Sangwoo saw the gym's advertisement and he got a great idea. Sangwoo looked at the total subscription fee and realized his account didn't have enough. Sangwoo sighed. He spent more on food these days. You should find a part-time job or something. Your current job hasn't been doing very well lately. Sangwoo went back to the computer to search. He planned to work as a construction worker, to stay healthy and earn money. He went through a series of tasks. The first few times he had to do it himself. The clone was not capable of doing things he had never experienced before. He stopped at the delivery job recruitment information. He picked up the phone and called the recruiter. The phone rang for a while and then someone picked up. He asked for information about the job posting. They said he didn't need an interview, he just needed to come and work. They asked him when he could start working. Sangwoo said tomorrow. The person on the other end of the line let out an "ah" and asked if he couldn't go today. Sangwoo was surprised after hearing that. He refused and went to the other side to make an appointment to come to work at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. The next day, Sangwoo went to the shipping company. Just to be safe, he brought another clone with him. But he made it wear a mask and a hood to cover its face. Sangwoo told it to answer well. When working, its name was Jongdu. While he was wondering where to go, someone suddenly called him. Sangwoo turned around and realized it was an acquaintance, Uncle Doc Chill. He didn't recognize him at all because he had lost so much weight. He pointed him to a building and told him to go in. That was the office. Sangwoo was full of energy and prepared to go to work. He finished early and went home. After a while, he was panting like a buffalo, exhausted, his hands and feet shaking. He had been too delusional about this job. It would probably take until tomorrow to finish. Sangwoo cried without tears. He should have just stayed home. Only clones would do the job. After receiving the order to take a 1-hour break, Sangwoo was about to die. At that moment, Uncle Doc Chill gave him 2 cans of water, advising him to drink enough water to compensate for the sweat, and he also bought food. Sangwoo gratefully accepted it. Uncle Doc Chill sat down next to him and cloned it. He looked at the clone and asked what its name was, working hard like a buffalo but being so secretive. The clone said the name Sangwoo had told him before. The uncle turned to ask Sangwoo if he was okay. It seemed like this was his first time doing something like this. Sangwoo said he was also quite tired. The uncle burst out laughing and praised the two boys for their perseverance. Most of them would have quit their jobs by now. Sangwoo cried silently, crushing the can of water in his hand. If he wasn't broke, he wouldn't need to do this job. The uncle asked him which university he went to, and he replied that he went to Jongho-guk University. The uncle praised him, saying that he must have studied very hard to get into that school. He wished his daughter could get into that school too. Sangwoo comforted his uncle not to worry too much. He wasn't very good at studying, but he still got into the school. The uncle was curious how he got into the school. He said he had some qualifications and was admitted directly. The uncle burst out laughing. He thought for a moment and then asked if he wanted to find another job. He asked what job. The uncle told him to tutor his daughter instead of torturing himself here. Sangwoo hesitated a bit. He thought about his account balance. He asked his uncle how much was his salary. The uncle said 50,000 won per session, 2 hours per session, 1 to 2 sessions per week. Sangwoo calculated, 50,000 won for 2 hours compared to the time spent, the salary is not bad. Sangwoo accepted. The uncle dusted off his clothes and stood up, saying he would go back and discuss it with his daughter and then contact him. Sangwoo also stood up and stretched. It was truly smooth sailing. The system again displays a notification that the indexes have increased by 0.001 again. He was satisfied. Having work and increasing stats at the same time, it was really too good. Just then another uncle pushed out 2 boxes and told the boys to move them. Sangwoo turned off the electronic board. He rummaged through the bag of food, ate first and then continued. Just as you were talking, the food bag was clean and shiny. Seeing Sang eating with relish without any emotion, Sangwoo stood still and smiled awkwardly. Fuck, you ate it all, you bastard. The next morning, Sangwoo was aching all over. He cursed. From now on he would have to use clone number 1 as a part-time job. Looking at my index, it increased a little bit, proving that number 1 is working very hard. He telepathically ordered number 1 to go home. He wanted to make it disappear by summoning it back, but that would mean losing the suit. After Sangwoo finished breakfast, number 1 also returned. He told him to take a shower and change his clothes, then he ordered him to hold out his hand. Sangwoo trembled as he held the needle and pricked his finger. Blood was oozing from his finger but number 1 still had no reaction. Sangwoo hurriedly took a tissue to wipe the blood away, asking if it hurt. Number 1 remained indifferent and expressionless. Sangwoo read the news on the Hunter wiki page. To unlock the regeneration skill can follow the following ways. First, self-injury. Second, let it heal itself until it no longer needs any outside help. Third, repeat the above 2 steps until the skill is unlocked. Sangwoo was scared. He didn't dare to make any bigger wounds. Thinking about it was disgusting, so he just kept making small wounds. Sangwoo told number 1 to eat ramen whenever he's hungry or finished working. He gave him a phone and told him to bring it with him to work. And remember to answer the phone. Sangwoo said and picked up his bag, took the flyer and went out. He looked for the address of the gym from the other day. While walking, he met an acquaintance. A tall, dark, sweaty young man put his arm around his shoulder and asked him how he was doing. Sangwoo was also a little startled. He frowned and shook his hand away. This guy is Kim Jong-do. He laughed and said, "You've been so skinny lately. You must have lost a lot of weight." Sangwoo held up a flyer saying he exercises every day. He is now going to the gym to exercise. Jong-do also touched his belly fat. He also needed to exercise. He asked what gym Sangwoo went to. Sangwoo said the gym was called Flexible Body. Jong-do laughed heartily. He said it had good reviews. The PT there is super nice. He immediately dragged Sangwoo to the gym. The two of them went inside together. The guide saw them and quickly greeted them. He introduced that the gym is currently having a promotion. If you sign up for 3 months, it will only cost 160,000 won. Sangwoo didn't think much about it and signed up for a 3-month subscription. The clone would practice for him anyway. Sangwoo told him to show him the machines that fit his body type. After paying, the two went for a walk. Sangwoo tried his best to lift the weights. He could only lift a few and was out of breath when he sat up. The instructor complimented his body as quite nice. Was about to introduce the machine when I heard a loud noise on the other side. Turning around, I saw Jong-do lifting easily, strong as a buffalo. After lifting, he stood and made a few poses to show off. The instructor exclaimed wow. He asked if he had ever worked out before. Jong-do laughed and said it was his first time. Its physical strength increased after awakening. The instructor asked again what its physical strength was. It happily replied 2.1. Sangwoo understood what was being said. So the hunter skill that Jong-do was talking about last time was strength. But if just leveling up a normal skill is already this strong, then how strong are higher level hunters? There must be a reason why people only talk about hunters, right? Sangwoo felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and answered. The caller was Doc Chill. The uncle called him about the tutoring. He asked if he had time now. Let's meet and talk. Sangwoo said yes. Then they agreed on a meeting place and hung up. Sangwoo walked to Deokchil's apartment. He muttered, that bastard Jong-do didn't sign up no matter how much he showed off. There weren't many pretty PTS around so he didn't bother signing up. But it was good because now he didn't have to worry about sending clones to the gym. Sangwoo stood in front of Deokchil's room door. It was a bit noisy inside. He leaned in to listen. Inside, the father and daughter were arguing about tutoring. The daughter didn't seem to want to tutor very much. Suddenly the door flew open. Sangwoo slammed his face into the door. He fell to the ground. Deokchil stepped out to go to work but saw Sangwoo standing outside the door. The daughter inside was also stunned. After a while of confusion, Deokchil invited him in and sat down. His wife brought out an apple to offer him. He has lost so much weight recently that she hardly recognizes him. Sangwoo turned to his daughter. She had regained her fierce demeanor. She shyly introduced herself. The Deokchil couple whispered to each other. Smiling, the little girl was shy. Haeyeon was still embarrassed. She didn't know what else to say. She just wanted to find a hole and hide in it. Sangwoo must have heard everything just now. Sangwoo acted like nothing happened. He talked about her studies. He asked her to show him her grades. Haeyeon shyly showed it to him. Sangwoo also froze after watching. Stunned on the spot, he couldn't smile anymore. The Deokchil couple looked at each other and smiled. Deokchil grabbed his shirt and rushed out, saying he had to go to work. Sangwoo also noticed her shyness. He told her not to worry. He didn't get very high marks in his exams. He had a lot of tips for doing this test. Haeyeon arrived much more alert. She was excited. Sangwoo started teaching. After teaching, he went home. He still had to try hard. But luckily, that girl Haeyeon was also smart. Sangwoo sat back down on the chair. He told himself that number 1 must have gone to work already. He gave it a spare phone. But if the number of clones increased, it would be a hassle to prepare more phones. Sangwoo went to the Skill Hunter website again. He saw an ad for a telepathy skill for sale. Can link senses with pets and summon creatures. Targets can share vision with each other. Price 100 million. Sangwoo scrolled through another message. Telepathy skill scroll, 400 million. Sangwoo muttered, if he had that much money, he would buy a house. Damn this skill. It would take him a lifetime to have enough money to buy this skill. Can hunters really afford this stuff? So rich. This price is also low. Sangwoo opened his phone to check his account balance again. 233,000 won. He threw the phone on the bed. Forget it. He wondered whether he should become a hunter. Sangwoo skimmed through the news and saw the luxurious lives of A-rank hunters. He sat up straight, thinking back, that skill was a great one. With it, he would be able to easily order the clones to do odd jobs. Sangwoo put on his jacket. Be a hunter. Sangwoo went straight to the hunter center. He stretched his arms. He wondered if he had just unlocked his vitality. Even though he had only slept for a few hours, he felt refreshed. Sangwoo went inside. He looked around curiously. It seemed that not many people came to check. The receptionist announced that there were 20 minutes left to register for the hunter ability test on basement 1. Sangwoo followed the directions downstairs. He opened the door to the hunter license testing room. There was also a bunch of people waiting. Sangwoo didn't dare say anything more. He sat down in an empty seat. After a while, 3 people entered. The short, burly man in the lead was Han Myungwon. He was a C-rank hunter and also the exam supervisor. He introduced a competency test consisting of a written test, a practical test, and an aptitude test. Anyone caught cheating would be disqualified from taking this test and would not be allowed to take the exam next year. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Then the test began. In a car somewhere, Seo Kong of JM Company is being urged to pay the deposit. He promises to pay it all by the end of this month. After hanging up, he looked at his watch. The hunter test should be over by now. He had to hurry up and get there to bait. Sangwoo finished the exam as if he had just woken up from a dream. He had now passed the exam. He was an F-rank hunter. You can't believe it. People say it's easy. You wonder how easy it is. It's just like taking a driving test. The questions in the written test are quite easy. Just remember a few things and you'll be fine. They give ample time to practice for the practice session and the target is pretty close too. The aptitude test is like civics at school. Ask one question and leave. This job involved using weapons and risking lives, yet the checks were so sloppy. Sangwoo was a little in disbelief. It was as if the government wanted them to do this. Sangwoo sighed. He saw a crowd of people in the distance. He wondered if they were part of the organization that recruited hunters. Suddenly someone behind him held out a business card to congratulate him on passing the hunter test. This person is Seo Kong from earlier. He introduced himself as Kong Junmo. He told him to contact him whenever he wants to buy items or hunt monsters. He will give you the lowest price. Sangwoo shyly thanked him. Suddenly a system notification appeared in front of him. His cloning skill increased to level 2. The maximum number of clones that can be created at once is currently 2. Without waiting for Seo Kong to finish his introduction, Sangwoo ran back in a panic. He left a message saying he would contact him later. Seo Kong trembled and cried silently. Tears and snot silently flowed inside. Remember to contact me again? Sangwoo chuckled. Cloning is awesome. He named the newly created clone number 2. Then he took out the business card he got today and prepared to go on his journey as a hunter. Seo Kong tiredly threw the remaining business cards on the chair next to him. He secretly hoped people would get back in touch. Kong Junmo looked out the glass window. He thought back to the conversation with his superiors at headquarters. His superior threw him a pile of papers, telling him to disperse the amount of money listed over there. Kong Junmo flipped through the papers to see the numbers inside. He found the amount a bit strange. The dwarf's blood price is at least 5 million. His boss said something that was both head and tail. He told him to get his head together. If they just followed the law and did everything right, they would be eating dirt. The boss put his coffee cup down on the table and patted Kong Junmo on the shoulder. I know you're very upright, but don't be so sensitive about business here. Kong Junmo trembled as he clenched the pile of papers, unable to say anything more. He felt a headache coming on. If he had known, he should have kept his mouth shut. Suddenly the phone rang. He took it out and answered it. It was Sangwoo on the other end of the line. He had something to ask. The two of them met at a coffee shop. When Junmo arrived, Sangwoo was already sitting there. The two exchanged words for a moment. Sangwoo wanted to hunt in a safe place that was within the rookie's range. Junmo asks about Sangwoo's skills. He replied, his skill is cloning. Junmo hesitated after hearing this. He had heard of this skill before. It seemed to be the ability to create an illusion of a clone, but the clone was useless. A rookie with such useless skills is useless when hunting. Junmo thought for a moment but remained polite. He pretended to praise his skills and then handed him a contract to read. The first hunting spot he suggested was the slime hunting ground. Slimes weren't aggressive or dangerous, but when they died, they would spit out poisonous liquid and fumes. You'd need to wear a mask and protective gear. Those weren't easy to put on, so the downside was that you wouldn't be able to hunt for long. Sangwoo took a picture of the contract and said it was no problem. The second option is to hunt unicorns. There is plenty of time to hunt there, but they are hard to catch, so you probably won't get much. There is a fence around the area, so it is safe to hunt. There were other low-level monsters like giant rats, but the two Kong Junmo had just brought up were the best options if Sangwoo wanted to be safe. Sangwoo kept flipping through the contract. Both parts were good, and he was quite satisfied with the item's price. He put the contract on the table and said he accepted it. Kong Junmo wrote it down in his notebook, asking which hunting ground he wanted to choose. Suddenly another hand took the seal and slammed it down. A Sangwoo appeared, saying that he liked both hunting grounds, so he wanted to try them both. Kong Junmo looked at the two identical people in front of him. He was stunned, remembering that he had also met a ninja with the ability to clone himself before. But those clones were just useless illusions that could be passed through at a touch, unable to cause any real damage. But now witnessing Sangwoo's cloning ability, he was extremely surprised. The clone could check the contract again. It could also drink coffee. This was the first time he saw a skill like this. Junmo still didn't believe it, so he asked Sangwoo if they were twins. He burst out laughing. It was understandable that he misunderstood. Sangwoo patted his clone's shoulder and said this was his clone. Your clone is the real deal. Actually, he had one more, but he sent it to the gym. Junmo was surprised. Clones also need to train their muscles? Sangwoo cheerfully explained that if his clone became stronger, he would also become stronger. Junmo felt much more hopeful. This was not simply a skill of an ordinary F-rank hunter. Sangwoo had extremely great potential. Sangwoo asked Junmo if there was a problem if the same person entered different places at the same time. Junmo replied, it might be difficult to enter at the same time because each time you enter a place will be recorded separately. Sangwoo rubbed his hands together with tears in his eyes. So that's not okay. Junmo said he would talk to the Hunter Association about it and make some adjustments. Instead, he needed to scan Sangwoo's collar and needed him to demonstrate his skills in detail himself, so he asked Sangwoo to come with him. Sangwoo agreed, but he wouldn't be able to use the skill again until tomorrow night, because he needed to cool it down. Junmo asked to meet him at the Hunter Center 2 days later. The two signed the contract and then started working together. 2 days later, Sangwoo went to the Hunter Center as scheduled. After waiting for a while, Junmo arrived. The two of them went inside. After lining up, it was their turn. He wanted to duplicate access to the hunting grounds because his skill was duplication and he only had an identification collar. The staff told him to wait a moment, because he was the first person after Jumper to request a copy of the access rights, so it would take some time. A moment later, the staff handed him the application form, told him to go to the Public Affairs Office and Equipment Room to go through the appropriate procedures, and he could request permission to take a test in the skills demonstration room. Sangwoo sweated as he looked at the pile of papers. There were so many papers. Junmo took the documents and helped him process them. He told him to go to the skill illustration room. After Junmo left, Sangwoo went to the skill illustration room. He called out his clone. The request to create an identical collar has been completed. Now your clones can also enter the hunting grounds by scanning their fingerprints. Considering the characteristics of the clone skill, entering and exiting multiple locations at once is possible, and the clone can also enter places he has entered before. Sangwoo took the bracelet and said thank you. The old man was extremely interested in looking at his clone over and over again. As far as he knew, there had never been a precedent like this, not only in Korea, but even in the world. Sangwoo didn't want to stay here any longer. He pulled the clone and left. Sangwoo meets Junmo again to inform him that the authorization request is complete. Finally, all the preparations for the hunt were complete. He planned to go to the hunting grounds today. The three of them were standing and talking when they were seen by Junmo's acquaintance. He was the head of the Haishun Association. He jumped down from the second floor. His defiant face turned to Junmo and asked if he was still a hunter. Junmo was furious but couldn't do anything, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Hello, sir." The old boss burst out laughing. He glanced at Sangwoo beside him, asking who he was. Junmo said he was a hunter affiliated with his company. The guild master glanced at Sangwoo from top to bottom, his face full of disdain. "You're an F rank, right?" The guild master held back his laughter until he trembled. "People say it's hard to be away from home. Sir Junmo, who used to supervise C and B rank hunters, has become like this. The guild master burst out laughing again. He was howling like crazy. He couldn't believe Junmo was instructing an F rank to wear such a stupid sweater. Junmo trembled with anger and was about to fight back. Sangwoo patted his shoulder to stop him. On the other side, the guild master still didn't stop. He looked at Sangwoo like he was an insect and asked him if he had anything to say. Sangwoo smiled. Contrary to his normal reaction, he said he was honored to meet the president of the country's leading corporation. The old boss was interested and praised him for having good eyes. Sangwoo added, he didn't mean just that. Not only was it the top corporation in the country, but it was also the top dungeon monopoly corporation in the country, the top in controlling hunting grounds, the top in payout rates. He couldn't believe the president of that corporation was praising him like this. He was so happy that he didn't know what to do. The guild master cracked his neck. He thought Sangwoo was quite brave. He didn't know when he had sneaked up behind Sangwoo. He wanted to test if his skills could keep up with his bravery. Sangwoo was sweating profusely as he looked back. Luckily for him, someone came forward at that moment to stop the guild master's next move. He let go of Sangwoo and asked what his name was. Sangwoo joked and said nothing, telling him to find the answer himself. The group left the association center. Junmo thanked him for what just happened. He said he wasn't stupid. He had discovered it by investigating a little about the JM organization. But there wasn't much information about it on the internet. While investigating, he saw a rumor about manager Kong Junmo. According to an insider, he was kicked out of the Haisheng group. Junmo realized that Sangwoo knew everything. He asked why Sangwoo chose our organization. Sangwoo didn't hesitate to speak frankly because of the payout ratio. Unexpectedly, the ratio was 82. Furthermore, if there is anything in this industry or this group that you cannot solve, you can trust Junmo. Junmo gratefully said thank you. At this time in the gym, Sangwoo's clone was practicing with great strength, to the point that his hands were bleeding. The people around him were whispering and worrying about him. Suddenly there was a message on his phone. The clone opened it to check and saw a message from Sangwoo telling him to finish his homework and take a shower, and wait for him in front of the gym at 4 o'clock. The clone listened and stopped practicing, went to drink water and rest. Sangwoo was in the hunting grounds, wearing full body protective gear and holding a hammer to poke slime. After leaving the hunting grounds, he took off his mask and complained. The gas mask was really cumbersome. He felt like he was wearing a bunch of masks and breathing. Junmo said the slime hunting grounds were quite safe, but hunters didn't usually go there, and the collection wasn't much. Sangwoo didn't think he could do this for long either. Junmo said he could hunt until the container was full, and once it was full he could change into the rented locker. However, no matter how patient a person was, it was hard to last 6 hours. Sangwoo knew for sure that he couldn't even do 2 hours, let alone 6 hours, so he would push the work to clone number 2. Sangwoo's tears flowed as he saw number 2 off into the hunting grounds. He turned to Junmo and told him to go to the horned rabbit hunting ground next. At this moment, he suddenly remembered about clone number 1. He hadn't picked him up at the gym yet. Sangwoo and Junmo went to the gym to pick up clone number 1. Junmo found it interesting that Sangwoo named the clones number 1 and number 2. They're clones anyway, so names don't matter. Giving them cool names will just get you into trouble. Sangwoo changed the subject again. He heard that people used guns to hunt unicorns, so shouldn't he prepare some equipment, like a gun or something? Junmo told him not to worry. He could use his own equipment, but he could also rent it from the hunting grounds. Junmo reminded him that it would be best to prepare his own equipment in the future, because rented equipment would only be allowed to be used in that hunting ground, making it easier to retrieve it that way. After a while, we arrived at the unicorn hunting ground. There were quite a few people guarding it outside. This place is the famous large-scale Yuyongsan hunting ground. The slime hunting ground cannot be compared. Sangwoo had heard of this hunting ground before, but the gate was basically not connected to the outside world, so most of the hunting happened after the hunter entered the gate. In some cases, a monster breaks through the gate, destroying the surroundings, and the place gradually becomes a hunting ground. That event is called Monster Break. 5 years ago, when the monster break occurred, most of the high-level monsters were destroyed. What remained were only E and F rank monsters, so hunters highly valued this place as a lucrative hunting ground. The two of them walked inside. Junmo pointed to the counter of a tall, muscular man who told him he could rent equipment there. The man threw him a box containing a bunch of equipment, a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 rounds of ammunition, and an entrance ticket, for a total of 700,000 won. Sangwoo stood unsteadily and gave his card, crying without tears. Was it that expensive? Junmo consoled him, since bullets took up the most of the expenses. But of course, if Sangwoo could successfully hunt the unicorn, then there would be no problem. The price of a unicorn was as expensive as a bucket of slime essence. Junmo led the way deeper into the hunting grounds, the three of them standing in front of a room's door. When the door opened, there was a loud bang of guns and a bunch of people hunting rabbits inside. Junmo showed him where to stand. His position was number 4. Sangwoo confidently held the gun. He bragged that the bullets he missed in the shooting test in the hunting exam were only 3. Junmo said nothing. The target was so close, but he still missed 3 bullets. Sangwoo loaded his gun and put on his earplugs. He confidently declared that those monsters would not be able to escape the barrel of his eagle eyes. Junmo felt embarrassed for him. He thanked God everyone here was wearing earplugs. Sangwoo looked through the scope. He shouted he saw a rabbit. He aimed straight at its head and pulled the trigger. 3 hours later, Sangwoo was in shock. He couldn't believe he couldn't even shoot a single one. How could this be possible? Sangwoo sighed in despair. Aiming was fine, but the rabbits were too cunning. As soon as the bullet was fired, they jumped away. Junmo had asked for permission to leave a while ago because it was already late. Sangwoo was so sad, he couldn't even earn back the money he spent on bullets. Should he give up today and go home? Sangwoo orders clone number 1 to hunt unicorn rabbits here and use a spear gun to pick them up for him. Tell him to text you number 1 every time he hits a target, and call you if he runs out of ammo. Sangwoo sighed in despair. He was going home now. He went home and lay on his bed and saw the mana notification continuously increasing. He comforted himself. At least number 2 was still killing monsters quite well. Although his stats were still increasing, compared to that guild master, there was still a long way to go. Sangwoo yawned tiredly. Hunting the unicorn was a mistake. He didn't think it would be this difficult. Sangwoo closed his eyes and wished that number 1 would catch at least one for honor. Then he fell asleep without noticing the constant messages number 1 sent him. Junmo was absent-mindedly in his office when suddenly someone called. They were the managers of the slime hunting ground, asking him to quickly come stop the clone Sangwoo. He had been hunting for more than 24 hours and was no longer able to stay awake. Junmo was stunned and quickly left. Sangwoo woke up at dawn, wondering if number 1 ran out of bullets yet. He opened his phone to check his messages and was stunned. Why were there so many messages? Junmo arrived at the slime hunting grounds. He couldn't believe that in just one day the clone had filled all these containers. The clone was still wearing his protective suit. Blood was flowing, but it did not stop. Junmo took out his phone and called Sangwoo to tell him the good news. His clones had filled up all the containers. He was about to call the monster cleanup team. He told Sangwoo to ask number 2 to stop hunting. Sangwoo is currently at the unicorn hunting ground. He asked Junmo to send someone over here. The pile of rabbit carcasses from the hunted rabbit number 1 has blocked the path here. The crowd gathered around number 1. They kept filming and discussing, unable to believe that number 1 had defeated all these rabbit corpses. Number 1, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, sat there in a daze. A broker from the Brown Bear Guild came over and gave him a business card, praising his shooting skills. He kept shaking the business card, but number 1 still didn't react. He tried to stay calm. His hand holding the business card trembled, comforting himself. Geniuses are always weird. No need to get angry. A broker from another guild laughed and reminded him, no matter how hard they tried to strike up a conversation, he couldn't say a word. The guy from the Brown Bear Guild was a bit skeptical. He should have said a word or two by now. Sangwoo put on his hood and secretly gave him more bullets. He told number 1 to keep hunting, and if Junmo came here, he should leave the rabbit carcasses to him. Sangwoo patted number 1 on the shoulder and praised him for doing a good job before leaving. Number 1 was praised with joy and excitement as he picked up his gun and continued hunting. The crowd surrounding him was excited again, ready to take pictures with their cameras. Sangwoo was tutoring Deokchil's daughter. He was absent-minded. He had underestimated what a clone could do. Now the clones have reached 50% stats. If you think about it simply, it means they can do 50% of what you can do. But there's something wrong here. It's like letting the machine play for him. The clone makes decisions without hesitation and with high concentration. Sangwoo was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Haeyeon calling him. When she called him so loudly, he was startled and dropped his pen. She asked him what he was thinking about and why he was so absent-minded. Sangwoo shyly gave the paper back to Haeyeon and praised her for doing better than last time. Haeyeon accepted the paper. She asked him what he was thinking about. Sangwoo rested his chin on his hand and answered casually. Just now, things went better than he thought when he passed by the hunting grounds. Who would have thought that upon hearing about the hunting grounds, Haeyeon would suddenly stand up and ask if he was a hunter? Sangwoo did not deny it either. Haeyeon sat down and took out her phone to search. She asked Sangwoo if he knew this guy. Today everyone was talking about this guy on the wiki. Haeyeon posted a video online. This is a genius hunter with sharp eyes like an eagle. Sangwoo looked shocked to the core, spitting out water. He trembled in disbelief. Who? Haeyeon was extremely excited and asked if he knew him. Everyone on the hunter wiki was crazy about this guy. This video shows him hunting over 200 rabbits. But he didn't say anything. Everyone thought he was cool and mysterious. When asked his name, he would just answer Yuyeonsan Eagle. Sangwoo was even more shocked after hearing that. He stood there speechless. Haeyeon looked at the video with admiration. She also wanted to become a hunter. Sangwoo asked her if she was awake and wanted to be a hunter. Haeyeon sighed, embarrassed. She also had a license but was a bit scared to go to the hunting grounds. Haeyeon hesitated for a moment. She asked Sangwoo in confusion if she got a high score on the next test. Could he take her there to hunt once? Sangwoo didn't see any problem. He said if she tried to get a high score on this exam, he would take her there. Haeyeon happily shouted. She raised her finger to tell Sangwoo to promise her. Sangwoo sighed and had to promise her. Sangwoo finished teaching and went out to prepare to go home. Haeyeon's mother asked him how Haeyeon was doing in school. Sangwoo said that she was doing very well and that she didn't need to worry about anything. Haeyeon's mother asked him to stay for dinner, but he had to go somewhere else, so he refused. Haeyeon put her ear to the door and eavesdropped. She jumped up with joy. She got to learn from Sangwoo. It turned out he was a hunter. That's why he could talk smoothly. At first she didn't like him because he was an acquaintance of her father's, but Sangwoo was very kind and taught well, and was also handsome, so she had a good feeling about him. Haeyeon chased away the evil thoughts in her head and sat down at the table determined to study. Sangwoo went to the unicorn hunting ground. When he arrived, the place was still bustling. Junmo called a bunch of people to collect rabbits. Junmo asked if he had seen the money he had sent. Sangwoo took out his phone. He had turned off notifications so he didn't see it. Sangwoo checked his account balance and froze. The number was over 32 million won. Sangwoo asked so many questions happily. Junmo said that his skill seemed to have passed F rank, so he raised it to 83% for an E rank hunter. Sangwoo rubbed his head awkwardly, but he wasn't an E level. While everyone was laughing and talking happily, a tough man approached. He pointed at Junmo and asked, "Are you the manager?" He was a hunter robbed of his prey. All the unicorn rabbits he was aiming for were taken by Sangwoo's clones. This hunt was a waste. He demanded compensation. Junmo turned to Sangwoo and whispered, "It seemed like they chose the wrong place." Sangwoo thought for a moment, then he came up with a brilliant idea and whispered into Junmo's ear. The man on the other side lost all patience. He demanded 10% bonus. Sangwoo burst out laughing. The other guy was so angry he asked, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Sangwoo patted the number one guy on the shoulder and implied, "Don't worry, this guy won't be here for the next few days." He pretended to turn around and tell Junmo to leave quickly. The other man was getting more and more annoyed, but Sangwoo still ignored him and walked past him. The guy was so angry that he turned around and raised his fist to attack him. Sangwoo used his mind to give orders to number one. Number one immediately rushed forward to protect Sangwoo. It ate the other man's punch completely. Number one flew far away and coughed up blood. The other man was startled. He didn't hit that hard. Sangwoo, who had been standing next to him, had already raised his phone to record everything. He pretended to be shocked and shouted, "This was too barbaric. This act of violence in a sacred hunting ground, if anyone knew, they wouldn't let it go." The man looked around and saw that other people were looking at him too. Sangwoo continued to act, "Oh my god, it would be bad if this video was posted on the hunter website. Our star, the Yuyongsan eagle, was attacked. It was too shocking." The man started to sweat nervously. Sangwoo held the video in front of him, patted the man's shoulder sympathetically, and asked him if he could go now. The other man gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. The three of them went to a cafe and sat down. Junmo thought that the hunter from earlier was a member of the Haisheng Guild. Since the Haisheng Guild was quite large, there were all kinds of people. Sangwoo asked him how he knew. Junmo had been staring at him since he stepped into the hunting ground to collect the rabbit carcass. This could be a revenge plan. They did this because they thought number one was another hunter who had signed a contract with them. Hunters from JM Company had also encountered this kind of situation before. Junmo was sad. This was a bit embarrassing, but the previous hunters usually didn't extend their contracts for long and left. Now there were only a few F-rank hunters left, including Sangwoo. Junmo also couldn't promise anything about stopping the Haisheng group. Sangwoo shook his glass of water. He told Junmo not to try to change his mind. He knew about this but still joined the gang. He definitely wouldn't let those bastards bully them like that. Sangwoo has a plan to get stronger quickly. He talks endlessly about his plan to Junmo. After listening, Junmo took out his notebook to take notes. He had never thought of it that way before. How about he make an appointment with Sangwoo at 2 p.m. tomorrow? Sangwoo happily agreed. The two agreed on a location and left. The next day the two went to the hunter supermarket. The transactions of weapons, armor and other equipment for hunters had always been very popular from the beginning. But a type of department store has entered the hunter market industry and has taken a key position in the industry. Because of that, all kinds of equipment that hunters need are always available. Sangwoo wears a sturdy titanium armor that is guaranteed against any E-rank monster. Sangwoo praised it, very comfortable, and very light. He really liked this set. As for weapons, Sangwoo pulled out the small knife on his hip. He said he would practice shooting better, so this was enough. Sangwoo asked the shopkeeper to give him 2 more sets of armor like the one he was wearing. Junmo asked if he needed to find the closeness skill too. Sangwoo replied yes, but he wasn't sure if it was there. The two of them searched a few more times and finally found it. The intimate skill could share vision and senses with pets. As he looked at the price tag of nearly 200 million, Sangwoo trembled and cried like a dog. He turned to Junmo to build a good comradely relationship in order to advance his salary. Junmo cried without tears. He could only lend him 50 million now. Sangwoo successfully bought the ice ball home. He took out the instruction manual and read it, pouring mana into the skill orb. For those who couldn't control mana, he turned on the orb's button while keeping it in contact with his body. Sangwoo didn't know how to use mana. He fumbled around to find the button. Holding the remote in his hand, he trembled and touched the sphere, then closed his eyes and resolutely turned on the switch. The orb evaporated, the close-range skill was created. Sangwoo called the 2 clones back and prepared to continue. He had discussed it with Junmo before. He had an idea to help them get stronger very quickly. He never imagined the result of the hunting trip the other day. The clones had half the stamina, endurance, and reaction time he had, yet they hunted 300 unicorn rabbits while he caught none. Even the part where he ordered the clone to take the hunter's punch and act as pathetic as possible. But timing it perfectly and calmly putting your face in front of that guy's fist was no easy task. Although the clone's clone stats were low, they had excellent body control. So Sangwoo wanted to take advantage of this strength. First, he sent 2 clones each to a different training ground, one to practice long-range weapon skills and one to practice short-range. He will train the clones extremely harshly so that they reach their limits. The 2 clones, after learning just a few basic moves, easily defeated their opponents and destroyed the target. Second, you need intimacy skills. It's not just about sharing vision, it's about sharing senses, sense, touch, and connecting other feelings. Sangwoo stood in another location, using close-range skills while the clones were sparring or practicing gunplay. You can experience everything: the distance in the sparring match, the angle of the joints, the balance of the body, the movement of the muscles and the feeling of power flowing, all the movements of the clone. He could feel it all. From the air pressure as the weapon passed by, the smell of gunpowder and the recoil and the fatigue that still hadn't gone away. Even though he didn't move an inch, he still felt it all because he experienced the movements of the clone whose body was identical to his. Sangwoo felt like he could imitate those movements right now. The system notification panel appeared, his stamina and reflexes increased. Sangwoo stretched his limbs and prepared himself mentally. Today he would try both sparring and shooting. Sangwoo decided to go to number 1 first. He activated the skill to synchronize to number 1. At this time, number 1 had already fought the coach. The two exchanged moves for dozens of rounds, and the coach was somewhat pressured by number 1. Even though number 1's attacks are crude, as if he has never used a baton before, his defense is formidable and his dodging is top-notch. The coach tightened his abs and flexed his butt muscles to resist number 1. His punch was too strong, he copied his. The coach flicked the stick. He hit another blow towards number 1, but it dodged, and also poked the coach's shoulder with the stick. He clicked his tongue. Number 1 was about to strike another blow when the coach took the opportunity to jump up, attacking from above, knocking the stick out of number 1's hand that was about to strike down. The people around applauded. Their coach was not ordinary either. Sangwoo shouted silently, "Save me, my wrist." The coach picked up the stick and asked number 1 if he wanted to continue. Sangwoo also worriedly asked number 1 if he was okay. It said nothing and got into a fighting stance, jumping up imitating the coach's previous movements. Sangwoo jumped to seat number 2. This side was tense with the strong smell of gunpowder. There was a couple who kept praising each other. Number 2 shot the clay objects of the people beside him. Sangwoo ignored them, focusing on shooting. Following number 2's actions, he also focused his mind to feel. The upper body is stable. The body does not move and only turns in the direction of the shot following the trajectory of the clay ball. When the target matches, the gun is fired and the clay ball shatters. Sangwoo tried to remember every little detail. He had to take in everything his clone had. After jumping back and forth for a while, Sangwoo wiped his sweat. He felt a bit dizzy. His mana was depleted. He was really dizzy. Sangwoo sat on the chair and sighed. The movements of the clones were crazy. Maybe because they are fearless and don't think much, their concentration is quite high. Consider that you have some experience. You will try practicing next time. While he was looking at the sky, the ground and the clouds, Haeyeon, his favorite student, passed by. He asked her what she was doing here so late. Haeyeon replied that she had just come back from the library. The two of them chatted happily, not noticing a group of rude people staring at them from afar. One of them was the one who caused trouble at the last unicorn hunt, and he was reprimanded by the boss for not doing his job. The guy was embarrassed and apologized. He just wanted to scare him a little, but someone came out of nowhere and filmed it. The other side asked him if he was being filmed beating someone up. He hurriedly explained, but before he could finish, the other side interrupted. Tell him to shut up, stop barking, and don't come near Yuyeonsan. No matter what happens, he has nothing to do with the Haisheng group anymore. The other side left a sentence that the street kid deleted the market and hung up. The man immediately became angry. He just swore, threw the phone against the wall and stomped on it continuously. While I was venting my anger, suddenly two other guys came to visit, a fat guy and a long-haired guy. He told the whole story to the two people who had just arrived. The fat guy was his senior. The fat guy holding a cigarette scolded the stupid guy. Joining that number 1 club was stupid. The guy bowed his head in apology, asked the fat guy if he had anything to do, and now the guild told him not to come near Yuyeonsan Stadium again. The fat guy turned to ask the long-haired guy if he had any work for him to do. Suddenly he saw Sangwoo's figure in the distance and shouted, accusing him of being the guy filming him. The fat guy asked him if he was sure. The angry man walked over. He was extremely sure. Standing behind the pillar, the man's eyes were red with anger. Sangwoo and Haeyeon were talking when 3 guys came out. The fat guy in the lead asked if he was the one who bullied his younger brother. Sangwoo didn't know who this fat guy was. He saw the familiar face of the person behind him and realized. Sangwoo stood up and calmly asked the fat guys what was going on. The man behind couldn't take it anymore. He yelled at Sangwoo to stop pretending to be innocent. The fat man stopped his junior's actions. He bared his teeth and asked Sangwoo, I heard you have a video of my brother accidentally doing something rash. Delete it and we will rashly retreat. Sangwoo held out his phone and asked again, is there anything to guarantee his words? The fat guy stroked his lips. His attitude completely changed. There was no way he would leave him alone. Sangwoo realized the tense situation. He put his phone in his pocket and whispered to Haeyeon to find a chance to run away. The fat guy and his juniors cracked their knuckles and got into position. He ordered the other two to charge forward. Sangwoo had to fight 2 guys at once, so he had a hard time. They punched him so hard that he fell to the ground several times, bleeding profusely. Haeyeon stood anxiously in front of him. She trembled as she called out her powerball, threatening the others to quickly retreat. The 2 juniors were a bit worried when they saw that Haeyeon was an awakened person and didn't dare to rush forward anymore. The fat guy knocked each of them on the head. What the hell are they afraid of? There are more awakened people than vegetables in the market now. Haeyeon shot a ball of light at the fat guy, which he easily blocked. He swung his fat, flabby arm towards her. Sangwoo jumped out from somewhere and blocked it. He returned the punch to the fat guy's face. The fat guy lost his balance and fell back, holding his face. The junior saw his boss being hit and rushed forward to fight back. Sangwoo put his theory into practice. He carefully observed the other guy's movements, dodged to the side to avoid it, then threw a punch with everything from head to groin straight at the other guy's face. The long-haired guy took that opportunity to attack. He knew he couldn't dodge the long-haired guy's attack, so he used a double attack and landed a smack on the long-haired guy. Both sides were panting. The fat guy was angry. He didn't expect Sangwoo to have some martial arts. The fat guy started to seriously charge forward. Sangwoo used every skill to dodge and fight back against the fat guy. He was hit several times in a row, but Sangwoo still didn't stop. He had to punch hard and fast, making the fat guy lose his strength. In the next few consecutive attacks, Sangwoo nimbly dodged the fat guy's pig's hoof. The fat guy saw that he couldn't hit him even once. His blood boiled even more. His arm muscles tensed up to the maximum, intending to hit him. Sangwoo was about to dodge when the long-haired guy grabbed his leg, making him unable to move. So he took the fat guy's punch and flew backwards, hitting the wall. Sangwoo was panting. He felt it was hard to breathe. The fat guy was getting closer and closer to him. He swung his arm to strike again. Sangwoo thought he was finished. He closed his eyes and waited for death. Suddenly an explosion rang out. The fat guy who got hit opened his mouth. The one who attacked was Haeyeon. The two juniors saw that and immediately stood up and rushed towards her. When they were about to attack, Sangwoo's two clones returned in time to knock them out. Sangwoo stood up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth, finally able to breathe. The fat guy cursed and then charged forward to attack. Sangwoo jumped back into the air and struck down, causing the fat guy to fall to the ground unconscious, unable to say anything more. Sangwoo was also exhausted. He received a system notification that his stats had increased, and his temporary clone skill had also leveled up. He sighed and fell to the ground. The clones worriedly ran over to see. After the two finished bandaging, Sangwoo took Haeyeon home, the two of them talking all the way. Haeyeon already knew that the famous rookie hunter was Sangwoo's clone. He told her not to reveal that. After a while, the two of them stood in front of Haeyeon's house. He kindly asked if her hand was okay. Haeyeon happily said she was fine. Sangwoo thanked her for helping him. If it weren't for her he wouldn't have been able to defeat that fat guy. Haeyeon's face turned red. She told him that if he wanted to thank her, he should have bought some meat dishes instead of just saying it. Sangwoo promised to buy it for her and then the two said goodbye to each other. Sangwoo and his two clones returned. Suddenly remembering something, he asked the two clones why they were following him, and that they should work hard. The two clones said it was late, and all the shooting ranges were closed. Sangwoo took two branches from the ground, gave each clone a branch, told them they could do it in the park, and then went home. A month later, Junmo called Sangwoo to ask how things were going, and Sangwoo replied that everything was fine. Now he could even shoot with a pistol, and his clone skill level had also increased. Junmo happily congratulated him. Sangwoo looked at his own stats that had increased to 1.4. He told Junmo he wanted to receive 3 F-rank hunting grounds for tomorrow. Junmo was shocked after hearing that, but he still promised to find those areas for him at all costs. Sangwoo planned to have the clones train in the morning and go hunting in the afternoon. The two of them finalized the schedule for a while and then ended the call. After ending the call, Sangwoo ordered the 3 clones to go to the park, come back before 12 o'clock and leave their guns at home. The 3 clones obeyed and left immediately. Sangwoo surfed the internet. He sighed. From the clones' training he could see they had learned very well. Before moving the body was impossible, otherwise they could copy and reproduce almost everything. He wondered what would happen if he learned all these monsters and the proper ways to hunt them. Thinking is doing, Sangwoo began his journey of learning. In the blink of an eye a night had passed. When he saw the clones return he realized it was already 12 o'clock. Sangwoo yawned. These guys were still full of energy. Even if they worked all day they wouldn't be tired. He ordered them to take a shower and then go eat. Sangwoo had already seen most of the guides for F-rank monsters. Now he needed to check if the clone was actually hunting by following the instructions. Sangwoo would go check out what was going on and experience hunting to get used to the battle using familiar skills and then learn about mana during breaks. Sangwoo received a message from Junmo. He urged the clones who hadn't had time to sit down yet to eat quickly and get ready to go. Sangwoo pulled the clones to Junmo's meeting place. He asked if the training area was ready. Junmo replied that he had found 3 areas not too far from each other. Sangwoo left the 3 clones to Junmo to take care of while he himself stayed home to study using his remote skills. He also had to practice his mana breathing technique. After the car left, Sangwoo returned to his room, closed his eyes, and meditated by following the audio instructions to breathe in and out. He tried to remember the feeling of using the skill. A light slowly accumulated in his body. Sangwoo suddenly opened his eyes. He received the meditation skill. Meditating by stabilizing the mind, mental fatigue will be slightly recovered, growth speed and mana recovery speed will be slightly increased. In a certain hunting ground, a hunter struggled to escape step by step. He cursed nonstop, "Why is that monster here?" This was clearly an F-rank dungeon. They just came here to hunt some exotic fish. He had to report this to the authorities. But the monster did not let him escape, baring its sharp teeth as it tore the hunter's body apart. At that moment, Junmo brought his clone to the location, the wastewater treatment plant. He said there were exotic fish here, famous for having strong jaws. The clone replied, "Understand," and went inside. Junmo took out his phone to tell Sangwoo that he had brought the 3 of them there. He himself couldn't believe that a hunter was hunting in 3 different places, and the original was in the room. This ability was truly top-notch. Meanwhile, at Sangwoo's house, he was elated because he had received the mana breathing skill, truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, but his joy didn't last 3 seconds. The phone reminded him to continue to sense the mana and continue to breathe. Don't mistake meditation and mana breathing skills as one. Sangwoo was bored. He also guessed that it would be difficult to get the mana breathing skill, so he suddenly got overly excited. Embarrassed, he picked up his phone and saw that the 3 clones had arrived. Sangwoo used his familiar skill to go to that training ground. As soon as he entered, he saw a mouse with its beak stabbed open. Sangwoo was startled. What the hell is this? Calmly looking back, he realized that number 1 was hunting. Sangwoo continued to observe the surroundings. Number 1, according to the theory Sangwoo saw in the video, the giant rat was one of the most annoying monsters among the F-rank monsters. If you plan on hunting them, it's best to form a party, and if you have no choice but to play solo, there are ways to succeed. First, because the rats will rush straight up, so keep your distance and shoot. Of course, it's impossible to take them all down by shooting, so switch to close combat. Their skulls are very hard, so you have to aim for their ribs. The rats were very fertile, just like normal rats, so their numbers were very large. Number 1 calmly took them down one by one. Sangwoo jumped to number 2 again to see, his clones could indeed hunt just like him, and using the skills he had, they weren't even panicked or scared at all. They hunt without regard to the opponent's level, and you can experiment with hunting with familiar skills. Sangwoo's stats increased little by little, and his clones also became stronger. Today you will wipe out the F-rank monsters. After hunting for a while, Sangwoo suddenly remembered that something was missing. He hadn't collected the monster corpses yet, and his money had gone with the wind. Immediately he ordered the 3 clones to quickly return and collect the monsters' bodies, otherwise the money would disappear without a trace. Sangwoo cried without tears. Sangwoo pointed at the fish on the other side and said, "Number 3, why don't you gather them up?" He said he didn't hunt those, whoever hunted them can gather them up. Sangwoo's eyes twitched. He pointed at the number 3 and warned, "It's all money, don't act like that." Number 3 obediently went to collect them. Sangwoo looked at the crushed fish and felt disgusted. Number 3 pulled an arm out of the fish and asked Sangwoo if he needed to collect this. It wasn't a fish. Sangwoo saw the hand and froze. Suddenly there was movement behind. The two turned to look around warily. Number 3 saw the movement and turned to the right. It was just a fish head. It was just a trap. The kingfish had been standing behind it for a while. Number 3 didn't react in time, and was about to turn around and shoot when the fish knocked one of his arms off. Sangwoo screamed in pain, feeling as if his arm was cut off. His mind returned to his body. Sangwoo trembled as he looked at his hand, still intact. The connection just now had been severed by the pain. Sangwoo was still in shock. He called Junmo and told him to come to hunting ground number 3. Without much time to explain, Sangwoo quickly put on his shoes and left, calling number 1 and number 2 as well. On the other side, number 3 is struggling to hold on to the giant 6-pack muscle fish. Sangwoo arrived at number 3's hunting ground. He lost connection with number 3, and had to wait a long time to summon it. He passed through the checkpoint and joined Junmo and the other 2 clones. Only then did Sangwoo explain the situation clearly to Junmo. The monsters inside the hunting grounds were very strong. Number 3 had already disappeared. Sangwoo described the creature as having a fish head, bulging 6-pack muscles, complete limbs, in other words a mermaid. Junmo was startled. He had to report this to the higher-ups and temporarily close this place. The monster Sangwoo just mentioned is a monster called a mermaid. Its rank is D. Even a team of E-rank hunters can't do anything to it. Sangwoo tells Junmo to tell the guards to stop other hunters from entering after his clone enters. He couldn't sit still. He wanted Junmo to trust him the way he trusted his clone. Sangwoo continued to activate his familiar skill and entered with 2 clones. They crept to where number 3 disappeared first. At this moment the monster was munching on human corpses. They had to take this opportunity to attack. Even though his current stats were on par with an E-rank hunter, his clones only had about 53% of that. They were only around F rank at most. But the merman wasn't in his best condition right now. If he added the hunting skills of his clones along with his good coordination with his clones, it was still possible. He ordered his clone to shoot the fish in the head. But both bullets that hit the fish's head were bounced off. The 2 clones stood there dumbfounded. The bullets had no effect at all. The merman slowly stood up, baring his fangs and claws as he roared. The mermaid jumped towards the 2 clones. Number 1 and number 2 jumped up to attack the fish from behind but only managed to cause a tiny cut on its body. The fish swung its sword up and slashed, hitting several trees in the forest. Sangwoo breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the fish's body was large so it would be difficult to swing its sword in the middle of the forest like this. But the words had to be taken back as soon as they were uttered. The fish slashed the tree away in a blink of an eye. Number 1 and number 2 continued to attack the fish with knives on its arms but to no avail. It swung its fist number 2 and it flew far away and hit the opposite tree. Sangwoo cursed, "Damn it, if the attack keeps being useless like this, how the hell can he hunt this big guy?" Sangwoo suddenly remembered the 2 bullets he had shot at the fish, number 1 and number 2. The first bullet bounced back immediately but the second bullet did some damage. He ordered the clone to target the fish's wound again, and sure enough, it worked. Sangwoo seemed to see the sunlight. He ordered his 2 clones to feed the fish with copper candy. Number 1 and number 2 nimbly dodged the attacks, jumping everywhere and continuously shooting at the fish's wounds. The fish was boiling with anger. The sword in its hand turned red and slashed towards the clone. Number 1 raised his hand to block the attack but was thrown away, vomiting blood. The fish was stronger than before. Sangwoo quickly realized that the sword it was holding was reacting to its blood, which meant the fish was quite injured, so it was probably only temporarily stronger. The two clones continued to attack the fish's wound. It painfully punched Number 1 straight in the stomach. Sangwoo also felt pain all the way to his navel. Number 1 held the hand of the fish that had just punched him, while he used his other hand to stab the fish repeatedly with a knife. The fish screamed in pain. It swung its first kick away and swung its sword to slash down. At that moment, Number 2 rushed to support Number 1, then the two clones continued to rush forward to attack. After a series of attacks, the fish was too badly injured and bled too much, it could no longer hold on and fell down. The two clones were also exhausted, breathing heavily like cows and then lying on the ground. They couldn't walk anymore. Out of ammo, Sangwoo thought that was enough hunting for today. Let's stop here. Thought he was dead. Sangwoo sat up to report to the manager but realized that the fish behind him had disappeared. He ordered Number 2 to follow the fish. Following the footprints, the fish headed towards the main gate. At this time, the guard team outside also received a report that a D-class monster appeared inside this hunting ground, so the entrance was blocked. They informed the newly arrived hunters that a team of hunters from the association would be dispatched soon, so if there were any changes they would report back immediately. Just then, something happened at the entrance. The monster was approaching the gate and was about to rush out. The gatekeepers tried their best to open fire to stop the monster from getting out. But the gun was of no use. The fish had already rushed out the gate. Number 2 from behind threw a knife from the inside out, hitting the fish's head, bouncing up. Sangwoo jumped out from somewhere, grabbed the knife, and used all his strength to slash straight at the wound on its head. The fish was in pain and blood was splattered everywhere. Sangwoo still did not loosen his grip. He continued to stab with force. The fish fell down and was gone forever. Number 2 proudly shed tears and gave a thumbs up in praise. A while later the hunter from the association also arrived. When he arrived the merman was lying in a pool of blood. He asked what just happened here. The gatekeeper explained that a D-rank monster appeared but a hunter entered the portal before the lockdown and hunted the monster. The people from the association were skeptical. Isn't this an F-rank hunting ground? Why is there a D-rank team here? The gatekeeper hurriedly explained, it's not a D-rank hunter or a group of hunters. They are still investigating, but as far as they know an F-rank hunter took down the monster along with his clones. The association people looked at the condition of the fish. Any attack on that wound must have caused damage since there was no special weapon. But is it really possible to accurately shoot at the wound position of a moving monster? He said he would go check to see if there were any more monsters in the gate, telling the gatekeeper to finish his investigation before he returned. The association hunter sighed. How should he tell the association? It would be a bit too much to just say that he killed that monster himself. Sangwoo on the other side, after defeating the monster, unlocked a series of skills. Sprinting skills, regeneration skills, attack skills, and other stats were also raised at the same time. Sangwoo wiped the blood off his body. He had unlocked so many skills this time. He was so busy fighting that he didn't notice. Just now, Number 1 and Number 2 were beaten up and didn't disappear. They must have had a lot of regeneration skills. Junmo worriedly asked Number 1, how is Number 2? Sangwoo said they were injured but needed some cooldown time before he could summon them again, and he thought letting them heal on their own would help increase their regeneration stat. Junmo laughed and praised Sangwoo for being really good, taking down a D-rank monster. He thought that now Sangwoo would be fine taking down an E-rank monster alone. Sangwoo suddenly remembered that the salmon just now had an extremely unique short sword that could absorb blood. He was about to reach for the sword when Junmo stopped him. He said he should tell the clone to take the sword. Maybe this sword is cursed. Sangwoo asked if cursed items can't be used. Junmo explains that cursed items are rare, so they can be priced based on their effects. Sangwoo's eyes lit up when he heard about money. He listened to Junmo and let the clone keep the sword, leaving the cleaning up to the cleaning team. He thought that was enough for today. If he stayed any longer, the reporters would probably swarm over. Sangwoo took something out of his pocket and showed it to Junmo. He asked him if it was expensive. It fell from the head of the fish. Junmo was startled and looked at the stone Sangwoo was holding in his hand. This was a low-grade gem. It was a worthless object. But looking at Sangwoo's expectant face, Junmo didn't dare to say anything. He told him that this gem wasn't worth much. It was just a stab-boosting item, but it wasn't used much because of its serious side effects. That's why it was so cheap. Sangwoo felt like salt was rubbed into his heart after hearing that. He threw the gem on the ground. I don't need it anymore. Sangwoo said goodbye to Junmo and took his two clones home. Number 1 and Number 2 lay on the bed like zombies. Sangwoo spread his bag on the ground and summoned Number 3 to see what would happen. Sangwoo gave the equipment to Number 3 and told him to go practice. Sangwoo sat down and took out the sword and gem that he had just hated to look at. He picked up the gem and checked its attributes. This gem was a low-level power-up gem. A crystal that can enhance power. Cannot be used by humans. It works on summoned entities but will turn into monsters. This gem increases strength by 0.005. It's tempting, but the stats make him uneasy. Normally, injuries on a clone or other feelings wouldn't affect you, but what if you were accidentally turned into a monster that wasn't a clone but you? Thinking about himself turning into an ugly monster, Junmo was so scared that he pulled out his gun, so Sangwoo had to put the gem away. He wouldn't use it for now. He opened the sword again, just in case. He put it in this box and carried it here. It's okay to sell it because it's worth money, but if you use it before selling it, it's still okay, right? Sangwoo ordered number 2 to hold up his sword. Sangwoo expected something to happen but nothing happened. Is that all? Number 2 honestly declared that he heard a voice. Sangwoo used close-range skill to enter number 2. As soon as he entered, his head hurt. Full of killing sounds, Sangwoo immediately escaped. Number 2 didn't seem to react either. It seemed that if it wasn't for the loud noise, the clone wouldn't be affected. If he held it directly, he wouldn't know what would happen. No wonder the fish was generating electricity. He told number 2 to hold the sword for a while longer. The system announced that the regeneration rate had increased. Resting would help them recover a bit faster. Sangwoo was troubled. He had to take them hunting tomorrow. But now that the situation was like this, he ordered the clones to unlock the mana breath. Today we will meditate together. The next morning, Sangwoo went to school after a long break. His stats had also increased significantly. But there was something more important. No one came to greet him. Sangwoo had no idea he was this lonely. He went into class. He met his friend. He asked why he was in this class. He said he chose this department because the professor was easygoing. He gave generous grades. Sangwoo sat down and chatted with his friend. The people around him started whispering. Is that Sangwoo? Wasn't he fab before? Now he's completely transformed. Sangwoo asked his friend again, have you changed a lot? My friend chuckled and asked me if I had seen my parents yet. I'm sure they wouldn't recognize me either. His friend invited Sangwoo to go drinking after school but he refused, saying he had an appointment and couldn't go. His friend made a scene and shouted that Sangwoo was a traitor. He left his friend for a girl. Sangwoo couldn't stop his friend's loud mouth. His other 2 friends heard it too. They were filled with hatred. They would all remember the day Sangwoo betrayed them. Just then the professor entered the classroom and ended the noisy chaos. At the World Health Organization, WA, they have calculated a disaster. A gate will form. Thousands of monsters will pour out from it. The highest monster level is A and the gate is very likely to open in the next few days. The location is South Korea. Immediately after receiving the news, the association organized a meeting of the leading association presidents across the country. This cat-eared girl is Han Miho, the leader of the 6th-ranked YOLO guild in the nation. This man is Park Wante, the leader of the 3rd-ranked Kindness guild in the nation. The two met by chance on the street and then went into the meeting room together. The other guild leaders were there. Among them was old man Shin Haesong, the leader of the Haesong guild, the leader of the whole country. An extremely hateful character. He greeted Wante but Wante tried to ignore him and didn't want to talk. But Haesong didn't let it go that easily. He poked at the pain. He mentioned that Wante's guild's team 1 had recently gone to Odin Tower but there had been no news for several days. The 2nd-ranking guild leader Kim Ilgun saw this and said that Haesong was going too far. Haesong still didn't care about anyone, just sat there laughing happily. Wante's eyes were red but he could only hold back and say nothing. Just then, the president of the Korean Hunter Association walked in. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, he cleared his throat and sat down. He announced that a monster disaster was about to hit the country, and because of the suspicion that there might be A-class monsters, the Hunter Association was asked to cooperate with the strongest guilds in the country. Someone asked when and where it would take place. The association president replied indifferently. Except for the possibility that it would take place domestically, they had no further specific information. The nation's 2nd-ranked guild leader Ilgun angrily slammed the table and shouted, "So we have to protect the entire country? While we don't know the location of the gate." The association president shyly raised the documents to cover his face. The only thing they knew was that disaster would strike soon. The other guilds were also starting to stir. They didn't even have enough hunters to handle their own affairs. How could they prevent a disaster without knowing the time and place? The other associations kept asking questions, leaving the association president confused and not knowing what to do. Wante raised his hand to comment. He proposed that each guild would prepare a group of hunters that could be sent out at any time of emergency, to check the locations around their area, and when a disaster occurred, all guilds would concentrate their full strength at that location. There are no exceptions. This is mandatory and any association that fails to comply will be severely punished. The association president also found this to be a reasonable idea. He asked the others if anyone had any other opinions, and they would decide by raising their hands. The other association leaders had no opinions, and raised their hands in unison. The chairman breathed a sigh of relief, finally coming to a conclusion. The meeting ended. The other guilds continued to protect their areas and maintain close cooperative relationships. After class ended, Sangwoo happily picked up his backpack and went home. In the distance he saw a guy flirting with Haeyeon. He coaxed her into giving him her phone number. Haeyeon tried to refuse by saying she had a boyfriend but the guy still wouldn't let go. Trying to hold on, Sangwoo approached Haeyeon and asked why she was here. Haeyeon felt like she had found a life-saving straw. She called Sangwoo honey and ran to hug him and pull him away. Sangwoo didn't understand what was happening. After leaving the guy, Haeyeon explained the situation to him. She tried to emphasize that she didn't have a boyfriend to Sangwoo. He didn't react. She changed the subject and asked why she asked him to buy meat for her. Didn't she have school today? Haeyeon started to fall into a narcissistic spiral. She asked Sangwoo if he couldn't take his eyes off her usual appearance? If he wanted her number? Sangwoo was dumbfounded, his hands clenched. I've had her number for a long time. Suddenly he received a text message from Junmo saying he had paid the money. He checked his account. He saw that he had earned another 50 million. The clone was really the best. Sangwoo excitedly told Haeyeon to go quickly and choose the most expensive meat to eat. The two of them went to a Korean beef restaurant to eat. The meat was delicious, but Haeyeon was still worried about the price. Sangwoo told her to just eat and not to worry about anything. The two were eating and drinking heartily when suddenly an emergency announcement came from the TV. At this moment, a disaster announcement was being broadcast across the country. This was an extremely serious matter, everyone pay attention. Sangwoo's friend Jongdu cried his eyes out. It was so unfair. Why did Sangwoo get to play with women while they had to walk around alone? They saw Sangwoo eating with Haeyeon through the glass door, constantly cursing him for being a traitorous bastard. Just then Jongdu received a notification. He took it out to read. Everyone online is buzzing about the disaster, but no one at school is saying anything. Just then, Sangwoo and Haeyeon finished their meal and went out. They asked who the girl next to Sangwoo was she his girlfriend? Sangwoo said no, she was his student, he just invited her to have a meal. The two sides greeted each other and introduced themselves. Sangwoo gave Haeyeon a package and told her to take it home to eat with her parents. He had asked the staff to wrap up the leftover food they had just eaten. He told her to be careful when she got home and not to wander around anymore. Haeyeon blushed and asked Sangwoo, is there nothing else today? Is that all? Sangwoo still indifferently told her to hurry home. Her parents wouldn't be happy if they were still out on the streets when there was a disaster warning. Sangwoo's friends said he nagged too much and was as stubborn as an old man. Sangwoo got angry and yelled at his friends to leave. After seeing his friends and Haeyeon off, he looked around and saw everyone was still calm as if nothing had happened, still happily laughing and talking as usual. Sangwoo picked up the phone and called Junmo to ask about the disaster. Junmo said that the information is not official yet, but the association is planning to keep this alert status for at least 3 more months. Since they don't know when and where the space gate will appear, the number of monsters that will invade will be huge and it will be quite dangerous. They even said that there might be a rank monsters, so if the space gate appears in the capital, there will be a lot of casualties. Sangwoo couldn't understand, if it was that dangerous, shouldn't the association provide more information to the people and strongly ask everyone to be more careful? Like sending out hunters from the association. The problem, Junmo explained, is that the economy and vital supplies will be greatly affected in the 3 months if they stop people from going to work for such a long period of time, and the association will be blamed for those losses. That's why they don't have full information. So no matter what happens, at least they can say that they warned the people. Junmo said he would go to the shelter right now. The hunting grounds were also quarantined so no one could hunt in this situation. Sangwoo also told him to go home and the two ended the call. Sangwoo went home to ask about number 1 and number 2. Number 2 is almost fine but number 1 has a pretty serious injury and is still bedridden. Sangwoo looked at the cooldown time and decided to re-summon number 1. He gave the new hat to number 1 to help him block 3 clones. At that moment, number 3 also returned. The 3 of them returned home to visit Sangwoo's parents. Sangwoo's mother opened the door. She froze for a moment, almost not recognizing her son. His father and younger sister also warmly welcomed him. His younger sister even asked him directly who he was. Sangwoo's mother noticed the clones behind him. She asked who they were they his friends? Sangwoo told the clone to take off his mask. The people in the house screamed in surprise. After a while of explaining, the whole family understood that it was Sangwoo's skill. A month ago, he participated in the awakening program. Sangwoo's father asked if he wanted to be a hunter too, but his mother didn't agree because it was very dangerous. Sangwoo tries to explain to his family that he is not in any danger, the clones are hunting for him. Sangwoo told his parents that there was a disaster warning and they should go to a shelter, but his father didn't seem to care. Let's see, he still had to go to work tomorrow, they couldn't pack up and leave the house so suddenly. Sangwoo sighed. His father didn't know how serious the situation was because the rest of society was still quite calm. He decided to stay here with everyone from today. He lied that he received notice from the school that school was closed. Sangwoo took out the bag of Korean beef he brought back earlier and told his family to eat together. Sangwoo's mother intended to invite the clones to eat, but he said that just giving them a little rice would be fine. There was no need to eat so lavishly. The whole family sat down at the dining table, 3 clones sitting around a large bowl of rice. The whole family was happily eating when suddenly the wall collapsed. Sangwoo was unconscious for a moment. He opened his eyes and looked around to see his house in ruins, with monsters flying all over the sky outside. What the hell was going on? A giant dragon roared loudly. It gathered a fireball and shot it out in the surroundings. Sangwoo panicked and turned back to see the situation of his family. Everyone was unconscious. Number 1 had disappeared. He used his body to protect everyone from the explosion. Number 3 was seriously injured, losing an arm, not expecting the gate to open so quickly. The family members also slowly woke up. He pulled out his gun, told everyone to leave quickly. The space gate had opened, many people would be in danger. Monsters are constantly rampaging in the city, capturing and killing people. Everywhere is chaos. Sangwoo gave the number 1 outfit he had worn to his sister, and the family prepared to evacuate. Just then a monster fell from the sky. It looked at Sangwoo and chuckled. The gate appeared in the sky. Many other monsters also fell down. These monsters did not know how to fly, so falling from such a height also caused serious injuries. Sangwoo easily took care of them. On the other side, Sangwoo's family tried to open the door but couldn't. He took the baseball bat his father was holding in his hand and activated the skill to strengthen a lock-breaking attack. Everyone got out of the apartment building, but all the vehicles were broken. The nearest shelter was 2 kilometers away and there were still many monsters falling without any effect. Sangwoo's sister told everyone to use the underground basement. There was also a temporary shelter below. The group was about to move there when suddenly they heard someone calling for help. They turned around and saw a man trapped under the rubble. The monster nearby also suddenly opened its eyes. It was a D-class monster. Sangwoo's father told him to think carefully. The current situation was not for them to save others. They had to go down. Sangwoo gritted his teeth and turned away. Number 3 couldn't fight anymore. Besides, with only number 2, he couldn't save him. He wasn't a clone to be able to use the fusion skill. If he died, he would really die. The man on the other side cried more and more miserably. On one side was the sound of his family constantly urging him to leave. On the other side was a desperate cry for help. Sangwoo decided to go save people. He told his family to go down there and close the door carefully and wait for him. Number 2 went with him to save people and number 3 stayed to protect his family. Sangwoo is a hunter. In a situation where monsters are flooding out like this, the only thing a hunter can do is kill monsters. Sangwoo told number 2 to save his son, grab a baseball bat and attack the monster. Go ahead, you dog. Number 2 freed the man from the rubble. He told him to go away. The monster being called a dog felt offended. It blushed and growled. Sangwoo told number 2 to take out his weapon. He pulled out the gem from his person. This was not the time to have many options. He threw the gem to number 2 and told it to eat it. Number 2 obediently swallowed it and immediately transformed into a monster. Sangwoo asked to verify if number 2 was still conscious. Number 2 growled yes. The D-rank monster thought Sangwoo was asking it, so he looked at him with a puzzled look. Sangwoo snapped, "You're not on my side." He looked back at his body. Luckily he was fine. Other than the clone's spike in stats, there didn't seem to be any side effects. The two sides began to fight. Number 2 took the sword he got from the fish last time and slashed. The monster's arm was severed. It screamed in pain. Even more furious, it took the mace and slashed down at number 2. This monster was much slower than the mermaid, so they easily dodged the attack. Sangwoo continued to charge forward with the baseball bat. The monster's arm that was cut off by number 2 quickly grew back. It raised its hand to block Sangwoo's attack and then pushed him away. Sangwoo fell to the ground. He assessed the situation. This monster's skin wasn't very tough. He could easily cut it, but it regenerated too quickly. If that was the case, then dealing damage would be impossible. Sangwoo ordered number 2 to knock the monster down in a few minutes. Number 2 heard the order and cut off the monster's legs, causing it to fall to the ground. Sangwoo took the opportunity to shoot 2 bullets into its eyes. The monster painfully covered its face and screamed. Number 2 took the opportunity to continuously slash at other parts of the monster. By the time his eyes recovered and he could see his surroundings, Sangwoo was already in front of him. He activated his quick attack move, holding the baseball bat and hitting it straight in the face. The monster fell to the ground unconscious. Sangwoo rubbed his hand that had just held the baseball bat. This quick attack was really powerful, and the consequences were also not bad. This monster seems to be a bit stronger than the merman, assuming the merman is strong because it operates in its territory. But this monster is still quite strong without any conditions. Sangwoo stood up, dusted off his clothes and told number 2 to quickly go into the shelter. Their family was very worried. He searched around but couldn't find his phone. It must have fallen while he was fighting. He told number 2 to lend him his phone. Sangwoo laughed and said that number 2 would be thrown out of the shelter with that look. Just then another group of people being chased by monsters ran over. Sangwoo rubbed his nose and thought, damn. Monsters continued to rampage in the city. After a while people from other guilds also arrived. They gathered to defeat the Great Dragon. Wante's Kindness Guild's plane has also arrived. He commanded the army to shoot down the monster. His subordinates reported that the big dragon is starting to leave here. Wante ordered the army to focus on evacuating the survivors first. Many other guilds were also targeting the dragon. They would also be wasting manpower if they did the same. Wante stood on the plane and looked down. There were a few so-called hunters who took the opportunity to throw rocks down the well and rob the unfortunate victims. Wante looked at them with contempt. They were dirty people. The subordinate reported that he had found some survivors 700 meters to the north, and told Wante to go check on the living. Wante activated his equipment. He saw Sangwoo's group fighting against the monsters. He put on his mask and jumped from the plane towards them. On the other side, Sangwoo was struggling to hold on. He planned to go back right after eliminating the monster from before, but there were too many people being chased by monsters. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Sangwoo shouted for the group to return to the basement of the apartment building, behind which the monsters were already surrounding them. Sangwoo ordered number 2 to protect the back while he blocked the front. Sangwoo was exhausted. He couldn't use his quick attack skills anymore because it consumed too much energy. Just then a giant goose emerged from underground. It stuck its beak into the ground and sprayed lava. Lava shot towards the people. Number 2 jumped out in time to shield them, but in return he was seriously injured. Sangwoo leaned on his cane and struggled to stand up. Just then another tiger appeared. Sangwoo knew he was about to go to heaven. He sat down and waited to die. The tiger swung its claws at him. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, a man had killed the tiger with just one slash. This person is Wante. He asked everyone if they were okay. At the same time in the shelter, Sangwoo's younger sister Jiwoo is arguing with number 3. She insists on going out to save her brother, but number 3 does not agree. You must prioritize your master's orders to protect your family. Sangwoo's parents saw that and told their daughter to stop screaming. Everyone was scared. He had full confidence that Sangwoo would return. It was more dangerous to go out now, and if they went out now, they would likely become an obstacle for Sangwoo. Don't look at things emotionally. Just then, someone called for help from outside the door. Jiwoo was happy. Could it be her brother? Everyone looked through the camera and saw a figure outside calling for help. It could be the person Sangwoo saved just now. Jiwoo went to open the door. She saw someone beside him too. It could be her brother. Jiwoo entered the password. The door slowly opened. Outside the door was a dead body. Behind it were 2 monsters. One was a B-class monster, a screaming firefly, capable of imitating other people's voices. The people inside ran away when they saw the monster. Jiwoo was frozen and couldn't move. Number 3 quickly rushed to block in front of Jiwoo. It intended to poke the bug straight in the eye, but this bug was tough. It pierced through number 3 and hit Jiwoo's stomach standing behind. The girl spat blood and fell down. Number 3 held a gun and shot at the gate control panel. It located the fatal injury and initiated an emergency closure. Number 3 used all his strength to push the bug out the door. Sangwoo meets Wante for the first time, the leader of the Awakening Project. He praised him for being willing to sacrifice himself to save people without running away. Sangwoo was also happy to be praised and couldn't stop smiling. Wante recalled when he rushed down here, he saw Sangwoo's second clone block the attack for the people and disappear. He was still wondering who that person was. Wante asked Sangwoo about his skills. He hesitated whether to tell the truth or not, but just as he was about to speak, the connection with number 3 suddenly disappeared. Sangwoo picked up number 2's sword and ran towards the shelter. His family was in danger, he had to leave now. Wante ordered his subordinates to locate him and bring the survivors to safety. Sangwoo ran with all his might. Under the impact of the sword, his eyes turned red. He activated his sprint skill and ran like he had never run before. The group in the other area was still concentrating their firepower to take down the giant dragon. They had tried everything. Neither slashes nor poison could penetrate its skin, so they decided to work together to take down the dragon. But the Haesong Association's president didn't think so. He came because he heard there was money here, so how could he cooperate? Haesong used his skill. He called out a great fire that burned everything down. On the other side, Sangwoo's parents kept stopping the bleeding for his sister. Tears kept flowing down their faces, and they could only encourage their daughter to try to endure. The bug that had just finished taking down number 3 came back and broke the door open. Jiwoo struggled to call out for her parents to run away. The firefly kept on mumbling some nasty words. Just then Sangwoo also chased after him. Seeing his sister lying unconscious on the ground, he was stunned. Anger flared up, his eyes were bloodshot. Sangwoo screamed and rushed towards the attacking bug, but the bug swiped at him. Sangwoo coughed up blood, seriously injured. The firefly was still fine. It kept sticking out its tongue to provoke. Sangwoo was even more furious than before. He bathed his sword in his blood and continued to attack. When the two sides were about to collide, suddenly someone rushed out to stop Sangwoo's actions, pinning him to the ground. Wante's group arrived in time and were ready to fight. The girl who had just stopped his actions quickly treated Sangwoo's wound, but he was still agitated and wanted to continue fighting. She activated the mana transmission skill to help him calm down. Sangwoo cried out in pain. He said his sister was injured over there, please save her. Wante turned into serious mode. He comforted Sangwoo. You and your brother won't die today, he said, and then he went to fight the monster. In the Hunter Association office, the association president recalled his previous conversation with old man Haesong. The association president decided to evacuate everyone as soon as possible to keep losses as low as possible. Haesong laughed and criticized. They didn't know when the disaster would happen. He said that if the association president planned to evacuate the people within 3 months, everyone would blame the association. All those who lost their families and property will try to gather together and tear this association apart. Haesong started to put pressure on the president. I don't know if his head will still be on his shoulders next month, let alone in 3 months. The association president snapped and asked old man Haesong what he wanted him to do. Haesong told the chairman not to tell the people that a monster would appear, concealing the danger of this invasion. He told the chairman to make the people blame themselves for not evacuating because they were too weak to protect themselves. The association president couldn't believe it. He asked Haesong if he knew how many people could die from this incident. Old Haesong, on the other hand, didn't see it as a problem. He thought it was a good thing. The more people died, the more their hunters would be used. Starting with the D-rank monsters, the army couldn't do anything. In the end, those lowly humans could only defend themselves with their hunters. Haesong smiled slyly. He wasn't asking the chairman to do this, but rather forcing him. So now, the association president has no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the announcements. Sangwoo leisurely ate snacks while his clone was working hard at exercising. He lay on its back and leisurely urged it to hurry up and do push-ups. This is still slow. Sangwoo laughed heartily. This skill was the best. The clone earned money and trained him. He didn't have to do anything and his stats still increased. He didn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. After receiving Junmo's message, he stood up and called number 1 to go make money together. Today he took number 1 hunting unicorn rabbits again. Junmo asked where is number 2? He replied number 2 is exercising. Junmo asked him why he didn't practice. If he practiced, he thought he would get much stronger. Sangwoo laughed evasively. He didn't want to practice. Actually, he wasn't serious when he said he wanted to be a hunter. He made enough money catching unicorns, and there were plenty of hunters in the association these days. It wouldn't matter if one person was missing. Junmo said he was just suggesting it. He saw a lot of potential in him but didn't use it. Sangwoo could become the best hunter. Sangwoo didn't think that far, he just needed to be able to take care of himself. Suddenly Junmo's attitude changed completely. He was no longer the Junmo from before. His empty eyes were oozing black fluid. He slashed, seriously injuring Sangwoo's hand. I don't know when the surrounding air changed to a red color. Sangwoo was surrounded by a group of zombies. It was his parents who were scolding him and his little sister who kept calling for help. Sangwoo screamed and sat up, breathing heavily. It turned out that just now was just a dream. Wante stood by the bed and told him not to move too much since he just woke up. Sangwoo took a breath and hugged his arms, telling himself he was fine. Wante reminded him to be careful. He was in bad shape. The wound was quite deep but he was still lucky. Sangwoo thanked Wante for saving him not once but twice. Wante had something else to say but he had to leave it for later. Sangwoo's parents were here now. They were very worried. Seeing him awake, they felt relieved. They hurriedly asked if he was okay. The doctor reviewed his medical report and said his surgery was a success. They'll keep him in for observation. But with his recovery rate this fast, he should be able to go home in a month. Sangwoo asked about the gate. It had been open for 4 days. The high-level large monsters had been dealt with but the low-level ones had escaped in large numbers. Sangwoo felt a headache coming on. He couldn't remember anything after he passed out. But then he was startled and hurriedly asked about his sister. His parents and the doctor bowed their heads in silence. People took him to see his sister. The doctor treated her belly but she had the mana virus. Everyone is infected by monsters that come out of the space gate. It is a virus that absorbs mana and life force of the host. Most of the time, there is no serious problem. Each person has different attributes. If it is not compatible with this virus, the virus will die without causing any harm. But there are rare cases. The host's mana is compatible with the virus and the virus absorbs so much mana and vitality that it cannot wake up. Sangwoo trembled and asked if there was any way to cure it. The doctor said that with current technology, there was no way. The virus had already synchronized with the host's mana, and even healing magic would be useless. So the only way left was to continue feeding him mana and maintaining his nutrition. There is still a very small chance if you get help from someone who is an S-rank hunter with a blessing spell or an item like a transformed hawthorn or a divine medicine from the other side of the gate. Like those things are extremely rare and extremely expensive. Sangwoo knew that. He stared blankly through the glass window, saying nothing, his hand tightly gripping the IV. He blamed himself if he hadn't turned back to save the person. If you prioritized protecting your family first, if you were a little stronger, you would have been able to save everyone and your sister. Sangwoo squeezed even harder, breaking the IV rod, causing the wound on his shoulder to bleed. The doctor and others rushed to stop him and give him first aid. Sangwoo didn't care about his wound. His tears fell down. If only he tried a little harder, this wouldn't have happened. Sangwoo was taken back to the room. He sat blankly on the bed. The door suddenly opened. The person who came was Haeyeon. She knew he was in the hospital so she came to visit. Sangwoo asked if her family was okay. He was quite worried because her house was near a dangerous place but luckily her family was fine, only the house was a little damaged. Haeyeon's father contacted Sangwoo's parents because he couldn't reach him, so he found out he was here. Sangwoo remembered that he lost his phone. He asked Haeyeon why she called him teacher instead of brother. Haeyeon was confused and corrected her form of address. She told him to get well soon so he could continue teaching her. Sangwoo sighed and told her that he would not continue teaching her. 2 weeks later, Sangwoo's wounds had healed completely, surprising even the doctor. He changed and prepared to be discharged from the hospital. Sangwoo recalled the conversation he had with Haeyeon the day before. He told Haeyeon everything about his current situation. He didn't know what else to say other than to apologize to her. Haeyeon thanked him for everything. She realized it seemed like Sangwoo wouldn't contact her anymore. She forced a smile and told Sangwoo that he would regret losing a beautiful student like her. She would go to college with everything he taught her. She said that she would find a boyfriend when she went to college. Sangwoo shouldn't regret it then. Haeyeon smiled beautifully and left. Sangwoo knew Haeyeon's feelings but he didn't have time to regret now. Sangwoo left the hospital, looked up information about Wante, and took a taxi to the kindness building. Sangwoo walked inside and the receptionist enthusiastically asked him what he needed. Sangwoo said he was here to meet the President Park Wante. He didn't have an appointment so the receptionist couldn't let him in. Just then a tall bearded man came up and asked him if he was Sangwoo. He is the high-ranking commander of the guild. He invited you upstairs. Wante is waiting for you. Sangwoo was escorted all the way to Wante's office. He came here to thank him for everything he had done for him. He felt extremely grateful that he had rescued his family and given him first aid in that situation. He was also very curious why Wante would go to such lengths for him. He heard from the hospital that it was Wante who provided his family with private rooms, even temporary accommodation for his parents and his sister's expenses. Sangwoo asked if those things were related to what he was about to hear from Wante. Wante clenched his fists. He said he had a younger sister too, but she was missing along with his bandmates. Maybe that was why he saw himself in Sangwoo. It's true that his personal emotions were in turmoil but he didn't do it to make Sangwoo feel grateful and force him to repay him. Sangwoo asked why Wante wanted to see him as soon as he felt better. He wanted to ask about his abilities. He asked if his clone could do anything, right? Even the man who saved the other villagers was just a clone, right? Sangwoo didn't intend to hide it. He told Wante that it was his skill. Wante clenched his fists. He got straight to the point. He needed his strength. He begged him to save the Kindness Guild's first squad just like how he saved the other survivors without expecting anything in return. Wante didn't ask Sangwoo for help to repay him. He knew that the only person who had a chance to save his sister and the other members of Team 1 was him. Wante bowed his head and begged him sincerely. Sangwoo thought for a moment. Wante had saved his family once. Now it was his turn to do the opposite. Wante happily thanked him profusely. Sangwoo was taken to the Kindness training ground. Wante said he could use his skills as he pleased. The furniture here was quite sturdy. Sangwoo wondered why they didn't prepare for the rescue right away. Wante said there were two reasons for doing this before the rescue. First, it was true that the faster they did it, the better their chances of success. However, it was also not like they didn't have a lot of time. Thanks to Wante's sister's abilities, Team 1 was able to hold out for quite a while. They had at least 8 months before they could hold out. Secondly, because of the dungeon level. Although it was the elite team of the Kindness Guild with overall combat ability of rank B, but Team 1 had suffered a lot of damage and failed to escape that dungeon, so he thought that the level of that dungeon must be close to rank A. With Sangwoo's current level, he was not qualified to enter it. Sangwoo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wante suddenly became serious. He said people would reveal unbelievable powers when they were about to die. The power released momentarily in a critical situation is enough to rupture muscles or break bones. Of course, it is also proportional to the outbreak of stats. What Sangwoo lacked right now was stats. Up until now he had overcome obstacles through his combat senses, but in this training, his combat senses would reach their limits. Wante grabbed the wooden sword and charged at Sangwoo. Sangwoo texted Junmo telling him not to worry about him. He asked for a break from hunting for a while. Junmo bit his nails nervously waiting for Sangwoo to arrive. When Sangwoo arrived, Junmo almost didn't recognize him. He looked like a pig's head. Sangwoo told Junmo the whole story. He panicked and asked if he was okay. Sangwoo said he was fine. Mana characteristics were different for everyone, even within the family, so he was fine. Junmo also knew that he had accepted a mission from Kindness. He was quite surprised that he suddenly couldn't contact him, but he didn't expect so many things to happen. He said he was using number 2's phone, and told Junmo to change number 2's contact name to him. Junmo asked if he had backed up his contacts, and what about his friends and other people's phone numbers. But Sangwoo decided not to, thinking it might be better to just leave it as it was. Junmo couldn't understand Sangwoo's actions. He asked about the injuries on his face. Sangwoo said it was because of training. Junmo stood up. He couldn't believe they made Sangwoo like this. He would report this to the association room. Sangwoo stopped him, saying that Wante's sister was locked in the dungeon. He was the one who had to be more reckless than anyone else. He understood that feeling too. Sangwoo called out his clone, told it to get dressed and attack Wante again. He might lose today, but tomorrow was uncertain. The next day, Sangwoo changed his strategy, using many to fight few. He called number 1 to rush up and fight together, but in the end, both the original and the clone were beaten to a pulp. The next day, Sangwoo called for number 2 to fight, 3 against 1, either blind or lame. The outcome of all 3 was not much different from the day before. Another day, he decided to call all 3 clones to fight with him, then all 4 dragged each other back. Sangwoo returned to where Junmo was sitting, and at this point he had to admit that Wante was too strong. The clones were very good at copying movements, so it wasn't like he didn't learn anything, but the gap between the two was too great. He needed to think of a way to fill that gap. Sangwoo came up with another idea. He presented it to Junmo to see if it was okay. Junmo was worried if it was safe. Sangwoo was sure it was no problem. The next day Sangwoo came again. This time all 3 clones transformed into monster forms. The day before, he had Junmo quickly buy a bunch of gems for his clones to bite, so today their stats had skyrocketed. Sangwoo drew his sword. He was determined to fight with all his might today. Wante still let him hold only a stick to fight. The clones rushed forward. Their abilities were usually lower than the original, but now they were on par. The clones have become stronger due to the enhancement, but in return one of their biggest drawbacks is that their accuracy has been greatly reduced. Sangwoo slashed with his sword. Wante easily dodged. Another clone pointed a gun at his head and pulled the trigger. But without mana bullets, these bullets have no effect on Wante. He grabbed Sangwoo's wrist and gave him a painful blow with his stick. The other 3 clones attacked at the same time, but Wante easily blocked them all. He held the wooden sword, advising Sangwoo to pour mana into the sword and hand and mix them as if they were one. If you master this move, just a tree branch is enough to cut monsters. Sangwoo struggled to get up. He was determined not to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to slash with his sword, but Wante easily blocked it with one move. He said you've gotten stronger but still not enough to defeat him. Wante went one-on-one. Just a wooden sword was enough to take down Sangwoo and his clones. With Sangwoo's level, he couldn't consider him a C-rank hunter. Sangwoo was beaten until his nose bled, but he still continued to attack. Even though all the clones were defeated, he had great determination and could not stop at C-rank. Sangwoo turned to call his clones. He started playing tricks again, telling them to look at Wante's face. High nose, sharp chin, just like a gem. He shouted for them to quickly eat the captain. Whoever bites him first wins. Immediately, the clones were injected with chicken blood. They rushed forward together, but each and every one was knocked away by Wante. Actually, Sangwoo wanting to become stronger wasn't just Wante's request. Ever since he opened his eyes in the hospital, he felt something. The feeling of helplessness when having to entrust the safety of your family to others in times of danger. He hated his own weakness, the feeling of discouragement when the results did not match his efforts. He never wanted to feel that feeling again. Sangwoo's blood was surging. He held his sword in both hands and continued to attack. He had no intention of stopping. 6 months later, at the Sinseol-dong Station hunting ground, a group of thugs bullied another group of people, beating them until their noses were bleeding. The girl on the weaker side shouted and questioned the others why they did that. They had official hunting permits. The leader snapped at them to shut up. They were from the Silver Moon Guild, and they were currently using this platform as a hunting ground. If they wanted to hunt, they should go somewhere else. Several people guarding the nearby hunting ground saw the dispute but did not intervene, turning their heads away as if they did not see anything. The leader of the Silver Moon gang narrowed his eyes and glanced at the girl, then suddenly changed his mind and let them join the hunting ground together. His juniors kept praising him for being kind and compassionate, and they laughed out loud. The weaker team knew they were playing dirty but had no choice but to hold back. Suddenly from afar, a young man wearing a hooded cloak walked straight into the hunting grounds. The gatekeeper tried to stop him from entering his bruised face, but the hooded man didn't understand. He had paid to enter. Why wasn't he allowed in? The Silver Moon gang member saw that he seemed to be a rude person. He cracked his knuckles and without hesitation, arrogantly tried to punch the hatted man straight in the face. But before he could even punch, the hooded man caught him. He lifted his leg and kicked the big guy in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground and hold his stomach. The hooded man realized that his actions were a bit too much and lowered his voice to apologize. He thought the other man was going to hit him, so he didn't know what to do other than defend himself. He was a little startled and hit him. The man took off his hood. It was Sangwoo. He heard that there was a Silver Moon Guild, but he didn't care. He looked at the man who was still blushing and screaming in pain on the ground. He raised his foot and kicked him on the head. What the hell does this guy have to do with your guild hunting here? The big guy lay on the ground drooling, unable to say anything but utter 3 words, "You bastard." The entire Silver Moon Guild was furious to see this brat dare to look down on their guild. They surrounded Sangwoo. "You boasted about being a D-rank hunter, so don't expect to be able to resist when you're alone." "But I'm not alone, I have several of them." Now the one surrounded is that pot-bellied guy. On this side, Park Wante came to see Junmo. He came to get general information about Sangwoo. Junmo brought it out and said, "Like I said before, you don't need to take a picture or hand it over to me." He said he just wanted to check it out. Wante read the information sheet pensively. He couldn't believe Sangwoo could increase his stats this much in just 6 months. Junmo affirmed, "Yes, it feels like he has become a completely different person recently." After that accident, Sangwoo began to obsess over hunting and experiences. Junmo wondered if these stats were enough for him to carry out his plan. Needless to say, Wante had other plans if he failed, so there was no need to worry. But looking at these series of numbers, it's a terrifying growth rate. Let's start with Team 1's rescue mission first. Wante was very curious. Sangwoo had already surpassed D rank and was almost A rank. He would definitely reach a high level one day. The clone skill made the user stronger than the stats indicated. He didn't know how strong he was. Back to the thugs who were being beaten to a pulp. They were being beaten continuously, not knowing what the hell was happening before their eyes. The gatekeeper asked him to stop. He thought Sangwoo was going too far. "You stared at him. You should have said that when the hunter was beaten, not now." He did nothing as they drew their swords. "I don't blame you, but be smart and go back to the security gate." He then ordered all his clones to destroy all the phones so they could not contact him. The 3 ignorant men stood silently in the midst of the hurried flow of life. In the hunting ground of Sinseol-dong Station, this uncle was taking the opportunity to steal some things from the hunting ground. He was holding a red stone in his hand. As soon as he picked it up, it was as if an electric current ran through his body. This difficulty made him so angry that he threw the piece of rock away. Hearing the noise, he guessed that someone was coming, so he quickly ran away. Seeing Sangwoo coming, he started acting shy and endearing. "You're here? I need more time to finish." Sangwoo was like, "Who is this guy?" He suddenly realized it was the unicorn rabbit. Long time no see. He wondered how he got in here. The Silver Moon Guild was definitely guarding the entrance. He moved closer and said, "I was wanting to ask you that. You're not strong, and this is a D-rank dungeon, so what are you doing here?" Looking at this cunning appearance, it doesn't seem like he's hunting. Looking at this appearance, it seems that the Silver Moon Guild is locking him up here. Sangwoo pulled out the photo of the D-rank hunters who had just been stripped to show off. "I don't want comfort or anything, I just want to know what's going on. 1 is why he is locked here, 2 is to join the bikini hunters." The old man struggled with his thoughts, and finally had to say it. D-rank monsters would drop treasures after death. Not always, these treasures stay in their bodies for a long time even after death. They often fight in dungeons. Sangwoo started to imagine, 2 monsters fight, 1 loses and drops a treasure. After that, it calls a new one to continue fighting, then another one drops, and so on continuously. So the treasures piled up in the dungeon. For D-rank hunters, these treasures were random items that weren't worth picking up. So they gathered low-rank hunters and locked them up here until there were enough. The reason they are in this situation is because they owe the association or were sold to the association. Most of them were debtors or novice hunters. If they encountered a monster, even if they died in the dungeon, it would be the same as if the monster died in the dungeon. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Sangwoo never expected to witness this with his own eyes. He just firmly said, "Go," making the uncle startled. "Go before I change my mind." Oh, this is so emotional. I'm about to cry. This Brad turned out to be a good guy. I thought I met a noble person, but he asked for a bag of treasures instead. What are you so emotional about? Our relationship isn't that good. Hee hee. This guy picked up a lot. When the opportunity came, he picked it up immediately. He threw it all to number one and ate it. Number one ate it up. Free stuff was really good. Now they started collecting treasures. He would make good use of them. Over here a young girl is being chased by a monster. I bet you can't catch her, otherwise she'll be a dog. This ferocious monster was the C-rank monster Abomination. She had never heard of a C-rank monster appearing here. This girl is Kim Yu-Hyeon, a hired hand of the Silver Moon Guild. Yu-Hyun was chased away and fell flat on the ground. She couldn't bear to die in a place like this. But her fate was not over yet, so when she met Sangwoo, he gently picked Yu-Hyeon up and saved her life. Yu-Hyun was speechless. Someone, the one who saved his life. Moreover, he didn't have any precious gems. Why didn't he collect some? Yu-Hyun said he threw those things away a long time ago. Even though the monster was about to charge, Sangwoo was calm. He threw them away. Also, he said something about the Haesong Guild. Was it the Silver Moon Guild that sent him? The white monster was suddenly attacked by the red monster. Regardless of what was happening around him, Sangwoo just wanted to ask what was going on with the Haesong group. Yu-Hyun said nothing and intended to run away. But where could she run to? How can you just act like that when the monsters are surrounding us? Sangwoo just said not to mind them, because the clones behind would clean up. Looking at the people in front of him, Yu-Hyeon couldn't help but wonder, were they a team or was he a summoner? Who are these guys really? Safe, right? Too safe. But it's not very safe, brother. The red monster, Sangwoo's number one, was also beaten to a pulp. It's true that the face doesn't look reputable at all. What the hell is safe? Who would have thought that number one would lose after eating such a basket of treasures? In this situation the only way to survive is to run away. But this young man was still very calm. Wait here a bit, I have already fed them a lot of expensive things. Yu-Hyun was about to speak but was interrupted by Sangwoo. Shut your mouth, I need to concentrate. This is it, this monster's time has come. Sangwoo rushed to deal with one. The monsters then continued to attack continuously. He needed to take them down as quickly as possible. Sangwoo attacked crazily. This power surprised Yu-Hyeon. He was too strong. Staring at the monster made his eyes red and bloodshot. Sangwoo told himself to calm down. In a moment of distraction, it attacked from behind. Luckily the clones blocked it. He turned back, drew his sword and cut this disgusting monster in half, thus completely destroying it. Damn, I'm going to be disgusted every time I use this sword again. After turning back, he saw Yu-Hyeon standing there with her mouth open in surprise. Did he defeat that monster? Oh, he still hasn't run away? What's wrong, big brother? He was the one who told people not to run away and to stand still and not move. I just hoped, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. Is that so cool? I forgot number one was lying there groaning in pain. He's fine, he's going to heaven, but strangely enough, he should have recovered by now. Yu-Hyun explained, that monster's bone sword has a corrosive curse on it. If we don't have someone to heal us, we'll die. As expected of the main character, lucky as hell, he almost got hit by one of its swords. But in bad luck there is bad luck. Even though they eat a bunch of gems, they only know how to take the hit instead of dodging. Yu-Hyun looked at the red guy and didn't think he was a person. She even thought he was a giant wearing a hat. After hearing Sangwoo say he was a summoner, Yu-Hyeon struggled mentally and decided to give him a potion. Here, if you give him this, he might live a little longer. But if anything happens, don't blame me. What kind of fake medicine is this? What kind of longevity medicine has a skull on it? Well, there was no other choice at this point, so he poured the medicine into number one's mouth. Body number one gave off a foul smell, the wound gradually healing. Sangwoo exclaimed, the effect is amazing, what kind of medicine is this? Number one jumped up as if nothing had happened. Sangwoo was overjoyed, he looked so fine. Uin then started to speak. Only now, it has the side effect of slowly draining his vitality. My ability is that of a poisoner. A little about the poisoner. Level 5, creates poisons. The number of recipes increases based on the level. The proficiency of each recipe can be increased. Use poison to convert life energy to restore injured parts. The higher the proficiency, the less life energy is consumed. With the regeneration effect, the side effects slowly drain the user's vitality. Increase strength by using poison to stimulate the body. So that means number one will eventually die after running out of life force. Well, it's going to die anyway. It's better to do this than to die already. Sangwoo turned to tell number one to go hunting before he disappeared. He immediately teleported, so Sangwoo would have to summon him again. Yu-Hyun has already told us all about her abilities. She asked Sangwoo to tell her about his abilities too. Who are you? You have monsters like pets and each one is extremely strong. You even defeated that monster. I've never heard of anyone like you among the B-rank hunters in the country. Of course he couldn't hear it because he was an E-rank hunter. Yu-Hyeon didn't believe it. How could an E-rank be in a C-rank dungeon, and yet he could hunt so easily in this dungeon? Sangwoo didn't answer, just happily turned back and asked, why are you talking as if I'm your friend? At the YOLO Guild warehouse, many crates of treasures were transported. Guild leader Han Miho is actively collecting it. This three-headed girl is the guild manager Kim So-na. She doesn't understand why Miho is collecting these things. What did she do before? She was just helping Mr. Wante. He said he would pay a high price for them. So-na looked at the full boxes. Why did he need so many? Did he have many pets? Miho heard that there was someone named Jung Sangwoo. He needed these gems. Turning back to Sangwoo, he saw her expression. He thought to himself, this guy is so sensitive about these things. What should I do? What if he's a bad guy? Yoo-hyun didn't understand why he asked that. He could talk to her like that too. It was completely fine. Sangwoo thought this guy was crazy. He slowly stood up. Actually, that wasn't the question I was most curious to know. Why did you mention Haesong when you ran away? I wanted to ask you something. Wante asked in a questioning tone. Introducing himself as a hunter but not knowing about these things was confusing. Sangwoo scratched his head and hands in embarrassment. Well, since he had just received his hunter license not long ago, he didn't know much about the issues between guilds. Yoo-hyun explained to the new hunter that the Silvermoon Guild was sort of a subordinate guild to the Haesong Guild. They pretended to know nothing, but Silvermoon did all the dirty work for Haesong. I was pretty sure that many of the people who were captured here were also because of the Haesong Guild. Sangwoo asked who brought her here. When I heard this question, a memory from my childhood suddenly came back. Yoo-hyun said fearfully, that was information he didn't need to know. Then she blamed herself for telling this guy all her skills. Sangwoo was like, what the hell did this girl eat? Well, I have the information I need, so goodbye. Yeah, aren't you done? What, it's just the beginning. Sangwoo said she could go. There was no one at the gate, and those Silvermoon bastards were gone too. Before leaving, he didn't forget to praise her skills as quite good. My skills? Are you teasing me? You'll die if you drink even a little bit. But Sangwoo didn't care about the side effects just now. He handed Yoo-hyun the dirty business card and said, if you don't have a place to work or if you're afraid of retaliation from the Haesong Society, just call me at the number on the business card. It also has my address and the agents here hate the Haesong Society. I'm leaving now. Number 5 will escort this girl out of the gate. Sangwoo started hunting monsters one by one. He thought Yoo-hyun's skills would be useful for his clones. Should he try to persuade her further? Number 1 was fighting hard when he suddenly coughed up blood and fell flat on his back. This is a side effect of the drug. Sangwoo thought he could endure it thanks to his regeneration skill. Well, it was a good job. He continued to summon it, but it was this eye-catching image again. Put on your clothes and cover the bird, then get back to hunting. Lurking behind were a group of D-rank hunters. Has he left yet? Yes, he has. They couldn't believe their eyes. They thought he was a human, but that monster was really scary. Then 2 naked guys stood there talking to each other. I thought he was dead, but he came back to life, which was really scary. I wondered what his skills were. And judging by the way he talked, it seemed like there were still a few people like him. Are we in danger? Damn, if we were at least equipped. Equipment is still going to get beat to a pulp, bro. 2 parted hair wondered why they came back, and the jade pickers also ran away. 3 pointed hair groped the wall, searching for anything unusual. This idiot, don't you know where this is? The reason we are limited to hunting in this area, we should at least check out what this place is. Luckily, he hadn't found this place yet. Behind this wall was a mysterious room. This place seemed to be a manufacturing workshop. I wonder what they are building here. Because the materials can be obtained right from the hunting grounds and the possibility of someone finding this place is very low. Besides, who would think of investigating this hunting ground? These things are not opium and are worth much more than opium. These are definitely refined gems. Their abilities are 100 times better than normal gems, and just one of them will increase our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect is becoming a monster that even the most loyal beast can lose control of. That's why the Hunter Association banned this thing. The Bangs thought the effect was not worth it. What good would it be to increase stats when you turned into a monster? Back then, not enough people were willing to take that risk. That was why it was so cheap back then. But recently, things had changed the value of this thing completely. It's because of a project called GMP. There's a place where they re-engineer this stuff so they can create a product that can be used on humans. Because of this GMP project, Tron Company bought gems like crazy. But because the production of this thing is illegal, the value of this thing increased like a kite. No one thought this trash could make money. They could make millions with this stuff. 3 pointed hair thought that with some kids, they could be beaten in one go. But if he brought this back, it would be different. He would leave it here and come back tomorrow. 2 pointed hair didn't understand why he left it here and didn't take it with him. How are you going to stop those bastards if they catch me holding this? Do you even use your brain? Can't you just bring a little? Look at the interface of these two. Wearing only underwear is too attention-grabbing. They carefully closed the secret door. Yoo-hyun here has seen it all, finally found it. She angrily yelled at number 5 to go back, just bring it here. Number 5's fragile and weak heart was scolded and didn't dare to fight back, quietly turning back. She decided to stay in this hunting ground. Luckily, those damn Silvermoon gang led her there. But I don't understand why they are naked like that. So she successfully found a pile of crystals in that room, quite a lot. She pulled out her big bag, but it looked heavy. She wondered if she would attract attention if she carried it. On this side, number 5 was giving everyone directions to quickly exit the gate. This was her chance to blend in with their crowd. Number 5 saw that Yoo-hyun had left safely, so the mission was completed, thank goodness. So Yin successfully survived the gate with the stolen crystal gems. She ran without looking back for a second. Silvermoon gang, you bastards. Sangwoo also thought that everyone had escaped and was safe, the monsters had been cleared out, and most importantly, the bag was full of gems. I'm excited, I've been wondering where the gems are lately to buy, these are the best. Number 1 looked at the jade bag and his stomach growled, his mouth watered like rain, should he eat it all? Oh no, if you turn into a monster, everyone will be scared. The clone skill is on cooldown, so let's think about it tomorrow. At this time, Sangwoo also received a message from Kong Junmo asking him to come to the Kindness Guild tomorrow, they would explain the mission. The next day, the other two guys came back dressed and all, but the pile of crystals was nowhere to be found. He was furious because tomorrow was the deadline. The 3-inch hair man got angry and turned to strangle the gatekeeper. You bastard, if you're paid to do this, then do your job carefully. Why did you let someone else in here? The gatekeeper is really in trouble, who can stop other hunters when they bought tickets to enter? Besides, the people who escaped were the ones he had locked up. Hearing this, he dropped the soldier in a daze. Why those bastards? Just thinking about those 3 guys' faces scared the hell out of him. How could he get it back from them? Yu-hyun still couldn't believe that they had brought her to a dungeon for C-rank hunters when she escaped. She would have died if it weren't for Sangwoo's help, at least she would have brought back a bag of loot. The Silvermoon Guild might get suspicious if she sold them right away, so Yin decided to hide them for now to pass the sensitive time. Suddenly Sangwoo's business card fell out. Remembering what he said, she was angry, he doesn't know anything. You fucking bastard, you think I'll go there if you flatter me? At Odin Tower, level 5 dungeon. Undiscovered. It is known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Baek Won, found this place and challenged it. But then they lost contact with him immediately and he never returned. Soon after, countless hunters challenged it, but all of them failed even in passing through the lowest floors. There is only one exception for translator Jory Lucas. And that's where the Kindness Guild's first team is stuck, including Wante's younger sister who is the first team captain. Odin's Tower is a dungeon with a special structure, only entrance and no exit. The only thing that connects to the outside world is mana. The only way to contact them is to use telepathy. Because of that, the ways to escape are very limited. Sangwoo has to complete the dungeon or escape using the teleportation skill. That's why his cloning skill is so important. Other hunters can't escape if something happens in the dungeon. That was why he needed Sangwoo. He wondered, then there was no way for Team 1 other than to escape on their own using their own strength? Their side has equipped Team Number 1 with a way to escape, but they still haven't escaped. He sighed, I'll tell you a story, about what happened in Odin Tower, about how everything went off the rails. Wante continued, the story happened 5 years before the great disaster in 2005. My sister awakened to her abilities in the dark hours not long after the disaster ended. At that time, Park Wante was only 16 years old and Park Yuna was 9 years old. He was busy fighting the monster. His little sister shyly gave him the cake package. At this time, Wante also discovered that his sister had the ability to create a dimension like a storage bag. The little girl also did not know how, it suddenly appeared, she could contain a lot of things in it. Wante patted Yuna's head, you have a very good skill, this is a very useful skill Yuna. Now go home and sleep, you must be tired. So the two brothers carried each other across the sea of disaster. Together they experienced many dangerous situations thanks to those abilities when they were young. They can put items, even people, into that extra dimension. Wante thought it would be better if the two of them went to clear a dungeon together. Until the two of them grew up, Yuna became the captain of the Kindness Guild's first squad. The little girl still playfully bullied her brother. The staff who witnessed it were also stunned when they saw the president being beaten. The two brothers were having a small disagreement. Wante objected to going to Odin Tower without a teleportation user in the team. Yuna was annoyed, there it is again, so why are we buying teleportation scrolls? There are less than 100 teleportation users in the world, we don't even have one right now. How do you think we can recruit one right away? If not now, then never. Team 1 is in top shape and we have your skills. This is the only chance. Wante was still hesitant, don't you trust me with this mission? So he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Even if Team 1 left, he still wasn't sure if they would clear that dungeon. At that time, I really didn't know who was the real captain. Yuna promised him she would come back if she encountered danger. She knew that it would be terrible to leave her family behind and not return. Of course it's not just a teleportation scroll to escape, I also keep a bunch of food and medicine with me. She said and handed it over to reassure him. Now that he thought about it, he regretted his decision to let his sister go. He shouldn't have been persuaded by such a reason. He shouldn't have even felt relieved just because of something like emergency supplies when his sister went. So Yuna and Team 1 set off, he regretted not stopping them at that moment. Then he was stunned like a ghost, he thought they wouldn't do it. They had been preparing for it for years. You're overprotecting the captain, who else but their president can trust them? These words convinced Wante. Since the person was already gone, he might as well try to trust her. This was also the time when he was preparing to host a program for awakened people. That competition was also the one Sangwoo participated in, perhaps because he was a bit overweight at that time, no one recognized him. The guild also used magic scrolls to contact Team 1, they brought 10 with them and would report back weekly. Because they couldn't go in, a team from the guild also stayed outside the entrance to Odin Tower to contact Yuna. The first time he reported, there was no problem. Then the second, third time, Everything went smoothly, so Wante quickly started to calm down. Then the problem happened after a month. That day was the day to receive the report from Team 1. As planned, they would travel 40 kilometers today. They started tearing up the contact paper, having traveled 700 meters after passing the end of the first floor. An unknown monster ambushed Team 1. Most of the team members were fighting the monster. By the time the damage report was received, the signal was so jammed that the employee's head felt like it was about to explode. They tore multiple scrolls at once, causing a disruption in the transmission. At that moment, Wante turned around and saw the most horrible sight. A bloody person stepped out from the teleportation circle. Because of his hesitation in saving them at that time, the result of his lack of responsibility was covered up by the word trust. Everything seemed to collapse before Wante's eyes. He rushed to check on Seong Tae's condition and called the rescue team. The portal begins to crack. Telepathy is still possible for now. The guild asked the rescue team to send a team to check outside the tower in the afternoon and never enter the tower unless you are sure you can do it. Everyone was trying to give Seong Tae first aid. He could only say sorry at this moment. We failed. The monster tore all the scrolls. We had never seen such a monster in the report. He is bleeding profusely. He needs to be taken to hospital immediately. Wante sat there in a daze. The telepathy was still connected. The staff would repeat what they wanted to say. It was Yuna's voice. The battle is over. Sorry, I think the mission failed. I thought we could do it. I can wait here. Don't worry, I'll come back no matter what. Wante trembled as he listened to his sister's last words. After that, they hired many hunters but none of them accepted. Everyone thought this was a crazy idea. Odin's tower? Are you crazy? If we can get in through the scroll, how do you explain your mission team being trapped inside? Sorry, but my baby can't be 5 kilometers away from me and of course I don't want to go alone. Then the portal disaster happened and Wante met Sangwoo. That's why he wanted Sangwoo to meet the required figures. Because at least he had the ability to get to where the team was stuck. Sangwoo always did everything within his ability very well. It's time for the rescue mission. The Kindness Guild will escort you to the entrance of Odin Tower. They will start tomorrow at Odin Tower. Over here, the group of people who lost the crystal are being beaten to a pulp. This crazy guy is the leader of the Silvermoon Guild, Huchol. He screamed helplessly, "You bastards. I told you to go in there and hunt. What's so hard about that? I sent a bunch of D-rank bastards and asked you to guard the entrance. But what the hell did you all do? What do you want me to do now?" After cursing his underlings, he calmed down and asked who the brat was that took his crystal jade. They all covered their faces. There was one but his name was not on the list of D-rank hunters and above. He was even crazier at the thought of them being defeated by an E-rank hunter. He continued to beat the other guy angrily. "You think we are the only ones producing refined jade? If we don't collect enough money to give to Haesong Association, do you think they will wait happily? It's all over if they replace us with another supplier. I won't say anything more. Find that brat and bring him here to me." Everyone said, "Understood." But looking at these people, he could tell that they would be beaten up like the previous ones. They were really useless. What a headache. The urgent matter now is where to get those gems. A dangerous-looking guy was sitting nearby. The vice leader of the guild, Kong Chunsung. He's excited about this. We'll find out who he is if we beat up a few of them. I don't know why they're wasting their time on this. It seems like he has some plan. The next day, at the GM organization, Sangwoo felt that Wante wasn't lying because there were some important issues that he didn't mention. The reason they tried to destroy Odin Tower. Sangwoo didn't know anything about the hunter industry but he knew about Odin Tower. Odin Tower was conquered in 2012. According to the statement, that year the Odin Tower was completely empty. There is only one monster left with no treasure or items. Do not enter Odin's tower to sacrifice yourself in vain. After that, the hunters stopped entering or paying any attention to it. Thus, it became an abandoned dungeon. But Wante did not explain why his sister's mission team was so determined to enter it. However, Sangwoo didn't need Junmo to reconsider this matter. His mission was to rescue them, not to clear the dungeon. So he would just focus on the mission now. Suddenly Sangwoo caught sight of Yin sleeping in a corner. Junmo wondered who that was? "Oh, I met her at the hunting ground. I told her to come here if she didn't have a job." Although he didn't expect to see her like this at the entrance. Junmo came to wake up someone's daughter with a face like a bastard. Startled, the girl awake. "Before we say hello, our stomachs say hello first. Let's go eat something first." So they went together to the restaurant in front of the building. She ate like a hungry tiger. Sangwoo had saved his number in her phone. "Hey, you came here like this, so you came to work for JM organization, right?" Yin said yes. Junmo asked about her skills, appraised a few items, and made medicine. But Sangwoo said he would slowly die after drinking it. "That's great, bro. You're handsome but you're so rude." Hyun grabbed this rude guy's hair and ruined his newly gelled hair. There are drugs that don't kill people. Although they were useless, they were very useful. Sangwoo wanted to make use of these skills of hers. He even planned to use it for the clone. Junmo started taking out a pen and paper to take notes, bothering her to buy some tools to make medicine. "I will also provide some money." Sangwoo stood up and went ahead because he had to go to the dungeon. Yin thought this guy was going hunting again. But this time it was different. This time his goal wasn't hunting. She threw him 2 potions. She had made them before, one for strength and one for mana. However, they also have side effects. Strength potions will melt muscles and mana potions will make the body explode. Interesting, so Sangwoo and his clones set off. First, promise them to have a meal when you return. Only when your spirits are high can you work effectively. That night, So-na was going to the YOLO Guild warehouse. The guild master wanted her to move all the gems and jewels to the Kindness Guild. She suddenly discovered that the security guards had been attacked, and the room also showed signs of being broken into. So-na doesn't know who would dare steal the treasure of the YOLO Guild. She activated her thief skill and searched for these thieves. After seeing them lurking in there, she immediately charged in. She was attacked as soon as she stepped in. She was sure that there were only people in the warehouse, so she charged straight in. So who was this guy? Yes, he was the deputy leader of Silvermoon. He said smugly, "We were hiding so well, only an idiot would answer. Sorry, but we really need this treasure." So they took all the treasure in the warehouse and then burned down the warehouse. This treasure heist is complete. Next is to find out who stole the precious crystals. On this side, Sangwoo and his clones landed in Iceland. This was the first time he had set foot in another country. Together they go to Valhalla portal, which connects to the main gate of Odin's tower. Sangwoo was greeted by two cool security guards. "You are Jung Sangwoo, right? Mr. Park Wante is waiting for you at the entrance. You can go see him now." This majestic place is the entrance to Odin's tower. A bottomless abyss and endless space beyond. This place doesn't look like a tower at all. Besides, it's very cold here, it's best to return to the guild's barracks. At this time, Wante also received information that the YOLO Guild's storage had been robbed clean. It seemed like they had planned it very carefully. The treasures were all gone, leaving nothing behind. What a bunch of brats, they probably didn't know what kind of person Han Miho was. Seeing Sangwoo, the two were as happy as seeing their mother coming home from the market. Finally, he came. Finally, this day had come. It had been a while since they had seen each other, but they missed him to death. They prepared a coat for him because it was quite cold here. The clones also quickly put on new clothes. Wante started the mission. The mutation disappeared at a location about 40 kilometers from the entrance. The distance wasn't as far as Sangwoo had expected. He wondered if it was too short for them to only be able to travel this distance in a month. But because of that, the food problem would be fine, so they should take it slow. Wante gave him 3 teleportation scrolls, which were prepared in case of emergency. He thought it would be a good idea to give one to each clone. These are important, so remember to keep them safe. The location has been marked on the scroll. Just tear the scroll and it will automatically activate. At 2 p.m. the guild asked Team 1 to check the situation outside. There would definitely be a lot of traces left from the battle, so it would be easy to find the location. Wante asked Sangwoo if there was anything else he wanted to ask. He just wanted to ask what he wanted to eat after I brought his sister back. Wante was surprised by this question. It showed confidence and affirmed Sangwoo's ability. Let's make some dishes ourselves. They prepared their swords and brought some potions. The clones started to depart. They entered the gate. Sangwoo also started to activate the fusion skill. Wante placed all his hopes on the young man in front of him this time. His fusion skill was executed quite well. They encountered a rather large snowstorm. Although his ability to withstand the cold was relatively good, he still could not escape this cold. After a while of struggling, everyone finally reached Odin Tower. But Sangwoo had a strange feeling. He could control number one's entire body. The fusion skill has now reached a new level. Sangwoo can not only share all senses with the clone but also have complete control over their bodies. It felt so real, as if he was actually moving. He would give orders about the locations the clones needed to go to. Okay, now let's go rescue Team 1. Looking at this solid ice wall, this was the reason why it was impossible for them to escape. It was completely blocked. How was this place created in the end? According to what was written on the paper, monsters would appear from the moment he entered the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, a monster did indeed appear. It was the ice bat. A clone quickly dealt with it. E-rank monsters will attack from the moment you enter, and they always attack in packs. So you have to pay attention to all 4 directions, and one of their characteristics is that there is always a leader in a pack of ice bats. It's the Ice Bat Lord, a D-rank monster. It bared its sharp teeth and wanted to eat Sangwoo. I'll deal with you directly. Just 1 slash, no second slash. I don't think it's that simple. Let's keep going. It's so cute, but it's not fun to fight. All the monsters don't have a good ending, even though they're all nothing. They have also gone 13 kilometers, so they're a quarter of the way there. As predicted, new monsters will also appear soon. Speaking of which, a giant monster came out of the cave with the voice of a demon. He raised his huge hammer and tried to beat Sangwoo to a pulp. He also quickly used his magic bullet skill. Number 3 will support from behind and number 2 from the front. The 2 sides began to fight, each with a child, neither side fighting for the others. The monsters were getting beaten up continuously. Everything seemed to be going well. If this continued, it would be easy to wipe them out. Suddenly the ground shook, and cracks appeared under everyone's feet, and everyone was in danger. Outside the camp, Wante is very worried about Sangwoo. Team 1 is the most elite attack team in the guild, and yet they still have trouble getting through there. Wante also set up a campaign to secretly infiltrate that place while avoiding fighting monsters as much as possible and rescue the team. The lowest rank requirement in that campaign was C rank. However, Hunter Sangwoo's growth rate exceeded his expectations. He thought Sangwoo had increased almost 20 points in most stats in just 6 months. His current stats had already reached the level of an B rank hunter. More importantly, Sangwoo's clones were also growing stronger. Their stats were lower than their masters, but their movements were superb. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they also possessed the abilities of an B rank hunter. The average rank of Team 1 was B rank. Wante believed that he alone was equal to the entire Team 1. If the Yolo Guild's warehouse wasn't raided, Sangwoo could have grown even more with the gems the guild had prepared. In this case, other than the ice golem mentioned in the report, there was no other monster that could stop him on the first floor. Wante also warned Sangwoo about the ice golem, so he'll avoid them and move along just fine. Though it's hard to get through without running into that damn monster. This one-eyed monster was the ice golem. Sangwoo tried to slash at it, but it had no effect at all. Oh no, the game was broken. Luckily he managed to escape before it could eat him, but the situation was pretty dire now. There was no way to deal damage to that monster if he couldn't slash it with this sword. The other small monsters were about to take the opportunity to charge forward, but the ice golem lifted them up with one hand and put them in its mouth, literally eating them. The Sangwoos who witnessed this event couldn't believe their eyes, then it continued to show its dirty hand towards them. Luckily, he ordered everyone to dodge immediately. They needed to quickly find the magic cores of these monsters. Where is its magic core after all? Even though I have seen it, the important problem is how to destroy it. His magic gun didn't even leave a scratch on it. Now that there was only one way left, Sangwoo ordered the clones to quickly get out of the attack range of that damn monster. However, number 5 was still blown away by it. The monster that defeated number 5 was the one holding the scroll that could teleport. Speaking of teleportation, Sangwoo suddenly thought of something. He ran towards it. The monster was preparing to put number 5 in its stomach. But this opportunity he also quickly teleported to get the scroll. The moment it clenched its teeth, the clones below all held their breath. Sangwoo successfully escaped death's door. What he just swallowed was not only number 5 but also the thing that would take his life. The monster exploded the moment it realized what was happening. This is the teleportation scroll of number 5. If he can't destroy its core, then he can only throw it somewhere else. Its core has been moved back to the barracks. Everyone there must be panicking. They don't know what this core is. So the golem was completely destroyed. His strength, health, defense, and mana stats all increased. Sangwoo's clone skill has been enhanced with clone, using energy to summon a clone that looks exactly like you. The number of clones you can summon increases depending on your level. The maximum number of clones you can summon is currently 7, with a cooldown available now. Seeing the notice board, Sangwoo was moved to tears, unlike the other skills. He couldn't find a way to increase the clone skill, but he wouldn't summon another clone at this time. Okay, let's continue on our way. Over here, a handsome hot boy with 6-pack abs is taking a shower. It's really hot to see. His subordinate sent him a list of people who had made appointments this month. He glanced through and noticed that none of them were in a guild in Korea. He felt so empty, something had changed. He asked his subordinates to reject everything and continue to hold the academy opening ceremony. On this side, the uncle at the hunting ground was helped by Sangwoo to escape and had the chance to enjoy this bowl of noodles. Senior Ji Gyunsok also understood, blaming him for not being able to contact Gapsu. The underling was captured by the Silvermoon gang, or rather, Haisheng handed him over to them. Ji Gyunsok thought his underling was lucky that he was able to escape from those bastards. He just said that he was helped. Gyunsok seemed to understand something. He didn't ask further. Anyway, it's okay. Chanwoo is quite busy. Please give him a hand. Suddenly there was a noise outside. Gyunsok opened the door, just opened it a little bit and got punched in the face. This uninvited guest is Chunsung, Park Gapsu, found him. So without further ado, who attacked my guild members at the hunting grounds? Answer carefully. This is the third person I've asked this question. The two guys before said they didn't know anything. Let's see if you don't know anything too. His bloody hands showed the end of the previous guys. The fat man was furious when someone made trouble in his house. He rushed forward to punch him, but Chunsung blocked it easily. He smiled with a defiant look on his face, showing off a lot, but I'm pretty good too. He said while using one hand to turn his opponent's arm around so that he could punch himself in the face. Next time, remember to calculate before you attack. I hate guys who act like this. Seeing the boss being beaten, Gapsu immediately came out to stop him. Wait, I'll go with you, please stop. Chunsung froze for 5 seconds, then slapped the guy. What the hell are you talking about? You mean I have to listen to you before you'll go with me? Oh, you probably think that guy got beaten up because of you, right? He got beaten up because he was stupid. Don't feel guilty about it. The more he talked, the more he tortured Gyunsok. Seeing his big brother being beaten to a pulp, Gapsu couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt down and said tremblingly, "Stop, I know who attacked the Silvermoon Guild. I know who it is, please have mercy." Chunsung was even more amused. He laughed with an ugly expression. Ha ha ha, see? I just need to scare them a little and there will be a good result. See what I said, right? Back at Sangwoo's place, they were still searching. He ordered everyone to slow down a bit at this section and be alert to their surroundings. It was strange that as time passed since the encounter with that monster, more and more bodies were lying along the road. It is understandable why they left the body here because it is very difficult to retrieve it. But he couldn't figure out who could have killed all these people. The team's location is right near their destination area. Sangwoo gave the order to the clones. From now on, we will trace the battle of the Vanguard group. They must be hiding somewhere near the place where the battle took place. The other side will check every day at 2 p.m., right? How many minutes do we have before we are suddenly attacked before we can finish our sentence? The color was flowing, but luckily Sangwoo was able to hold his hand. Then a monster rushed to attack. He didn't know what it was. Suddenly it appeared out of nowhere, maybe because of stealth skill. Then things got even more chaotic when a horde of such monsters also gathered here. That explained the corpses, which was why the assault team couldn't enter the dungeon entrance. Sangwoo and the others had failed to detect their presence earlier, and now the entire team was caught in their trap. He knocked the attacker away and slashed at the monster, pushing the whole team to the other side to counterattack. While they were fighting fiercely, they disappeared again, and now Sangwoo couldn't see them. His clones also had a hard time blocking the attacks from those bastards. It seemed easier to control the clone, so he started letting number 1 control his body and observe. He was able to block it thanks to the sound of the wind. They reacted to the sounds made by these monsters whenever they moved around. That's enough information gathering, you can clone them now. But that's not really necessary, Sangwoo still has a long way to go. Inside the alternate dimension where Yuna and her teammates are trapped. She looked very haggard. It was almost 2 p.m, they needed to check the situation outside. Yuna wondered if the rescue team was here today, would there be any more hope for everyone? She trembled, she knew that the 2 words hope would not come to them, today would be just like yesterday. Yuna was sure that the eerily silent ice field would welcome them once more. Suddenly she heard a sound. It seemed like this was a good sign for Team 1. Back to Sangwoo's fight, a monster at 3 o'clock and a monster at 9 o'clock. There were 2 of them. He thought he could do it if he held on a little longer. They look like they have super speed or great defense stats. On the surface they can be invisible, so they're not that dangerous, but there are too many of them. Sangwoo had to constantly dodge their attacks. Even if they are small injuries, they cannot be ignored when there are so many small injuries like this. The monsters kept coming, there were countless numbers, it was better to leave this place. He couldn't estimate there were hundreds or thousands of them around. Suddenly he saw Yuna's circle, which was the signal of the attacking team. Sangwoo immediately ordered his clones to run there. Yuna also saw a person outside, everyone also heard something. The whole team started to stir, there really was a human coming to save them. But this rescue is also strange, coming here also brought along a bunch of monsters. Sangwoo was overjoyed because he was about to be saved. Team 1 quickly got into position to rescue him, but in the end the rescuer was rescued by the trapped person. It was so backwards. The situation now cannot afford to waste any more time. The shield formed a protective circle for everyone, and the magic arrow skill was also activated. Countless arrows flew towards the monsters, thanks to them Sangwoo's side landed safely. Yuna quickly closed the entrance as the shield was removed. Sangwoo lay on the ground gasping for air. I am the rescue team of Attack Team 1. Although it is clear who saved who. Yuna asked if he was from the Kindness Guild or something. Well, that's true, but only half true. I am Jung Sangwoo. I am here at the request of the Kindness Guild president, Park Wante. So he still didn't abandon them. Yuna shouted, Seong Tae. Is it Seong Tae? Sangwoo guessed it was the guy with glasses who escaped with the teleportation scroll. He's alive, but as far as I know he hasn't woken up yet. Looking at Yuna's worried expression, he felt that this girl loved her teammates very much. I'm sorry about that, but I need to get out of here now. Captain Wante was waiting outside the gate to Odin Tower. He was anxious and fidgeting. Don't make him wait, it's too pitiful. Tell everyone to get out of here. I have the teleportation scroll with me. Yuna hesitated a bit, which made Sangwoo a bit confused. She should have been happy. Thinking back, it wasn't like that at all. There were 10 people who came in, but there should have been 9 people left. Yuna said tremblingly, I know it's embarrassing to ask you for this extra favor, but please help us one more time. One of them had died in this mission. They couldn't leave her behind in this god-forsaken place. Sangwoo thought to himself, so there are only 8 people left. I thought so too after hearing the report that they had 1 injured person. So there was a victim. He wondered what the hell happened. They were ambushed. The pastor of the team at the back was killed on the spot. The incident happened so suddenly, no one could do anything, only to torment themselves for not being able to protect her. When Sangwoo's side was ambushed, they also attacked him first. It seemed like they would attack the weakest person in the team. When So-na was attacked, Yuna opened the dimension immediately and ordered everyone to retreat. She wanted to fight too, but if something happened to her, there would be nowhere for her team to hide. They used a telepathic scroll to report back. It was so chaotic that they didn't notice a monster sneaking in. And in the end, the person who was attacked was Seong Tae. That was when they lost all the other scrolls of teleportation. If Yuna tries to escape, her dimension will close immediately, then the whole team will lose their safe haven. All supplies will be gone and everyone will be gone. Sangwoo asked where her comrade had fallen. It was quite far away. It was impossible to bring her back without avoiding the monsters. Because of her comrade's dead body, Yuna gave up on escaping and decided to stay here for 6 months. He couldn't just tell her to go home and leave her comrade here. Sangwoo decided to go there and bring her body back here right now. She and he also have one condition. The reason I am here is to save people, not to increase casualties. If I find it impossible, I will force everyone to escape. Second, only he and his clones can do it. Yuna protested, it was too dangerous. They were asking him to help while the team retrieved the body, not to risk his life. But don't worry, all the people here are not real people but just clones. Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, Chunsung attacked Junmo. He sat on him and pretended, I didn't expect that a hunter who dared to play with this would be under your association. Isn't being Haesong's enemy enough for you? Should he stay in hiding after being fired? He lifted his hand and began to question him. Now I ask you one last time, what is that bastard's name? Junmo clenched his teeth and did not say a word. Chunsung sighed and directly bent his hand. Junmo screamed in pain. Next will be the right hand. At this time, Gapsu also found Sangwoo's information sheet. My name is Jung Sangwoo, our Mr. Sangwoo lives in a very nice place around here. He ordered Gapsu to send some kids there, bringing Park Junmo along with them. Outside Yeon witnessed the incident. She didn't understand why the Silvermoon group was here. This incident was terrible. Junmo looked extremely miserable but still gritted his teeth and asked, why? What are you looking for Hunter Jung Sangwoo for? Well, your hunter kicked some of my kids' asses, that's one of the reasons. Ever heard of crystal gems? Junmo really didn't know what it was. Of course, you're known for being stubborn, so it was right that he didn't tell you. He stole all our crystals and ran away, got it? This is the victim. Yuhyun was very surprised when she heard that. They thought that Hunter Sangwoo had stolen the gems, while the one who did it all was her. On Sangwoo's side, he continued to explain about his clones. As you can see, my clones are not simply bodies created by illusion, so you don't need to worry about our lives. The plan would be as follows, number 4 and number 6 would hold the teleportation scroll and stay here to guard the entrance of this dimension. Number 2 and number 3 will go with him to retrieve his body and return. Okay, that's it, very simple, don't even think about going out. The only important thing right now is the safety of the attacking team. He knew everyone was strong, they were the kindest guild's raid team after all, but his responsibility here was to bring everyone back safely. But think again brother, people are complaining that you were the one who provoked a bunch of monsters and ran straight towards them, but anyway, you have a plan in place for when people can't help. Ha ha ha, and that's our plan now, so please trust me and wait here. Yuna couldn't say anything more, she reluctantly agreed. It's been 6 months since the gate incident, Sangwoo has been working on his stats like a god, so he poured a large amount of gems into his clones and obtained this skill. He opened the information panel, devoured a level 12 monster, absorbed the essence of a monster, had a 12% chance to absorb the monster's stats immediately upon death. Thanks to it, Sangwoo was able to achieve the stats that Guild Master Kindness wanted him to have. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Everything is ready, he will not hesitate to take any opportunity as long as it helps him become stronger. Sangwoo told number 4 to lend him the knife, then threw him the potion and the sword. As soon as they recovered the body, they immediately left with the others. Yuna reminded him, not sure if he noticed or not, but when no one was around, the monsters would stand still and wait even for days. So I'm pretty sure the monsters you attracted here are still out there, please be careful. She opened the door for him and the clones to go out. Sangwoo quickly found where the body was lying, they quickly rushed over at top speed. Inside numbers 4 and 6 stood guard at the gate, asking everyone to keep their distance from the entrance. Everyone in the team wanted to run out to help. Yuna as the team leader spoke up, up until now, we had only seen him running away from the monsters, but this place was 40 kilometers away from the dungeon entrance. This was not a place he could reach simply by running. For now, let's just trust him and wait here. He also said he has a plan in case he can't get through the gate with us. The only thing they can do now is hope that the plan will work. Outside, Sangwoo controls No. 1 and the clones are trying to fight the monsters. The difficulty is that they are invisible. But he had blocked it, he didn't know the exact location, but he was sure he had sensed something. They continued to charge forward and pierce through them. They were almost at the body when suddenly one of the clones was hit. The ones behind the shield circled around to the front and caught up with him, they were surrounded. The situation now forced Sangwoo to use medicine. After drinking the potion in one gulp, his body seemed to be strengthened, activating the magic bullet, firing a bullet filled with magic. One squeeze sent the monsters flying to heaven, surprising everyone. After clearing the path to the body, they could leave. However, due to the side effects, his body felt like it was about to explode, so he asked number 2 and everyone to come and get the body. Mana is continuously flowing into the body, it feels like it's about to explode. Before this body number 1 crumbles, he will try to attract the monster's attention so everyone needs to run away quickly. They successfully retrieved the body and rushed to the entrance. Number 4 immediately tore up the teleportation permit scroll. The teleportation team was worried that there was still someone trapped out there, however he was just a clone. Seeing everyone preparing to leave in Yuna's lingering appearance, number 1 smiled unconsciously, making an appointment with everyone in the other world. So the monsters exploded too. Notifications kept popping up, activating the monster devouring skill, absorbing the essence of the monsters you killed. Absorb the stats of the Ice Guardian, your strength has increased, your reflexes have also increased, your mana has increased, your cold resistance has increased. In the hospital room where Seong Tae is being treated, today is the day the rescue mission ends, the mission can also end. But he still couldn't wake up to be able to warmly welcome everyone with joy. Over here at the barracks, the teleportation gate is giving a signal to be used, it's the rescue team. A hand reached out, this image reminded Wante of the scene Seong Tae had at that time. He closed his eyes tightly, he clenched his teeth and trembled, not knowing what he would do if that happened again. Wante slowly opened his eyes, before his eyes was the image of his sister. He stood still for a moment, then tears of happiness flowed, you're back. Sangwoo also woke up, this was the first time he experienced the feeling of exploding himself, it was not a pleasant feeling at all. Yuna tried to act strong so that her brother wouldn't appear too weak in front of everyone, including her of course. Who do you think I am? Don't tell me you've been messing up the guild while I've been gone. Wante hugged his sister tightly with trembling hands. He cried because he missed her so much, happy that Yuna in the flesh was standing before him. At this moment, Yuna could no longer control her emotions. She also burst into tears. Brother, it's all my fault. She burst into tears. She thought that no one would come to save them. She was so scared. Thank you for coming back safely. The two brothers hugged each other and cried like rain. Thank you again and again. At this moment, Seong Tae also woke up after being in a coma for several days. Everything ended well. He happily checked his stats. Behind the two Wante brothers appeared, startling everyone. They came here to bow their heads to thank you. We have no words to express it. Sangwoo is addicted but shy. Don't be like that. Everyone raise your heads. I only accepted the quest because the requested reward was pretty good. But Sangwoo's favor is not over. Wante said to contact him if you have any trouble. They will help you no matter what. The Kindness Guild will be your strongest support with all our abilities, I promise. If he said so, just say okay to make him happy. Sangwoo handed the scroll back to Wante. He had used one scroll to destroy the ice golem and still had one left. Wante said he could keep it. He had planned to give it along with all the unused items from this expedition to Sangwoo. But this is the property of the Kindness Guild. Sangwoo would feel uncomfortable if Wante didn't take it back. Well, since that was what he was told, he had to accept it. It was a shame to return the scroll. What a waste. Yuna wondered, had he always been here? Yes, he was always busy controlling his clone with similar skills, but he had always been here. Yet Yuna thought they were all real people and that they had to lie down to calm themselves down. Wante couldn't believe such a skill existed either. He wondered how strong Sangwoo would become in the future. Meanwhile, he was still regretting returning the scroll. He should have just taken it. So everyone got out. Wante will be very busy when he gets back. He has to check everyone's health and prepare for the funeral. This loss made everyone think. Sangwoo's phone vibrated. The signal couldn't get through the gate, so now a flood of messages started pouring in. He was shocked when he received the news that Junmo had been captured by the Silvermoons. The address was also given. Sangwoo was furious. He shouted, I need to go to this place, now. Those bastard Silvermoon have already taken the manager from the GM guild. Wante didn't know why they had to do this. Sangwoo had gotten into a fight with them before. They were trying to take control of the hunting grounds he was on, so they were taking revenge. Wante gave him back the scroll from earlier, telling him to use this and go to them right away. Sangwoo was going to refuse the teleportation scroll, but Wante promised to help at all costs. In the Silvermoon area, they kept a tight guard. Yuhyun is also secretly following them. Why isn't that idiot replying to their messages? Suddenly one of them found her. He grabbed her by the neck and asked, who are you? What are you doing hanging around here? Just when I thought it was over, luckily Sangwoo's clone appeared just in time. Although he realized the danger, he could not resist. Sangwoo strangled him with all his hatred. Where is he? Where is our manager? Brother, how can he talk when you're choking him? Yuhyun said she knows where Junmo is. She will take everyone there. And now these two clones will take him to hell. The Silvermoon bastards took the manager into that warehouse. Some of them even walked around to guard the place. Sangwoo patted his chest and told the clones to wait here because it was very dangerous in there. It wouldn't be long before he brought Junmo back. Inside, Junmo was being tortured. Chunsung was still patient. There were many other guilds. YS? Well, that's right. There weren't many guilds that controlled the hunting grounds anyway. And then he asked himself the question and answered it like that. He turned to Gapsu and asked, is Jung Sangwoo coming? When will he arrive? Gapsu guessed it would be a few hours since he was quite far away from here. So in the meantime, they'll do some preparation first. But at this moment, the teleportation scroll in the pile of goods moved, and just a few seconds later, Sangwoo was here. You guys from the Silvermoon Guild. They thought it would take a few hours, but it happened so quickly. Gapsu found it strange that Sangwoo came alone. He heard there were also masked men. He volunteered to check around to see if anyone was hiding. Chunsung asked to capture them alive. Junmo worriedly shouted, Hunter, don't. But now he is helpless because he is seriously injured. Sangwoo was extremely angry. Wait a minute, manager. I will punish them for what they did to you. A kid who didn't have enough strength to do so rushed forward. Sangwoo quickly grabbed his hand. Then there was a crack. It broke. Then another one did not fare any better. Chunsung sighed helplessly at having to hire useless people. Sangwoo dealt with them one by one, walking forward proudly, his underlings already starting to tremble in fear. Chunsung spoke, our big brother, how should I say this? I guessed it. He said you guys would come save him and he wasn't wrong, right? But wait, I just want to tell you this. If you tell us where the crystal is hidden right now, we will let you two go. Sangwoo didn't understand what the hell he was talking about, what crystal, and what he did cross the line, so it wouldn't end well. Chunsung found it interesting. The person he was facing was indeed an arrogant brat. They found a few things when they searched his room and got some documents. He admitted that Sangwoo was very strong. Considering he was able to defeat their C-rank underlings, he had guessed he was C or B rank. The stats were also very good. With these, he guessed Sangwoo could defeat most of the hunters in this area. But your skill is clone, right? He knew all of those things. That's why he could fight them head-on without using any skills. Chunsung started laughing happily. His face was like a god. There are people like you, awakened but have a trash skill, and that's why you focus on stats like an idiot. You can't use any other means of attack other than rushing at your opponent like a moth to a flame, right? And I'm sure the masked men who followed you have the same weaknesses as you. I've realized that people like you have gathered into a group, all of them useless. Enough talk, check it out for yourself if you think these guys are weak. At this time, his clones also entered. They realized that the useless guys outside had also been destroyed, but Chunsung had already predicted this. He stood up quietly, sword in hand. At least there weren't many of you now. I really like the idea of defeating a bunch of idiots who didn't know their own limits. Sangwoo thinks this guy is really overconfident. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself and you will win every battle. So let's see how amazing his skills are. He started to disappear. His awakened skill was invisibility. Stealth is the ultimate skill that even the highest level detection skill cannot see. He was very pleased that sensing presence or sensing aura were all useless. With this skill, it eliminated all traces of him. You don't know your own strength and you still hang around challenging everyone. Do you have any experience dealing with this skill? You should prepare yourself to die. You guys won't be able to touch me. He was even openly despised by his clones. Sangwoo sighed in frustration. The war would end soon. Even if Chunsung were to be born again, he still wouldn't understand how Sangwoo's clones could capture him. What the hell? What the hell? I'm done for. He looks so handsome and cool, but he fell in just 3 frames. 3 of Sangwoo's old classmates were sitting around talking, and they mentioned him. Lately people have been unable to contact him. Sangwoo changed his phone number, not even a contact message. They heard some news that Sangwoo was working as a hunter. They didn't think he would continue working as a hunter because Sangwoo was too naive to do that job. I know, right? Even if someone crosses the line and teases him, he just laughs it off. Can you really kill monsters with that personality? It was because the two of them didn't understand how scary Sangwoo could be when he got angry. One time in 3rd grade, he got really angry. I was supposed to go back with Sangwoo but I was blocked by some thugs and robbed of my money. When Sangwoo saw me like that, he attacked those bullies. As a result, both of them were beaten to a pulp and he later learned that he had been robbed by the same gang before. Sangwoo still decided to fight back because he was angry seeing his friend being bullied like that. Those thugs must have been surprised that a kid they had once robbed would suddenly fight back like that. Despite his strange personality, he is extremely forgiving when it only involves himself, but if the people around him are involved, Sangwoo will be extremely angry. At this exact moment, he ordered his clone to deal with these guys and quickly take their manager to the hospital. Chunsung was scared and sweat was pouring down his face. How did you see me? I thought he would be confident in his abilities, but this idiot doesn't know. I just came back from slaughtering a bunch of monsters with skills similar to the one he possesses. Well, how do we deal with this? You're pretty good at spitting out nonsense in such a short amount of time. He was scared and begged for his life. He untied Junmo and showed off his presentation skills to this little guy. First of all, my skills aren't trash. I don't just train my physique. But you're right about one thing, my stats are pretty good. After that battle, the Ice Guardian's stats were absorbed, and the stats also increased greatly. After saying that, he punched him, not even letting him deny his last words. Chunsung took a punch, coughed up blood, and fell to the ground. One of them ran away, the rest were already taken care of. Sangwoo ordered the clones not to chase after him and to focus on getting the manager to the hospital immediately. Junmo was worried about Sangwoo, but he just said don't worry about me, go treat him first. It seems that Chunsung can still move. He looked miserable now, he still couldn't believe what had happened to him. This was ridiculous. Far from what he had read in the report, this power wasn't 19 and the others weren't weak either. It will be impossible to escape if caught by at least 2 clones. He tried to sit up, there was no way he could have increased his stats in such a short period of time. He was up to something. He suddenly saw the medicine bottle in his pocket. He laughed smugly. Well, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't think you could catch me or even react to my stealth skills. I've heard these excuses too many times, I won't make any more mistakes. He said as he slowly walked towards him, but Chunsung was no pushover. He thinks Sangwoo still hasn't seen all that he has. I don't want to see everything about a gay guy, I can still see pretty girls. Chunsung continued to fight. He thought it was impossible for the clones to see him without using tracking skills, but they still caught him. I don't want to believe it, but they must be predicting my position based on the movement of the air every time I move. So he decided to move faster so as not to make any sound so they wouldn't be able to sense it anymore. Looking at these movements, Sangwoo had to admit that he was very fast, truly an astonishing speed. He couldn't see him. Chunsung really had better reflexes than him. It seemed that the words he had just spat out were true, and this was to prevent the sound from coming out. I thought I had beaten Sangwoo, but unexpectedly Sangwoo gently lifted his armpit and Chunsung slipped and fell flat on the ground. He looked at the guy in front of him with dismay. Are you creating a cloud of dust to hide the sound of your movements? I can see you even more clearly now. But that guy smiled as if he had accomplished his goal. He had successfully taken the medicine bottle from my pocket. I knew there was something strange about you guys. Your stats are too different from what I found at the headquarters. The people who came with you must have used this to increase their stats, he said as he opened the medicine bottle. I kindly advised you not to take that medicine, but that idiot still took it. Well, your time has come, little brother. After drinking that potion, his strength increased dramatically and his muscles also bulged. He was pleased. I didn't hear what you said. I was busy increasing my strength just now, ha ha ha. So don't come back and blame me for not warning you. What a self-destructive move, taking medicine without following the doctor's instructions. His power shook the entire building, and he was still proud of his power. Excited to see his body change, his muscles grow, Chunsung was like, "What kind of medicine is this? My strength seems to have doubled, even the best medicine would hardly have such an effect." Confident that he had that power, he turned to threaten you, Jung Sangwoo, right? "If you tell me who made this medicine, I will only break 1 to 2 of your ribs and then release you." The situation now is that number 4 and number 5 are taking the manager to the hospital. Sangwoo has to deal with him with only number 2 and number 3. The other guy started drawing his sword, and the fight officially began. He charged with all his confidence. This power made it easy for him to take down the 2 clones. Then he attacked Sangwoo. Although he was very strong, he still possessed the power given by that potion, so it was difficult to defend. He was hit by a blow, the sword smoked. Chunsung was even more pleased. He kept laughing. Strange. After seeing this scene, you still don't understand your current situation? It seems you didn't understand what I meant when I said I read your entire file. You think all I read or consulted were just numbers. I have other plans. Yes, and their plan is to attack his family. The underlings quickly took down the hunter guarding the door. This was where Sangwoo's family lived. They dragged a bunch of them up there. You know his temper. Hurry up and finish the job. His parents were surprised to have someone come at this hour. He immediately opened the door. Chunsung both attacked and played psychological tricks. Fighting that involves family, this guy is not a decent person at all, too cowardly. He rushed forward and attacked crazily. The clones tried to stop him but failed. "If you touch me, you can touch my family, you can do it." He was like a beast seething with hatred. This power was stronger than all the strongest skills. One sword was enough to split this house in half, and his 2 swords were also shattered. Chunsung couldn't be carefree anymore. He quickly activated his attack skill and rushed to punch him. Sangwoo was immediately hit and sent flying very far away. His clones were also distracted and were continuously attacked by him. One by one, no one could resist. He had to admit the effectiveness of this drug was terrifying. Yuhyun just dared to peek nearby. "Did you lose? You were so cool just now." "Shut up, I'll win." "Who is that man next to you? He ran here and charged at me just now. Luckily this guy knocked him down." Chunsung's expression was now filled with nothing but confidence, completely different from the pleading look he had not long ago. He asked her to run away immediately, and he would continue to fight. The other guy seemed very sympathetic to his enemy's resilience. "You still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? Is it a joke that I called someone to your house?" What Sangwoo was waiting for right now was the moment the side effects of the medicine came. The other guy still didn't know that death was about to knock on his door. He opened his phone and showed him the evidence that their underlings had come to threaten his family. "Hello, are you there yet? Get his parents' fingers and send them to me." It was at this moment that the drug's time ran out. His muscles began to burn. He didn't know what was happening to his hand. Then his whole body collapsed, without any strength left. Finally, it's time to go to hell. He stood up calmly. "Didn't I tell you, you shouldn't drink that?" Now that Chunsung is as lame as a cripple, his last hope is to ask his underlings to take Sangwoo's family hostage right now. He's come this far and still talking big. "You bastard, if you touch me your whole family will die, and the antidote, give me the antidote quickly." Despair doubled. The other end of the phone said wrong number. The truth is that those henchmen were all taken care of by the kindness group. The kindness people arrived there first and informed his parents that their son had successfully completed the mission and was on his way back to Korea. In front of him, he was calm as if nothing had happened, but next to him, he was tightly squeezing the mouth of a Silvermoon gang underling. His head felt like it was about to explode. If he had squeezed any harder he would have probably gone. After finishing everything, he asked permission to leave immediately. "And you guys come with me, then there will be a conversation like that." So that's it, it's all done in a simple way. Now there was no hope for Chunsung anymore. He could only scream in despair, "Useless, miserable trash. Well, I've said enough so far, it's time to say goodbye to this life." His body began to react. He trembled like a walking skeleton. Sangwoo gently reminded, "From now on if you want to live then you should use your strength to breathe." Then he picked up his skinny arm and said, "Listen, don't touch the people around me." As he spoke, he broke it like a chicken leg. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. Junmo in the hospital was also given first aid. Sangwoo came to visit the patient. He didn't go through the main door but preferred to go through the window, and it was a 5th floor window. It turned out that the hospital was past visiting hours, so he had to break in like a thief. He asked about the manager's condition. Thank goodness healer was there at the time, so they said I only needed to wear the cast like this for 1 to 2 weeks. "Anyway, Hunter, what's with that blood? Are you hurt?" Sangwoo wiped the blood off his cheek and said he was fine. He was fully recovered now. He has amazing healing abilities and Junmo doesn't have to worry about Silvermoon anymore. They won't dare do something like that again. Sangwoo was wondering whether to re-evaluate his rating. His rank increased and he was recognized for saving people in the gate accident, but then he was not re-examined. He just wanted to increase his stats and earn money to pay for his sister's expenses, but he had no interest in strength and power, so what made him change his mind so suddenly? Sangwoo thought that he just needed to do well. He also didn't care about people looking down on him because of his low ranking, but after experiencing what just happened, he changed his mind. Sangwoo showed determination. If he was an A-rank hunter or stronger, the Silvermoon Guild wouldn't dare do this. And he also didn't dare to think about attacking the JM agency office. That was why he wanted to request a recheck of the rating. Junmo said if Sangwoo really wanted to move up in the rankings, it would be helpful for his agency and they would be extremely grateful for it. Just having a high-ranking hunter would make the agency's position more solid, and for Sangwoo as a hunter, this was the best way to prove his abilities. However, it will attract a lot of attention, so situations like this may continue. The decision was up to Sangwoo. He was a bit hesitant, but once he made a decision, it wouldn't change. So he applied for the hunter ranking assessment at the center. His current rank is E, his skill is clone. The staff asked if he came here alone. Normally people take the test in groups. Sangwoo knew he would ask that, just like what Jumo said yesterday. Usually people will see if they can take on a monster on par with them when they go together as a group. If there is a C-rank monster, then a C-rank hunter should form a team to fight it, so that means that normally the monster will be stronger than the hunter. In a one-on-one fight that is true, but that is not true for him. He can do it alone. Sangwoo's skills can form an invincible team. The staff side, then you need to kill a monster of a higher rank than you and collect evidence to prove your ability. You can send a message to the association security to have them acknowledge your hunt and then come back here to re-evaluate your rank. Sangwoo proposed that he would skip the test for D, C, and B ranks at the same time. The staff member was visibly panicked. Who was this kid? Was he trying to pick a fight with me? He even said he would take the exam alone? Sorry, but you can only take the promotion test at the level above you, so you can't do that. Ahihi, well then, I guess it'll take a while. Which monster should I kill to get promoted to D rank? The monster that appeared in the D rank promotion test was a mermaid. It had good defense and was stronger than humans, so bullets had no effect. He looked down on him, thinking that Sangwoo wouldn't be able to do anything with that lame clone skill. Being asked too many questions made the employee angry. In all his years of working, he has never encountered a case like this. Let's see if he can do it. He'll probably come back and ask me to cancel the subscription. Sangwoo sat on the waiting chair, looking at his phone, reading documents, scratching his head and ears, yawning for 2 hours. He was still sitting there, making the employee unable to hold back anymore. Why hadn't he gone hunting yet? Seeing Sangwoo stand up, I thought it was the start, but unexpectedly he turned back, or cancelled the registration. But he just gently said 3 words, I'm done, made that guy doubt life. Isn't that surprising, my friend? Sangwoo said he's done with the mermaid, and he has evidence with him. Please register me as a D-rank hunter. The clerk had no idea what the kid was babbling about. Little did he know that Sangwoo's clone had already finished off the monster while he just sat there looking at the sky, trees, and girls for 2 hours. What nonsense was he talking about after sitting there drinking coffee? He still couldn't believe it, because he hadn't left to go hunting yet. Sangwoo confidently told him to check first. He was sure that the team from the hunting ground had already sent a confirmation message. The staff hurriedly checked. Confirmation was indeed received. He still didn't believe it and had to call the Fire Spa hunting ground security team directly. Hello, this is the Fire Spa hunting ground security team. How can I help you? I'm from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm again whether it is true that Hunter Jung Sangwoo caught 5 mermaids or not. The guard started checking and announced, yes, it's confirmed, I checked it myself. There's even a recording of him coming here. I don't know why both the member and the commander are named Sangwoo. The employee's first shock was the system broken, or had he bribed the guard at the hunting ground? He hadn't even left this place. Sangwoo hurriedly asked if he had confirmed the news. At this point, there is no room for doubt. He said he would promote Sangwoo right away, even though this was really impossible. He also thought that Sangwoo must have done something illegal. After this, he would immediately report it to the headquarters. So Sangwoo was promoted to D-rank hunter. D-rank done, next is C-rank. That night, Yeon took out the bag containing the crystal she had hidden. She remembered telling Sangwoo the truth. Yeon felt very guilty. Because of her, the Silver Moon Guild attacked the JM organization, and she admitted that she was the one who stole their crystal from the hunting grounds. Yeon didn't expect things to turn out this serious. She thought Sangwoo would hate her for what he had gone through because of her mistake, but Sangwoo said it wasn't Yeon's fault. The reason they did that was because they thought I was the one who took the gems and tried to harm my family and the organization. This is a matter between the Silver Moon Guild and me, so you don't need to worry. The root of this matter is the gem. It's a problem between me and the Silver Moon Guild, and I also think you didn't steal it just for fun. He didn't know what the Silver Moon and Haesong guilds had done to her, but he wouldn't judge Yeon's problems as trivial or anything, and she didn't need to apologize. Yeon trembled as she carried the bag of gems and ran as fast as she could. Okay, this is a matter between me and them. Back to Sangwoo, everyone in the center was surprised that he had achieved both C and B rank. Maybe that was enough for today. The employee was like, what the hell is this? The person beside him was Jumper. Only he knew about Sangwoo. Last time Sangwoo had applied for a duplicate certificate to enter the hunting grounds. Jumper said the doctor was so excited when he told everyone about him. He was drooling and said he had never seen anything like his skills. Actually, I'm quite surprised that he's been quiet until now. Is it because he has a low rank? In just one day, he went from E rank to B rank. The Hunter website must be crazy now. They should be asking for his autograph. A week has passed and a lot has changed. Articles about his rank up hacking or the fastest rank up of all time are getting a lot of attention. The Hunter website side is equally excited. And Sangwoo also received a reward from the Kindness Guild. It had so many zeros that he had to scream his head off. 5 billion was added to his account. Yet Wante said this was just payment for completing that mission. Agent Kong just said it was a contract, but he didn't think it would be worth this much money. Wante said you should take it. If it weren't for you, no one would dare take that job. Let's talk when we have time. Team 1 misses you a lot. Fortunately, he will no longer have to worry about hospital treatment fees from now on, although he can still pay for centralized treatment fees with the money he earns. But with this amount of money he could remember a level 5 healer. If Sangwoo sees him, he'll kneel down and beg like crazy. After Kong Chunsung's complete defeat, the guild master Guqian went crazy. He thought he would be useful since the Haesong guild sent him. There was no point in receiving gems from Yolo anymore, no one was working for them anymore, and if the kindness guild was involved, it would be too dangerous. He decided to destroy all evidence. Yes, but with Miho here, my brother is done for. Guqian's face darkened, and he hurriedly explained, I think we have a slight misunderstanding, let's talk first. But his cunning face would never be able to endure such humiliation. He intended to use his fist to speak. But it's over in 3 seconds, don't open your mouth without my permission. The next day, at the Kindness Guild's headquarters tower, Junmo was discharged from the hospital and went to see Wante. The doctor told him not to move much for a while. After all, he had heard that someone had protected Hunter Sangwoo's family. The favor thing shouldn't be talked about here. Junmo once said that the people who ambushed him were from the Silver Moon Guild, but that's not all. Junmo asked Wante if he knew Hunter Kong Chunsung. He was the main culprit of this incident. He was also the vice president of the Silver Moon Guild. Wante had also heard that Sangwoo had made it impossible for him to recover from his current state, but surprisingly, that Chunsung Hunter was actually one of the hunters that Junmo had managed when he worked for the Haesong Guild. That means Kong Chunsung is part of the Haesong Guild. The relationship between Haesong and Silver Moon is clear, but whether the Haesong Guild is involved in this is unknown. At this time Miho also appeared. She mentioned Dep. Those Silver Moon bastards created the crystal stone, then offered to sell it to Haesong Guild, and it wasn't a real crystal stone anymore. She handed Wante a document, then turned to greet Junmo. She went to the Silver Moon Guild to investigate, but still kept Guqian's dog life and will soon hand it over to him. Wante wondered what Dep was. It was a body-enhancing drug. Miho knew something was fishy. There was no way a B-ranked guild like Silver Moon could create crystal stones without help. The Haesong society is deeply involved in this matter, which means it's extremely dangerous. Hunters' activities became legal only after the Great Flood ended, and soldiers took control of the hunting grounds, taxes were levied on hunting income, and other things like buying monster drops were legalized, so the hunters' jobs seemed to have become more stable, but not everyone agreed with that. Some hunters protested against the registration and restrictions on hunting, and broke away and formed their own society. Just like that, unlicensed hunters make illegal deals using weapons and information to protect their income. Yuhyun excitedly brought the stolen crystals back. She really hoped that these crystals could be sold for a high price as soon as possible. But he betrayed her. He sent people to arrest Yuhyun. They threatened his family's life, so he had no other choice. A rough man nearby saw the commotion and stepped in. He was like, I don't know who you are, but do you know who my dad is? And before I could finish my sentence, he punched me. Luckily Sangwoo arrived in time before they took her away. He had promised to help her with this. This plan to sell precious soda was also proposed by Sangwoo. He was sure they would take the bait. At an unknown location, the staff member was checking the person of Shin Haesong, the president of the Haesong Guild. He said jokingly, don't you find it funny? Checking the body of a respectable A-rank hunter. Do you think he'll carry a gun or something? He also said in a very provocative tone, do you think I need a weapon? Or should I do something? Haha, just teasing you a little. After the check was over, he was allowed to enter the door, where a mysterious person known as the Prophet was waiting. The woman knew what he was here for, but the answer would not change. That person advised him to give up even if he was not satisfied with his current life. He was a stubborn man. Haesong believed that anyone with power, even politicians, would kneel before him. Everything was going smoothly for now. There was no way he would give up. The Prophet said that his life's destiny had changed, more specifically, that someone had changed it. He is too big, want to know the name of that person. But that person also did not know. It was not just 1 or 2 people. After dealing with the masked man, he asked him to tell him the phone password, but the stubborn guy refused and even said kill me. Oh, how barbaric. I can't do that, but I'll hand it over to the guy who just got punched by him. It seems they're so angry, they don't even know if he'll die peacefully at their hands. The result was clear to everyone. Sangwoo used his phone to call the captain of Haesong's Team 1, Jinnik, big brother, I have the stone, good, bring it to base 3, oh, but why is your voice different today? This guy didn't suspect much, just warned, don't let anything happen to the Dep production, our manager is upset about what the Silvermoon guys did. After finishing the call, he returned the iPhone 15 Pro Max to the bald guy, not forgetting to say thank you, we will return these stones to you, take them, but in exchange, can you tell me the location of the factory? The bald head objected, he would lose his life if he spoke, but if he didn't, he would still be butchered by the 2 men. Bastard, if you don't do what you promised, I won't kill you like I promised. Haha, this weak heart can't see this horrible thing, I'm going home. As expected of a war god, the emperor threatened the child, but in the end he finally spoke. This intimate conversation was recorded. He told Yuhyun to send it to him with the same location as the factory. She was very shy, thanking him for helping her like that. Oh yeah, I heard your skill is cloning, right? I saw the news, so that's why the people around you look so much like you. Sangwoo thinks she doesn't care much about other people. But when asked what the name of the person in front of him was, he still didn't know. Call someone's daughter a medicine woman, change it back immediately. My name is Yuhyun. Yuhyun wondered where the clones were, at the barbecue restaurant of course, After so many days of winning the war for capitalism, they finally got to taste meat. Poor thing. He had to bite more rocks than meat. Just eating a piece of meat made him think of the cow crying at the slaughterhouse. What a compassionate clone. I felt so sorry for him that I took another bite. The meat was as crispy as noodles. The recording of the call was listened to by Junmo. He knew that this voice belonged to the captain of the first team, Haesong Shin Jinik, the beloved son of Shin Haesong. So they determined that Haesong was involved with the crystal jade. In short, Haesong has 5 sources of jade supply, of which the Silvermoon Guild has almost disbanded, leaving 4 other places. All of them are similar to the Silvermoon Guild, at least B-rank guilds. However, they could not bring down Haesong with this evidence alone, even though creating jade was illegal. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to do so. The Haesong Society doesn't produce it on its own, and they're backed by the Korean Hunter Association. Even if they are put in jail, they will be released soon. All that can be done now is to plan carefully how to handle this. Wante reminds Junmo not to go out alone. They will soon send bodyguards to protect him. As for Sangwoo's brother, there's no need to be careful. No one can touch a hair on him. Junmo texts Sangwoo to inform him that he listened to the recording and discovered that jade is the ingredient to produce a drug called DEP. Although I don't know what DEP is, it sounds dangerous. Don't go out for the time being. Stay in your room. After that incident, the JM office was relocated. Junmo had rented an entire floor. The truth was he had been planning to move for a long time. It was just that this time the Silvermoons helped him move a little earlier. Then the 2 big kids started to get cocky. We're going to be the nation's #1 office soon, right? Isn't the nation's #1 office a bit small? Yes, we have Hunter Jung Sangwoo who can easily defeat a B-rank hunter. There is also a room specially designed for Ian. She was amazed at the room before her. It was equipped with all the most advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing technology. Junmo had worked very hard to prepare it. Most of the equipment has been moved here. If she needs anything, just ask. Yuhyun can also live, eat and sleep comfortably in the other room. Yuhyun said thank you, so he knew this girl had nowhere else to go. Suddenly Junmo received a phone call. Not knowing who called, he just panicked and told Sangwoo to come to the hospital immediately. At the same time, in the Silvermoon Guild's archives, old Haesong asked for someone to come forward, and from this dark lump immediately emerged a mysterious person. He asked about Guqian's whereabouts. He was locked in the basement of the Yolo Guild. All documents related to DEP were also taken. The mysterious man gave him the mask of the unfortunate bald man. According to what they had discussed with the others, JM probably knew the location of the factory. Haesong angrily took out 2 bottles of medicine and gave them to the other guy, knowing what to do. If they want DEP so badly, then let them have it, even though it's not perfect. In the basement of the Yolo Guild, Guqian was tied up. He was surprised when the other guy appeared before him. But the director didn't send him to save him, but to inject that drug into him even though it hadn't been tested yet. Guqian reluctantly became the helpless guinea pig. Wante and Miho were walking nearby. He said he was going to get information from Guqian. Are you sure it's not because you're worried that I might be kidnapped? But it was more appropriate to worry about the kidnapper. At this moment, Miho's sensitive nose smelled something burning. The Yolo headquarters was on fire. The 2 quickly rushed there. The gatekeepers were injured. There was a monster that appeared in the basement that even a B-rank hunter couldn't stop. That means its power is at least a rank. This makes no sense since there are no portals nearby, so where could it have come from? Suddenly Miho realized that the ugly monster in front of her was Guqian. The other guy quickly went to inject the next target, Chunsung. Sona arrived in time. She didn't know what he was going to do to the guy on the bed, but he wasn't allowed to make a mess in the hospital. So he turned the needle straight towards her neck. Sangwoo stopped him in time. Only doctors and nurses are allowed to use needles in hospitals, bro. Then he immediately attacked, leaving him no time to react. On this side, Wante is also trying to deal with this mutant hunter. Its power is truly terrifying. With just one strike of it, the entire ground split in 2 and buildings shook. The Guqian guy used to be a hunter above B rank. Judging from those scars, Miho was pretty sure. It seemed like he had suddenly appeared from the guild's basement as well. Wante thought to himself, turning a human into a monster and it becomes even stronger, is that possible? If it really was Kong Guqian, then Haesong was planning to take care of the Silvermoon gang. This meant that Kong Chunsung, who was being treated in the hospital, was also in danger. Sona was also at the hospital and saw a suspicious person, so she contacted Junmo. Their mission now is to finish this monster. Miho aimed straight at the monster's chest and hit it, but its body was elastic like rubber. The bullet had no effect. It intended to raise its dirty fist to hit her. But Wante gently shook his hand, followed by a crescent-shaped slash. The 2 swords combined, and at this moment, they were certain that the person in front of them was Kong Guqian. He was even using a skill. The mutant monster screamed coldly and dangerously, but only 3 seconds later it fell silent. The appearance of the Sun Guild master, Kim Il-gun, sent this noisy monster to its death with a single sword strike. He needed an explanation for this chaos. In the hospital, the fight between Sangwoo and the masked man continues. He is quite surprised that Sangwoo can know he is here. Someone teleported into the hospital and you think no one will notice, Sona said as she activated her fire skill, but he easily destroyed it. That's not good, using fire, you can't do that in the hospital. But a guy who brought a needle into the hospital without permission has no right to say these words. Take a kick from me. Thanks to Sangwoo's quickness, Sona was also safe. He immediately set off when he heard the news. Luckily the new office was right next to the hospital. Now he understood why someone like Chunsung was beaten to such a pulp. Sangwoo was indeed very strong. And the clones have arrived, but after being so full, can they fight? The guy in front of him wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't risk rushing into such a crowd. I'll see you again soon, there's a lot of darkness around here anyway. For example, the mana absorption unit was right below us. It seemed like he was aiming for my sister. Sangwoo was furious and wanted to slash him, but he quickly disappeared. Everything ended pretty quickly after that incident. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was dealt with by the 3 leaders of the 3 major guilds, Sun Guild, YOLO Guild, and Kindness Guild. After the 2 heard about everything, Kim Il-gon tried to handle everything. However, the accident was known to the public as a normal monster rampage from a fast gate and Gyuchol was recorded as a missing person. That was also because they could not volunteer an explanation for Gyuchol's disappearance. The YOLO gang's confinement in the basement prevented Miho from telling everything. Although it was a bit late, they found the location of the treasure and went there, but everything was gone. Everyone involved with the crystal was also missing and only the machines were found. There were several reports of monsters appearing in the middle of the city, but all information about it was taken down after a while. Those monsters were also quickly defeated by hunters and people completely forgot about them. Everything was considered a mystery and the unidentified monster hunting campaign ended. After the incident with the Silvermoon Guild, Sangwoo couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to find a bodyguard, even though it would reduce the effectiveness of hunting. Safety had to come first. But they don't have enough money to hire anyone, they are still poor. Sangwoo will use the clone method to work as a bodyguard. 1 will stay at Sangwoo's house, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the JM organization, and the 2 will continue hunting and training. Junmo wondered if he couldn't summon 7 clones after leveling up, but Sangwoo would have to send 1 clone, and the kindness group would help them. He would be taken to a familiar place, which was the Odin Tower. This clone will be tasked with squeezing the speaker out to attract the monster's attention. The monsters drooled at the sight of the delicious human without weapons. Once he gets them all together, he'll take the medicine and shoot off fireworks together. Thanks to that, Sangwoo still has food without working. If he farms like this, he will probably reach the top of the server very quickly, but Sangwoo's clones also have a hard time. Today is the day of the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in Korea. The Academy's principal Won Hak-soo is giving a speech, thanking you all for coming. This Hunter Academy was built to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters, equip them with skills for a price to increase the chance of monsters dropping items. No matter how bad your skills are or how low your level is, if you study other hunters and train with them, you will have enough confidence to enter the hunting grounds. The person who shows the best performance at the end of the school year will receive this elixir. At the gym inside the gymmer's facility, Sangwoo lifts weights to practice. He sighed and thought, none of them are over a ton. Sorry, but with that much weight the floor will collapse. You can go to Mana Rainforest Gym, I understand. Sangwoo picked up more weights but felt it wasn't enough. So boring, there was no simulation at all. The principal appeared on TV to announce that Principal Hak-soo had announced the opening of the Hunter Academy and said that the application period for the Korean branch was in December. In addition, the academy was giving points to low-ranked hunters and hunters with little skill to encourage them to join. Sangwoo said absent-mindedly, "Where is the control? The manager has such a strange hobby, I didn't think he would open the news." On TV, the announcement continued. Principal Hak-soo surprised many people when he said that the prize for the winner at the academy was a precious elixir. Only then did Sangwoo look up. Based on the results, all students in the academy had the chance to receive the elixir. It was a huge incentive for students to show their full potential. He exclaimed in surprise, "Elixir." The Korean national anthem resounds, though the East Sea dries up and the Baekdu Mountains wear away, heaven will protect us, long live our motherland. The voice resounded far and wide, the magnificent mountains and rivers stretched for 3,000 li, covered with hibiscus flowers. The Korean people will forever walk the Korean path, preserving our truth. The pine tree on top of Namsan Mountain stands firm in the wind and rain as if wearing armor. The golden eyes absorbed the lyrics, and so did our rebellious spirit. It watched every move. The autumn sky was clear and blue, thousands of miles high, not a cloud in sight. The bright moon in the heart still had an intact shape. With that much spirit in mind, let us give our loyalty, love our country and hardship or happiness, Hunter Academy. Sangwoo was quite surprised and turned to the 2 people behind him and asked, "Really, the matter of getting the elixir at the academy?" Sangwoo's partner replied, "I was surprised too. I went to check and yes, they brought out the miracle drug as a prize for the competition between students around the world." Sangwoo recounted, "I heard from the branch, so the academy has branches all over the world. Moreover, the reward is a miracle drug. How can just one student do that?" Sangwoo's partner continued, "It wasn't just the academy, it was founded by the Enlightenment Organization, led by Jumper. Here the image of the head of the organization appears, it is also one of the big corporations." Sangwoo wondered, why would the world's largest corporation do that? Actually, his partner was wondering the same thing, which was strange. It all started with their goal of bridging the gap between low-level and high-level hunters. He speculated that they were trying to reduce casualties when a disaster struck by improving the normal hunter's ability to deal with monsters. Not only were the hunters strong, the lower the rank, the less skilled the hunter. Sangwoo leaned back in his chair and spoke his thoughts. "I think I heard it on the news too, but I'm currently at rank B. If I had known this would happen, I would have raised my rank later." The partner continued, "Of course, your current rank is too high, but it will be fine, you can meet the other preferential conditions." Sangwoo's face turned pale as the other person taunted him, Had he ever bragged about his useless skills? The two argued, making Yin laugh. What do you mean? I have more than 10. Sangwoo didn't stop there. Listing, heavy attack, marksmanship, and magic bullets were all rank F, all basic skills. The partner walked over and patted Sangwoo on the shoulder. F-rank hunters usually have 20 skills. When you reach B rank you should have an average of 70 skills. That means, the amount of skills you currently possess. The partner intentionally teased Sangwoo while he was angry. That was your advantage when you entered the school, hunter. Sangwoo begged in frustration. Stop, okay. The words hurt Sangwoo deeply. His partner explained further, and because he was a foreigner, he folded his arms and analyzed, so the so-called donation-based admission system could even be applied to him. Sangwoo was surprised. A donation-based admission system. The colleague asked again, do you still have kindness's reward? Night at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy. The principal's voice rang out with laughter, welcoming. Principal Hak-soo of the academy warmly welcomed. It was an honor to meet a famous person. Beside Principal Hak-soo, someone spoke up. What do you mean, a celebrity? I have to thank you for accepting me. Hak-soo still clapped his hands in welcome. So humble, he added another rebuttal. Why are you so humble when you spent 2.5 billion won for the benefit of this school's students? Sangwoo forced a smile. I'm also happy to help the school achieve some admirable goals. He wondered silently, admission by money, what a strange system. I think that can only happen because this academy has the same form as other universities, but it does not receive the same treatment as a national university. Not stopping there, he was thinking hard, thanking the manager for his negotiation skills. He had settled on a price of 2.5 billion won, but even if he had 5 or 10 billion to have the chance to touch the miracle drug, surely anyone would spend it. Despite the surrounding gazes, he silently analyzed. In addition, according to the policy of promotion for low-rank awakened people, the average rank of the students here is based on Fey verbs, with rank D being the highest. Some people saw Sangwoo and whispered, isn't that Jung Sangwoo, that guy with the clone skill? But Sangwoo didn't care. He still walked with the thought, there was no one here that he could consider an opponent. He told himself, even if he was easy to eat in class, he still had to finish the end of the year exam. There was an announcement. Our academy is honored to receive 2 B-rank students from the first year. Sangwoo suddenly stopped and paid attention. He turned to the principal with a surprised expression. As he spoke, the principal smiled and replied, young Master Jung Sangwoo probably doesn't know that there's a rank B hunter who also came here by donating like you. Sangwoo gaped as he listened to the principal's explanation. I can't say who, but that hunter is as famous as you. After saying that, Principal Hak-soo laughed loudly. Sangwoo secretly confirmed, so he has a rival. First class, nice to meet you all. I'm teacher Kong Hee-sok. I'll be teaching everyone the basic elements of magic. The lecture echoed throughout the hall. Everyone would probably curse me. If I were teaching on the first day right, then I would simply announce the schedule and we would start next week. Sangwoo sat there in silence, thinking, I like it because there are no rivals. Still confused and wondering, but there was another one like me. Who the hell was that? It was useless for a high-rank hunter to come here. Moreover, a rank B. The guy shrugged. Whatever, I'm not really interested in the hunter industry. When I get top 1, it doesn't matter what anyone says. After the class ended, Mr. Hee-sok said goodbye to everyone and left the classroom. That's it for today. See you all next week. The orange-haired girl shouted loudly to announce that there's a freshman party tonight, so come to Goryang's bar near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 o'clock. Sangwoo heard that and thought, freshman party, they should call this a university. Sangwoo paused and wondered, wait, could there be a B rank there? Sangwoo's eyes lit up as if he realized something. Make your own choice, should you go see it? At a bar on a Korean street, everyone was excitedly raising their beer glasses. Everyone surrounded Sangwoo and asked, really, you saved everyone at the teleportation gate disaster with a baseball bat? Sangwoo was suppressed by the curious people and softly replied, yes, that's right. Someone asked again, I heard you killed a B-rank monster there. He could only helplessly answer the question, no, I was defeated. A girl shouted, Oppa destroyed the Silvermoon Guild. He coldly replied, I have nothing to say. The girl pleaded, please let us see the clone. The man in yellow beside him was jealous. He was really upset. They were hunting somewhere right now, so it was not possible. Sangwoo raised his hand to signal for order and said, everyone, please calm down a bit. Besides me, is there anyone else with B rank in the academy? They were stunned by his question. Besides me, is there anyone else with rank B in the academy? They looked at each other. There was another B rank. I don't know. Another B rank also came in. Sangwoo heard that and stroked his chin firmly. It seemed like they didn't know either. Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. Sangwoo looked at his phone thoughtfully. All the articles online were about him. What was his purpose in hiding from me? And it also seemed like he wasn't coming here. Sangwoo walked quietly on the street, going home. From afar there were footsteps silently following. He walked up to ask, sorry, like a freshman going this way? Sangwoo turned around and replied, yes, that's right. It's not over yet, so let's go in. The man asked Sangwoo, why are you leaving? Sangwoo sighed, well, I don't know anyone, so I guess I'll just go home. Suddenly Sangwoo stopped, eyes wide. Wait, his voice. The man made a gesture of removing his hat, his long, silky hair falling across Sangwoo's face. A soft voice, you know me, right teacher? So it was Haeyeon. It's been 6 months since I last saw you. Sangwoo couldn't help but be surprised to see her again. Haeyeon? She was a little disappointed. What do you mean? I'm also a student of this academy. Sangwoo was also a bit surprised that she appeared here. Why? Did you fail Jongguk University? But Haeyeon changed the subject. It's really cold, I want to drink something while we talk. Sangwoo was helpless and felt a little relieved. Look at her, they both went to a small bar. The bartender immediately brought out a glass of water and said to her, here's your purple rain. The color of the water was quite eye-catching, making Haeyeon exclaim, it's really beautiful. Sangwoo immediately blamed her, you just graduated, don't invite me to drink. Haeyeon immediately acted like she didn't understand what he meant. What did he mean? I should ask him to buy me some wine since I just graduated. Haeyeon was about to enjoy her drink when Sangwoo questioned her. His face was serious as he asked her, how was the entrance exam, did you fail? Haeyeon's face remained calm as she replied, of course I was accepted. The teacher knows how to teach me very well. Sangwoo still didn't understand a bit, so why did he come to this academy? She looked at him and smiled. I told you my dream was to become a hunter. Haeyeon continued to answer his question. I went to college because my family wanted me to, so I decided to become a hunter right after my graduation leave. But then, the Hunter Academy was established. I convinced my parents to let me do what I wanted since I got into the university they wanted. Sangwoo was a bit surprised and asked her, what did they say? The drink just now seemed quite delicious, which made her want to order another drink and then answer his question. Another drink please. They said it was dangerous and a few other things, but after a few days of arguing they agreed. After telling everything, Haeyeon wanted to hear Sangwoo's story more. When it was the teacher's turn, he was a bit confused and then scolded her, don't call me that anymore, I'm not your teacher anymore, and drink slowly. She thought about it for a moment. We registered together, so he wasn't her junior either. After that, she happily called him Oppa. After hearing that, Sangwoo couldn't stand her way of calling him. Somehow it was a bit strange. He was a bit helpless calling her, just call her teacher. Haeyeon was a little happy and continued to tease him. What, are you shy? Taking advantage of the situation, she continued to call him by that word, Oppa. Look, Sangwoo Oppa. He helplessly called her. Stop it. She continued to tease him. Stop what, Oppa? After a while, it seemed like she was drunk as her voice was no longer clear. Hee. So where are we now? She didn't know how many glasses she had, but she had already finished them. And then, the teacher couldn't contact her because her phone was broken. Haeyeon had already collapsed on the table and she was still ordering another glass. Please, another glass. Seeing that she was drunk, Sangwoo snatched the glass from her hand and scolded her. Stop it, you brat. Haeyeon was drunk and it seemed like she only felt like someone had taken her things. What? He also helplessly looked at his student lying drunk on the table. Doesn't she know her alcohol tolerance? And she probably only has alcohol on her mind. Give me a few glasses. Suddenly she jumped up with a smile on her face and snatched his phone. That's right. Sangwoo was startled and didn't understand what was going on. My phone. Then she took out her phone and entered her number into his phone, her face now satisfied as she said, I have your number. Feeling that she had achieved her goal, her eyes immediately closed. Now there was no more reason not to contact her. After a while, Haeyeon completely fell asleep. Sangwoo helplessly called someone to pay the bill and pay for me. Under the dim street lights, Sangwoo was carrying Haeyeon back. It seemed like she had recovered from her drunkenness and was starting to wake up. Only then did she realize that she was being carried on Sangwoo's back. This made her blush. What the hell? Is he carrying her? Did she fall asleep? She continued to think randomly. Where am I going? His house. Suddenly Sangwoo turned to her. Are you awake? Haeyeon asked him confusedly. Did you fall asleep? He immediately answered her. Yes, right on the bar. When you're awake, walk by yourself. After knowing everything, her face was still quite embarrassed. She immediately made up an excuse so he could continue to carry her. I'm so dizzy. I can't go anywhere. He was helpless and followed her wishes. It's up to you. She fell silent at this moment, not knowing what to say. Her hands gripped his shoulders tightly, her mouth still breathing heavily. Suddenly she called his name, Sangwoo Oppa. Haeyeon blamed him for abandoning her all this time. Why didn't he contact her for 6 months? Seeing that Sangwoo didn't reply, she continued to complain. Even if the phone was broken, he could still find a way to contact me. At this moment she hugged him tighter. You know, actually I was going to punch you in the face when we met. I was so angry. Her mouth was close to his hand, her voice started to choke up. But when I met you, I couldn't do it. Today is really fun, don't you think so? Seeing that he didn't say anything, she continued to whisper, if we hadn't met like this, would you never have contacted me? Only then did he begin to reply, I had something to do, that was why I enrolled in the academy. Sangwoo continued to carry her while asking, are you happy today? She replied, yes, it was the happiest day of my life in the past 6 months. Haeyeon was deep in thought at this point. Sangwoo spoke up, but I'm lazy, so I'm afraid I'll lose all my determination if I live like before. Going back to the past when his relative was in the hospital waiting to die, I was afraid that I would repeat the same mistake and regret it again. He himself could not do anything, his face was full of wounds. After a while, he stopped to let her down. People are hard to change. Haeyeon standing next to him had a bit of trouble understanding what he was saying, so I cut off the relationships I had before, but... He gently handed her the hat back, but I still want you to know that all relationships are very precious to me. Only then did she realize she was embarrassed that she had come home, so let's go to our house. She quickly put on her hat to cover her embarrassment. I'll let it go this time. Haeyeon walked towards the apartment leaving Sangwoo behind. He said everything is precious, right? He smiled gently and told her not to do this again. Haeyeon turned back and smiled brightly at him. Yes. On the other side of a very large building, there was a man sitting there silently contemplating. He is Haesong. Next to it is Sangwoo's biography, from E rank to B rank. The first hunter to increase his rank by 3 times. Jung Sangwoo is a special hunter who increased his rank by 3 times. Let's find out his courage, determination and secret. He grew up through those unexpected journeys. Hunter Jung Sangwoo, the rookie that every guild is interested in. Jung Sangwoo has not been popular since he became a hunter. But now, he has become famous for raising his rank 3 times. His combat sense has surprised other hunters. He is a different kind of skill and that makes him special. His growth is not just about numbers. His clone skill has brought a big noise to the hunter world. The clone skill is actually. The controversy over the authenticity of Jung Sangwoo's growth rate cannot be ignored. His learning speed and combat sense have attracted a lot of attention from the guilds. He possesses a lot of different experiences in fighting various types of monsters in the hunting grounds. Adventure is his armor and makes him stronger, but it doesn't stop there. As an ambitious man, he is not afraid of challenges. He wants to be recognized by other guilds and that becomes his source of energy. With it, he has no competition with other hunters, therefore, he challenges and wins battles. His muscles were filled with power from training and passion, and his fighting skills were trained to near perfection. The rookie started from E rank, and then raised to B. The man rose 3 ranks in a short time. A masked man spoke up, "Sorry, Jung Sangwoo is stronger than I thought. I failed at the hospital." Haesong immediately questioned. It turned out that the name was Jung Sangwoo. I should have asked for an autograph that time. Suddenly the door opened. A voice caught Haesong's attention. "It's me." A man walked up. "Why did you turn off the lights last night?" He replied, "I need to think about it. Are you ready?" It seemed like they were old acquaintances. His face was not very friendly as he replied, "You can start next week. You better give us results worthy of our support to get you into that academy." The boy replied confidently, "Yes, father. I'm Junyong, a B-rank hunter from the Haesong Guild. Don't worry, I'm confident." He heard that and laughed evilly. "I will not disappoint you, father." It seemed like he was planning something and then said, "Here's the elixir, it will be your chance to prove yourself." Now that we were in the lecture hall, the lecturer immediately reminded us, "It's been a week, let's learn about the basic elements of magic that the teacher introduced last week." Sangwoo was sitting in the lecture hall but was helpless when Haeyeon followed him. I knew I would see her again someday, but I didn't expect it to be the first day. She even signaled to greet him, "I'm following you." Above, the lecturer immediately created a fireball. The first skill we will learn is this, activating fireball. The teacher immediately introduced today's lesson, fireball, a very versatile spell that we all love. It is very important while hunting or even when you're lost, even used for cooking. You two seem to be listening attentively, so I'll start with fireballs. Sangwoo thought for a moment. Think about it. Why do we have to learn this? Somehow I learned the skill of quick attack by swinging my fist. Understanding the flow of mana, or the theories of magic. I wonder how they taught me. The instructor then asked and he brought out a lot of similar fireballs. Come forward, starting from the first row. We will give you these fireball skills. Whoever has learned the fireballs does not need to go up anymore. Hearing this sentence made him freeze in place. Professor Hee-sok explained about skill shadows. Skill shadows synchronize with the user's system and add a new skill. And except for the amount of mana used for the skill, there are no other requirements. So even children who have just awakened can use it. It is the source of all human greed, so when the skill ball just appeared, everyone wanted to get it after knowing that everyone has a new skill, but not long after that, they realized the cruel reality. Its price is ridiculously high. The people behind the scenes monopolized the entire chessboard because the production process was very complicated and the raw materials were scarce. The price of skill balls had been increased terribly, as if mocking low-level hunters. Only high-level rich hunters could afford to buy skill balls. After seeing the hunting upgrades of high-level hunters, more and more people wanted to get skill balls, and so the prices increased even more and only high-level hunters could buy them. People had hoped that skill shadows would narrow the gap between low-level and high-level hunters, but it only widened the gap. The professor continued speaking on the podium with a lot of skill balls, but don't worry, there are a lot of skill balls. Jung Sangwoo held a skill ball in his hand and couldn't believe it. They just gave it to me for free? Fireball was the cheapest, but it was still 8 million each. Haha, Haeyeon sitting next to him was so happy that she couldn't speak because she was holding the ball in her hands. This academy fireball is really cool. The late afternoon sun shines through every window. At this time Sangwoo was practicing to improve his skills. The system announced, "You have acquired the fireball skill, fireball level 1, a type of spell that uses mana to create fire and form a ball." He didn't expect that he had learned a new skill. "I learned it, I learned fireball." Professor Hee-sok asked the students about their practice. Did they learn everything? The whole class answered yes. He suggested that the students change their training location to make it easier to use their skills, then go practice using it, move to another location. The chosen place is the Hunter Academy's skill training ground. Here, the professor prepared a giant iceberg for his students. He asked, "What do you think you should do to upgrade your skills?" The students below were all surprised at what they were about to face. Adding more fire wouldn't make the fire burn any stronger, right? Was it all ice? The professor activated his fire skill while explaining, in the past, the ability to control mana to match one's characteristics was essential, but when the system appeared, it started to automatically control our mana. If now, the most important thing is. The system rang, activating the fireball skill. Immediately, a fireball with extremely high damage exploded directly into the iceberg, causing a thunderous sound. The professor continued his unfinished sentence, "Practice." After the explosion, the iceberg was largely evaporated, smoke and water filled the air. He further explained about the skill system, looking at the attribute window. Everyone can see that skills also have their own levels. His system shows the number table, Fireball level 37, a type of spell that uses mana to create fire and form a ball. The more you use it, the higher the level. That is how to upgrade that skill. He did not forget to remind his students, but all the students below were still unable to calm down after seeing his skill just now. Today we will try to upgrade our skills. The people in front will start first. Very good, the next person go forward. The next challenger is Heian, the Fireball skill activator. The ball is quite modest in size but the damage is not bad. The professor clapped his hands in praise of her. Well done, the fireball is in very good shape. Heian was embarrassed by the teacher's praise. She awkwardly thanked him. Thank you teacher. My skill is like creating a mana ball. I'm very familiar with it. The teacher also said words of encouragement to her. If I continue to use an upgrade like this, I will become stronger. Next, the next person to try upgrading his skills was Sangwoo. He stepped forward and prepared himself. The students below whispered about him. It was Jung Sangwoo. He was a B ranker. Wasn't his mana 10 times more than mine? Professor Hee-sok also laughed and raised his glasses. He naturally said, haha, it seems everyone has high expectations. Honestly, I also rarely see a B-rank hunter using skills. He was concentrating hard, preparing to unleash his skill. The professor reminded everyone, now to prevent danger, everyone take 2 steps back. Sangwoo told himself to calm down, control the mana in his body, and gather the mana into a ball, just like when he used a quick attack skill. The mana ball gradually took shape, carrying a dazzling light as if it contained great power, and I would release energy at the same time. But when he released the energy ball, it dissipated into the air without any firepower. The professor, who had prepared himself to cover his ears, was still surprised to see that scene. Even Heian could not have expected this. Sangwoo, needless to say, was petrified on the spot with embarrassment. Everyone below couldn't hold back their laughter. Everyone was shaking from holding back their laughter. The professor felt the atmosphere was not good so he tried to explain to everyone. Everyone listen, Sangwoo did nothing wrong. It happened because he was too strong. Sangwoo still hadn't recovered from the shock. He stared at his hands, the professor's voice still ringing in his ears, because there was too much mana. The fire was extinguished. You guys have to trust the system. He looked at his right hand, then switched to his left hand, and repeated, in other words, if you guys level up your skills, you can even defeat high-level hunters. Sangwoo couldn't hear the next words anymore. His mind seemed to stop, losing all language signals. Heian laughed happily and patted his shoulder. The professor couldn't let the situation get awkward like this. Next, hurry up. Someone suddenly appeared outside the door. Sorry I'm late. It was Shin Junyang. He was carrying his vest in one hand and a water bottle in the other and said innocently, I came to the wrong classroom, can I go up? The guys below were all surprised to see him here. The girls blushed at his unmatched handsomeness. It's Shin Junyang, from the Haesong group, so handsome. The professor suddenly remembered that he was missing a student. Oh, I forgot. You are also in this class. It's tiring for the professor. I have 2 B-rank hunters in the class. Sangwoo was surprised to hear him say that. A B rank, and from Haesong too. Is this guy the B rank who entered school with me? Shin Junyang scratched his hand and said honestly, sorry for interrupting you when I'm late. The professor wasn't a difficult person either. He asked Shin Junyang kindly, it's okay, have you taken the skill ball yet? He held out his hand in front of him, gathered mana, and replied, I didn't take it, I know how to use fireballs. Immediately after, a huge amount of mana was released. The fireball flew over, causing a deafening explosion. Both Sangwoo and Heian were amazed at his performance just now. Junyang turned his head coolly, slightly raising his lips and asked the professor, is it good enough? The performance was so perfect that even the professor was surprised. He happily praised him, perfect, this is the goal you guys should aim for. Junyang finished drinking his water and replied, haha it's nothing. He squinted his eyes and continued speaking as if he was mocking someone. That's what a B-level person should be like. A simple sentence but absolute damage. Sangwoo was stunned, perfect. He seemed to collapse in the depths of pain. That's what a B rank should be. My fireball is also a skill. Everyone gathered around Junyang and kept praising his talent. Sangwoo knew he was screwed. His first class was screwed. When it was time to eat, Sangwoo was lying on the table, exhausted. Heian saw that and comforted him. It's okay. Sangwoo replied dejectedly, I'm so useless. The beans you're eating are more useful than me. Heian was worried when she saw her master's spirit drop so much. He had become a different person. There were many people who couldn't create fireballs like him. The professor also said that he had to practice constantly. Sangwoo raised his head to listen to her continue. She was shy and kept stuttering. Just practice hard for a few days, or if you want, I'll teach you. Sangwoo suddenly stood up and spoke, over and over. Heian was confused, not understanding what he meant. He just needed to make the most of what he had. Sangwoo activated his familiar skill and summoned number 5 and number 6. These 2 clones were in charge of hunting and training. Sangwoo asked the 2 clones, you have the fireball skill, right? The 2 of them answered yes. He ordered them to use the fireball skill, try it. The 2 clones easily released fireballs like one was tossing and the other was catching. Sangwoo couldn't accept this cruel truth. He yelled, leaving them dumbfounded, why can you guys use it so well? After venting his anger, he forced himself to let out a sigh. No, calm down. He released his clone link skill. This is not the time to be jealous of them. This is a message to all the clones. The clones who received the message were all surprised. From now on, use the fireball skill continuously for 24 hours. No need to shoot. Just use it as long as you have mana. Numbers 5 and 6 have more complicated tasks. You two just go hunting with your guns, they follow orders, okay. Sangwoo thought back to the embarrassing moment at the last practice and secretly wanted to get revenge, but he said B rank, I guess I don't need to worry anymore, just wait. The clones continuously use fireball skills, which level up when used continuously. Improving skills at all times and in all places is a very beneficial condition for me. Even in the South Pole, or even in the hospital, I have to hide in a corner to practice skills. What are you doing in the hospital? While hunting, the two clones did the task of grilling the prey. Sorry, but it's burnt, I don't buy it. After all this hard work, he was finally rewarded. I won't let anyone else take the lead. Fireball has leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Due to overtraining, Sangwoo's left hand was badly burned. Haeyeon had to bandage it for him. The skin was raw and painful. System notification, your fire resistance has increased. Your regeneration index has increased. Sangwoo's right hand still worked, so he continued practicing. Haeyeon grumbled. Of course it hurt. He was burned, it was true. The fireball was more stable. Haeyeon couldn't stand this stubborn guy, so she raised her voice a bit, and her left hand had just been bandaged. Why did he create a fireball on his right hand? Haven't you learned yet? He should practice. Haeyeon voiced her doubts. Before, he said that letting the clones do it was enough. Why did it have to be like this now? Sangwoo looked at his left hand thoughtfully and replied, he had decided that he would do everything with his clones, whether it was happy, sad, or difficult. Now that he could control the fireball more skillfully, he thanked her and she also spoke her mind. Anyway, thanks for your tips. It seems like I can control the fireball more stably now. The tip you gave me was to just focus on maintaining the skill and not think about other things. After awakening, I also practiced a lot. I tried to put strength into my hands and tried to imagine images to increase the amount of mana, but in the end, the results only got worse. She practiced diligently, forgetting to eat and sleep, so I deduced that maintaining the fireball was the same. It must be a function of the system that the professor mentioned. Sangwoo seemed to realize something and muttered, system. After the bandages were done, the two of them had to get ready for their next class. Haeyeon urged him, anyway, don't push yourself too hard, let's go, we're going to be late for class. Okay, let's go. If all this effort can't be put into practice, then what's the point of all this effort? Blue sky, white clouds, someone is thinking about something else. I never thought the sky could be this blue. This class was still attended by Professor Hee-seok. He greeted everyone. Hello everyone. Have you been able to use your skills fluently? It feels like everything is going according to the top secret plan. Still the same iceberg as yesterday. The professor's voice rang in his ears. He secretly exclaimed, today we continue to practice over and over again how to use that skill to make it smooth. Great. Everyone warmly welcomed him into the class. Hey, this is Junyoung. He also greeted them cheerfully back. Perfectly awesome. Hello everyone. But Junyoung's heart is filled with schemes right now. I've shown everyone here the distance between us. He tried to suppress his victorious smile, the gap in strength between him and me. I pretended not to know where the classroom was and appeared right after Jung Sangwoo finished his turn. Like yesterday when he entered the classroom, I'm so embarrassed, I got lost here, can I give it a try? After opening with that terrifyingly powerful fireball, he won the first step. He took everyone's attention, clearly showing the gap in ability. In the end, because of that incident, he will definitely never dare to get a higher score than me again. The professor's reminder rang out. The next turn was Sangwoo. He stood behind Sangwoo and thought to himself, okay, next person, although the reason is a bit personal, but I can't let you get that magic potion. Something flashed. Junyoung's thoughts continued. I just have to get rid of everyone who gets in my way. Then there was a huge explosion from the fireball Sangwoo launched. The professor's eyes widened at the sight just now. What, Sangwoo, it's only been 3 days and you've already. Sangwoo replied, satisfied with the result. Thanks to a lot of practice, I heard this is the final request a person in Class B must do. Junyoung couldn't believe his eyes. The professor exclaimed in surprise, and everyone around was also surprised by this. Damn, I didn't expect much from her coming here with her hand still bandaged, but this is beyond my normal expectations. What the hell? Last time he couldn't even create fire once. How could he get that much stronger in just a few days? The professor praised excitedly. The results of your practice are already obvious. You have already shown us the way the academy intends to teach you. Actually, I was really impressed by Junyoung's skills on the first day. That also helped inspire me a little. Junyoung was holding back his anger. The class had to continue, so the next person went up. After class, Sangwoo and Haeyeon went out to chat. Everyone was surprised. Yes, it really did not disappoint, but I still have to remind you, don't get hurt again. I won't help you bandage it anymore. Sangwoo raised his left hand to prove that there was no need to worry. His left hand was now healed. Haeyeon was angry when she saw him acting so indifferent, but he tried to explain. You know the regeneration index, right? That's annoying. I'm happy for you for recovering quickly. Because they have different classes, the two of them have to separate. There is someone watching them in the corner. I still have another class to attend, so bye. Okay, bye. Sangwoo is very confident now. Maybe he will reach level 20 before next week. The system panel appeared. The level of the fireball skill increased. Level 14 became level 15. Junyoung has been secretly observing the two of them. What does he want after all? He walked towards Sangwoo as if he wanted to end this quickly. Money or apartment. If you want to possess any skills, I will give them all to you. Tell me what you want in the end. Sangwoo was surprised. Junyoung hung. What do you mean? I thought we weren't close enough to meet in person. Stop pretending. Junyoung approached Sangwoo and exposed him. I was asking him what exactly he wanted me to give him so he would be willing to give up that elixir. I don't know how he felt, but to me, nothing is more important than the elixir. Sangwoo immediately darkened his face and answered seriously, the same with me. Sangwoo walked past and said bluntly, it's really something very important to me, so don't waste your time. Even if you give me 10 apartment buildings, I won't change my mind. It's not just you who needs the antidote. Junyoung was angry that Sangwoo dared to refuse his offer. He would regret it. Sangwoo was not easy either. He pointed at the hot guy in the middle and threatened him, watch your mouth. No one has ever intentionally caused trouble with me and gotten away with it. Junyoung gritted his teeth in anger. He punched the wall and said angrily, so he really intended to ruin my plan. Jung Sangwoo. Yuhyun brought a mana bottle to Sangwoo. I brought more medicine. Sangwoo took it. Oh thank you. This is the only medicine that can increase my poison resistance. The poison range from 6,692 increased to 8132. Yuhyun also informed him of one more thing. These past few days I have continued to prepare a few more doses so the level has improved significantly. The side effects have been reduced. Sangwoo protested and got punched in the mouth. The side effects lessened, but that was the most important element in his poison. Yuhyun frantically shook the drug addict and yelled, what, in this world, besides me, is there anyone else who uses poison for such a purpose? No one else would make a bomb in the form of poison like you. Sangwoo grabbed Yuhyun's hand and suddenly asked her, oh right, have you heard the news? Is it okay? Yuhyun was surprised to hear what he said next. Dep didn't end well. We should have had a chance to kick their ass. She adjusted her hat and said silently, well, I've done my duty well anyway. There's nothing more I can do. Maybe one day the opportunity will come again. Sangwoo looked worried but didn't say anything. Even though I was also mad at Haesong, I wondered what her hidden story was with Haesong. Sangwoo suddenly remembered the name he asked Yuhyin this morning. Oh let me ask this one more thing. Do you know anyone named Shin Junyoung? Yes, he is Shin Haesong's second son. Sangwoo was surprised to know his identity, a boy, but he didn't look like Haesong at all. No wonder they had the same last name. Do you have any information about his skills or something? Yuhyun adjusted his glasses and said, Shin Junyoung, the newspapers and news have reported a lot about him since he was young. Old Haesong's first son, Shin Jinik, had mediocre qualities, so all the attention was focused on his second son. Junyoung was often taken along by his father and attracted the attention of the media. He even woke up before entering elementary school, so everyone recognized him as the official heir of Haesong. Crazy huh? But one day all the news about him suddenly died down. No one was interested in him anymore, and it's been like that until now. Sangwoo also secretly sighed about the story. So sudden? Yuhyun added more about his skills. I'm curious too. His skills are like cheats. What is his skill? It's been a long time so I'm not sure but it seems to be called Grand Mage. No matter what skill he learns, he will reach the highest level immediately. Hearing this, an extremely strong impression of Junyoung appeared in Sangwoo's mind. I can't believe discussing with her. Damn, that's cheating. I'm afraid you shouldn't say such things. Sangwoo recalled the training moment that day, so that's why the power that day was so terrifying. He held the bottle of medicine in his hand and thought to himself, Junyoung, I have to come up with a plan to confront him. At Wanmasan Hunting Ground Area B, there were 2 hunters on duty. One of them signaled the other to be quiet. What do you mean? The other guy didn't quite understand so he continued. I'll give you something you can get without hunting. Shish, keep your voice down. The blue-haired guy told the red-haired guy to look over there. Look over there, over there. A few of Sangwoo's clones were also on duty there. The red-haired man recognized the masked men. They were all Jung Sangwoo's clones. No, the ones lying on the ground. On the ground was a bloody monster. So what? It was just a monster they caught. As if realizing the blue-haired guy's intention, the red-haired guy asked in confusion, do you want us to go steal? If we get caught, we'll definitely get our heads cut off. I heard those clones are robots. They have no humanity. I told you to keep your voice down. I've gathered some information. The corpses of those monsters are still lying all over the ground. Those clones are just the monster retrieval team after clearing out an entire area. They just passed by those corpses without even looking at them, so it's not a crime for us to take what they left behind. The red-haired guy started to hesitate when he heard the other guy's persuasion. Think about it. How much is that pile worth? On the other side, Sangwoo's 2 clones made a call. Hello, is the Wanmasan monster retrieval team there? We're in area B6. Can you guys come clean up the corpses? What species? 10 giant vampire spiders, 2 legion bosses, 20 cursed scorpions. The other clone looked surprised when he heard the answer from the other end of the line. Oh, slowly we've arrived at area B6. Where's the shadow of any monster? Number 5 felt this was strange so he texted back. Let us check again and contact you later. Sangwoo was working out at the gym when he received a call from number 5. He was working out while answering the phone. Hey number 5, what's up? After hearing the news, he was surprised. What, the body disappeared? Number 5 and number 6 came to the scene earlier and reported. I think there is a possibility that someone stole it while we called the recovery team. Should we arrest them? Because there was so much blood, the thieves accidentally left shoe prints. Sangwoo was also very angry at this time. He ordered, if not kill, it's fine. The 2 hunters laughed loudly when they were able to defeat the monster. The brown-haired one also felt lucky. I didn't think it would really work. I told you it would work. We're rich now. The green-haired guy also started to dream. If we sell it on the black market now, they won't be able to track us down. How much will all this sell for? Suddenly there was a phone call. Oh, wait a minute, someone is calling me. Brown hair felt a little uneasy and asked, "Who is it?" Blue hair calmly replied, "Who do you think it is? The one who taught me this method?" The person on the other end of the line got straight to the point. Was it successful? Blue hair laughed loudly and shouted into the headset, "Yes. We did it." I'm sure they're in a panic. Seeing that everything was fine, the person on the other side continued, "Very well, keep doing it." Blue hair happily accepted the next mission. I know I asked the right person. It turned out that the person on the other end of the line was Junyong, the one behind this line, Jung Sangwoo. Oh, Jung Sangwoo, ever since he was an F-rank hunter, he still hasn't changed at all. Half a year ago, a video went viral on the internet of a new apprentice hunter appearing, the one who destroyed the unicorn rabbit on the hunting ground. A newly emerged F-rank hunter caught hundreds of unicorn rabbits, a very difficult task even for hunters with good catching skills. The eagle eye of Ujang Mountain appeared. At first there was no other information besides that strange title, but when the news about Jung Sangwoo's clone spread, people realized that the eagle eye was one of Jung Sangwoo's clones. But a newly awakened F-rank hunter couldn't possibly have achieved such advanced shooting skills, so they began to hypothesize that the clone had a supernatural ability. They move like a machine to utilize their maximum potential as efficiently as possible. Junyong smiled and said, "High efficiency, that's what I'm aiming for." He was also secretly happy in his heart. The clone only focused on efficiency. So until they have hunted the maximum number of monsters that the support team can hunt, they will not call for support, because they think that having to stand guard after calling for support is a waste of both time and money. Hunting the maximum number of monsters means that they will continue until they are about to clear all the areas. He thought to himself about his grand plan. If it was just weak monsters, it wouldn't be a big deal. No one would risk being kicked out of the hunting grounds to chase after a few million won, but it was different with high-level monsters. I wondered if he could still refuse my offer after he lost the money. Sangwoo on this side seemed the most impatient. The assistant was also in front of him to keep an eye on him. Seeing that he wasn't very happy, he asked what was going on. He didn't look very happy. What happened? Someone mixed up the monster clone I hunted. Suddenly, a call came through the assistant's earpiece. What? A thief? Didn't this happen once before? Sangwoo also explained his feelings to his assistant. Someone stole some giant rats when we were hunting mermaids, but I think they just happened to find them. This time, I think someone planned the theft carefully, and called the rescue team after they were done. But the monster corpses disappeared very quickly. The assistant was a little surprised after hearing that, but then calmed down. That was too strange. Sangwoo started to think now, am I being punished? I tried to steal the fish monsters that the mermaids killed, even though it caused one of my clones to die. He started to recall the past conversation with number 3. Number 3, there are some monster fish over there. Why don't you take them away? I don't hunt them. I can't carry those huge corpses. Sangwoo thought and then collapsed on the table with a sad expression. He didn't know what to say, and he didn't have any skills that could contain those corpses. The assistant spoke up. Well, if you're worried about storage skills, why don't you ask her for help? Sangwoo didn't understand what he meant by her. Huh? Who? He immediately remembered the blue-haired girl from last time, Sangwoo. When she saw him, she happily walked over and held his hand. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to come by often. Sangwoo made up some excuse. I've been a little busy lately. She also spoke loudly. I saw the news that you were promoted to B rank. Congratulations. Everyone around was a bit surprised when they heard that. Oh, Sangwoo is here. So it's him. Thank you. Sangwoo got straight to the point. Oh, I have something to ask. If it's not convenient, you don't have to answer. The girl was still a bit confused. Huh, what's the matter? We both went into a room to talk. He wanted to learn my subspace skills. He immediately explained his reasons. Yes, while I was learning breathing techniques from videos online, I discovered the skill of contemplation, and I wonder if I can learn her subspace skill if I figure out its rules. The girl immediately refused. Sorry, but that's not possible. Sangwoo knew this too and continued. Yes, I know this is hard to say. Asking someone else to teach you their skills is really hard. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I really want to teach you what I can teach, but that skill is different. He pretended not to understand and continued asking. Why is that? The girl immediately explained to him. We cannot learn other people's awakening skills. Each person's skill system panel also shows different things. Some people have their strength, speed, and weapon durability multiplied by their skill level, while others can summon sub-dimensional bags that can hold tubes and objects. The space in the dimension increases with the skill level. It is a unique skill for each hunter. Therefore, the rules of that skill cannot be explained. Even I do not know its principles, just like how I cannot use your clone skill. Sangwoo was a bit surprised after hearing that. The girl continued to explain, but there are people who have the same awakening skills, right? People who teleport and jump, for example, are a little different. No one in this world has exactly the same awakening skill. Their skills are similar, but the range, recovery time, and other aspects are different. There are many people with teleportation skills, but only one person has the ability to jump, which means if it is a skill similar to mine, you can learn it. Even though the two skills were not one, Sangwoo was quite shocked to realize the rather harsh truth. Seeing him like that, she also invited him. I don't know if there are any other skills related to subspace, but if you want to check it out, Heritage Company has them. In New York, USA, Heritage Company headquarters. Sangwoo was also a bit sad thinking that someone was going with him. I thought she was going with me, but in the end I had to do it myself. Everyone around spoke a different language which made it difficult for him to understand. Luckily he had his tools with him. Luckily I also had this translator watch. This is really cool. Even though I don't know English, I can still talk to them. This can help you communicate better with others. Without this watch, I would have been kicked out of the airport. Sangwoo was already inside the elevator. He continued to ponder. Heritage Company. This must be where I bought the fusion skill orb. I never thought I would end up at their headquarters to see if they had any other skill orbs. I've come all the way here anyway. The bulletin board shows floor F170. Another purple-haired girl arrives. Please come in. She is the CEO of Heritage, Arya Burchell. The Kindness Society contacted me. Are you Sangwoo? I am Burchell. Sangwoo was a bit surprised and greeted her back. She was so pretty. So she was the female CEO. Oh yes, hello. She immediately introduced him to this place. Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the ball you want. After choosing the ball he wanted, he immediately wanted to test it. So Sangwoo went to find a monster and stabbed it hard in the head. The monster let out a terrifying sound of pain as it slashed towards him. Sangwoo grabbed its whiskers and activated his fireball skill. The monster was completely burned to death. He also gave the others a few fireballs. They all disappeared after being hit by his attack. On this side, the other two hunters were also hunting. Brown Hair saw the traces of his battle and didn't understand. Damn, why did those guys use so many fireballs? Blue Hair looked at it for a while and said, we can't use this. Let's take what we can use and continue following them. Both of them took all the parts they could and then wondered, where did those clones go? Brown Hair guessed, it seems to be the hunter. Suddenly, there was another party in front cleaning up the bodies of defeated monsters. Green Hair was angry when he saw his food being taken away by someone else. Who are you? Why did you take it? The others were startled and asked back, who are you? We caught you. Seeing that they refused to hand over the items, the green-haired wanted to punch each other. These bastards, did you guys also steal the monster clone that Jung Sangwoo hunted? Seeing this, the three of them also entered in attack mode. Be careful with your words. Do you have any proof? Green Hair thought for a moment. Now I'm sure. I didn't expect the information to travel so quickly. Green Hair immediately put down the sack, seemingly wanting to make peace. Don't fight. Let's make a deal. Green Hair immediately taught the intention of cooperation. Let's quickly divide up what we got here. If another group comes later, we'll work together to push them out. Brown Hair was also surprised. We're dividing this whole place, taking the opportunity. Blue Hair immediately interrogated these people. You guys are also B-rank hunters, right? You guys know that making things complicated won't benefit anyone, right? Seeing the advantage, the guy with the bandage on his cheek also put away his sword. This is a good idea. Both of them reached a private agreement and cooperated with each other. I look forward to our cooperation. Blue Hair immediately led the group along. Alright, let's move on. At the point where they suddenly met Sangwoo's clone on the road, Brown Hair asked, why are they here? I thought they went to practice after hunting. Blue Hair immediately gave the order, shish, the bodies would be taken by people on the black market anyway, no need to panic. There are other hunters here too, just act normal and leave. The whole group turns into passers-by and walks like normal people. Suddenly knives flew from both sides. Sangwoo's clone was able to memorize all the shoe sizes and models that all of them wore, 280mm, 290mm, D Company shoes, 275mm. H Company 265mm shoes, D Company 250mm shoes, T Company shoes. We saw footprints around the cleared hunting ground. The whole crowd stood still at this moment. Sangwoo's two clones immediately had murderous intent. We have something to ask, can you come with us? Blue Hair didn't expect that his good acting would be discovered. What? He shouted loudly, trying to make himself the victim. What are you doing? You just threw a knife at us, are you crazy? Sangwoo interrupted, holding up his phone before he could say anything. I'll call security right away. So you called the pharmacist and the pharmacist also told them, are you the ones who stole our credit? The pharmacist obviously said things would get complicated later, so you must have called the hunting grounds collection team. You must have gone through the black market, right? Blue Hair still tried to deny it, pretending not to understand. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have any proof? The other side saw this and responded, evidence. Yu-Hyun was in front of the corpses that the guy sold to the black market. I was in this black market. The guy got his heart broken and his face turned purple. Should I take the newly delivered monster corpses and show you guys if they were captured with your weapons? Sangwoo immediately told the crowd, he could call security freely. What was he going to do now? Seeing that they had been exposed, all those guys were panicked. Sangwoo then led them to an empty lot. Here should be fine. Blue Hair asked now, so? What do you want from us? Sangwoo warned him, I will tell you what my master thought when he first became a hunter. He has also made mistakes regarding other people's property rights. He completely understands you and therefore, he said that if you return all the cash you made from that theft, he will not pursue further criminal liability. Hearing that even the green hair can't turn white, what a merciful condition. Those people now wanted to threaten Sangwoo. However, if you guys wanted to get your money back, shouldn't you have called security immediately? Sangwoo immediately said, recovering the body from the black market and arguing over ownership took up too much of our time. We'd rather go back to the area and continue hunting. So this was a win-win situation. Feeling like he had grasped something, the blue-haired guy continued to question, really? There's one thing I still don't quite understand. He raised his face and questioned Sangwoo's two clones. You trash clones of a hunter's skills. Where do you get the confidence to dare to make conditions with us? A-B rank party. Seeing that he had more people on his side, and that they were A-B rank party, he drew his sword. I have a better deal, how about this? Seeing this, the guys behind also got into fighting stance. You guys will die here in a few hours, the black market will sell the stuff we deliver, there will be no evidence after that. Brown hair also asked blue hair very scared, are we really going to do this? Blue hair knew that there was only this one thing left, so you want me to pay everything back? I would have considered it if there were only 2 of us here, but there are 5 of us, besides, killing these bastards isn't considered a crime, so what are you afraid of? You guys are already out, so call the security, you dare to bring us to this deserted place alone? You stupid bastards. Seeing the situation getting worse, Sangwoo's 2 clones still calmly pulled out their knives. We also agreed with this solution. Yuhyun here also thought that they should be able to handle them, right? Then the seller immediately came to ask her, Ian, what are you doing here? Looking for medicinal ingredients? Ian immediately asked the other guys for information. Hello, do you know who sold you these corpses? The seller confirmed that it was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. What's wrong? She tells the truth behind those corpses. These corpses were stolen from Jung Sangwoo. Hearing that, he was shocked. What? Jung Sangwoo, isn't that the guy who came here last time? Those bastards, how dare they sell me stolen goods? Yuhyun looked at the uncle's face helplessly, as if he had never sold stolen goods before. The uncle also said, of course not, actually, the things he received were all stolen goods. Anyway, he said his life was taken while he was not there. He's overseas now, I remember him saying he was at Heritage headquarters or something. At Heritage's headquarters, the Skills Bridge research area. Arya introduces Sangwoo, this is where the skill bridge is formed. 80% of the bridges used in the world originate from here. I heard you learned meditation and mana breathing skills through online courses. Oh, that's right. She had also researched this client before. Did you know that you can also learn skills like fireballs that way? Sangwoo looked confused at her words. He started to think for a moment. Thinking about it, that was true except for the awakening skill. You could learn everything that way. So why do people spend money on these expensive skill orbs? She held a glowing orb in her hand and said, you must be wondering why people buy and use these expensive skill orbs. The reason for that is because learning new skills is very difficult. The orb in her hand suddenly caught fire all around. From concentrating mana to change its state while trying to light it up, constantly pouring mana to keep it from going out, it would take at least 6 months for a skilled person to be able to do that on their own, and years for other normal people. That was just for a simple skill like fireball. What about the other skills? After showing off its capabilities, she immediately extinguished it. Sangwoo looked on in amazement. It could take up to a decade. She confirmed his thoughts. To be exact, decades. No, even longer than that. Arya continued to explain it to him. That's why we use skill orbs. The information in the orb is connected to the system. It makes it possible for even someone who is not proficient in mana control to use the skill contained in the orb. Of course, that's also why they are difficult to produce. Sangwoo immediately voiced his doubts. Is that why they're expensive? She didn't deny it and brought out another orb. Yeah, you said you were looking for a sub-dimensional skill, right? Luckily, we still had one left. Arya immediately gave him the price. For a subspace sphere, this is its price 10 million. Sangwoo looked at the ball for a while and then exclaimed, 10 million won, cheaper than I thought. If that's the case, Arya then added, in dollars. Arya then added that according to the Korean exchange rate, it should be around 12.8 billion won. Sangwoo then realized in surprise, oh yeah, we're in New York. She smiled happily for a moment and then said to him, wait, hold on a moment, based on your information, this is the cheapest orb in the bunch that has space-related skills. Of course it is still a very high price. He also scratched his head, looking confused. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't expect it to cost 12.8 billion. Arya touched the orb and rubbed it for a moment before adding, that's why, it depends on my answer now. I'll give you a discount. No, I'll give it to you. What do you think? This made Sangwoo a little panic. What? He thought happily, I can get a 12.8 billion ball for free, isn't that too much? Then he asked her loudly, what do you want? Tell me, please. Arya now revealed her true face and said, body. She came closer and touched Sangwoo's cheek, making him surprised. I want your body, Sangwoo. On the other side, after fighting for a few rounds, the other guys fell to the ground, gasping for blood. Impossible. We are all B-rank hunters. How is that possible? Sangwoo's 2 clones were very calm. He roared angrily again. How could this be? He immediately slashed hard at Sangwoo but was easily dodged. The girl saw that and immediately took her bow and shot in that direction. Sangwoo immediately pulled out his knife to block the arrow. The arrow met his dagger and was deflected. The girl was also surprised. He deflected my arrow's trajectory with his knife. The other 2 ran to attack the remaining clone, but Sangwoo easily dodged them, leaving them with murderous looks. Then Sangwoo immediately rushed to attack those 2 guys. The magician was also scared and cursed, you bastards. He created ice on the ground to attack both clones but was easily dodged. Sangwoo immediately pulled out a knife and threw it at them. The knife immediately flew towards the girl holding the bow, knocking away her bow and arrow. It took a while for her to react, causing everyone to start panicking. Sangwoo immediately jumped behind the magician. Realizing he could not resist any longer, he raised his hands in surrender. I surrendered. The green-haired guy knelt down on the ground. This was completely absurd. We were B-level hunters. The other 2 were also unconscious after that attack. Seeing that he couldn't beat them, he cursed Sangwoo. These bastards are a bunch of monsters. But then we had to bow our heads and beg for forgiveness. We lost. We will give everything back, so please. Sangwoo felt relieved that everything was over. Please make a transaction immediately, the account number is. Before he could finish speaking, he was attacked. A girl with pigtails slashed him away. Sangwoo was caught off guard and flew far away. The girl also loudly announced that the scam location had been discovered, and in the name of the Comet Association, the crime would not be forgiven. It was the second assassin team leader, a rank hunter Lee Hyeon. Without understanding the situation, she immediately gave him the sentence. The sentence was death. Arya continued her offer to him. That's why, depending on your answer to my offer, I'll give you a discount. No, I'll give it to you. What do you think? With that, she reached out and took the ball. Huh? Sangwoo was very excited when he heard that. I can get a skill ball worth 12.8 billion for free. That's awesome. What do you want? Just say it. Arya smiled and stated her request directly. Body. Arya moved forward to touch Sangwoo's face to his surprise. I want her body. Sangwoo, huh? Then she suddenly moved down to touch his shoulder. I heard you can touch it. Sorry, she just did this. Knowing he misunderstood, she explained, I mean your clone. After stating her purpose, she left. Please allow me to study your clone. If possible, I will give you this skill orb for free. Ah, so when you said about touching it, you meant my clone. She then explained why she had such a request. When I first heard about his skill, I couldn't believe my ears. Most cloning skills were known to be illusion skills, so I never thought that his skill could exist. He was sweating profusely as he listened to Arya. It seemed that information about you had not spread outside of Korea yet, so this was the best time for me to make this offer to you. At this point, he was quite suspicious, so he spoke up. Why did she want to research it? To create a skill orb. Of course. She patiently explained each and every detail. In order to create a skill orb, the first thing to do is to understand the skill itself, from how it works, to its mana flow, and even its attributes. We need to know every detail about the skill we're trying to produce. Sangwoo's eyes widened in surprise at that moment. Of course, it was impossible to fully understand the awakening skill, but we could still create something similar. We could create a clone skill orb, even if it was just a downgraded version of the real thing. He was startled when he heard this, then he turned to look at the other orbs. Was this the right thing to do? She would give him a 12.8 billion skill orb for free. Moreover, he needed this skill right now. Think of people created by cloning, still, selling cloning skills to the market. She raised her hand and added while thinking when he asked, what is the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb? That depends on how much we understand about the skill, but normally there will be a lot of limitations. She then gave him a visual example to make it easier for him to understand. For example, did you see the person who introduced you to us? Did she have a subspace skill like Park Eunice? Yes, I've also entered her subspace. Among all the subspace skills, hers was the best. It was very spacious, didn't consume mana, and there were no restrictions on entering or exiting. The two of them continued to analyze the potential of this. Compared to her skill, the space created by the skill orb over there couldn't contain any living creatures except for the skill owner and the things they summoned. He could put equipment, supplies, and other things inside, but to maintain that space, he had to continuously pour mana into it. So, if we successfully replicate your cloning skills, it's likely that similar limitations will appear. Sangwoo could understand after hearing that. After thinking silently, he agreed. I agreed to her proposal. Oh my, that's good. He raised his finger to elaborate on this, but I have one condition. If you agree, I will summon my clone here immediately. Scene changes to some kind of training ground. Sangwoo is covered in wounds. Hyeon saw that and exclaimed wow, in that situation, he could still stop? Just as I thought, his movements were amazing. The person next to him heard this and looked at Hyeon curiously. I am a justice hunter. I came to stop the violence. I advise you to quickly take your friend away from here. The others are being rescued by other teammates. Thank you very much. Sangwoo suddenly stepped forward, startling the other party. I'm sorry, but you can't go anywhere without sending the money. Hyeon immediately picked up her weapon and rushed towards him. That's not something you can decide. But it only hit empty air because he dodged it. Hyeon couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that. Oh my god. So Hyeon turned around and prepared to kick Sangwoo. Another one. This time it hit and pushed him away. The others looked over in surprise. Sangwoo took a defensive stance and glanced at them. More Sangwoos came forward. We have to get the money from the hunt back. Can you keep your nose out of it? Hyeon was surprised to see that. She let out a breath and muttered to herself, just as I thought. A bug wouldn't understand my position. So both sides immediately rushed into battle. She fought two Sangwoos one-on-one. When the opponent felt something was wrong and was about to use a trick, she suddenly punched the opponent in the stomach, rendering him unable to use it anymore. She laughed heartily and said, why bother using the recall move when you're going to die here anyway? The scene changes to Arya and Sangwoo's place from earlier, and it's concluded that he will let us rent his clones for 3 months, during which time, those clones will have to cooperate with us for research. However, if that clone is destroyed due to our fault, he will not provide any more clones to replace it. And, even if the research to develop the clone skill sphere fails, that subspace sphere will not need to be returned. Arya was saying that when Sangwoo suddenly reminded him, those are the conditions you have to follow, and finally, remember to take care of my clone's clothes. Arya laughed when she heard him say that. I feel like I'm losing money. If you don't like it, then I have no choice. I thought carefully before making this decision. Arya took out a white shirt. Haha, it seems you know the value of your skills very well. Then she instructed him to do as she said. I understand, now summon your clone and get dressed. The room they were standing in suddenly became brighter. Sangwoo's clone was successfully summoned but was not wearing any clothes. She immediately threw the shirt and pants she had just taken out to him and got dressed. Arya looked over and exclaimed in admiration, "How cool." There were already 2 Sangwoos in the room now. I never thought I would see a flesh and blood clone. You can call this one number 7, he should be hunting somewhere right now. Then he turned to look at his clone and cried for himself, but because the effect of the medicine was fading, his power was weakening. Yes, the power of self-destruction. Arya stopped the conversation there and held out the orb to them. I already checked your clone anyway. He looked at the ball in his hand. Now it was my turn to fulfill my promise. As Arya asked, Sangwoo suddenly laughed. Do you need a switch? Of course not. The sphere suddenly flashed like the sun. Subspace skill created. Skill information, subspace type, level 1 incantation. Creating a subspace will increase proportionally with skill level. Mana will be slowly consumed to maintain the space. Restrictions when entering subspace applied to all living creatures except the skill owner and things the owner summons. Arya saw that and smiled and clapped her hands to congratulate him. Congratulations on getting a new skill. Sangwoo looked at his hand, which no longer had the ball. Would he like to try it now? Of course. The system immediately notified him as soon as he used his move. The subspace skill was activated. The place he used his move instantly created a subspace as big as a person could crawl into. He looked at the subspace he had just created and was shocked. He looked in and commented, his extra space inside was so small. He reached out to rummage inside. There was a wall. This place was much smaller than Yuna's subspace, probably about 10 pyong. He could feel the space inside was sucking his mana, although it wasn't a big deal, but it was absorbing his mana to maintain this space. Well, the main purpose was to store the corpses of hunted monsters, so that was fine. Arya saw that he had finished checking and asked about the situation. How is it? So far, no problems. Let me check if my clone can be used. She heard Sangwoo say that and asked back with a bit of confusion. She was extremely shocked when she saw his clone reaching out to use a subspace move. As she spoke, she exclaimed, your clone can also use skills. Other than the clone skill, he can use everything. I just tested it out first to be on the safe side. It seems like he can also use subspace skills. She was a little stunned after hearing him say that. The skill hook wasn't the issue here. This clone skill was truly unbelievable. She made up her mind, she must have it. He then said to his clone, you can go inside, right? Try it, yes. But unexpectedly, number 7 came out from the subspace gate behind him. He was confused and number 7 was also confused. Huh? Why did you come out from there? Master told me to go to the subspace. He saw number 7 enter this subspace but exit from somewhere else. There was another entrance behind number 7. That seemed to be the entrance number 7 created. Wasn't it the one I created? He then looked deep into the subspace and thought, don't tell me that no matter which of his clones used subspace skills, they would all lead to the same space. Suddenly something was thrown straight at number 7, so it was no different from a main gate. That thing hit number 7 straight on, causing number 7 to fall down. He rushed to support the unconscious number 7 and looked at the direction the thing had just been thrown. Where did that come from? Hyeon on the other side gritted her teeth. You're playing dirty and trying to run away, right? What kind of skill is that? Where's my weapon? Sangwoo's clone on this side explained. Throwing away your weapon is not a good choice. Your weapon is in the subspace now. Number 7, wake up, number 7. Hearing the sound, the other clone turned around and witnessed this scene. Hyeon yelled at Sangwoo's clone, stop hiding, you coward, what kind of skill is that? Where's my weapon? Sangwoo's clone was still on the defensive and didn't know the situation in the subspace. Throwing away your weapon was a bad choice. Your weapon is somewhere else now. Number 7, wake up, number 7. Sangwoo's clone heard the sound and turned to discover this scene. Sangwoo was still screaming for number 7's soul to come back while number 7 was only coughing up blood but not dead. Don't be number 7, don't die, I'm still alive, bro. Before number 7 could finish his sentence, Sangwoo closed his eyes. I'm still alive, I will avenge you. The remaining clone broke out in a cold sweat after hearing Sangwoo's words. No matter who did this, I will not forgive him. Sangwoo took the weapon and stepped out of the subspace. Hyeon was surprised to see him walking towards her with his weapon. Huh, I didn't expect something like this to happen. He shouldered his weapon and asked his clone with a grim face, was that you? Who threw this? Yes, it was the hunter, I didn't do anything. Hyeon looked at the two of them with a bit of caution. I didn't think Sangwoo would show himself here. What is he going to do to me? He glanced down with a frustrated look on his face. He suddenly saw the other clone lying unconscious on the ground, heavily injured, number 6. He quickly went to ask about number 6, are you okay? The bleeding has stopped, but my legs are numb. He reached out and unsummoned. You did a good job, unsummoning the clone. He turned to look at the other clone and asked curiously, what happened? While we were taking back the money from the hunters who had taken the monster corpse from the previous hunt, we were attacked. She admitted that she was from the Haesong Guild. He rummaged through the clothes left by clone number 6 and found the gun. It's the Haesong gang again. Haesong, it's the Haesong gang again. Hearing him say such nasty things about her guild made Hyeon uncomfortable. Those people were just nosy. He was too arrogant. After all, a B-rank hunter didn't know how vast the world was. He held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other and directed number 5 to support me. Number 5, yes sir. With that, both sides began to engage in a new war with each other. Hyeon prepares to face the two of them head-on. It is unclear who will be the ultimate winner. On the other side, Shin Junyong was angrily biting his nails. Damn it. Shin Junyong looked at the screen with the message and scolded, "You idiots, did you succeed? We failed, don't try to contact us again, we almost died." He angrily slammed his gun on the desk. They failed? I called in another team because I was worried that those two wouldn't be enough, and 5 B-rank hunters couldn't beat 2 clones? He covered his mouth and frowned, sighing inwardly. Luckily, I sent the captain of Team 2 to be on guard, she's a real monster. At the fighting spot, Hyeon was blocking the weapons of the two of them with her bare hands. Sorry, but it's just because people are talking about you and calling you a super rookie. Even though her hand was bleeding from blocking the blow, she didn't frown at all. It doesn't mean he's that great. Strength 67,712, Reflex 16,287, Health 52,674, Mana 21,325, Marksmanship 4,174, Recovery 1,835. He gritted his teeth and tried to suppress the weapon. I was wondering how a clone could be so arrogant. Was it because its master was someone like this? If he was just a B-rank hunter. She yelled louder and swung her fist at the two of them, then act like a B-class. The force was so intense that it caused a long and wide crack in the ground. Luckily, both the clone and Sangwoo successfully separated and dodged that punch. She looked and said something that was both praise and contempt, good at dodging, like a mouse. Sangwoo looked at her and broke out in a cold sweat. That bitch, is she in a level? He glanced at her bleeding arm and thought to himself, anyway, her right arm that blocked my attack is broken, I at least managed to hurt her. Hyeon immediately used her power to heal. Can you give me back my weapon? Her red power stream immediately rushed towards him. The two power streams clashed, causing him to frown and try to defend himself. But in the end, the red power still succeeded in taking the weapon back. She held the weapon in her hand and smiled arrogantly. This is a weapon designed for A-rankers. It has amazing features, doesn't it? What are you going to do now? Are you going to fight me back with that little pistol? His hand was smoking and red from the attack just now. What did she just do? Wasn't her hand just broken? He was so angry that he clenched his fists. Damn it, in a situation like this. He just created more subspaces and summoned other clones. Don't worry about the person we're facing. Hyeon saw that and let out a sigh. There really are many clones. Another person came to replace clone number 3 to deliver the items. We have brought the items you requested. Is number 3 still in the hospital? Yes. Sangwoo started pouring mana into his weapon. Well then, I guess I don't have to worry anymore. Hyeon also got the fighting spirit going and cleared her throat and said loudly, everyone rush in here. The clones began to split into different directions to surround her, taking her down. Arya was in the room across the subspace watching the whole thing. What the hell was going on here? She was so shocked that she froze watching the battle. I never thought that the subspace skill could be used as a space gate. She began to hesitate about what to do. Anyway, what should I do? I can't interfere in his personal matters, but isn't this the perfect opportunity to make him owe me something? She immediately remembered the time when Hyeon's weapon flew into the number 7. Come to think of it, wasn't that stick a product from the Tron company? She also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. She couldn't pass up the chance to humiliate these Tron bastards. So she called someone else. Dubert, are you there? Is the product you made last time ready? On the other side, the battle was still going on fiercely. Even though she was injured, Hyeon still looked very energetic. You guys are fast. However, her next words made Sangwoo wary. But do you know what my skill is? She immediately slammed her weapon on the ground, activating the damage manipulation skill. Damage manipulation level 64. The conversion form reduces a portion of the damage received. The converted damage depends on the skill level and the caster's proficiency. Her power shocked everyone. Those who did not escape were blown up. Even Sangwoo was pushed back by the aftershock of the explosion. Hyeon still rushed towards him with all her might. Then she slammed it down on the spot where he had just been standing, but luckily he jumped up and dodged it, but there was no time to delay. The stick immediately flew up and hit him. He could only watch helplessly as it opened to reveal the gun inside. Damn it, I can't dodge in midair. He finally got hit head on. His whole body flew far away and fell hard to the ground. He used his sword to block and heal her. Her wound disappeared again. What kind of strange skill does she have? The weapon returned to normal and Hyeon laughed smugly. This isn't over yet. He gritted his teeth and tried to call a nearby clone number 5. He then immediately threw the bag of stuff over to number 5. Number 5 immediately ate the seed in the bag. Hyeon felt something was wrong, so she asked curiously, what did he just eat? Hearing that, Sangwoo laughed and challenged her. Think about it. You probably know what it is because you're also from the Haesong group, right? After hearing what number 5 just ate, Hyeon froze. He just ate a crystal jade. What? While the two of them were talking, number 5 had transformed. Don't pretend you don't know. You ordered the Silver Moon Guild to mass produce it. He remembered when he bought this himself and only got a little bit. I heard that one of these pills could increase stats 100 times the normal one, so I took a few. He smiled and looked at her smugly. I tried them too, but they didn't have the same reaction. Number 5's body transformed and he stepped on his suit. Unlike the gems, they didn't increase my stats. Number 5 was transformed into a monster by that crystal. I only gave him 3, and he turned into a monster that I couldn't control anymore. Looking at the monster before her eyes, Hyeon showed her first signs of anxiety. They were the ones who created this thing. She should be more aware of its effects. What, you crazy guy? Number 5 has turned into a giant monster. He clenched his fist and raised it high. Hyeon quickly adjusted her state. You're just a little older and you dare to mess with me? Even if you use up all 100 gems, your stats will only increase by 0.5. She gritted her teeth in anger. Do you think anything will change after you eat them? Before she could finish speaking, she was attacked. You are just one. She was thrown away and was seriously injured. Sangwoo saw that and laughed and teased her. It seemed like she was just good at talking. He stood up and looked at the changed situation of the battle and smiled. The only thing she saw was the change in stats after eating the crystals, but the increase in strength after becoming a monster was another matter. She was knocked to the ground but still conscious. Well, how would she know without ever trying one? While he was still speaking, number 5 suddenly swung his fist, but because of that, his speed had decreased, and his consciousness was gone. Number 5 lost all reason and attacked him too. He had to jump high to avoid the attack and he no longer recognized his master. Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. Hyeon felt extremely angry. She glared and clawed, you bastard, let's hope the guild cleans up this mess you left behind after I kill you. She immediately jumped into the air. She landed a powerful punch on number 5's body, causing number 5 to lose balance and change her target. Number 5 immediately used his move to slam Hyeon down, making her angrily claw at the ground. Hyeon then used her strength to stand up even though she was injured. Then she jumped up high again. Take that stick and attack with all your might on number 5. The force was so strong that number 5 fell down. Then Hyeon immediately rushed to Sangwoo. She slammed the stick down but luckily he blocked it in time. Just kill them and they will disappear, right? Kill them and I'll call the police. After hearing that, she pressed down even harder. Do you think I'm joking? Too hard. Fortunately, the other clones immediately rushed to his aid. A clone quickly circled behind her, wanting to sneak attack her. Then the clone took the opportunity to stab Hyeon in the side. But that stab was blocked by Hyeon with her hand. It wasn't enough. Then she immediately used her strength to counterattack. The fire flared up and burned the clone. She shouldered the sword and turned to look at Sangwoo after finishing off a clone. I noticed the clones never aimed for the dead spot. Looks like you haven't killed anyone yet. The deaf are not afraid of guns. Sangwoo clenched his sword and slashed at his leg. He was getting hotter and ready to fight again. Don't worry, I can change this soon. Hyeon felt confused by his actions. Hurting your own leg, are you crazy? He immediately turned on Super Saiyan mode. This is fine. Then shot towards Hyeon like a rocket. She managed to block the blow but was still pushed back a distance. Too fast. He aimed for her neck. He raised his sword horizontally and asked the other person, how do you feel? Is it enough to scare you? Now number 5 stood up and stomped on the spot where she was standing. She used her bare hands to prop his legs up. This damn monster. Then she immediately threw the number 5 into the air. Go away. The other scholars looked up and saw 2 fireballs flying down. She used her weapon to shield herself. Normal fireballs wouldn't work on me. Number 5 continued to open its mouth to create another fireball. This time he used a large amount of fire to shoot straight at her. She tried to raise her weapon to shield herself. In anger she called out loudly, Jung Sangwoo. Number 5's move sent rocks and dirt flying. In the end she was still able to hold out safely. Another wave of attacks from number 5 came straight at her. The others were also hit by the fireballs. The range was too wide. I couldn't avoid them. Just then a cloak appeared. After the ball hits the target and explodes, smoke and dust rose everywhere. But Sangwoo was safe and sound thanks to the cloak covering him. What is this? Arya on the other side of the subspace happily said, it was the prototype of the new armor created by Heritage MPCP. She continued to introduce this new armor model. The cloak is light, has good elasticity, absorbs most skills, and has a shield skill, so it can be used as an armor. It can become tough depending on the user's purpose. We believe it is even better than the Tron Corporation's toy hammer. Number 7 in the subspace just now was narrating everything Arya said. That's what she said, but she spoke English so I couldn't understand anything. Sangwoo turned to look and thanked Arya. Oh really, thank you. Thanks to this item, I escaped. Hyeon saw that Sangwoo was still fine and her eyes widened in anger. Are you kidding me? Number 5 suddenly appeared from behind her. You will die. Then he slammed down on the spot where she had been sitting. The rocks and dirt buried her whole body but she still held onto the stick tightly. Now it was completely broken and useless. She gritted her teeth and looked at her staff, her weapon. No, there was nothing left to block this damage. While she was thinking, number 5 swung his fist. She was punched into the ground. I had to find a foothold to cushion the blow. Anywhere would do. The surrounding ground also cracked because of that. She's trying to find a way out for herself. I have to disperse the damage I've taken. Number 5 keeps attacking Hyeon. I have to hurry or else. In the end she was still beaten so badly that she lay motionless. But she still tried her best to lift her foot and put it in 5th gear. Number 5 was kicked away by her. She lay panting on the ground. Suddenly someone approached and looked down at her from above. It turned out that it was Sangwoo who came up to compliment her. She did well enough but... Then he punched Hyeon hard. Hyeon remembered when she was somewhere else and received the message. She got ready and told her teammates, I'm going out for a bit. Shin Haesong's subordinates were a bit suspicious when they saw this. I thought today's mission was over. Hyeon turned to explain, the young master is looking for me again. Hunter Shin Junyoung, he is in a weak position. Why are you helping him? She was a little confused by his thinking. Hey, don't you know how to read the situation? The chairman's son will be the future chairman. He then mentioned someone else. Captain Shin Jinik was also the chairman's son. he was never worthy of that position, that useless guy. Hyeon still has confidence in the person she's on her side. Well, our young master may be lacking, but he's the one with the most potential. The villain continued reading his book as he listened to her, and more importantly, he was handsome too. What kind of mission was this? She then told the villain the contents of the message. He wanted me to teach a famous B-rank hunter named Jung Sang-woo a lesson, but not kill him. It's unclear why the villain stopped Hyeon. She better not go. What do you mean? He closed the book and added, I am advising you not to rush into the bush and continue serving the current president. That is what we are doing. I am serving the future president. Hyeon criticized the villain, but he just thought she was naive. You're acting like a child. That's why you're like this. She doesn't know anything about Jung Sang-woo. She's going to lose. Back to the present when the war is nearing its end. She opened her eyes and saw Sang-woo still in front of her. She was awake. A-rank hunters are really different. Hyeon felt curious because she herself had not yet been put to death. Why did you let me live? I really didn't go easy on you. She was still a little skeptical when Sang-woo said that, but you can kill me if you want. I don't think it's necessary, and like you said, I've never killed anyone. Hyeon sneered and mocked him, but I intentionally sent you to hell. You will always be weak if you keep that mindset. Suddenly a powerful explosion sent smoke and dust flying. It turned out that Sang-woo had used his sword to stab hard at the spot next to Hyeon's head. He didn't hold back anymore and went straight to the point, but this was her final warning. She was scared and sweated, then looked at the sword that was stabbed right next to her face. This time no one died and I paid you enough. That's enough. It's not too late to think again and disappear. Both you and the Haesong group. The other cloud-like figures beside her also looked at her with murderous eyes. I don't like killing people myself, but there are countless other ways to send them to hell, remember that. In the end, the proud Hyeon could only fearfully agree, yes. Once he received the answer from the other party, Sang-woo summoned the subspace. Then he immediately went inside to ask number 7, is your face okay? It hurts a lot. Leaving Hyeon alone on the battlefield with a racing heart, what should I do? She was so excited that her face turned red. He was so sexy. The people who hunted the animals were under surveillance by the soldiers. After that incident, the people behind the hunting of the animals disappeared. After recovering my clone a few days later, I was able to hunt normally again. Number 7 is now in Arya's lab, being taken care of by her. Number 7 has been sent to Heritage to study the skill sphere. What do you want to eat? Steak? Back to the vast academy in the distance. Meanwhile, countless new classes were held in the academy. Sang-woo walked through the crowd, lost in his thoughts. All the people following our target disappeared right when I defeated the Haesong guild hunter. The timing was perfect. He suddenly thought of a possibility. There was a high chance that it was someone from the Haesong guild. He guessed right because Shin Junyoung hated him so much, had a conflict with him. He suddenly made a noise that had no beginning or end. Hey. Sang-woo widened his eyes and asked, where are you going? Shin Junyoung's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Just then Haeyeon suddenly happily shouted, oh, you're back. The two of them immediately started chatting. I'm on my way to class. You're on your way to class too. Let's go together? Sang-woo glanced at Shin Junyoung while talking to Haeyeon. He was scared. I'm sure it was him. How was New York? Now in church. The master of ceremonies stood up high and said, everyone, please return to your seats. Sang-woo below listened to the lecture with a rather bored expression. Let's pray sincerely to the system. They say this is necessary to attend class, but we are praying, and praying to the system too. He leaned over to talk to Haeyeon. What are we doing here? Didn't you hear what the textbook said? We're going to learn about the history of the system and there's going to be a holy ceremony, so what does that have to do with hunting? While the two were talking, they had no idea that the person conducting the mass was listening. I don't know, if it wasn't for the order, I wouldn't be here. Please be quiet. Sang-woo stopped talking to Haeyeon. Unable to bear it anymore, he stood up and raised his hand to ask for permission. I wanted to go to the bathroom. Then Sang-woo left the classroom and went to the bathroom. But actually he used the extra space when no one was looking. He summoned and told his double to switch clothes with him, gave me clothes and took this. Hey, okay. Then the body double returned to the church to study in Sang-woo's place. Brother, yes, I just came back from the bathroom. I am Jung Sang-woo. But right now Sang-woo is really outside. What a waste of time. I will definitely attend this class through a clone. Coincidentally, he saw Shin Junyoung talking on the phone nearby. Shin Junyoung didn't understand why the last incident failed. What the hell happened? Even the team leader failed. How could she not even handle a B rank? Sang-woo suddenly spoke up. What about B level? Seeing that it was Sang-woo, Shin Junyoung was startled and hung up. He was eavesdropping on someone else's phone call. Sang-woo frowned at Shin Junyoung's shamelessness. You think you can say that after interfering with my hunt? Shin Junyoung was exposed and still tried to deny it. I don't know what you're talking about, but, yeah, of course you don't know. Haven't you guys practiced together? You guys are saying the same thing. Seeing that everything was exposed, Shin Junyoung showed his cards. He should have taken the money then, complaining after losing some prey. I could clearly see how poor his circumstances were. Sang-woo smiled at the other person. I'm jealous that you're rich. You probably didn't get any education from your parents and just hired a tutor, right? Hearing what he said made Shin Junyoung grit his teeth in anger. Oh no, based on the way he spoke, he was just like his father, so I don't think there's any case of studying. Shin Junyoung couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to go crazy. Do you want to fight? Sangwoo just found it funny after hearing that. He thought I was scared. Shin Junyong threatened and released his power. This is your last chance. Sangwoo seemed fearless and stared at the other party when threatened, saying what you want, no matter what it is, you will get it, and the Haesong group including me will not stand in your way anymore. He frowned and replied darkly, well, the only thing I want. After hearing what he said, Shin Junyong decided to hit him right away. Give me the elixir and I will disappear from the academy immediately. It's very difficult to control magic in this academy. Shin Junyong was about to attack in the middle of the academy grounds. The ice block was smaller than I imagined. What, a fight? Then summoned a fireball several times larger than himself, but there was no need to control it now. He looked at the size of the opponent's fireball. His fireball was nothing compared to his. What size was this? Suddenly Wang Yunhai appeared out of nowhere to stop them. She made the fireball disappear. Then Wang Yunhai asked to the two people surprise, what are you guys doing here? She pulled up her sunglasses and reminded the two of them, it's true that you guys are free to use your skills in the academy, but this is too much. One of the top 4 guilds, the Phoenix Guild's president, Wang Yunhai, are you guys fighting? Elsewhere, is that skill? Yes, someone is reviewing the video of the previous battle. This is the footage from the weapons camera. The man in white and blue was watching and exclaimed, oh, amazing, look at that move. He saw through his opponent's actions. Then the screen immediately showed number 5's face after turning into a monster. And what kind of giant creature is this? Are they still normal after eating the jade crystal? Ha 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 ha, we need it. We need this specimen immediately. We found someone else in the footage when the weapon was moved to another space. I think we have a high chance of getting the clone specimen here. The person heard and immediately asked, where is it? The screen changed and immediately showed the image of Arya, which is Heritage Company. The person watching on the other side of the screen suddenly smiled, Bershale, how greedy, you should share such a good thing. Traver Ron immediately ordered to prepare fighter jets, Tron Company's weapons manufacturing expert, CO Traver Ron, to destroy Heritage and bring the specimen back here. Junyong turned to look at the newcomer, it was her. Yunhai replied while biting on his cigarette, Phoenix Guild Master Yunhai, it's been a while, huh? Young Master. Junyong looked quite scared of the other party. What are you doing in the academy? I'm a professor here, even if it's just a temporary one. He was shocked to hear that and had to ask again, what? She is a professor at this academy. Who is she? She glanced around and stopped talking. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Everyone in the schoolyard is gathering and paying attention to them. You've attracted too much attention. Do you see that top trick ball? The three of them went to another place that looked like Yunhei's office. She looked at the two men sitting in front of her. Tell me, what happened? Junyong frowned and was silent for a while, then before he could finish speaking, Sangwoo told him everything. I'm sorry but this is personal, you know? He ordered his men to take away my prey and, he even said bitter words to me even though I didn't do anything wrong. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Yunhai stared at Sangwoo and said, while Junyong wanted to punch him to death, he must have been through a lot. He then turned to the important matter, anyway, a professor, as far as I know, most of the professors in this school are C-rank hunters and only a few are B-rank. What do you mean by that? Yunhai talked to each other and completely ignored Sangwoo. If it was for the students who were F-rank or D-rank hunters, then that was all they needed as a professor, but for the students with higher ranks, the school needed more to keep them under control. Are you smoking in that room? She immediately made it even clearer. To be more precise, I was invited here because of you guys. Yunhai tilted his head and smiled as he smoked, and the reason I stopped you guys was because you guys would have a chance to fight each other soon anyway. In the next class, the students would be allowed to fight each other as much as they wanted. At the lab where experiment number 7 was being conducted, Arya stared at the results in amazement. This. She took out the syringe filled with red liquid. There were no words to describe how wonderful it was. She looked at the information board in front of her and was shocked. This was real blood. There were also red blood cells, and he also had blood type A. I was sure that it was completely possible to research this blood sample. Even if the clone disappeared, it would disappear as well. Another male researcher beside him asked curiously, and it was all created by the subject's mana, right? It feels like all the principles we've known up until now are meaningless. While being experimented on like a guinea pig, number 7 was still happily thinking about the next meal, and more importantly, I thought that the clones were gradually behaving like separate individuals. Today I had beef for dinner. They ate separately and used the host's skills with their own mana, not the host's. Arya widened her eyes and looked at number 7 who was in the lab. He didn't have any summoning skills before, right? No, this was more like one. Suddenly there was a loud noise and aftershocks that shook the laboratory. Everything is flashing red warning lights. What's going on? People started to panic and ask each other. I think it seems like a plane crashed into our building, huh? Something really hit the building and exploded. What do you mean? Everything inside shattered and collapsed after the explosion. What the hell happened? Suddenly, in the darkness, many red lights appeared. Tron's robots quickly entered, successfully infiltrated, and prioritized capturing the target. But it was soon counterattacked, activating the defense system. The machine becomes brighter and redder. Intruders, get out of here immediately. The other robot quickly changed targets, changing priority missions, destroying everything in its path first. More robots appeared and opened fire everywhere. People inside are starting to panic. A lot of combat robots have entered the building via plane. call security here and quickly evacuate the remaining people. At this moment, number 7 suddenly sat up and asked, which floor of the building did the plane crash into? He looked at Arya and said, I will cooperate in suppressing the intruders. At this time, the guards and soldiers in the building were fighting against the robots, but in the end, human strength was still defeated by machine strength. Many people were shot dead or injured, the mechanical sounds of robots rang out, destroying everything in their path. The orange-clothed, blue-haired brother gritted his teeth and used his power, I'll draw attention. He ordered the others to quickly call the guards from other floors to come here to help. Alone against the robots, he charged forward and attacked it head-on. When the other robot saw its teammate fall, another group of robots also stepped forward ready to fight and change their weapons to melee, destroying everything in their way first. He watched as they surrounded him with knives, changing weapons as soon as they saw his abilities. These weren't ordinary robots that were just used for terror, they were much more advanced. They immediately rushed to attack him, destroying everything in their way first. The attacks coming from multiple directions left him injured, but he still managed to knock down a few. Before we could catch our breath, we had to face another attack from many directions, there were too many of them. When he was about to collapse, someone appeared and cut them to pieces. It turned out that number 7 had arrived to assist him. He didn't know him, so he stammered, who are you? I'm number 7, I'm here to destroy the intruders. He didn't understand what his name meant, so he misunderstood. Number 7, you're in charge of the 7th floor, anyway be careful, there are too many of them. The remaining robots were now communicating with each other via symbols, changing their mission priorities. Seeing that he was too strong, they changed their appearance, prioritizing capturing the target. Now in Sangwoo Academy, nice to meet everyone. Yunhai stood in front of everyone and announced, my name is Yunhai, I will be in charge of the class and sparring practice, I will get straight to the point. Hearing her words, many people felt fear. From now on, the class would form groups of 3 members and have 3-on-3 matches between groups, any skill and equipment was allowed, and a group would win if all 3 members of the other group were defeated. Sangwoo had to attend this class, and he wanted to hide it so he didn't cancel the clone summoning. The grading system would be based on combat ability, contribution in battle and teamwork ability. There were also a few other small factors that could affect the grade, so don't even think about just sitting around waiting. When did he change his clothes? So this is what she meant by the chance to fight him, a sparring match? After she finished speaking, she asked if anyone had any questions. Someone raised his hand and asked, Teacher, we are hunters, our job is to hunt monsters, so why do we have to practice fighting each other? I'm curious about that too. Yunhai stood on the podium with his arms crossed and said, I was also suddenly invited here, so I don't know either. She still relied on her experience to answer, but based on my experience as an A-rank hunter, you guys shouldn't just pay attention to monsters. The students were sweating profusely as they listened to her explanation, the division of interests, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities in illegal gates and many other things. If you choose to be a hunter, there will always be conflicts with other hunters. Are you so compassionate that you will just smile and turn your back and give everything to the other party? She frowned and said sternly to everyone, remember that anything can happen within the gates. After she finished answering, someone else asked the next question. She said that we should form a group of 3. Is there a rank limit for hunters? Yunhai was quite surprised to hear that but didn't show it. I get what you mean. She immediately mentioned Junyang and Wu. Actually, there were 2 students who had gone beyond the normal category. Yunhai reassured all the students here, but you don't have to worry about that, they will handle it properly, so you don't have to worry about being overwhelmed by those 2. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Well then, I finished my part. You guys can start introducing yourselves and forming groups. See you in the next class. Sangwoo thought about what she said and wondered how to handle it. What would it be? Now Heian sitting beside him spoke up. Hung, you'll be in the same group as me, right? Of course, let me find someone else outside. He stared at the phone, which was ringing. Miss Arya Burshella. He went out to talk on the phone. Hello, I wonder if the call is automatically translated? She was silent for a moment before answering. Jung Sangwoo. He smiled on the other side of the screen after seeing her faltering. Well, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? The call was actually translated. Now in front of Arya was the ruins of the last battle. Number 7 was taken. What? Arya worriedly called Sangwoo, Mr. Jung Sangwoo. After hearing her say that, Sangwoo was just surprised because the call was translated. I have something to say. Yes, what is it? The translation tool works so well. Arya looked at the ruins before her. Number 7 was gone. What? Sangwoo asked again, confused. Just to be sure, number 7 was taken away? The guy from earlier reached out to Arya now. Who would? I mean, how? Turns out he heard them talking and he wanted to answer Sangwoo's question. I can explain from there. Remember a few minutes ago number 7 was still beating up the robots. Even if he gets hit, he will put up his shield to block it. Then let the fire of hatred burn the other robot. The other guy can focus on fighting his robot. The guy turned to look and was sweating in fear. So strong. Who was he? It seems that the robot is not completely powered down, so it can still communicate. Suddenly it sat up with its eyes shining, reconfiguring the modules and resistor circuits. It immediately reached out to strangle him, but on the other side, number 7 was still massacring robots and didn't know about this. Then the robot immediately told number 7 to stop. Number 7 turned around in surprise and saw a robot strangling the other guy. If he continues to attack, I will kill you, don't worry about me, destroy that robot. The other robot started making conditions to him, if you stop then there won't be any more damage. After listening to number 7, he asked the other guy, are you from Heritage? That doesn't matter, the aid will be here soon. But number 7 decided to stop fighting and took off his armor. Even though he was surrounded by so many robots aiming at him, he was not afraid. My master ordered me to cooperate as best as possible with Heritage Company, prioritizing the achievement of the target that needed to be captured. The other guy frowned and tried to stop number 7. I can't let Heritage suffer any more losses. No, pick up your weapon. The other guy shouted a warning as he saw the robot approaching number 7. Behind, the other guy cried and blamed himself. He was taken away because of me. I'm so sorry. Sangwoo comforted the other party. You don't need to feel guilty. Wait, I'll check the situation. Notification system, activate fusion skills. He saw number 7 was trapped in the robot's body. Detected the monocircuit. Suddenly a high voltage current ran into him, shocking him, activating the containment protocol skill, ending the fusion. Sangwoo was forced back and couldn't fuse anymore. Damn, what happened? I think the clone was transferred somewhere, and they might have stopped me from using the fusion skill. I think it would be difficult to bring him back using the dimensional skill. The other guy still couldn't calm down. It was all my fault. Well, we didn't ask for the clone to be summoned again because that was what was stipulated in the contract. It was our fault for not noticing that the ambushers intended to kidnap No. 7. Arya made a request to Sangwoo, but, can you not finish off number 7? That is. Arya decided to let us handle this. Yes, we will bring him back. Looking at the pile of robots that had become her side, she also knew who did it. It seemed like she had already guessed the culprit, right? Yes. Sangwoo also cheerfully agreed with her. Well then, I have no intention of using number 7 during the contract period with you anyway, thank you. After hearing the two of them talking, the young man wondered, what do you mean by Tiu Wei? She replied with a sentence that shocked the other guy. Number 7 is a clone, not a person, so he doesn't need to feel guilty, really? Even though he said that, Sangwoo was still quite worried about No. 7. It'll be fine. Heritage is a big company. They probably have a lot of hunters. Everyone in the class suddenly ran towards him. Sangwoo-san, are you in any group yet? Come join my group. My skills will definitely be useful. He was shocked when he saw this scene. What is this? Are people gathered here to convince me to join the group? Sangwoo turned to look and saw that Junyang's side was the same as his. No, there were quite a few people on Shin Junyang's side as well. He looked at the crowd and thought to himself, well, they said that B-level punishment would be imposed, but we don't know exactly what it is, so it's only natural. We have a completely different level of experience. Looks like we'll be able to form a pretty strong team. Just then Wang Yunhai poked his head in and added something. Oh, I forgot to say. After listening to Sangwoo, he was like, what the hell? Hunter Sangwoo is not allowed to use clones in this class. He turned to ask her directly, why? Teamwork among members was one of the important criteria, and considering the clone as one of the members would be troublesome, because the clone would do all the work. She left as soon as she finished speaking. Good luck. The people who came to see him earlier were all surprised. Really? He can't use clones? Is that all he has? People started gossiping and badmouthing him in front of him. He couldn't even use Fireball properly when he first learned, so it's no use. Sorry, if anyone wants to, Junyang-san, come join our group. Everyone started to change their minds and rushed to Junyang's place. I was confident in my endurance. There was no one around Sangwoo, only then did Sangwoo slowly walk towards Heian. He made the offer that she had clearly just made. Want to join my group? Wow, that was quick. So, after some struggling, that's how a group of 3 was formed and they had to get to know each other. A tall and muscular guy joined the two of them. Nice to meet you, I'm Jungbi, a D-ranked upper hunter trainee, Jungbi. Sangwoo still remembers who the other party is and holds a grudge. I saw you run towards Shin Junyang as soon as you heard that I couldn't use clones. It seems like you had a hard time finding a group, huh? It's nothing personal, I'm just serious about this academy. Heian looked at Sangwoo who was blaming others and also teased back. I don't think you can say that. No, I'm loyal. Skills, look at our skills. Jungbi smiled and replied, okay. He radiated green mana and raised his huge shield. I could take a good hit based on the total shield's defense. I could confidently say that I had the best defense skills in this academy. Wide area defense, activated, increased defense on your weapon, the defense stats and the number of people that could be supported depended on the skill level. Heian stretched out her hand and created blue mana balls. I can create mana balls. It doesn't have the destructive power of fireballs but it's much faster than fireballs. Mana master, activation, mana gathering, mana amount, control depends on skill level. Only Sangwoo has skills but can't use them, other than clones. I don't know what to do. Heian angrily reminded Sangwoo about this assignment. Be serious, but really, should I go find another group? He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Jungbi, oh right, you want to join Hunter Shin Junyang's group. Jungbi felt a bit awkward hearing that. Why didn't he join them? D rank was already high enough in this academy. I thought it was high too but there was someone better with him. At this moment, there was smoke and dust in Junyang's group's place. He stared blankly at the sight before him. Can create such destructive power in just a moment, why don't you take the promotion exam? It turned out that the ruins in front of him and the master of the power were two people in his group, both of them. Both of them were nice enough to answer, I was lazy. The remaining pink-haired man smiled savagely, New Moon F-rank hunter, Moon Doan, Butcher F-rank hunter, On Soken, bullying the weak is more fun. Junyoung exclaimed at their presence in his group, they were probably C-rank or higher, even Soken, who didn't even bother to go to class, joined his group. He saw their fighting power and his future of defeating Sangwoo, both of them were too good, I will crush Jung Sangwoo with this group. In some strange and vast place, spider-like monsters were all killed. Other monsters like worms with snake heads emerged from the ground. Someone with slightly red skin was about to draw his sword. Then a red sword slashed through them, killing the monsters instantly. The enemy swaggered over the corpses of those monsters. As if sensing something strange, the other party suddenly raised his hand. It turned out that the man was looking at the bracelet on my wrist. I forgot how to use this. Suddenly the sand where the opponent was standing flowed down. There was a monster from underground that bit up and swallowed the opponent. The monster was several dozen meters tall, rising straight up to the sky. But it was still attacked from within the body by the other man. In the end, the opponent still escaped safely. I can't get used to it. Kaisel Raven continued walking among the monster corpses. It seemed like Heritage was calling. I am an S-rank hunter who is looking for Kaisel Raven. It seems like I have to go far away again. Suddenly Yunhai put his hand on the ground. A pink barrier immediately appeared around him. Pink mana radiated from her body. From now on, you will fight this thing. Mana fusion, initiative, rotation, and dispersion of mana. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, curses, buffs, and disable skills. Sangwoo broke out in a cold sweat as he remembered the first time they met. She turned out to be such a giant fireball extinguisher. She clasped her hands behind her back and continued seriously, it will also take effect within this space. I have used many counter skills. All magical damage or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be reduced. The others were shocked when they heard that, so whether it was a gun or magic, you could use whatever you wanted. Even if you shot someone in the head, they wouldn't die, don't worry, though it would leave a scar. She slightly lowered her head and glanced at them. Any questions? No one said anything. She calmly started, very well, we will start the competition test. There are many pink barriers on the field, a total of 6 shields, 12 teams will compete at the same time. She explained as she pointed to the diagram, then the winning team would play each other and the losing team would do the same. We weren't going to find a winner or anything, this was just an opportunity to be accurately evaluated. She changed her tone to be more serious, and finally, Yunhai suddenly called out Sangwoo's name, Hunter Jung Sangwoo, Shin Junyoung invited to come forward. She rummaged inside her breast pocket, drink this before the battle begins. Yunhai took out 2 glass bottles containing green medicine, weakness potion, this would reduce his stats to the normal level of the academy students, at E rank, both of them had to drink this potion, it was called medicine but it was actually poison, the effect was only temporary so there was no need to worry, damn, this was punishment, having your stats reduced. Yunhai also reminded him that if he refused to drink this or used skills to neutralize it, it would be considered cheating and automatically graded down to an F. After finishing the arrangements she loudly announced, now let's get into position, After the match started, in the 4th shield of Team 1, Sangwoo was my opponent, it was fine, he couldn't use clones and his stats had also decreased, now he was only level F. Sangwoo heard that and his veins popped out, it sounded a bit humiliating but it was true, calm down, we can get through this if we work together. As the 4th blocker of Team 2, he has a few skills besides that, like quick attacks for example. He glanced at the barrier beside him, Shin Junyoung was right next to us. Sangwoo noticed Soken laughing crazily beside him, and who was that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. Someone outside the barrier started to remind, B-rank hunters should drink the medicine, Phoenix Guild members are supervising. Sangwoo had to do it anyway, so he opened the cap without any resistance, both he and Junyoung drank all the medicine in the bottle. A blue light emitted and made Sangwoo's whole body hurt, are you okay? The system also immediately announced that you have absorbed the debilitating medicine, strength 23,135. He tried to endure the pain while glaring angrily, his parameters, reflexes 14,135, stamina 5,821, his energy was being drained, magic 3,623, strength 3,251, reflexes 2,251. The system immediately displays, anti-poison. Sangwoo is still in pain from the medicine, has poison resistance activated, strength 2,135, endurance 6,647, stamina 18,534, magic 28,967, reflexes 23,686. Restore parameters, strength 42,534, reflexes 32,212, endurance 38,593, resistance 36,093, magic 51,382. He looked at the displayed parameters and was stunned. He had completely absorbed the debilitating medicine and had increased his poison resistance. Poison resistance was 8,132, 8,138. They're trying to fix it up over there at Arya's, mind that side, don't let it fall over. Someone suddenly came up to her and asked, Miss Burchell, recognizing who it was she was surprised and happy, Raven, long time no see. She happily approached the other party, you're here, of course I have to come, more importantly. Raven started asking about the situation here, ambush at Heritage's headquarters, what's going on? That, a real clone. He was quite surprised after hearing that, I didn't even know that skill existed, it was urgent, we had to find the clone model as soon as possible. Raven knew what they were going to do as soon as she heard it, using it for the skill orb, that's some serious skill. But unexpectedly Arya denied it, no, I don't care about the skill ball anymore. She started talking about a bigger plan, if we experimented on the clone's properties, we might succeed, our plan for that day also came one step closer. Raven was a bit thoughtful about this purpose, then it really is important, okay, I will go. In the hunter industry, there is one parameter that is notoriously difficult to grow, and that is regeneration and poison resistance. System display, regeneration has increased, poison resistance has increased, the talent that needs to be cultivated is considered as self-harm. Poison resistance increases after risking one's life to use poison, especially poison resistance. It can ignore most poisons when it reaches 1 unit, but even increasing the parameter by 1 unit is already very dangerous. So even high-level hunters who use skills to cure poison never try to strengthen their immunity, but there are always exceptions, someone who drank deadly poison instead of water and strengthened their immunity. That person is the Sangwoo who used to show off his medicine with number 7, flabby muscles, swollen lungs, exploding bodies. Number 7 has a new medicine, the parameters are still the same. He found it quite unbelievable what had just happened to his body, and his poison resistance had even increased. Sangwoo suddenly thought of something, then, the guild member outside announced, we will soon start the evaluation test, both teams, get ready. Jungbi immediately released green mana, I will buff our defense. The other team is a bit tense, just calm down, do as we discussed, okay, the match starts. Sangwoo ran quickly towards Team 1, come on, I'm coming, yeah. When he suddenly charged at them and made them jump, he attacked me, it looked like they were all in slow motion. So this is the importance of the parameter, I think it can also dodge attacks as easily as a clone. Sangwoo immediately dodged the attack by going behind his opponent's back, too slow. He put the knife to the enemy's back and killed one of them. But then Sangwoo suddenly thought again, oh wait, if he subdues them here, wouldn't that prove that the debilitating medicine is ineffective? While he was frozen in thought, his opponent had already circled around to hit him, and now they're forcing me to drink stronger medicine, you bastard. The other party immediately slammed into Sangwoo, then, he rolled a few times on the ground, Haeyeon and Jungbi were both surprised, you Sangwoo. Sangwoo lay on the cracked and bruised floor, what a good show, everyone could see that he was weakened and beaten. But Jungbi exposed his pretense right away, in fact, I had already buffed everyone's defense, even if your stats were reduced, it would be difficult to fly that far. Sangwoo sat up, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say, he had to pretend to be natural, it's okay, I'm fine, thanks to that defensive buff, wow, it really works. The opposing team also doesn't understand anything, what the hell, is he strong or weak, I don't understand. Just then Jungbi went to attack the opponent, while holding back the attacker of his team, Jungbi shouted, Haeyeon, it's time. Haeyeon immediately summoned several mana balls as soon as she heard Jungbi speak, then quickly threw them towards the opposing team. Unexpectedly, one of the 2 male members on the other side used his body to protect the female team member, it's okay, I can handle it. Both of the first team members jumped up to attack Jungbi alone, taking him down first. Sangwoo stood from afar watching his teammates being beaten and thought to himself, with just Haeyeon and Jungbi, we definitely can't win, is there any way to help our team without being too obvious? Then it occurred to him, yes. He immediately pretended to scream loudly and rushed towards the remaining female in Team 1, Izuha, I won't forgive you guys. The opponent immediately used his skill to attack Sangwoo, disappear, stone, activate skill. He didn't dodge so he got hit hard by the rock, Sangwoo silently made a plan in his head, he would pretend to get sent flying in. Then he used his foot to change direction, and he flew forward to headbutt the other 2, aiming at them. Both Haeyeon and Jungbi were shocked to see that. Sangwoo scratched his head and said awkwardly, I'm fine, thanks to that defense buff, without it, I don't know what I would do. Sangwoo's headbutt knocked the other 2 out on the spot, what the hell? The female member of the group saw this scene and quickly explained, no, it's not me, I don't have enough strength to defeat someone like that, my skills are not there. She was panicking and yet Sangwoo complimented her, amazing. The girl was so angry that she gritted her teeth, then she activated her skill to launch a series of rocks at them, it wasn't me who did it. Jungbi stood up and used his shield to block everything, the opponent could be clearly seen through the smoke and dust. From that smoke suddenly something shot out, several mana balls aimed straight at that girl. It turns out Haeyeon took the opportunity to take down her opponent, I'm very confident in my speed. The supervisor outside took notes, that was quick, 4th fence, Team 2 won. All 3 of them can breathe a sigh of relief now, haha, everyone worked hard, your buff is the best Jungbi, you don't have to emphasize it anymore. Sangwoo turned to look at Junyong's side, wondering how Shin Junyong was doing. Just then he saw On Soken activating his skill, then he beat his opponent to a pulp. Don't. Makes the rest of the people look and get goosebumps. The teammate of the person being beaten also shouted, "Hey, we have already accepted defeat, stop it." The supervisor outside saw that something was wrong, so he immediately rushed forward to quickly stop the match. But On Soken didn't seem to hear and continued to punch his opponent like crazy. Luckily Yunhai appeared just in time. "Hey, can't you hear, are you deaf? We said stop." On Soken immediately let go of the other guy and joked with her, "Oh, you're talking to me, I don't know." On Soken started complaining about the magic circle. "Because of this limited magic circle I couldn't use my full power when throwing a punch, otherwise just one punch would have been enough." On Soken turned to ask the other two in his group, "Don't you think so? Well, I can't cut it properly either." Yunhai felt a huge headache over this. He had made a mistake. He had not considered the hunters with high stats and experience as he was facing low rank. He should not have rushed to just apply the stat reduction magic circle and the debilitating potion to all of them. She immediately ordered the supervisor beside her to quickly call the on-site therapist over. "Kyung-ah, over here, hurry up." The therapist must treat the other person at the scene. Haeyeon felt that this was not right at all. Wasn't it a bit too much? But Sangwoo didn't say anything and just looked far away as if he was thinking. Jungbi tried to comfort the other two. "Don't worry, there are a total of 6 people who beat us in the next round, so the chance of us meeting them is only 20%, I think they will be our opponents." Sangwoo suggested taking a break and then playing the next match. Yunhai then turned to ask the other invigilator, "Has it been decided who wins and who loses?" "Ah, yes, now we will randomly match them, don't be random." She decided to pair Sangwoo's team with Junyoung's team, so the second place team in the 4th fence would play against the first place team in the 5th fence. Why? The supervisor was still not sure if he heard correctly, so he asked again, "Did she mean the team of 2 hunters Jung Sangwoo and Shin Junyoung?" Yes. It turned out that Yunhai had seen the truth even though Sangwoo tried to hide it. The action just now was not that of someone who had drunk the medicine and was weakened, nor had he used any purification skill with the medicine. She decided to push this hot stone to Sangwoo's group. She didn't know what he did with the debilitating potion, but if someone started causing trouble, she could just let them fight each other. At least we'd get to see a good fight. In Nevada, desert, Tron Company lab. Someone kept banging on the door, opening it. "This is the FBI." Turns out the FBI is investigating Tron. Tron is suspected of ambushing Heritage and illegally manufacturing and selling pharmaceuticals. Please cooperate with us. But no matter how much they screamed, the door remained closed. "You guys are getting a little pissed off about this. They're completely ignoring us. Go away. There's a search warrant. We can force them." The leader-like figure in the group gave an order to the tallest man in the group. "Big Joe, your turn." "Yes, sir." Joe immediately activated the skill, Iron Skinned. The skill was activated. Then Joe tried to rush towards the iron door. "Come here." Only smoke and dust could be seen, but Joe stood dumbfounded at the door. The door wasn't even scratched, not even a scratch. Suddenly something appeared on the door. It blew out all their body cameras. "What? Our body cameras?" It then switched to a laser beam that quickly scanned across them. Only red lines appeared on their bodies, then they died on the spot. "Raven just happens to be here too, haha." He exclaimed, "We went from the desert to Heritage and now back to the desert." Raven moved forward as instructed. "Let's see, is this the Tron Company? They said it's around here somewhere." It didn't take long for him to notice something unusual. He stood from above feeling the wind blowing past him. This is. Tron's robots are cleaning up the crime scene, the smell of burned flesh. Raven immediately appeared right in front of that place's door. "Hey." He asked the robot in annoyance, "What are you burning?" But the robot kept on burning and ignored him. He saw that and immediately drew his sword. "Leave me alone, then let me change the question." Just as he asked that question, the robot's gun went out. "Is this the Tron Company?" It sounded like it was exchanging Moser code. It then immediately turned to prepare to attack Raven. But Raven with his quick sword slashes took it out immediately. "Looks like we've come to the right place." He looked down at the charred body. He was a bit pensive as if thinking about something. Raven continued to move forward, to see what the inside of the Tron Company looked like. "Just try to stop me." Inside the Traver lab, Ron was laughing and saying, "I was completely wrong. I thought that the gem that could turn a person into a monster was the most reasonable solution for rapid parameter growth, but in fact it was a barrier that prevented pure parameter growth. It can be said that the gem's parameter boosting effect has disappeared, and only the effect of transforming the user into a monster by causing DNA mutations remains." The person on the other end of the line shared his joy after listening. "Congratulations. It seems that it is only a matter of time before you can solve the problem of the effects of your research. If I don't find a sample that can absorb jade and still retain human form, I might be stuck with the same problem for the rest of my life." He continued to talk about his great plan. Soon, there would be hope for humanity. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the laboratory. The announcement immediately went out to Traver Ron. The blockade had been destroyed. Huh? The FBI got through it? The person talking to him announced even more shocking news. The Federal Bureau of Investigation had been destroyed, but an S-rank hunter swordsman had arrived. What the hell? He shouted angrily and unwillingly. "No, I was almost there. Do I have to stop here?" Traver Ron tried to calm down and began to give instructions. "Prepare the sample. he decided to use number 7 to deal with Raven. The last S-Class hunter left here is still a human. We will use this sample as a weapon to block the fake swords. Raven continues to advance deeper into the Tron base. He saw countless test tubes here containing monsters. They were managing the project based on the corpses of monsters. I wonder if the clones are okay? Raven glanced around. Well, he went to a place that was even more terrifying than it looked. Who would have thought that such a huge space was underground? Suddenly a voice stopped him. Please stop, swordsman. Raven immediately turned her attention to where the sound came from. This voice, who are you? The robot talking to him explained, I am an artificial intelligence that manages this place. You are trespassing on Tron's private property, I know, but I heard that Tron attacked Heritage and took away an important friend of mine. It listened as if it didn't care and sent Raven away. I don't know anything about that, please leave. It seems like even machines can lie these days. No matter how many times I hear it, it's definitely a woman's voice. What the hell is going on? As soon as the AI finished speaking, countless robots came over. This was not a request. They immediately targeted Raven. These high-tech combat robots will come after you. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. But Raven remained calm and indifferent. Where were those high-tech fighting robots? Suddenly a sword appeared. The robots were cut to pieces in the blink of an eye. Looks like you won't compromise. All we see is a pile of scrap metal. Over here Heian was a little annoyed and said to Sangwoo, hey, look. Turns out Heian was upset because she didn't expect their team to actually play Junyoung's team. Didn't he say there was only a 20% chance we'd meet them? Jungbi looked over and stammered, that group is, why don't you say something? Sangwoo didn't reply to Heian and just said some nonsense. Jungbei's support buff is the best, not that. An Soken was a little annoyed when he saw this scene. Was this a joke? An Soken looked at Sangwoo like he was an idiot. Was that guy really a B-rank hunter? Junyoung immediately reminded An Soken, don't let your guard down, what I want is an overwhelming victory. Moon Do-won also agreed with this and prepared to fight immediately. I also want to end this quickly, let's begin. Jungbi was a little scared and sweating but still fought seriously. I will buff you guys, the shield sharing skill has been activated. Sangwoo suddenly became serious. I should stop acting. Those two are at least C rank. Whether we get discovered or not, we have to fight with all our might. Yunhai, who was observing from outside, suddenly reminded the supervisor to be on standby just in case. Yes, ma'am. She announced loudly, contestants, get ready, the match begins. An Soken was the first to rush towards Sangwoo. Let's see the skills of a B-rank hunter. Luckily he was agile so he dodged the attack. But unexpectedly his hand had a halo of light surrounding it. Sangwoo punched An Soken so hard that his face was turned sideways. An Soken grinned savagely with a bloody mouth. What? That was quite an impressive punch. Did you really drink the debilitating potion? It turns out that the bracelet is related to Yunhai. This is the restriction that Guild Master Wang Yunhai mentioned. I wanted to knock him out, but I couldn't. It seems like I don't have enough strength to do so. An Soken didn't give him time to think and immediately rushed in for the next blow. One more thing. Junyoung was still standing there without attacking or anything. Was Junyoung really under the effects of the debilitating potion? The thought that the other party could resist poison made Sangwoo unable to accept it. There was no way that Guy's resistance to poison was equal to his own, and he also barely moved during the last evaluation battle. If that was the case then. Sangwoo immediately rushed to the place behind Junyoung. He must be in a weakened state. Junyoung also found out his intention. You decided to target me first? Suddenly a beam of light appeared and enveloped Sangwoo. Lightning struck from the sky straight down onto the stadium. Suddenly there were countless pieces of glass falling from the sky. Ah, what the hell, watch out for those glass shards. Sangwoo was just struck black by lightning. The damage had exceeded his tolerance limit. The skill that shared the shield had disappeared. Junyoung looked at his hand and was not very satisfied. His magic couldn't work well inside this barrier. He looked at the heavily injured Sangwoo and felt triumphant. Well, it seems like it's still enough. You think you can win easily just because I drank the debilitating potion? While Junyoung was busy talking, Sangwoo grabbed a knife. Watch as your team loses because of your useless self. Sangwoo looked up and smiled despite the blood pouring down from his head. Don't make me laugh, because I'll do my best to make sure that doesn't happen. An announcement came from Tron's side. The battle robots were destroyed. Destroyed already. We've used up all our energy reserves. Traver Ron pressed the control panel a little nervously. What about the drugs we will inject into the test sample? We have only prepared the brainwashing drug that allows behavioral control, bone strengthening, basic abilities and physical defense. All the drugs were injected into the body of number 7 in the test tube, but that was enough to significantly enhance the vision and mobility of the clones. Now, Traver Ron smiled with peace of mind. Okay, transmit it to the sample. Back to the match. Jungbi was injured by his opponent, not showing any openings. Moon Do-won is Jungbei's opponent. Chain attack. The more speed increase. In the blink of an eye, Jungbi had another new wound. Moon Do-won turned to look at Jungbi, both praising and angry. I was going to cut off your arm with that move, but you defended well. It's really annoying. Sangwoo turned around and saw this scene. Jungbi. When he was about to rush over to help, Junyoung stepped in. Where are you going? The force field skill is activated. Didn't you say you would take me down first? Sangwoo immediately turned to look at Junyoung with a warning look. Don't get in my way. His fireball destroyed the blocking force field. Junyoung looked at the tiny fireball flying towards him. I'm pretty sure you've seen me do this magic battle before. He then went big and fired a ball several times bigger than his, smashing it towards Sangwoo, but this was a real fireball. At this moment, Sangwoo immediately summoned the subspace. The fireball immediately flew straight into it. Junyoung was furious when he saw this. Bastard, when did you learn that kind of defensive skill? I noticed that fireball skill first. Being with Haeyeon isn't easy either. An Soken activated his skill and toyed with Haeyeon. What are you doing? Punishing the weak. The lower the opponent's stats, the higher your base stats. An Soken immediately swung his fist towards Haeyeon. You call that an offensive skill? Fortunately, Sangwoo appeared in time to stop it. He stared at An Soken and complimented him. That's strong. Suddenly his eyes bulged out. He was in so much pain that he fell to his knees and screamed. Sangwoo gritted his teeth in pain, having discovered a body transformation, activating a new skill. Junyoung didn't understand but still took the opportunity. What's wrong with him? This is our chance. Let's attack Jung Sangwoo now. Moon Do-won hesitated a bit but still did it. Even though I don't want to, it can't be helped. Chain attack. Deploy and re-establish the chain attack and greatly increase the power of the next attack. An Soken madly swung his fist at Sangwoo. Try blocking this like you did before. Punish the weak upgraded. This skill will temporarily be applicable to people even with higher stats. Junyoung also launched an attack. Fireball skill was activated. Windblade skill was activated. Skill combination. Hellfire skill was activated. All three of them rushed forward and used their skills to attack him, causing the arena Sangwoo was standing on to explode. Wave after wave of explosions rang out, and the ground was also torn up. An Soken roared as he pounded the ground. I will end this. The smoke was so thick that nothing could be seen. Haeyeon screamed, and Jungbi worriedly let out a soft voice. Sangwoo, no. Suddenly someone shouted for the supervisor. She also quickly ran over. Treatment, over here, wait a moment. On the other side, the system sound kept announcing on Sangwoo. The strong bone skill has been created. Strong bone, passive skill has been created. The sound of skill leveling up kept ringing, accompanied by gradually increasing stats. Finally the mechanical sound rang out again. The skill of hating the weak had reached its limit. The gap in endurance was too great. The gap in agility was too great. And then Sangwoo appeared in the smoke, raising his hand to block Soken's attack. The skill of Iron Body was created. He leveled up. All his basic stats increased greatly. Endurance, strength, reflexes, stamina and even physical strength all increased by tens of thousands. Sangwoo looked at Soken and said softly, is this the end? But he didn't give up, immediately swinging his elbow at his face. Yunhai on the side was adjusting his support skill. Too dangerous. Stop Jung Sangwoo. But her skills were no match for Sangwoo and his immense strength. He continued to raise his fists, breaking Yunhai's skills. He punched Soken hard in the stomach. He let out a soft groan of pain. The whole person flew away and hit the wall behind. When the space was quiet again, Soken lifelessly slid down the stairs. Jungbi and Haeyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Junyoung and Moon Do-won were also surprised. Junyoung panicked. What is this? Sangwoo calmly said, it had to end like this. In Traver's lab, the announcement sound was extremely stiff. The defense skill had been created. The system had recognized strong bones in an iron body. Traver laughed loudly. That's right, when he endured without turning into a monster, his stats would increase greatly. He said proudly, and because it was equipped with the most advanced weapons of the Tron Company, Clone 7 stood before him with a proud voice that did not stop. A warrior that could defeat even an S-Class hunter had been created. Traver asked the computer system, have you completely brainwashed it? After rebooting its brain, we have changed you to its master, Mr. Traver. He excitedly grabbed a few robots. From now on his name was TO1. Suddenly another screen appeared. The Sword Seeker had reached the 7th basement. Estimated arrival time 5 minutes. Traver chuckled twice, right on time. He patted the robot on the shoulder. I'll give you a mission, TO1, eliminate that intruder. The robot was silent and didn't react, which made him confused. Traver quickly checked again. He muttered, didn't it hear me? I installed translation software. He ordered again, hey TO1, go kill that guy. The robot used a haughty gaze and said, I am number 7. Number 7 calmly punched Traver, making him groan in pain. I only take orders from my master. His computer system called Traver in panic. Number 7 spoke slowly again, forced injection and order. This facility and its people are considered enemies. The other computer system was still trying to communicate. Mr. Traver, on the other side of Sangwoo's position. Yunhai was surprised. That bastard Jung Sangwoo, he even negated his own skill. Damn, he's really a B rank. The supervisor behind her hurriedly asked, what should we do? Should we stop? Yunhai turned her head and gave a low command. There are still other members. Just heal the hunters who are outside the boundary first. She glanced at the battle. There was no reason to stop the battle just because the nerfing drug didn't work on Jung Sangwoo. Junyoung was grinding her teeth non-stop. Junyoung was also not affected by the drug. Thinking back to the situation just now made Yunhai shiver. This medicine did not reduce skill levels, but using strong skills would consume a large amount of mana. If his stats were reduced as the medicine intended, he would be feeling tired and exhausted right now. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead. but this fight had already ignored those limits from the start. We'll continue, just keep watching. Doan stood beside Junyang and kept pleading, Junyang, order me to go, but he was gritting his teeth in anger. Why you? Doan turned his head and saw Junyang's face darken. He immediately shouted, Junyang, wake up. He glanced at the arena while trying to wake Junyang up, didn't he see? Junyang looked at Sangwoo, who was stuttering in response to Doan. Sorry, I just said that, are you finally awake? Junyang frowned and thought to herself, how stupid, what was I thinking? In that moment he remembered what his superior had said, take that medicine, this is your chance to prove yourself. He activated the skill in his hand and made up his mind, I have no chance of giving up, all or nothing. I will buff your speed, tie him up. Immediately there was a system notification sound, reaction speed and agility increased. Doan excitedly drew his sword and charged towards Sangwoo. This buff is amazing, at this rate, I will. He approached Sangwoo in a flash, he defeated the monster, but his sword just touched him and shattered. Doan was startled by the sound of the speed buff ending. That blade, what kind of buff effect did it have that ended so quickly? He wanted to draw the remaining sword on his back, but Sangwoo turned around and extended his fist towards Doan. I will finish this too. However, he was stopped by a pile of spikes that shot up from the ground. It was an ice wall that created giant ice spikes, dealing damage and trapping opponents. Junyang in the distance gave a difficult warning, quickly getting out of there. Sangwoo increases his cold resistance and breaks it. He reached out and grabbed Doan by the collar, under his surprised gaze. Junyang used the skill again, gritting his teeth in anger. Why? Even though he was hit by his skill, Sangwoo continued to aim his fist at Doan. He kept hitting her without stopping. Junyang got more and more furious. Why? Doan is eventually defeated by Sangwoo. Junyang couldn't help but shout, why do you own everything? A series of rocks gathered and shot straight towards Sangwoo. The stone arrow skill was activated. Dust flew everywhere after the explosion from his skill. Haeyeon and Jungbi also had to try to avoid the impact of that attack. Hide behind me, we're just dragging his legs, fine. The examiner looked at the battle situation in bewilderment. This was no longer a practical test. Sangwoo calmly dodged the attacks. The flying rocks seemed to have no effect on him. Junyang's eyes were wide open but her body was shaking from exhaustion. After delivering the final blow, a loud explosion rang out, blinding the area. Junyang hugged his right arm and gasped for breath. Sangwoo suddenly appeared before him with bloodshot eyes. He reached out and threw a punch straight at Junyang and whispered, don't blame others for your poor love. But as soon as that fist landed, it was blocked by Yunya. She looked at her shield being punched until it cracked and said with difficulty, the review ended. She loudly declared as Junyang fell to the ground, Jung Sangwoo, your team won. Yunya looked at the wreckage caused by Sangwoo's men, gather the clones and help clean up, okay. The clones split up to clean up the scene. Yunya looked at them for a long time before speaking, this was enough. She turned her head to Sangwoo who was wearing a jacket behind her, making him pay attention. Hunter Jung Sangwoo, follow me. Yunya and Sangwoo walked down the long, quiet hallway. Yunya suddenly asked, how could he escape the effects of the debilitating medicine? Sangwoo was startled when he heard that. He forced a smile and replied, I just drank it and the effect disappeared. Yunya looked at him with a puzzled look. How high is your poison resistance? Sangwoo timidly said about 8,138. She shouted when she heard that, what 8? Her voice couldn't hide her surprise. Normal people would have to eat a bunch of poisonous mushrooms to slowly gain that level of poison resistance. How did you do it? Sangwoo's head broke out in cold sweat. Well, just practice hard. But in fact, he thought differently. Actually, it was thanks to the clones. Yunya took out a cigarette and lit it while speaking. It's not cheating so I won't ask anymore. The other students will probably start gossiping about this, but I'll think of a way to cover it up. She said and waved Sangwoo away. Now go, don't be shy, okay. Sangwoo breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I'm in good hands. He looked down at his petrified hand and began to ponder. By the way, what is this skill? Not only did it appear, it also came with a lot of great effects. The sound of the mechanical system checking the skill, invincible body. The user's body would be as hard as stone. Passive status increases physical defense and magic resistance by 50%, reduces pain. Active status temporarily grants passive effects, doubled. Sangwoo thought, it must be number 7. His clone happily gave a thumbs up. Master, have you successfully acquired the skill? Sangwoo suddenly became serious. No matter how he thought about it, only number 7 had the ability to possess this skill. Was he subjected to some kind of experiment after being kidnapped? I should check with my usual skill. But when he activated the defense protocol skill, he saw number 7 groaning miserably. Sangwoo forced a smile. Never mind. He sighed. Number 7 is also smart and bright. Despite his clone's surprise, he continued walking, and Heritage had promised to bring him back. They were probably doing so. On the number 7 side, he was fighting despite the machine system's interruption at Traver's lab. Stop. The mechanical sound continued to ring. Stop TO1, his cold voice responded, I am number 7. The computer system firmly confronted, you are destroying invaluable research and facilities, stop it, but number 7 directly ignored it, I only take orders from my master. The system immediately replied, the Tron Group is your master. Suddenly a tall man appeared. Raven looked at Sangwoo's clone and asked, you are number 7, number 7 calmly replied, yes. He looked at the chaotic scene, the corners of his lips slightly curved up. I guess everything was settled before I arrived. Leaving Travor unconscious on the floor, Raven said to number 7, then it's simple, let's get out of here. But he looked at Raven with a doubtful look, sorry, but which organization do you belong to? Raven calmed down, I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months, haven't you told your master about this? Number 7 exclaimed in surprise, Heritage. Raven looked at him with a worried look, are you okay? Number 7, after going through the pain, looked at Raven calmly, sorry, but I don't remember receiving such an order. The lab's computer system spoke smugly, but before it could finish, number 7 pulled out his sword and cut it down. The brainwashing drug must be working, now listen to our orders. Number 7 spoke disdainfully, I only obey my master's orders, that will not change. He had a somewhat puzzled expression, was it because of the brainwashing that he lost his memory? It was complicated, it seemed like he wasn't brainwashed, but he had forgotten that he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage. He grasped the hilt of his sword, he spoke slowly, we can contact your master, but unfortunately, we have no means of contact at the moment. Raven drew the sword from his belt, sorry, but I'll have to take you by force, number 7 replied in a low voice, then you'll be my enemy. At the Hunter Academy Hospital, Junyang sat on the hospital bed with a listless expression. He remembered what Sangwoo said before punching himself hard earlier, don't blame others for your own weakness. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, Junyang muttered softly, I lost. He slowly stood up with his hand on the cabinet beside the hospital bed, I even had to use dirty tricks. He walked step by step towards the door, but once again he failed. Junyang crossed the hospital grounds in the quiet of the afternoon. Suddenly a huge hand reached out and grabbed him. Junyang was pushed against the wall, he let out a painful cry. Soken tightened his grip on his neck, hey, are you kidding me? I heard you fainted before you were even hit. He was so mad that his hand tightened around Junyang's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe, and you dare call yourself a B-ranker? You can't even defeat a brain-damaged idiot who can't use his unique clone skill. But Soken felt something was wrong, wait a minute. The person Soken was strangling was Sangwoo. He raised his foot and stomped on his stomach, the mentally retarded person you're talking about. Sangwoo looked at him fall to the ground with contempt, if you lose, then say less and don't blame others. Soken held his stomach and looked at him with resentful eyes. He shouted his name, Jung Sangwoo. He calmly summoned his clone, what did you say before? You can't use your power because you're inside the barrier and using the debilitating potion. 2 clones suddenly appeared out of thin air, now, come in here and I'll fight you. Soken trembled, wanting to stop, wait, Sangwoo won't forgive him. Teach him how to speak properly and respect others. He shouted, but as soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch to the face, wait, please, wait. Soken said a sentence and was punched again, stop, his clone was hitting and talking nonsense, please stop. Junyang timidly asked Sangwoo, why did you save me? Sangwoo turned his head and calmly answered Junyang's question, don't get me wrong, he got punched because he dared to badmouth me. Soken and the others kept making noise, my bones are broken, my dear, my bones are broken, but bones are just. Sangwoo said something that hit Junyang right on the spot, we're not friends, so don't misunderstand. He turned his back, thinking he was the best in this academy was enough. But Junyang suddenly called him back, wait, the veins on his head popped out, what, do you want to get punched to wake you up? Junyang replied with an apologetic expression, I heard that my squad 2 captain was a bit overreacting, I really didn't mean for that, I just asked her to protect the monster hunting groups from being caught and make sure that there wouldn't be any killing. He paused for a moment and then continued, she didn't seem to mind that much, but I really didn't want any misunderstandings. Sangwoo looked calm, whatever, Soken on the other side was still screaming miserably, it hurts, please stop hitting me, that's right, it has to be like that. On the side of number 7, Raven muttered in a low voice, I heard that the owner of this clone is only at B level. He closed his eyes, there must be some mistake in the hunter ranking system. Raven took number 7 as a cushion, sitting on it leisurely, he must have passed out, I don't want him to wake up again. Thinking back to the battle just now made Raven a little incredulous, he was able to keep up with my attack trajectory until the end. Was it because his offensive and defensive tactics were quite good that he was able to confront me to this extent? He thought, besides, his master has several clones like this, that sounds pretty tiring. Raven rubbed his chin and laughed twice, it's not like me, but maybe I should take on a second student. Raven walked over to Travor, who was lying on the floor, now let's do this side too. He spoke slowly, startling Travor, I know you're awake. Old Travor's head broke out in a layer of cold sweat, he stammered, wait, Mr. Swordseeker, what do you want? Please, I can't die yet. Raven looked at him coldly, I am the one asking the question, I hope you will tell the truth. Travor's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, Travor's whole body trembled when he saw this, are you the one who created the eye for the Tron Company? Travor immediately replied, yes. Raven asked again, whose voice is Elisa's? Do you know her? Travor exclaimed in surprise, huh? How do you know that name? Raven didn't answer and continued asking, she's still alive, so you were also a researcher involved in that experiment, since you know Elisa, you probably know the others too. Travor shouted, where is Elisa now? Raven replied with a nonsensical answer, her lover Lieber Zinstein. Travor pressed on without giving Raven a chance to answer. Please tell me. I will give you my bank account if you tell me. Please, tell me. Wait, what did you say before? She has a lover. Raven's veins bulged. He raised his hand threateningly, making Travor stiffen. Shut up, I'm the one asking, understand? Travor replied weakly, yes. Raven asked in a low voice, since you joined the experiment, you must have become Lieber's colleague, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Travor muttered, Lieber? It had been a long time since I'd heard that name, and what was a colleague? I'd never thought of having one. Raven nodded, it sounded like he didn't know. Good, then I'll kill Lieber myself. Travor's whole body trembled at Raven's threat. I know a little, but I'm not sure what help it is. He used to use a workshop. Seeing Travor's listening face, he continued, I'm not sure if it's still there. The last time I was there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathed his sword, which made Travor feel less afraid. That's enough. Where is it? He knelt on the ground and replied, I'll send you the location via your identification bracelet. Please give me your identification number. Raven looked at him suspiciously. The identification bracelet. Raven looked at him for a moment and asked, Can I write a note? Travor nodded, sure. He held out a piece of paper to the other party. Here. Raven stared at the paper, one hand on the number 7 on her shoulder. Now, but Travor suddenly interrupted, Wait, before you leave, I just want you to tell me where Elisa is. He yelled, Is she okay? But Raven calmly walked away. I told you, only I get to ask questions. On Sengwoo's side, he was on the phone with someone. Miss Arya, I heard that you successfully saved number 7, but the person on the other end of the line was deep in thought. That's right, but it seems like he's been experimented on a few times. Arya paused and continued, I think they're trying to brainwash him and reset his memory. Maybe you can order him to cooperate with Heritage again. Sengwoo replied, Order him. Okay, I'll do it. He thought, brainwash? Sengwoo looked at his phone screen as he walked. Was he being experimented on? So number 7 was the real reason why he suddenly became stronger? Sengwoo's lips curled up. With these skills and stats, I think it's easy to reach a rank. All my basic stats have increased so much, and even this invincible body skill. I don't know how I got it. Suddenly he rubbed his chin and thought, could he be kidnapped again? But he quickly slapped himself to deny his thoughts. What am I saying? I promised myself I wouldn't treat them like tools. Sengwoo laughed as he walked. The rescue was a success. The bastards who interfered with the hunt were being dealt with, and I won the group battle practice. Things were getting better. Recently, rumors started spreading in the hunting grounds. Rumors that Jung Sengwoo's clones not only defeated a group of B-rank sand craftsmen but also defeated an A-rank hunter. The manager of that battle gave a testimony to the association. Seriously, whenever I think about it, of course, the reason for the battle was that someone stole their monsters and was defeated by the clones, but as the rumors spread, the story began to change a bit. Death was ready for anyone who trespassed on their territory. With hundreds of victims, death was waiting for anyone who dared to steal their monsters. There was also torture, and teeth would fall out if one dared to look at them or act towards them. That was how his evil reputation began to spread among the hunters, and as the rumors grew worse, no one even wanted to touch the clones anymore. The other hunters would bow their heads and beg for mercy. Please forgive us, please spare us, and that went on for days. One evening, at a cheap pub, Sengwoo, Jungbi, and Haeyeon raised their glasses high to celebrate their victory. Sengwoo looked at the other two and smiled. You two did well. Jungbi refused with a serious expression. I can't contribute much. Haeyeon agreed with him. You solved everything in the last match. Sengwoo heard that and exclaimed, Ah, that defensive effect buff is really great. Jungbi forced a smile. Let's not talk about that buff anymore. Suddenly a man sitting next to Sengwoo's table stood up and shouted loudly, making him pay attention. Oh, look who it is, the most famous man in the hunter world. The man mumbled for a while. Hey Mr. Jung Sengwoo, you think you're a B-class guy? What can you do to be so famous? The woman sitting next to him immediately spoke up to stop him. Hey stop, you're drunk. Sengwoo looked at him with a complicated expression. Who are you? The woman forced a smile and replied, Sorry, he's too drunk. The man still tried to struggle out of the woman's embrace. Let me go, I have to tell him. He cursed, damn it, you're a B-ranker but you're hanging around as an E.F-rank hunter and controlling that area like that? I spent all my money just to get the entrance ticket, and you let the clones hunt all our monsters? Sengwoo was confused. Please calm down, I haven't brought clones to hunting grounds below C-rank recently. The man brought the phone in front of Sengwoo and shouted, What is this? He stared at the phone in surprise. Sengwoo silently realized, look, the man was disgruntled. If you're taking over an area, you should at least inform us first. We hunted first, and why did you come later and claim the area as yours? Sengwoo stared at the clones on the phone screen. Number 2, but the woman beside him quickly shouted, Stop right there. Sorry, boss, here's our bill. The man was dragged away but his mouth kept talking. I told you to let me go. You were there too, aren't you crazy? Sengwoo walked on the main road and let out a soft sigh. I saw the photo and the location, but it wasn't me. It seemed like the misunderstanding couldn't be cleared up. Haeyeon walked behind him and looked at him with surprised eyes. What now? Sengwoo calmly explained, perhaps the person who looked like number 2 had restricted the area to an E-class hunting ground and robbed everyone's hunting grounds. She gasped, What? Are you sure? Sengwoo gave a faint smile. There was one, but it didn't say anything. I never asked him to do it and he hadn't been hunting recently. Jungbi, who was walking beside him, hesitated, so that meant, perhaps. Jungbi brought up the questionable point of the story. Did someone impersonate his clone and do that? Sangwoo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Maybe. He turned to look at his teammate. They said that imposters are quite famous in that area. Have you ever heard of this? Jungbi thought for a moment, then replied, I heard that if anyone dares to steal monsters from the clones, they will disappear without a trace. Sangwoo clenched his fists and his voice became more determined. That's right, no one can touch my things. As soon as Sangwoo finished speaking, Jungbi continued, but this was the first time I heard that it was possible to take over a hunting ground within a controlled area. I had never been to a B-rank dungeon, so there were many things I didn't know. Sangwoo glanced at Haeyeon and suddenly remembered that she was an F-rank hunter. What about you, Haeyeon? She puffed her cheeks. I haven't even gone hunting yet. Sangwoo looked at her with a surprised expression. Why? Haeyeon remembered the promise Sangwoo made to her, so she said, if my test results are good, can you take me hunting once? He immediately agreed. It's not difficult. If I get into the guild, you can take me hunting with you. Haeyeon's face was calm. Teacher said he would take her hunting if she joined the guild, but it seemed like teacher forgot. Sangwoo immediately exclaimed, so I've never hunted monsters before? Haeyeon was bare-handed? Of course, I'm waiting for teacher to fulfill that promise. Sangwoo put his hand on his mouth and thought deeply. Suddenly, he said, okay, let's go tomorrow. Haeyeon looked happy. Really? She was so excited. Don't change your mind. Sangwoo smiled. You keep your word, and Jungbi behind him showed a regretful expression. I want to go too. The next day, at the JM organization, Sangwoo adjusted the armor he was wearing for the last time. His agent teammate suddenly asked, do you take extra combat classes in the academy? Sangwoo replied in a low voice, no, I was just going to the hunting grounds. The teammate nodded slightly twice. It's been a while since you've hunted, Sangwoo said while looking at the gun in his hand. I have a promise to keep and I heard that someone impersonated me and stole monsters from everyone in the low-level hunting grounds, so I went to see what was going on. The teammate was surprised. What, impersonating him? Sangwoo nodded and glanced at number 2. He wanted to see the photo. Number 2, come here. Number 2 replied indifferently, okay. The teammate looked up at the photo on the phone with wide eyes. It was number 2. Sangwoo just calmly asked, is that you? Number 2 replied indifferently, no, I have never left this place except when I was called from the portal, and when comparing the one in the picture with us, his face is 2% bigger, his shoulders are 5% smaller, and his upper and lower body ratio is. Sangwoo raised his hand to signal number 2 to stop, then calm down, I believe you. Sangwoo gave the phone to number 2, if he saw someone like this, would he be able to identify them? Number 2 just coldly replied, maybe. At this moment, a skeleton cried out in pain after being defeated by Haeyeon. They were now entering the E-rank hunting ground of the skeleton village. Sangwoo folded his arms and nodded in praise. Good, I took down that skeleton, I don't need your help anymore. Haeyeon adjusted her breathing and happily replied, thank you, teacher. Sangwoo gave a secret signal to no, too, while saying to Haeyeon, judging from your performance in the E-rank hunting grounds, I think you can take the promotion test now. Haeyeon replied shyly, it's not that bad. Seeing number 2 leave, Haeyeon was curious, teacher, where did the clone go? Sangwoo laughed, oh never mind him, he went to scout the area before where we went, but Haeyeon discovered something unusual. After all, this hunting ground was very quiet, I didn't see anyone else. Sangwoo's head was covered in a layer of cold sweat. It was because everyone was avoiding him. What the hell were the fakes doing here? He tried to act natural. Yeah, it was really quiet. Sangwoo can only trust his clone. Thanks to you, number 2, we have to catch them before our evil reputation spreads further. I trust your sharp eyes. A young man suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of 2 hunters who were gathering nearby. The young man, who looked exactly like number 2, coldly asked, who gave you permission to hunt monsters here? The 2 hunters immediately stood up and said, sorry, we saw you going the other way, we didn't mean to. The young man slowly announced, this is our territory. He looked at the 2 hunters with a threatening look, left the monster's body and left. One of them panicked and asked again, all of it, but we just killed them. He grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Don't you know who I am? The hunter hurriedly waved his hand. No, please forgive me, we will leave now. After saying that, the 2 hunters silently left the scene. The young man sat down next to the skeleton and checked the dropped items. They knew that too, but now, it seemed like they had noticed us. His hand that was tightly holding the gold bracelet trembled slightly. Suddenly he angrily threw the items on the ground, causing them to break. The young man reached up and pulled down the wig on his head, his voice filled with resentment. The pain I have to endure, and all this misfortune, Jung Sangwoo, it's all your fault. Haeyeon threw out a skill that made the entire area shake. Sangwoo clicked his tongue in admiration. It seems like you now know how much strength is needed to defeat a monster. She answered shakily and panting, yes, but I'm so tired. Sangwoo calmly said, take the items they were carrying, their bodies are worthless. Haeyeon smiled, you said you had a hard time with these things too. Suddenly Sangwoo received a message from number 2. I have searched around this area but still did not see anyone suspicious. He thought to himself, they still have not found them. Sangwoo ordered no, 2 through the mental link to open the space gate and call for everyone to help search except for those who had to guard the hospital. No, 2 coldly replied, okay. Number 2 summons a few more clones to carry out the mission. We will split up and search each area. Sangwoo and Haeyeon raised the medicine in their hands and shouted in unison. This was the first time they had seen someone drink a normal bottle of medicine. While number 2 was observing the shoe prints on the ground, Haeyeon was excited to go through the test, standing there. As soon as they saw number 2 appear, the other hunters quickly spoke up. Sorry, we didn't know you guys were here. Number 2 just nodded coldly. It's okay, just keep going. Haeyeon's eyes sparkled. The necklace was shining brightly. Number 2 briefly reported, he is not here. Number 2 paused for a moment. We've searched the entire area and still haven't found anyone wearing such an outfit. Sangwoo pondered. Okay, everyone go back to your work. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. I even wore a mask on purpose to confuse the imposters if they accidentally ran into me. But where did they all go? Sangwoo pulled down his mask and asked Haeyeon, how was your hunt today? She was excited. You earned a lot. I didn't expect that. Sangwoo laughed. See, there's a reason why many people want to be hunters. Haeyeon couldn't help but laugh. Let's split the things we got. We really are a good team. Sangwoo shook his head and refused. No, I don't need it. I'll give it all to you. It's a souvenir of our first hunting trip. Haeyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Really, you'll regret it. Sangwoo smiled. You don't know how much I earn. He pointed back, anyway. But when Sangwoo returned, he met Junyoung again. He hurriedly hid behind the wall and ran away. Haeyeon felt strange and asked in a small voice, what's wrong? Is anyone there? Sangwoo poked his head out of the wall thinking, Junyoung, why is that bastard here? A thought flashed through his mind, could it be him? At the Hunter Association Yeon seriously affirmed, it was definitely him. Sangwoo's teammate also nodded, I thought so too. There was no reason for Hunter Junyoung to be at the hunting ground of any rank hunter. The Haesong Guild already had enough people to act as his body double and he also had a history of interfering with his hunting trips. Sangwoo pondered for a long time without answering. He felt a little suspicious, but it was strange that he did this. I had warned him, how could he be so stupid? Yuhyun suddenly interrupted, hey, there was a Haesong group that attacked you before, right? She wondered, then why did you let her live? Sangwoo looked at her with a puzzled look, huh? Yuhyun slowly explained, living in that dirty place I learned one thing. No matter how nice you are to them they will stab you in the back. She suddenly became serious, don't pity them anymore. This is not a sport that needs to be played fair. Don't think they won't go too far like you did. Yuhyun's eyes were fixed on him. People like that will do bad things regardless of whether you're kind or not. Be careful, you'll meet a lot from now on. I think he's one of them. And as if to prove her words, the imposters were doing terrible things. The imposter asked the two hunters opposite, hey, is this all? One of them replied tremblingly, we didn't find many giant rats. The imposter picked up the mouse and examined it. Suddenly, he gave the order to leave all the equipment behind and disappear. The two hunters were surprised and exclaimed, what? How could we do that? How can we continue hunting? The imposter immediately kneed the female hunter in the stomach, causing her to let out a painful groan. He looked down coldly, I didn't ask for any favors, this is an order. Her teammate immediately shouted, Junyeon, then slowly, Junyeon coughed non-stop while the young man looked at the imposter with resentful eyes. Another person saw this and was indignant, they even stole your equipment, why don't you report them? We have to forbid them from entering. The young man replied with difficulty, if we do that we will be killed. Then, of course, some people couldn't help but report to the hunting grounds guards, hey, tell us that Jung Sangwoo is here. The guard replied with concern, sorry, but only the staff can see the entry and exit history, but the other hunters wouldn't let it go. We have the right to hunt in peace, let us see the history. The news about Jung Sangwoo is getting worse and worse. Sangwoo gripped his sword tightly in his hand, it won't be long now. His eyes showed some calculation, most of the victims were F rank hunters. Even the people in the academy started to look at him differently. He was busy thinking but was caught by the ringing of the phone. If this continued, it would affect his reputation. Sangwoo put the phone to his ear. No, two, have you found them yet? No, two calmly reported, we haven't found the imposters yet, but... Number 2 paused for a moment and continued. The Haesong group has arrived at the hunting ground of the E-rank hunters. Sangwoo immediately asked again, are you sure it's Haesong? Number 2 looked down at the Haesong group, it was hard to be wrong. Sangwoo smiled meaningfully, open the space gate, I will go there myself. And the Haesong guild people were staring at a suit of armor, that's it, another one nodded, I think. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out behind the group of people. Sangwoo appeared from the smoke with a sword on his shoulder, what's with that outfit? One of them hesitantly replied, hey, tell the captain we found him. Hey you there, I don't know who you are but if you want to live then follow us. Do you know who we are? Sangwoo frowned, his gaze turning cold. He noticed the armor that looked like his clone often wore. Sangwoo let out a breath, so it really is you guys. His eyes suddenly turned red, that's right, this isn't a real sport that requires fair play. He seemed a little angry, to see if a corpse could be put inside the storage space. The Haesong people cursed under their breath, this crazy guy. Suddenly, the group of them holding swords shouted in unison, kill him. Sangwoo instantly approached one of them, but suddenly a girl appeared and blocked his attack. Sangwoo glared at the person in front of him, it was her. Haeyeon hurriedly warned the others, you idiots, back off. The long-haired one among them shouted angrily, Captain. Haeyeon could only briefly explain, this is the real Jung Sangwoo. Sangwoo was about to swing his sword when he saw Haeyeon's figure disappear. She stepped back and asked with a smile, "We meet again?" Sangwoo stared at Haeyeon. "What does that mean?" She laughed twice. "What did you eat? You look fat." Sangwoo frowned. "Stop beating around the bush. What do you mean the real Jung Sangwoo? Are you guys fake?" Haeyeon looked regretful. The element of surprise was lost. "Of course not. What were we doing that for?" Suddenly another voice interrupted. "We are trying to catch them in your name." Junyoung suddenly appeared in front of Sangwoo. "Those fake guys." He widened his eyes. Shin Junyoung. He wondered, what about stealth skills, but what about catching my imposters? Why do you have to do that? Sangwoo stared at Junyoung. "You're the one who likes to interfere in my business here." Junyoung's expression was extremely complicated, so consider this action as my apology to you. He said while drinking water, "Just like you said, it still can't change your attitude towards me in the future." Junyoung looked straight into Sangwoo's eyes. "But right now we still don't know if they're just one person or an organization, so we prepared a trap. I don't know if it's because we met at the academy, but they did me a favor." In a corner of the hunting grounds, several fish monsters were taken down in the blink of an eye. The imposter spoke in a commanding tone. He threatened, "Who said you were allowed to hunt here?" The hidden man immediately replied, "We have permission from the guard station." The imposter looked at the man with disdain. "Level," but the man didn't seem afraid at all. "This is an F-level hunting ground, so of course I'm F-level. Can we each take care of ourselves? I'm very busy." The fake guy immediately glared. "Are you stupid? Don't you know who I am?" He gripped the sword at his waist. "I am Jung Sangwoo, the one who defeated the A-rank hunter." That person was an F-rank hunter. Moon Do-won let out a soft "Oh, Mr. Jung Sangwoo. I know him quite well, and you are an imposter." After a loud bang, all the trees fell down. Do-won frowned at the imposter. "Who did you say let me hunt here?" He sneered. "Can you really do this in an F-level hunting ground?" Do-won's laughter rang out. "Jung Sangwoo, don't try to fool me, you fake interrupter. Shut up, you'll regret this." The guy shouted, "I'm Jung Sangwoo." Do-won's eyes flashed a dangerous red light. "It seems you haven't realized it yet until you've encountered that monster." Suddenly a beam of light appeared behind the imposter. Do-won looked intently with a calm expression. He slowly spoke when he saw Sangwoo and Junyoung step out from the light, the real thing. Sangwoo reached down and pulled down his mask. "It's you, the one who caused all the bad things recently." The imposter's voice suddenly trembled. "Jung Sangwoo." Junyoung picked up a large cloth bag from the ground to examine it. This must be the tool they used to impersonate him. The impersonator quickly shouted, "No?" He calmly said, "As we guessed, they hid the clothes inside and changed here." Sangwoo glanced at him. "Then, the clothes that your men kept not long ago were number 2's, right?" Junyoung turned the bag upside down, causing the contents to fall all over the ground. Sangwoo picked up a piece of armor and examined it. "This, right, I heard it from the manager." Sangwoo gently recounted, "There was a clone user who interviewed me before I joined the JM organization." He paused for a moment to recall the past. He said he still remembered that name because it was an exclusive interview. Sangwoo slowly revealed the identity of the imposter, Kim Donghyun, a D-rank hunter with the skill to create clone illusions. Sangwoo fixed his gaze on Donghyun. "So you're the one who impersonated me?" D-rank hunter illusion clone skill user Kim Donghyun removed his wig and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He slammed his wig on the ground and shouted, "Yes, I'm a fake, what about you?" He was filled with hatred. If you didn't have the human skills like me, if you weren't so famous, then I wouldn't have had to do something so misleading like this." Sangwoo expressionlessly simply muttered, "How disgusting." He threw the sword and helmet in front of Donghyun. "Here, put it on." He gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles, thinking of it as a helmet. "You need a few punches to wake up." Donghyun quickly picked up his sword. "You're still like that?" He shouted loudly as he rushed towards Sangwoo. His sword blade collided with the hard armor on Sangwoo's hand. While Sangwoo was fighting, Junyoung calmly looked at Do-won and said, "Mr. Do-won, thank you, I just sent the payment, please check it." Do-won replied coldly, "Thank you." Junyoung noticed the wound on Do-won's hip. His wound. Do-won slightly bowed his head. "Ah, that guy used some tricks to make me not notice." Do-won watched intently as Donghyun's 2 clones attacked Sangwoo, hiding in the middle of the clones to distract them. He chuckled. Of course, he always did that. However, he suddenly felt happy, but it had no effect on Jung Sangwoo. Donghyun took a full punch from Sangwoo. Donghyun's back hit the tree trunk, causing him to groan in pain. Sangwoo's face darkened as he ordered Donghyun to cough and stand up. "It's not over yet." Donghyun exhaled, his hand pulling down the mask. This power was the result of the clone's training. He trembled as he held his sword up and pointed it at Sangwoo. "I also practiced a lot, because I used to underestimate my own skills." He suddenly remembered what happened before, an illusion that couldn't do any damage, but I still trained myself. A hunter looked at him with bright, human eyes, just like Hunter Jung Sangwoo. The female mage beside him happily said, "Then, welcome, let's team up." But very quickly the hunter showed disappointment. "Just an illusion." The female mage also felt embarrassed. He should have said it from the beginning. Remembering the past made Donghyun angry, but no one gave him even a chance. He swung his sword wildly at Sangwoo. "But one day, I realized people avoided me when I wore a hoodie, because they thought I was you." A hunter then looked at Donghyun with a surprised look. "This is Mr. Jung Sangwoo's area." He was confused. "Huh?" The other hunter hurried away. "Sorry, we will leave now." Dong Hyun now said something like a madman. At that moment I realized, it wasn't me but their damn prejudice that was wrong, all of them, just because they thought I was you. Green light instantly enveloped the sword in Dong Hyun's hand. They didn't even dare to resist while they could detect it if they tried to attack me once. He activated Bamboo Spear, a skill that nullifies a large amount of physical defense on the next attack. Cooldown time, 240 hours. He said with a smug tone, even when they come in a group, they still tremble before my skills. Dong Hyun summoned a few more clones. Do you know that feeling? He controlled the clones to attack Sangwoo at the same time, the feeling of someone born with the skill to be forever laughed at and looked down upon. Sangwoo looked at Dong Hyun with a puzzled expression. I don't know. A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the blade. A clone of Sangwoo appeared in front of Dong Hyun's real body, surprising him. Why should I know that? Junyoung frowned in confusion. How did he discover his true self in those illusions? Doan just sighed softly. It was truly amazing. Sangwoo clenched his fists. Have you never had a chance to change? He punched Dong Hyun hard in the face, making him groan in pain. There you go, but you. Sangwoo kept attacking him. JM organization said they sent you a notice of admission but you gave up because you saw your skill ranking on the internet. Being hit like that made Dong Hyun cough up a lot of water. Sangwoo continued to punch him in the face, just like when others underestimate your skills. He just kept hitting without stopping, and even when other hunters mistook you for me. Doan turned around and said softly to Junyoung, I can't stand watching anymore, I'm going first. Dong Hyun knelt on the ground and weakly begged, stop. But he received another punch in the face. He was thrown away after taking the full brunt of Sangwoo's attack. When you decided to do all this shit. Sangwoo gritted his teeth in anger. You threw away the chance you had, only to do something bad like this later. Dong Hyun slid on the ground under Sangwoo's gaze. He sighed looking at the blood on his hand. Sangwoo raised his fist high, his whole body feeling refreshed. Dong Hyun lay quietly on the ground. Junyoung slowly approached and looked down at Dong Hyun. Sangwoo grinned wickedly. Are you thinking about something? Junyoung replied without turning her head. Yeah, the smile on Sangwoo's face instantly disappeared. Just kidding. Junyoung said in a low voice. That was also one of the reasons I joined the investigation. I never thought you would do what someone like me did before. He softly said, Jung Sangwoo. He turned his head to look at Sangwoo, apologizing to him. Junyoung's face showed guilt. I could finally officially apologize. What I did was no different from what this guy just did. Sangwoo gave him a smile. At least he realized what he had done wrong. Junyoung turned his head to look at Dong Hyun, who was unconscious on the ground. What was he going to do with this guy now? Sangwoo glanced. To clear up the misunderstanding I had to endure, I also had to contact the victim. But Junyoung suddenly spoke up, I have an idea. At this moment, a group of monsters surrounded a young man with high-pitched screams echoing everywhere. Dong Hyun hugged the cloth bag full of gems and said tremblingly, Go away, I told you to go away. He ran away screaming, someone save me, how could you lock someone up in a place like this? You damned devil. A sudden call caught the attention of two masked people, number 5, number 6. Immediately, Jung Sangwoo was seen holding a covered tray of food and saying, You guys always enthusiastically help me but I haven't had the chance to repay you yet. So today I have a gift for you guys, please accept it. Then quickly opened the lid and continued, special meal. The other party just rolled their eyes and continued to listen to him silently. Hunting is difficult, I hope you guys like it. Done. Jung Sangwoo wiped his hands and laughed happily with the two people eating. I think we can find a lot of treasures from now on, enjoy your meal. A moment later, he sat with his hands in his pockets and said softly, fortunately the misunderstanding between the victims was resolved and he made a lot of money, but... Eyebrows furrowed, eyes cold and serious, the last thing he said made me think forever. In his memory, Shin Junyoung suddenly said, Oh, one more thing. While looking at Jung Sangwoo, he continued, Be careful with the academy, I don't think they're going to train hunters and give them skills for free. As soon as the words were finished, Jung Sangwoo was a bit confused, sweating and asked, What do you mean? The other party immediately showed a very serious expression and voice, I'm still not sure, I'll tell you when I have certain information. Then he turned his back to Jung Sangwoo and continued speaking, But I'll warn you to know this, never go near the prayer room. Back to reality, he thought to himself as he recalled the scene of a room, wasn't the prayer room where they taught the history of the system. I only used a clone to go there to study because I was too lazy. Turning his pupils up, he breathed a sigh of relief and spoke intermittently, Be wary of the academy. In another location, a voice spoke up as he looked at the paper marked A. What is this? So Yunhai answered the evaluation form dejectedly, but his voice suddenly shouted, I didn't ask that. Academy Principal Won Hak-soo slammed the table in anger. Why did you give Jung Sangwoo A? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hearing this, Yunhai remained calm, using the potion to limit his strength and not being able to use the clone skill. I punished him like you said. This evaluation already includes those things, although I don't understand why you punished him like that. However, Won Hak-soo kept on angrily saying, But that guy, he purified the potion, it's no longer effective. She coldly replied, He didn't throw it away and used that medicine, and didn't use the clone skill when fighting, what should I do? He shouted again, Whatever you think, why do I have to give those punishments? It's to control the high-level hunters in the academy. Suddenly, the giant table fell down unexpectedly, causing Won Hak-soo to panic. Sweat beads continuously appeared and ran down his face. A leg wearing long pants and high heels stepped on the ground and said, "Enough." She asked in a low voice, "Are all the professors in the academy C rank? You called me here because your ranks are too low to supervise B rank hunters, and now you want to control high rank hunters with a power-reducing potion?" Just biting the cigarette, Yunhai wanted to eat him alive. He couldn't do anything to Jung Sangwoo. Now he used those pathetic reasons to put him down, but he still passed those tests. Could he do such a pathetic job? Seeing this, Won Hak-soo was confused and began to explain that it wasn't like that. There were cases where hunters refused to attend class, so they should attend class. Yunhai immediately replied, telling them to go to class. Then turned around and opened the door, leaving behind another sentence, "I just followed the curriculum, nothing more." Suddenly, a gray smoke came out from behind the door along with the words still coming out, "I will kill you if you dare call me over something trivial like this again," even though Won Hak-soo didn't have time to say anything other than the word but. Only then could he pick up the phone and curse, "Okay, be arrogant while you still can, you bitch. Let's see how long you can last." A voice rang out from inside the pointed roof structure, "It's me. Put Professor Yunhai on the prayer room list, start dealing with her today, and send someone to clean up my office." Elsewhere, the monster hunting skills professor, C-rank hunter Jang Sungwon also greeted gently, "Nice to meet you all. I am Hunter Jang Sungwon. I will be the one to guide you on how to hunt." While everyone was listening attentively, he added, "What do you think is most important when hunting monsters? Teamwork, stats, or items? Making the number 1 sign with your hands and talking non-stop. Those things are pretty important, but the most important thing is still the strategy." Jang Sungwon continued his lecture, "If you read the notebook on the table, there are detailed strategies for each type of monster, so study it carefully." Haeyeon was looking at the book with a bit of excitement. There were even bones in it. Jung Sangwoo looked panicked and thought, "Wait," while looking at some close-range attacks. The skull is their weak point. He continued, "This part, strange, this part too." Covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes were startled. His knowledge was wrong compared to reality, very wrong. Remembering both the words and the image of the scientist, everything on the internet was correct. I remembered because I used a clone to study all night. It's not that everything on the internet is correct, but it was partly correct because I used a clone to test it in real combat. Now close the book and put it on the table to conclude. They have subtly changed the information. If it is not someone who has no experience fighting monsters, it is very difficult to detect. Another question suddenly popped up in his mind. What is this academy thinking? While Sungwon standing opposite slowly spoke, "Now it's time for the internship, right?" In the hunting gym of the Monster Hunting Academy, there was a creepy green light. Black blood from the giant wild boar that was charging towards them kept spurting out. Sungwon spoke up now, "What do you think? It looks real, right? This is a virtual reality simulation room created by hunters." Looking at some jars containing someone's body, he continued, "In this place you can learn how to fight monsters without risking your life." Done. Sungwon used both hands to create a smirking sign, but his senses felt like they were in reality, so be careful. This place is not just for tactical training. The cold words slowly came out, causing the students to fall silent, and also practice overcoming fear. After a while, Sangwoo suddenly gave his opinion, "Using a clone here won't be penalized, right?" Then he received the opponent's answer, "Of course, depending on your level, the monsters that attack will be different." Hearing this, he made a motion to push it away and asked again, "But why couldn't it be used?" causing Sungwon to freeze in shock. "What?" Then quickly touched his chin and speculated, "How strange, the summoning technique can still be used here. I don't know about the clone technique anymore, but I'll try to connect you, Sangwoo," he said, looking at the empty solution container. Suddenly, 2 masked men appeared. Sangwoo was so excited that he rushed over, missing them so much, under the astonished eyes of his senior and another person. "So these are the clones I've heard of. I've seen him use them before." Sungwon saw that and thought, "Can he create them in a fantasy world? How can that be? What a strange skill," then said loudly, "Now get ready, you guys are going somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, a red light appeared around them, and their voices mixed together. "Brother, will I be okay?" "It's okay, just leave the notebook alone and just do what we've practiced. I hope you guys can win easily." The room with blue light gradually changed. Sangwoo and a few others appeared before the dense forest scene. Here the grass and trees are withered and lifeless. He just showed a bewildered expression and spoke, "Star Forest." There were a few sudden, eerie screams coming from afar. At this moment, after the trembling greeting of his comrades, "Hello, is anyone there?" Sangwoo slightly frowned and widened his eyes in thought. A voice spoke. A head peeked out from behind the tree and stuttered, "Save me." But it was controlled by something that landed on its head, emitting a creepy sound. "Here, it hurts too much." Several other bodies that were controlled also appeared one after another, groaning, "It's so cold, help me." At this moment, someone's teeth were clenched together. Slowly walking past with a cold voice, he said, "Monsters depend on their level. Mom, I don't want to die." It turned out that Sangwoo was still gritting his teeth and seriously raising his sword to face level, but sitting on the ground and helplessly saying, this is a bit too much." But the giant ants quickly and fiercely rushed towards him. Blood splattered everywhere in the dark night. In the room just now, there was a tall and thin figure walking slowly. Suddenly, he stopped for a moment. Looked at Sangwoo inside the giant container with mysterious dark eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Sungwon remained silent. Then immediately a figure that looked like Sangwoo came from somewhere and stood behind him, coldly asking, "Professor, do you need any help?" Sungwon was surprised and screamed. He fell to the ground and stammered, "Who are you?" The clone replied bluntly, "I'm number 3. He continued to recount the saying, "The master told me to protect the gate from threats, because the gate's flexibility could put the academy's students in danger." Sungwon silently stared at him, thinking, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're just shamelessly trying to protect your master." After escalating the situation, sweat poured down in beads as he replied, I see. He stood up abruptly to explain his actions. "Coincidentally, so did I. I was patrolling to ensure the safety of the academy's students." Sangwoo's clone spoke up in praise, "Professor is really great." Sungwon's eyes narrowed in guilt. "Damn it, what to do? If it's a clone then I should." Number 3 opened his eyes wide and observed solemnly without any distraction. Sungwon scratched his head and changed the subject. "Then I should go over there," thinking to myself, "Just leave it like that, I can't win against him." On this side, Sangwoo's figure was having trouble as the mantis demon quickly swung its claws to attack. He even quickly pulled out a dagger to counter the unexpected attack. Resolutely stabbed the knife into the ferocious eyes of the demon beast, retracted the blade. The demon beast was surrounded by blazing flames. The situation on side number 7 seemed much better. One move blocked the sharp claws of the demon beast. Eyes lit up, determined to attack. A single strike shattered the monster's body, ending the hunt for spoils. Number 7 silently watched the situation while the beast's corpses fell everywhere. Sangwoo, as No. 7, made a serious assessment. In the case of monsters of the same level, he heard that monsters would be stronger than hunters in a 1v1 fight. Even so, with a B-level dragonfly roaring and 5 of them attacking at the same time like this, it seemed like everyone had split up and not formed a team. Would the hunt be successful? The war ended. Sangwoo confirmed to everyone, "It seems to be over. Good job everyone." They all answered in unison, "Yes." Returning to the academy, Sangwoo let out a tired sigh. Looking around, his teammates were equally exhausted. As expected, Sangwoo thought to himself, most of them had failed in their hunt. Someone asked, "Did you fail too?" And only a yes was the only response. Sangwoo asked Haeyeon with worried eyes, "Are you okay? What kind of monster did you encounter?" Haeyeon hesitantly reported, "A giant turtle, and it reflected all of her attacks." The answer left Sangwoo stunned. "Why didn't you run away?" Haeyeon replied calmly, "This is a monster hunting class." Sungwon rolled his eyes and spoke, "Everyone worked hard. There must be people who succeeded, but there were also people who failed." Everyone turned their eyes to the instructions. "I said the most important thing is still tactics, right? Always keep tactics in mind and try your best, then you can learn experience in dealing with different monsters." Sangwoo listened thoughtfully to the words, then the class would end here. Number 3 turned to whisper to Sangwoo, "There's something I have to tell you. What is it?" The two of them talked as they walked. Sangwoo asked loudly, "Did the professor secretly approach while I was hunting in the virtual space?" Number 3 firmly replied yes. Sangwoo now rubbed his chin and silently evaluated. Luckily he had secretly summoned number 3 just in case. Just like Shin Junyoung said, this place was strange. The train of thought continued. Making players form parties in a virtual duel between hunters was indeed strange. Making individual players hunt monsters was also too unusual. Providing expensive skill books and teaching strange tactics, modifying monster weaknesses, all for free. Where did Haeyeon come from to interrupt the conversation? What were they talking about? He awkwardly replied, "Nothing, he was just planning a hunting trip." Sangwoo waved his hand to change the topic of conversation. "By the way, what's the next class?" With a somewhat suspicious look, Haeyeon replied, "Huh? Why are you so confused?" "It's system history and understanding. The class will be in the prayer room." Hearing this, Sangwoo paused for a moment, but then fell silent. Junyoung's image appeared with a murderous threat, "But I'll tell you this." Sangwoo's sharp eyes gave him a warning, "Don't go near the prayer room, never." Back to reality, Sangwoo shook his head in confusion. I suddenly feel like it. Let's go watch a movie together." Haeyeon smiled at him in a silly way. What was he thinking? "This is a mandatory class so I can't skip it." Haeyeon patiently explained, "Doesn't it sound interesting? I didn't know the system had such a history." Before she could finish, Sangwoo interrupted her by calling her name. He was serious. He would let his clone attend the class. Before he finished speaking, Haeyeon squeezed his shoulder tightly, glaring at him seriously and saying in a sharp voice, "Oppa, we should go." Sangwoo was a little surprised by Haeyeon's words and actions. Did he really want to skip class now? The somewhat threatening murderous intent made Sangwoo's pupils constrict, his eyes turning towards number 3. Without hesitation, number 3 hit the back of Haeyeon's neck, leaving her unable to react. Sangwoo supported the unconscious Haeyeon with one hand. "Very good." Number 3 spoke up to report, as ordered by his master. He picked Haeyeon up and assessed himself. His control of strength was really clumsy. Sangwoo carried her on his back and walked while talking to himself. "Sorry Haeyeon, maybe I'm just overreacting when nothing really happened, but I'll apologize later." His face was serious. "I will not hesitate when someone I care about is in trouble." After a while, Haeyeon opened her eyes and woke up. She jumped up in surprise, still not understanding what was going on. Yuhyun next to her asked, "Are you Haeyeon?" She woke up, still confused. Haeyeon stuttered, Who are you?" Sitting comfortably on the chair, she introduced herself. I am Kim Ian, this is Jung Sangwoo's JM company. Haeyeon was still surprised and asked, Sangwoo Appa, why am I here? The image of two fake clones appeared, Ian explained. She must have been exhausted after the hunting class. He said she suddenly fainted. He told her not to worry because he would take attendance for her. Haeyeon was curious and asked, where is he now? Ian was vague, that bastard, I mean Jung Sangwoo will be back soon. She forced a smile and took out her vitality potion, which increased her vitality for a period of time, but the side effects would make you unconscious. Take this and go to bed, it would help her recover faster. Ian could only curse under her breath, that crazy Sangwoo, where did he run off to after suddenly throwing her to her? At this time, a shadowy figure appeared in the main hall of the academy. Sangwoo showed his face and clung to the pillar. Now this is where the problem occurred. He closed his eyes to organize his thoughts. It seemed like number 2 was fine calling him out, but Haeyeon's condition was strange. If it were me, I would dig everything up and interrogate them. But if I do that, the academy will close or I will be expelled. I will not be able to receive the elixir anymore. From above he quickly jumped to the ground. There was no time to wait for news from Shin Junyong, so he had to act himself. Stopping at a railing, he silently commented, this seemed to be someone high-ranking's room. He squatted down to look at the broken glass, reached out to touch the window frame making the intruder flinch. Sangwoo judged, and the window was open. Eye contact made Junyong, who was kneeling on the ground, panic. Sangwoo had not finished his sentence when his mouth was covered stiffly. Hey, why are you here? Junyong reprimanded in a low voice, shish, I'm the one asking, what are you doing here? I told you to wait. Sangwoo's answer made the atmosphere heavy. Haeyeon's condition was strange. Junyong asked again, Haeyeon, are you talking about the girl who's been hanging around him all day? Sangwoo rolled his eyes and replied, yes, she takes a lot of classes in the lab and her gaze became strange when I told her to skip class. Junyong was a little nervous at his words, is that why you're hiding here too? You told me the prayer room is strange. Suddenly Junyong changed his attitude and spoke softly, this way. He gently pulled a corner of the book on the shelf. A passage leading into the darkness was activated and opened. Junyong turned on the narration switch, if you're wondering I just found out today, I haven't even gone inside yet. The room was lit up. Junyong's figure was a little surprised. The two of them looked around. At this moment Junyong spoke, this place is, Sangwoo continued, cameras and microphones, it seems they have been in contact with someone. Junyong grasped the situation and made a suggestion, first get the data. Before he finished speaking, a voice called from outside, President, are you in there? The two of them stood rooted to the spot, listening to the approaching footsteps. Suddenly, the room was tensely silent, followed by loud knocking on the door. Junyong was somewhat flustered and pale. What is this? What should we do? Sangwoo quickly figured out the situation. What do you think, you bastard? We should run, you have teleportation skills, and stealth skills too. Junyong was so stupid that he tried to argue with his reasoning. How stupid, wouldn't it be weird if someone made a noise and then disappeared into the secret room? The people outside kept calling inside, who's there? Wait, emergency key. Sangwoo tried his best to encourage Junyong to use his magic skill. Since it's come to this, he should use a skill that can completely change his appearance and voice. Since he has so many skills, there must be one that can do that, right? Junyong gritted his teeth and rebuked, you bastard, you think I'll have it just by making up a random skill? He summoned the chameleon skill and said, but unfortunately, I do have this skill. Sangwoo asked again, really? Junyong's voice was a little urgent, can you run away? Of course, the door opened in a flash. The warden rushed in, sweating profusely, shouting loudly, who is there? Behind the wall of the closed room echoed a deep laughter. Junyong as Principal Hak-soo calmly walked out and asked softly, what's wrong? Why did you break the door? Hisok stiffened and watched the stammering mouth, Principal. Sangwoo hid behind the glass curiously, opened it a bit to hear what they said. The situation here was a bit awkward. The professor was surprised. I didn't know you were here. Hak-soo stroked his chin and explained, oh, I have something urgent. Hak-soo was a little surprised by Hisok's question, oh, did the master call you? He thought, master, then just replied with a yes. Hisok thought, just as I thought, it must be about the troublemaking duo, Sangwoo and Junyong. Sangwoo wondered warily, what? Hak-soo folded his arms in agreement, that's right, both of them were giving people headaches. The professor didn't let down his guard, that was true, was it right not to answer? I decided to disobey the order so as not to be hindered by the other academies. Hak-soo pursed his lips and darkened his face, didn't we agree not to regret past decisions? Hisok, the professor replied with a wry smile, the meeting in 3 days would resolve this anyway, it seems I was too hasty. Hearing this, both problem students were a bit surprised. The professor turned and left, then I'll go, sorry to bother you so late at night. Hak-soo called out in time, Professor Hisok. Quickly asked to get to the point, did you forget the time of the meeting? The other side answered without hesitation, of course not, at 11 p.m., right? Sangwoo poked his head out and asked in a small voice, hey, what's going on? He heavily walked towards Junyong and asked eagerly, Master, meeting, calling you and me troublemakers again? Junyong immediately answered while dispelling the skill. Shut up, I was so exhausted thinking about how to deal with him, I was so confused, should I use honorifics? And then I finally answered like that. Sangwoo looked at his partner in crime. Wait, why did he say the prayer room was strange? Now that he thought about it, he was outside when the first class was in session. At this point Junyong was a bit pensive remembering that situation. He spoke up, the alarm had sounded. Of course, I originally planned to attend the class in the prayer room because it was mandatory. At that time, he looked innocent and asked me, what class is this? He continued his story with a panicked face, but the system panel kept giving warnings, mental protection activated, warning, warning. At that moment, he couldn't stop thinking, who is attacking me with mental skills right now? No matter where I go, the skill keeps activating. There was no sound or monoflow. He wondered, it couldn't be, but the entire room was filled with mental skills. Ending the flashback, Sangwoo asked him, then why didn't you tell the others? Junyong replied, useless words, are you serious? Now that you know, why are you still standing there? If it were you, you could destroy the entire academy, right? Sangwoo just silently listened to the idiot's explanation. Junyong silently lowered his eyes. I can't do it because there's still the elixir, in the end we need information. They looked at the computer on the table and Junyong's words, we need to have a chain that can bind those people. Sangwoo also agreed, if we want to act freely we have to catch their weak point. The computer now asks for a password, leaving them dumbfounded. Junyong gritted his teeth in anger, with this password, damn it, just like I thought, he wasn't an idiot. Sangwoo said nothing and pointed at the small note on the wall. Junyong had to confirm it again, so the principal really was an idiot. Sangwoo peeked in while Junyong was working. Let's find out what this academy is all about. Returning to the JM Company medical room, Haeyeon held the medicine bottle in her hand and asked, what is this? Kim Yeon forced herself to answer vaguely, it was an energy medicine, if she drank it she would no longer be tired. Haeyeon kept thanking her. After that she made a suggestion, but I got a little sweaty during the tactics class so I want to take a shower, is that okay? Yeon, relieved of her tension, agreed, okay, we have a bathroom, so go ahead. Haeyeon did not hesitate to take off her outer armor, yes. Yuhyun was a little embarrassed and turned away, oh my god, did she have to take off her clothes here? After folding her things, Haeyeon spoke up, let me ask, what is your relationship with Sangwoo Oppa? Yuhyun in another corner shyly replied, well, we're just colleagues, not that close. Since when did Haeyeon stay close behind her and create a skill ball with the intention of ambushing her? On Sangwoo's side in the secret room, these crazy guys, they were stunned after infiltrating and peeking at the underground data. Was this the academy's purpose? Completely brainwash all practitioners, the prayer room is the place to brainwash them. Sangwoo turned to ask Junyong back, so everyone will become puppets of that bastard they call master? How many students does the academy have in total? About 10,000, but if you add up all the branches it would be around 30,000. Sangwoo couldn't believe his eyes and thought, 30,000 brainwashed awakened people are walking freely on the streets. Junyong seemed to have discovered something and spoke up, pulling Sangwoo out of his thoughts. Jung Sangwoo, look at this. The information shows the list of hunters who cannot be brainwashed, the dangerous target, B-rank hunter Jung Sangwoo, who needs to be eliminated before the target to watch out for, B-rank hunter Shin Junyong, postpone the elimination of the son of the leader of the Haesong Guild. Your name is on this dangerous target list, will the brainwashed students target you from now on? Shin Junyong turned to give advice, he had to return to the JM organization immediately, the people around him were in danger. Sangwoo asked back with a blank face, why aren't you the target, does it matter? It says here that they're avoiding conflict because I'm in the Haesong group. Sangwoo reassured them, there's no need to worry about the organization, I told you Haeyeon's condition is strange, how can I leave her alone? But he didn't expect the current situation, in JM it was very difficult to control Haeyeon. Haeyeon was knocked to the ground by the clone while Yeon still didn't understand what was happening, what is this? Haeyeon was restrained but had a smug look on her face, a clone, the two of us like this isn't too bad, you know? She created a skill orb to make the clone alert, but if she wanted to keep doing this, then bring Sangwoo Oppa here. Professional agents quickly appeared to cover Yeon SSI quickly go this way. Yuhyun was still surprised and kept asking, what happened to her, I will explain later. The agent took out his phone and gave an order to inform everyone that they should not leave the organization's building for the time being. Sangwoo's side received urgent news from the agent, Hunter Jung Sangwoo, Haeyeon, he replied, I have taken precautions, number 2 will subdue her. The computer screen shows the progress of the number of awakened people around the world, 89.9% awakened, 10.2% awakened. I also checked the situation here but it seems more serious than I thought, I think we alone won't be able to handle it. Speaking of which, Sangwoo named a few names, we need the help of other guilds. In the manufacturing room, someone's crying mixed with the sound of welding metal, and Dubert's call caught his attention. Heritage Team Technical Development, Captain Dubert, he spoke up, what else? Burchell excitedly took out the box of lab mice and showed them off, here it is. Dubert wondered, they were clones, she spent so much time and finally succeeded in analyzing the skills. She smiled foolishly at the mouse, looked closely, the moment her fingertip touched the mouse's figure, it immediately faded away. Burchell cried tears, it failed, it was just an illusion. She sadly thought back to the scene of treating Sangwoo and sighed, I used a skill bridge worth 12.8 billion, but what the hell is this skill? Dubert took off his glasses and looked at the mouse in his hand, wondering endlessly. Last time, she made a fuss about an original cloak, now this is why she called me, to see this. Her eyes still filled with tears, she explained, of course not, but we had made progress. She took out 2 cloned swords and happily continued, I have successfully cloned the equipment, this will be very helpful for our plan, right? He was stunned into silence by Berserker's achievements. She continued to explain the matter. Of course there was a time limit and the skill orb couldn't be duplicated, but this would be beneficial for business, right? The item would be duplicated a lot. Dubert interrupted, bringing her back to reality. Even more important than cloning is that perfectly restoring the effects of the weapon is a bit difficult. Berserker touched his chin as if he realized something and nodded a few times. I thought I would never lay a finger on this sword again, but now there is finally a way to restore it somewhat. Waryong opened Haeyeon's eyes and observed the pupils. H.W. Waryong immediately drew a conclusion and asked for confirmation. So this person is now brainwashed, right? Kindness Guild Vice Captain, Seong H.W. Waryong, I can't find any mana veins. Everyone was silent, thinking, really? Haeyeon, who was tied up after a commotion, mumbled, I don't understand what you're saying, can you let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home. One of the skeptics spoke up, are you sure she's brainwashed? Yeon replied irritably, of course, she was going to blow my head off. Sangwoo's side also participated in the discussion, I don't think this is normal brainwashing. Sangwoo frowned seriously, it seemed worse than we thought. Yuhyun gritted her teeth as she saw Sangwoo's figure returning, bastard, do you really have to call the Haesong Guild people over too? Sangwoo put his arm around him and comforted him in a low voice, I don't know what grudge you had against him before, just leave it alone, thanks to him, we were able to catch the clone. Yeon replied, I don't think that bastard's son should be treated so well. Haeyeon saw him and immediately sobbed and called him intimately, Oppa, why are you taking so long? Tell them quickly, it seems like they are misunderstanding something, Oppa. Sangwoo ignored the brainwashed Haeyeon's pleas and focused on the matter at hand. He took out the stack of documents he brought back. This is the data from the principal's office, everyone take a look at this. Under the dim flickering lights of the conference room, this is. Everyone read it and gave their opinions, crazy, assassination, brainwashing, and what is the harvest day? Sangwoo also wondered, I don't know either, right now, I only know that it's a plan to awaken all the people in the world. He tilted his head firmly to emphasize one point, more importantly, brainwashing was the problem. Were any of his guild members studying at the academy? The cat-eared girl and the conference president gave out information one after another, some E-rank hunters were there, and so were we, everyone, don't reveal that you know me, we can't know what they're plotting. Junyoung looked at the document and felt smug, the problem was how to deal with it, spiritual protection was a rare skill, not many people were as aware of this as I was, especially low-level hunters from D to F rank. The cat-eared member turned to him suspiciously, wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I can't detect any brainwashing skills. Looking back at the tied-up Haeyeon, she made excuses, and I don't think she was brainwashed either. Waryong also gave refuting information from behind, Korea alone has 30,000 people, there are many academies around the world, is it possible to brainwash that many people? Junyoung pointed at Sangwoo and scolded him, what about his clone skill, does it make any sense? He gave his opinion with an equally determined gaze, no one knows the potential of any awakening skill, so we need to be careful, but I think this kind of brainwashing skill will also have its weaknesses. Back in the principal's office, the academy's professor said this. He recalled the image of himself having to deal with the professor as a typical example, yes, those two were the problem, don't you think it would be wiser to accept and subdue them? We had to disobey orders to catch up with the other apprentices. Junyoung became more and more confused as he spoke, what did it mean to accept high-level hunters even if they had to disobey orders? It meant that their priority wasn't to follow orders from above. Sangwoo pursed his lips and expressed his understanding, so they can work for their superiors towards the goal they need to achieve but will follow different methods depending on their individual way of thinking. Deep down, they already have their own thoughts. Well, they definitely won't chase after me while I'm with number 3, they really want to take Kim Yeon hostage. Sitting on the chair, Junyoung heard this and did not object. Yes, they were not the type of brainless people who would listen to everything their superiors said, they might act normally on the surface, but their primary goal was to assassinate or brainwash him. Sangwoo clenched his fists and frowned, crazy, how the hell is that normal? The agent was stunned after understanding part of the situation, isn't that bad news for us? If we can't figure out how the brainwashing technique works, it will only be disadvantageous for us, we can't even investigate their whereabouts. Junyoung's eyes showed 100% certainty, no, for them, the worst-case scenario was that the mission would fail, and they would be abandoned by their master. Everyone stood around silently listening to him explain, we will take advantage of that weakness, in 3 days, we will turn the tables on them at their gathering place. At night on a street in Korea, 3 days. Junyoung and Sangwoo were thinking together on the rooftop. Junyoung spoke up, they'll be suspicious if you suddenly leave the meeting. Sangwoo didn't care too much and just replied with a few words, I know, I'm getting ready to go. Junyoung looked into the distance and suggested, you can use your clone to take attendance. Sangwoo refused, no, until the meeting I will use my clone to guard, if I stay at the branch I will only put others in danger. He looked up at Junyoung and affirmed, I also want to check how the other brainwashed people are doing. Anyway, we can't just lock Haeyeon up like this. Do you have a plan? Junyoung looked away for information. I have it, but it's a gamble. As far as I know, she's been transferred to the prayer room manager. The image of Yunhai muttering under his breath appeared along with his words. She was just outside working, so hopefully she didn't join them. Suddenly she held the note in her hand with the request to use mana on her head. She wondered, what is this? Who is this crazy person? That's how I started going to the academy for 3 days. Sangwoo sat in the classroom, but his mind was surrounded by thoughts. The order to eliminate him had only been given recently. They must have noticed that he used a clone to take attendance. He wondered how many people were like him. He wondered how long it would take for someone in this prayer room to be brainwashed. He silently looked at the group of people who were about to be brainwashed by this academy. At least they looked fine so far. They were chatting animatedly with each other. The class was boring as hell. Yeah, if only they would give us skill orbs. A dagger flew across his face from the front, distracting him. There must be fewer brainwashed people in this academy. He hugged his neck and looked at the knife that fell to his heart, feeling a bit uneasy. Indignant eyes looked behind a stammering mouth. Who threw it? Everyone looked at him with killer eyes, secretly monitoring his movements. They immediately pretended to ignore him when they saw him turn his back to question him. More firmly, his pupils contracted as he glanced at them. Professor Hisoke on the podium called out his name. Mr. Sangwoo, is there a problem? Sangwoo bent the blade and sneered, judging. So that's how you guys plan to play with me. It's nothing, teacher. I just want to go to the bathroom. He had just stepped out onto the stairs, still lost in thought, when a girl suddenly bumped into him. She opened her eyes wide and was embarrassed. Oh sorry, I'm in a hurry, it's okay. Looking down, I saw that his shirt was torn open by a stab wound. Everyone was acting normal, but in reality they were trying to assassinate him. He was so calm that he became calloused. Was she running around with a knife like that? Someone placed a bottle of energy drink at his seat with a message. Sangwoo Hung, drink it and come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As expected, he judged that they were all attacks from low-level hunters, so they had no effect on him, but he could still feel their killing intent. Without hesitation, he picked up the paper in his hand and read it while sipping on it. Sangwoo thought for a long time. He looked at the water bottle and wondered if it was poison. And that's how 3 days passed, on the campus of an academy. The secret meeting took place in a closed office, chaired by the principal. He spoke up, thanking everyone for gathering here. Professor in charge of medicine, C-rank hunter Kong Magyong, and professor in charge of fighting C-rank hunter Jayuk. They turned their eyes to listen, but they already knew that today would be the day we would deal with the troublemakers. Hunter Academy Principal Won Hak-soo said that the targeted subjects, Jung Sangwoo and Shin Junyoung, were the two of them. Sungwon slammed his hand on the table with a slightly regretful expression. I shouldn't have tried to get rid of them in the first place, especially Shin Junyoung. It was all because of that damn Haesong group. The timid professor immediately spoke up to reassure him, but we can see this as an opportunity. If we can convince Shin Junyoung, we can control the entire Haesong association. Sungwon couldn't help but shout, if it was about spring separation, we could have done it, but what about Jung Sangwoo? The office seemed to become more tense. Magyong calmly spoke, of course the students in the academy couldn't even scratch him. Tisk, is he that strong? Even if you gang up on him, you can't hope to beat him. You should have seen the eyes of the clones. The principal leaned his hands on the table and said in a reassuring tone, is that so? But don't worry, the master hasn't abandoned us yet. They said they would send 2 A-rank assassins from the Scorpion 30 Assassin Association. They have already arrived in Korea. Magyong sighed in admiration. Master, Jayuk couldn't contain his excitement, as expected of his master. The principal looked into the distance, surrounded by endless exclamations. If it was Scorpion 30, then handling Haesong would be a piece of cake. Get rid of Junyoung too. Kill Jung Sangwoo too. Haha, celebrate the system. There was a constant knocking outside the door, then silence. The entire conference room seemed to freeze after the door was thrown open. Outside came the voice of a young man imitating the knocking on the door. Knock knock. Sangwoo's eyes emitted a heroic fire as he walked in. If he heard a knock on the door, he should have gone out to greet the guest. Seeing the ball hit so far made them surprised to hear him continue. Thanks to you guys, I've been having a hard time these past 3 days. Let's decide on your punishments through this meeting. When he saw Sangwoo kicking the door open and making Professor Sungwon's first reaction was to tremble and stammer, Sangwoo. He replied angrily, yes, Professor, why? I'm sure you're not too confused, you've been watching me all class. The people in the meeting room stood up to show their power. The principal of the academy spoke up, Hunter Jung Sangwoo, I don't know why you're here, but we should use words to solve the problem. He responded without showing any emotion. His words were also good. He used his clone to close in on the group and continued speaking, but only when people were on equal footing did he use words. Then the clones went behind each person and pressed them down, and he also explained the action. There were 5 of you, while I only had 1, so I needed more people. Everyone there turned pale and didn't dare say anything more. After he finished demonstrating his power, he sat down in an empty chair, crossed his legs on the table and said, now let's talk. Hand on chin, looking thoughtful, the past 3 days have surprised me. The people who want to kill me are getting more and more reckless. Glancing around the conference room, his voice kept ringing out, poisoning, ambush, even snipers, thanks to which we had to cover the windows of the entire building. After experiencing all of this, there was only one thought left in my mind. Thinking of this, he glared angrily and threatened, even if they were brainwashed to obey orders, I still can't stand it. Principal Hak-soo hurriedly explained to ease the atmosphere, apologizing for interrupting him, but this hunter Jung Sang-woo, what do you mean by wanting to kill you? Ignoring the principal who was about to babble, he immediately ordered a clone to break Professor Hishuk's finger while the principal was making excuses. I don't understand. He just said a simple sentence, you better not talk nonsense, in a loud shout. Ignoring the expressions of the people in the room, he continued speaking softly, but if you want to speak, then that's fine too, if you think his fingers are strong enough. The muscular Professor Magyong couldn't help but get angry, are you kidding me, only to be punched in the face by one of his clones after he finished speaking. So, by inertia, he fell backwards on the ground and he just gently replied, oh my god, you guys just lost 10 rounds of nonsense. The principal is angry because you have taken his authority lightly, what are you doing, at least tell us what you want. He started talking nonsense again, from what I know, if this academy disappears, we won't be the only ones affected. Sang-woo waved his hand and ordered, are you threatening me with the elixir? The room fell into screams again, the principal angrily slammed his hand on the table and said, I'm just telling you the truth. Sang-woo is so calm, so let me state my conditions. First, remove the brainwashing from all the students of the academy and stop this nonsense. Second, make sure that only I can participate in the Global Academy competition so that I can get the elixir. Third, don't report this to your master. The whole room was shocked. The principal hesitated for a long time before answering, I'm sorry, but we don't understand what you're saying. Professor Hishuk's finger was broken again, a fierce scream rang out again, ah. The principal was scared but still tried to speak calmly, you have misjudged us, just kill us, we will not bow to such threats. He was stalling for time for his sneaky move and added, but you should also be mentally prepared to give up on the elixir. He didn't even bother to open his eyes and said sarcastically, I can hear you, I know what you're planning. Thinking back to what Shin Junyong told him the other day, he shouldn't expose his weaknesses. Sang-woo asked again, what do you mean? Shin Junyong stood there with his arms crossed, watching him speak. He was always acting soft, making Sang-woo grit his teeth and angrily say, why does everyone think like that? I can be tough too. At this moment, Shin Junyong bowed his head and said seriously, to achieve the conditions we want, we must make them afraid, but using violence without caution will not have much effect, you must show them your determination and their chains. When he returned to the present, he pulled out an object from his body and said, hey, I already know about your master's existence, and yet you still don't understand what this means? The principal's face immediately stiffened when he heard Sang-woo continue speaking, do you guys want to let the whole world know about these documents? He hurriedly asked again, why you? Holding the paper in his hand, the principal trembled uncontrollably as he continued to say, this won't just end with the branch in Korea. I think all the academies around the world will have to close down and be investigated. He stood up, sighed, and said, I don't know what your master's plans are, but it will definitely be greatly affected. He let the clone holding the knife to deal with Hwryong say, now let's not waste any more time and finish it, throw all the corpses into the dimensional gate and burn them, despite her screaming, ah, no. The principal hurriedly said, wait, give us some more time to think, he said indifferently, why, want to stall for time? The more he spoke, the more the principal sweated, he was busy reporting somewhere, it seemed like he was waiting for the Scorpion 30 or something. From outside a lot of black gas entered the room making the principal pale. Huge, bloody figures entered through the main door. The principal reacted strongly saying, here they come, Scorpion 30. The surprise was still behind when the male lead's clone gently carried the unconscious ones and said, that's right, we're here to save you. He threw them to the ground in shock and the guy next to him said, now you don't need to wait for anyone anymore so it's easy, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. He closed his eyes tightly despite the countdown music playing beside him, 3, 2. When he counted to 1, the principal used all his strength to run screaming. Thinking in his head, I just need to get through this wall, he used his osmosis ability, passing through all matter in a short period of time. Just as he was taking a jumping stance, a magic circle appeared and a sound rang out, canceling the skill. So by inertia he slammed his face into the wall and shouted, oh, shit. A girl with a cigarette in her mouth came in and said, I suspected, but I didn't expect you to actually do this. Yunhai was extremely angry and said, so this is why you want me to go to the prayer room. Hearing this, the unrepentant principal said, what are the conditions you want? You just stood there doing nothing despite the constant screaming. No, I remember, we will try our best to carry them out. In the end, Principal Won Hak-soo and the others accepted my conditions and the academy quickly returned to normal. Outside, 2 people were dealing with the situation on this side, saying, you did a great job, Mr. Wante. The man replied, I didn't expect them to send assassins from abroad. If it was just the 2 of us without Sang-woo-kun, it would have been difficult. The girl replied, yes, he is strong, why is he still at B rank? If we suddenly stop teaching history and system understanding, other branches might notice, so we decided to keep the class open. He and Junyong were surprised to see this. Junyong asked first, is this what the principal was talking about? He replied, yeah, it looks a bit creepy. But instead, they let us destroy the brainwashing device inside and turn this class into a normal boring subject. Look at that weird octopus thing you mentioned. Let's destroy this thing right away. With the help of President Yunhai, we were able to quickly remove the effects of the brainwashing. She instructed the students to go through this when leaving. But strangely, the brainwashing effect on the professors, including the principal, could not be erased. Yunhai pressed the principal's head down on the table and used magic to angrily say, "I think this is their nature, not some kind of brainwashing." He stubbornly replied, "We were chosen by the master, what you do will not work." And so, using magic, Haeyeon was able to escape the brainwashing and she was also released from the chains. Seeing her still shaking, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" Haeyeon stuttered with tears in her eyes, "Oppa." Then she quickly threw herself into his arms. "I'm sorry, I must have gone crazy." You here comfort her, "You did well," and Yeon is screaming behind, "Why are you apologizing to the master?" "Apologize to me, the 3 days of chaos are over." There were 2 voices in the room, "Not there, a little more to the left." The other person stuttered in response, "Here?" The other person asked, "Well, when is the next assessment?" The one who answered was the principal, who was trying to please Sangwoo, massaging his shoulders as he spoke, probing for stats. "We will compare your stats when you first entered the academy with your current ones and then give you a high score based on that." He asked again, "What are you going to do with my scores?" He quickly replied, "Of course it's A." He replied happily, "Good, you stay up and talk to Hisoka. Then when will we learn a new skill? How long do we have to keep shooting fireballs?" He sweat dropped and replied, "I'll teach the freezing skill soon." He ignored his crying and threatened him, "Teach him well, I will observe." He replied, "Yes, I don't know whose heart it was, oh life." In another room, there were 2 men. A man with a triangular beard looked at the system board that said a class and said, "The branch in Korea said that the problem was resolved, but Scorpion 30 said that the mission had failed." He said, "What do you think?" The young man excitedly replied, "Yes, what do you think is the right answer?" The man laughed, "Haha, what a sloppy and boring answer. What if I said that your death is the answer?" He replied, "Then I am more than willing." He used the knife to create blood splatters, and he just leaned on his hands and watched. Looking at the young man lying in a pool of blood, he indifferently replied, "I was just joking." Then he smiled brightly at this because he was the owner of this place, then ordered, "Hey, clean up this mess quickly, and someone go investigate this Jung Sangwoo guy." There were 2 types of reactions from the students at the academy, either apologize or ignore it. The girl cried, "I'm really sorry, I don't know why I did that but." She bowed her head and kept talking, "I don't know how many times I can apologize. You can report me to the police if you want. You can tell me if you want compensation. They will apologize while regretting what they did or be too ashamed to see me and try to stay away from me." Sangwoo thought to himself, it would be a lie if he said he wasn't crazy, but at least they apologized like this, it's okay. Haeyeon walked up to him and complimented him, "He really acted very well." Sangwoo replied indifferently, what else could he do? He couldn't hit them now because they were no longer brainwashed, those guys had already paid the price anyway. Sangwoo continued to ask, making Haeyeon pale, "Our next class is physical, right?" Haeyeon shyly said, "Oppa, about the movie we talked about earlier, can we go now? There's a movie I want to watch." Sangwoo was a little surprised, "What are you saying? We have to practice." Then Sangwoo pulled Haeyeon to the classroom, "Your basic stats are too low." Okay, I'll go." The light from outside the window shone into the Hunter Academy's multi-purpose training room. The teacher said today's class was about physical fitness. The instructor sat upright in his chair and explained, "We will evaluate your base stats in the next class. We will compare it with the stats you increased while training here, and the score will depend on how much your stats increased." Everyone around started talking, "What happened to him?" "I don't know." Haeyeon turned to ask Sangwoo, "Is it you?" "I told you, there's a difference in how you treat those bastards who give orders." Then Sangwoo asked, "Anyway, why do you hate this class?" Haeyeon said gloomily, "I'm quite depressed, my skill level has increased, but my strength is still the same." Sangwoo pointed, "This is a skill training ground, practice is key." Haeyeon sighed, "I'll be back soon." Targets were erected one after another, each marked with a level. Haeyeon activated her Mana Master skill with an unconfident expression. Others went to a corner to get weights and started working out. The person focusing on releasing a blue energy source wears a contrasting red cape. Sangwoo thought as he looked at it, "My stats have increased a lot and I told them they evaluated me, so I don't need to do this, but since I'm here anyway, I'll go practice a bit. I don't feel anything with the JM organization's machines." Sangwoo walked over to the weight set next to the trainer and pointed at it, asking, "How much weight can this thing hold if you set it to its maximum?" The trainer heard this and glanced at the weight and said, "The weight was controlled by the gravity magic stone attached to it, so it completely depended on the strength of the person carrying it." The teacher continued, surprising Sangwoo, "You can even adjust it to not be able to lift it." Sangwoo's words surprised the coach a bit, "So let's change it to no lift." "Huh, are you sure?" The trainer explained again, "This mode is only used to improve performance, it is not normally used this way, it will be fine, so just do it." The instructor trained Sangwoo to lift the barbell to its maximum level. Sangwoo thought to himself, other than what was attached to the inside, it looked like a normal barbell and seemed a bit light. Purple energy was emitted from both sides of the weight. Sangwoo tried to lift it up with his eyes wide open. Sangwoo gritted his teeth and grimaced, thinking, "It's too heavy," but Sangwoo was quite satisfied, it was it, the weight he wanted. The machine next to the trainer was smoking because of Sangwoo's enormous strength. The electric sparks that flashed on both sides of the dumbbell were, well, exciting. After much effort Sangwoo finally lifted it up. I could feel the excitement. Purple energy blocks and screws fell out before the trainer's eyes, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Sangwoo stepped on the ground, and several purple energy balls fell down. Sangwoo lifted the iron bar that had lost 2 weights and walked in front of the coach, saying, "I'm sorry, the performance is quite good, Professor." The coach held the barbell with tears streaming down his face. Behind him was smoke and fire. Sangwoo was still happy. It was because they were rich, right? They had great equipment. I'll try to ask them to open the gym at night and let the clones work out. Sangwoo stopped and thought, now that you mention it, I haven't seen Shin Junyoung anywhere. Where did he go? The evaluation is about to start. He must have gone to do something. On the other side, Shin Jinik was sitting and talking with Shin Junyoung. So, is the academy dangerous? The Haesong Guild should prepare for that too. We've temporarily stopped them, but they're still a threat. Haesong Guild captain of Team 1 Shin Jinik folded his arms and said, so what kind of threat are they? Shin Junyoung said with concern, I can't say because of the elixir, it might be the reason the academy collapsed. Shin Jinik put his hand on his forehead. He was the captain of the second team. Those people would listen to his orders no matter what. It wasn't something they could handle. He should help us too. Shin Jinik asked again, I got the information along with Jung Sangwoo. Hey, what was the reason you entered the academy? Shin Jinik said something that made Shin Junyoung stiffen. If you want to play childish games then go to the playground. We gave you all the support to enter that academy and you went to befriend Jung Sangwoo. Shin Jinik put his hand down and continued. The reason he needed help this time was probably the upcoming assessment, not like that. Shin Jinik stood up from his chair and laughed coldly. Ha ha, damn it, you must have felt like you had everything, so you did these things huh? You should work harder instead of wasting time on those things. Shin Jinik left leaving Shin Junyoung alone. I won't tell dad about this time and pretend I never heard anything. Worry about your review. Shin Junyoung still sat silently on the chair listening to him speak. The guild didn't expect anything more than that. You know what to do. I tried my best. Blue energy sources were released one after another towards the distant steel. Around the steel smoke and dust flickered, hazy. Haeyeon bent over and breathed heavily, thinking to herself, the level 3 doll didn't even move. She stared at her hands helplessly. She had acted up to Oppa Sangwoo a few days ago and her strength was enough to defeat the skeleton and now, Sangwoo could throw a fireball even better than she could. Haeyeon gritted her teeth and decided that she couldn't be a burden to him anymore. Haeyeon suddenly shouted loudly, startling Ian and the agent. Everyone, Haeyeon, what's wrong? I knew you were still brainwashed. Haeyeon said with concern, this is the only place I can rely on. I want to become stronger. Please let me join the JM organization. Night fell, the big villa became much darker, only one window was still lit. Sangwoo's clone kicked the door open and shouted, open the practice room door, please. The principal was startled. Hunters at this hour, clones hunting don't care about time. I can't use it all day today because of classes. He stuttered, but, practice room, go ahead. Sangwoo raised his fist in front of him, making him laugh in fear. Using the academy's facilities, outside of the class schedule, was perfectly fine. Hearing that, Sangwoo's clone turned around and left. I'll be using it all night, so don't turn off the lights, okay? The panicked principal said to himself, I tried to stop him, so this isn't my fault. Hunter Shin Junyoung. Sangwoo and the two clones walked and talked, 2 hours of training and then hunting. Repeat those 2 things, understood. Throwing open the doors to the practice room, Sangwoo opened his mouth wide and said, here, use them as you wish. We own this place for the whole night, so. Suddenly he stopped and stared inside the room. In another development, Doan sat on a pile of monsters he had just killed. Opposite him was a pink-haired monster. Mr. Doan, why don't you answer? Hunter On Soken, bully the lowly company somewhere else. I'll eat here today. Doan still spoke calmly while the monster gritted his teeth in anger. Anyway, why are you talking like that? Me, bastard, I'm used to this. Doan looked at him with a puzzled look. Just listen to me. It's about Shin Junyoung. The monster growled loudly, Shin Junyoung, that bastard, I think he faked his ranking. He thought back to that time. He grabbed Shin Junyoung's neck and lifted him up high. After losing that match, he got mad and got into a fight. Suddenly, the system panel appeared before his eyes, surprising him. Wait a minute. The system board shows that the opponent's stats are too low, underestimating the weak has reached its limit. He clenched his fists and frowned. Jung Sangwoo appeared so I couldn't find out clearly, but Shin Junyoung wasn't it. The night sky was dark. The room's windows still let out light. A B-class hunter or what we call a high-rank hunter. In the practice room Shin Junyoung was panting, sweating profusely. Jung Sangwoo. Sangwoo was surprised to see Junyoung. Junyoung's hands were on the floor. In front of him was a 3 kilograms weight. Beside his feet were also full of medicine bottles scattered all over the floor. Shin Junyoung knelt down on his hands and knees, his whole body trembling. All of this was. Shin Junyoung's eyes widened. Why are you here? The system panel appears again. Passive Grand Mage. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills you have learned will be automatically upgraded to the maximum level. Text on the transfer system, penalty, weak mage, all stats modified to 0.2. Sangwoo said in a dazed voice, I think we need an explanation here. Shin Junyoung's whole body trembled. What exactly happened? He turned around and left. I was just practicing for the assessment. I'm almost done, Sangwoo called out. Shin Junyong. Sangwoo quickly grabbed Shin Junyong's shoulder. Don't leave like that. Shin Junyong shook Sangwoo's hand away and shouted, don't you see? Exhausted after just lifting a 3 kilograms dumbbell, isn't it funny? He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, that is the skill I obtained after awakening. All my abilities are fixed at 0.2. Hearing that, Sangwoo was stunned. The professor rested his chin on his hand and asked, all the skills you learned are at the highest level? Is that true? Yes. The professor glanced at Haesong and said, that's a great talent, huh? Perhaps, we can see Korea's first S-rank hunter here. The little boy gave a forced smile. I used to be a magic genius. Shin Junyong smiled brightly and raised his hand to create magic, causing the surroundings to be filled with smoke and dust. The professor standing next to him shouted loudly, no, you learned fireball just like that? Shin Junyong recounted, except for awakening skills, I can also copy any normal skill I see within 1 to 2 months. 2 staff members were struggling to carry the glass case. Inside was a blue sphere. The skills I couldn't copy were all kept in Haesong's warehouse. He was happy when he cast magic. Everyone had hope in me. Even father believed in me. Haesong smiled proudly at having a talented son. He is the future of Haesong. His brother walked away with a dark face. Keep up the good work. Shin Junyong happily glanced at his father walking beside him. Then his whole body trembled, sweat dripping down. Yes. Shin Junyong hugged his chest and huddled up, breathing heavily. He tensed up, his arm muscles bulging. I must be. He knelt down, one hand empty on the ground. Genius, all stats fixed at 0.2, if I could say it then. Shin Junyong thought he was running on the treadmill, sweating profusely and panting. The professor held the datasheet and said with concern, his basic ability did not increase compared to last year. Haesong turned around with a dark face, Junyong, to his father's room. Shin Junyong's whole body bent down and trembled. Haesong said indifferently, 0.2, all possibilities are fixed at 0.2. Haesong put his hand on his dark eyes and continued, forever. Shin Junyong was startled, you still don't know, if you continue to practice hard from now on. Haesong slammed the table interrupting him. The whole world will realize you're just an idiot. He continued speaking, I have heard of cases where ice resistance decreases after awakening a fire-related skill regardless of whether the skill is high level or not, it is useless. Everything is at 0.2 including mana. Shin Junyong tears fell, all this time, I have been pouring money into a bottomless jar, father. Haesong glanced at Shin Junyong and said, but luckily for you, no matter what you do, I won't have to worry about stopping you. Shin Junyong's hand clenched the corner of his shirt, if I hit you too hard, you'll die. Shin Junyong sat on the floor, holding a bottle of water in his hand, and said, after that day, Haesong erased all traces of me. All news and articles about me were taken down from the internet, including my skills, my hunter rank. Thanks to Haesong's support, stopping at Company B. Sangwoo sat opposite and listened to him continue. That's when I learned that I could get the elixir from the academy. The elixir appeared in his mind, an elixir that could remove all curses and heal all wounds. It became the purpose of my life. Shin Junyong stared at his hands, hiding his lack of mana. I hid the mana potion in my teeth and brought the potion in a water bottle to attend class. He drank the water coldly. I was so desperate. Shin Junyong let out a sigh. Of course, after all, I still lost to you. Sangwoo was a little surprised when he heard Shin Junyong say, Sangwoo, awakening could be a miracle for you. Shin Junyong bowed his head helplessly, but to me, it was the worst curse. Sangwoo frowned when he heard that and thought to himself, so the weakening medicine didn't work in the group match because of that. There was nothing left to weaken from the start. Sangwoo stood up, his hand in his pocket, asking, who knows about it? Shin Junyong also replied, just my father and brother, some captains, no one else. Sangwoo continued, if you intend to use the weights, why don't you use them at home? Don't you think you'll get caught? Shin Junyong argued back, I asked the principal to lock the door, but who would have thought someone would come in here this late at night? Besides, these things have all been used. Sangwoo was a little taken aback when Shin Junyong said that, there was a device with gravity magic that could support training based on the user's strength, but when I came today, it was broken. Sangwoo asked curiously, so, what was the basic ability you wrote when you registered? Shin Junyong also honestly answered, 40. Sangwoo was startled and asked back, 40. Sangwoo grabbed Shin Junyong's collar and shouted, how shameless, there is a limit to lying, raising it to 200 times, who would think that there would be an assessment of ability? Shin Junyong looked down sadly, what should I do? I have to go. Shin Junyong turned around and left without forgetting to remind, remember to keep what I said today a secret, even the principal won't know about this, please. Sangwoo scratched his head and cursed, damn it. Shin Junyong was walking alone in school, hands in his pockets. Suddenly he stopped and frowned. He remembered when Haesong was drunk with a glass of wine in his hand. The girl sitting next to him was massaging his shoulders. He wanted to have a team member in the promotion test. Shin Junyong stood straight in a corner. Do you know Sangwoo, the clone user? Haesong sat on the chair laughing. I saw him when he was F rank. I laughed at him when I saw him with Junmo. It was fun to see him struggling in F rank, but then I heard that Jung Sangwoo passed the B rank test without any help. Haesong's words made Shin Junyong dumbfounded. There were some people who didn't even dare to try to rank up without support. He continued, I laughed at the person who picked up the stone in front of me, and then that stone became a precious gem, but the gem I polished every day became nothing more than a stone. Back to reality, a hand reached out from behind Shin Junyang, while he was still muttering, even a pebble can roll. The mysterious person attacked Shin Junyang from behind, holding his arms and shoulders. Shin Junyang panicked. Who are you? Shish, be quiet if you want to live. In another place, the night fell, the lights from the tall buildings flickered, a person's voice rang out. Even when the skill leveled up, the power remained the same. The agent asked in disbelief, you don't like magic, do you? The only ability you're confident in is magic. The agent said apologetically, but I'm fine with the student review that took a while. Why? Where is this? The agent raised his head and continued, I said that before I joined JM, but actually, there is a person who is very good at mana manipulation. The girl sitting on the chair laughed and said, but his training was extremely harsh. Guest, on the day of the basic ability assessment, the coach announced that there were a total of 5 assessment tools. The students were warming up for the test, Mr. Magyong explained, going through the evaluations of strength, speed, stamina, explosiveness, and endurance. Once one part was completed, they would move on to the next part immediately. Master Magyong said expressionlessly, then, let the evaluation begin. Someone steps forward when hearing the teacher say whoever is confident should go first. Shin Junyang's eyes darkened as he braced himself to step forward. Come to a flat wall, the support staff explains. Please hit it with all your might, yes. Doin and Soken were mocking him below, starting with Shin Junyang. Look at how skinny his arms are, let's see if you're right. Shin Junyang tensed his arms, the veins on his arms stood out, and a purple light was emitted from the surroundings. Sengwoo looked at it for a while, not knowing what to say. Then he sighed, finally he had to intervene. Junyang put all his strength into his arm, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His arm slammed straight into the wall, sending dust flying. Seeing Shin Junyang punch the wall, the staff standing next to him also had to stare in amazement. Doin and Soken were no better, gaping at Shin Junyang in surprise. An arm reached out from behind Shin Junyang as he walked and muttered, the broken clock was still right twice a day. The hidden person who attacked from behind grabbed Shin Junyang's shoulder and arm, startling him. He panicked and shouted, who are you? The man in black raised his index finger in front of his mouth and said, shut up, keep your mouth shut if you want to live. Shin Junyang turned around and saw that it was Sengwoo. Sengwoo, what are you doing here? Sengwoo continued, about the evaluation. Sengwoo, calm down, just answer me. He asked Shin Junyang, can you change other people's shapes with that chameleon skill of yours? Shin Junyang was quite surprised. What? Shin Junyang seemed to realize something. He was about to. Sengwoo turned around and said as he walked, yes, we can change the appearance of my clone into yours. That way, you can easily pass the aptitude test. You helped me before, so now. Sengwoo paused and continued, but don't get me wrong, I'm still pursuing the Junyang elixir, so I won't be helping you too much. Sengwoo turned around and took off his hat, smiling, but at least I can eliminate all the suspicions directed at him. Back to the test, Shin Junyang, disguised as Sengwoo's clone, stood in front of a wall with a dent in it. The power index on the display board appears. The staff was quite surprised. The power was exactly 40. The others were also whispering, was it possible to have such an accurate index? The wall was recovering. When it came to the reflex test, Shin Junyang, who was disguised as Sengwoo's clone, easily avoided the sticks. In the fitness test, he ran at full speed on the treadmill. Coming to the mana test, he placed his hand on the sphere causing it to emit blue light energy. Endurance test, the stick poked Shin Junyang's cheek causing him to cry out loud. The staff holding the index board gaped, all of them were 40, the evaluation test for Hunter Shin Junyang was complete. The other students were equally surprised, what, isn't he a long-range combat hunter? He's really tough, with 40 stats, he's already in A rank. Soken gritted his teeth in anger, what the hell, that's impossible. Doin stood beside him and sneered, I knew it, forget it, do your own test. The system panel appeared, the inertia effect had ended, Doin frowned and thought, Blade, what kind of effect is it that wears off so quickly? I had suspected it before but I guess I overreacted. Saw Magyong looking at the 2 transcripts without knowing what to say. Shin Junyang's 2 score sheets have very clear differences. The coach looked at it and thought, what the hell are these stats? Why are they all 40? They're even higher than mine, some stats have even dropped. Teacher Magyong looked at the scoreboard and commented, Hunter Shin Junyang's stats had increased by an average of 0.249 points. A bit disappointing but not bad at all. The real Shin Junyang was drinking water and glanced from afar. He frowned and thought, that idiot, I told him to just take a general number, who would have thought he would put exactly 40 points into one stat, after all, is it human to be able to control such a stat? Looking around he thought, but Doin and Soken are talking to each other, he must be up to something, stop it, can't you see the wall is broken? Shin Junyang slightly narrowed his eyes, his emotions unclear. He turned his back, leaned against the wall, and thanked Jung Sengwoo. Jung Sengwoo leaned close to Shin Junyang and whispered, it's over so hurry up and leave, his stomach is probably full of drugs, okay. Jung Sengwoo looked up and said outside, I want to participate in the review too. Inside he thought, by the way, there's something that's been on my mind for a while, I better check it out after this. The employee spoke absent-mindedly as Jung Sangwoo raised his fist and charged forward, punching this part of the wall as hard as he could. His eyes glowed red, the veins on his face stood out. He used all his strength to punch the wall, internal force radiating out. The wall gradually cracked and caved in, forcing passers-by to look back. It broke into smoke and dust and the ground shook. The wall broke into many pieces and collapsed. Behind the dust and smoke were two people staring ahead. Jung Sangwoo's eyes returned to normal as he spoke softly. His stats stopped increasing from absorbing that magic gem for a while now. Jung Sangwoo recalled that at that time, one of his clones was eating an orange gem. Jung Sangwoo looked at the system board in confusion. He immediately suggested, try eating as much as you can at once. The other clone obeyed and put the entire jade plate into his mouth. Jung Sangwoo looked back at the system board and frowned. The stats didn't increase. What's going on? I think this happened after number 7 was kidnapped and my stats increased explosively. He looked at the other guy and said dejectedly, other than turning the clone into a monster, the gems have no other uses, so how should I use this guy properly? I'd better go to Heritage one more time and see. In New York, USA, the main Heritage building stands tall in the dark night. Jung Sangwoo sat in the lab rubbing his hands in excitement. Oh my god, no way, he failed to copy the clone skill again, what a pity. Arya Burchell came over and asked, are you sure that's a pity? Jung Sangwoo opened his mouth and laughed, of course, well, this is an extremely complicated skill. Arya Burchell laughed, but we were able to use the clone skill on a part of the device. It's still a pity that it doesn't work on living things. Jung Sangwoo was surprised, what? How did you do that? That's even more surprising. I also hope my clones have a piece of cloth to cover themselves every time they're summoned. Arya Burchell said seriously, creating a skill that surpasses the power of the original is impossible. The ability to copy equipment is a special effect of the clone skill. If he still can't use it, that means. Arya Burchell's words surprised Jung Sangwoo quite a bit. That skill of his could still be perfectly evolved. Suddenly she asked, there are some people who want to meet you, do you mind? He was confused, what, me? As soon as Arya Burchell finished speaking, the door to the laboratory opened. Raven and Dubert came in to introduce themselves. So you're the owner of that clone? I'm Dubert, and this is Raven. Jung Sangwoo walked over and bowed slightly, shaking Dubert's hand. I was able to make progress on what I wanted to do for a long time, all thanks to your skills. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm glad I was able to help you, even though I couldn't copy any items. Arya Burchell smiled and introduced, Mr. Dubert here is the one who makes items for Heritage Company. The cloak we gave you last time was also one of his works. Jung Sangwoo smiled back, thanking him very much for that. She mentioned the other one too, and there's this Mr. Raven, I'm sure you know him too. Hearing that, Jung Sangwoo stiffened and stammered, yes. Arya Burchell was surprised, you know. Lord Raven immediately became majestic and sparkling at her words. This is the world's strongest swordsman, an S-Class sword hunter. Jung Sangwoo was very surprised, an S-rank hunter? As far as I know, there are no S-rank hunters in Korea, so this is how I met my first S-rank hunter. Jung Sangwoo scratched his head shyly, I'm really sorry, I really don't know much about the hunter world. Raven turned around angrily, don't bother, I'm not the strongest swordsman or any of that bullshit anyway. See, I'm not even that famous. Arya Burchell explained further, Mr. Raven rescued number 7, the Tron company was behind it, he destroyed that lab too. Jung Sangwoo said in a normal manner, there's something I want to ask, he asked, do you remember exactly what experiment they did there? I'm a little curious about what happened to number 7. Raven replied, of course, I remember it very clearly. He spread his hands to demonstrate what he was saying, there were a lot of machines there, large pipes were installed everywhere. The operating machines were all shiny and there were also a lot of robots there. There were a lot of large test tubes like cages, it seemed like they were testing something. After hearing Raven's story, everyone was very surprised. He asked again, did my answer help you? Raven stroked his chin speculatively, and I'm pretty sure their electricity bill will. Before he could finish, Burchell interrupted, let me explain, we tested a few things after we rescued him. There was some uncertainty in her words, Sangwoo was stunned with doubt. Burchell lowered his eyes and said, so he knew that, yes, he was right, the crystal jade was a medicine for humans but it had the side effect of turning the user into a monster. It was an unfinished product, but because his clone was not a real human, that caused it to completely absorb the crystal jade. And based on observing the process, I think they figured out the exact mechanism of the crystal jade. Sangwoo was a bit suspicious, the medicine used on my clone was a complete medicine without side effects, so that's why my stats increased while my clone didn't turn into a monster. Burchell chuckled lightly, this was just a hypothesis, the stats that he could forcefully increase by unnatural means had reached their limits, I think that was why the crystal gems no longer had any effect on his stats, that meant. She paused here for a moment and then continued, you have to practice on your own from now on. Sangwoo rubbed his temples, so now I have to get physical and maybe use the monster's absorption skill? She asked again, is there anything else you want to ask? Sangwoo thought for a moment, well, I don't know if she knows, but it doesn't hurt to ask. He finally asked, making Burchell's eyes widen in surprise, do you know what Harvest Day is? As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them looked at Sangwoo with strange eyes. Being stared at, Sangwoo felt a little embarrassed, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly Dubert pressed the switch he was holding in his hand. A huge explosion came from Sangwoo's body. Electricity was emitted around Sangwoo's bracelet. He frowned, his bracelet was turned off. Raven raised her sword and her face darkened. Don't worry, the translation mode is still active. The sword was shown and his eyes darkened, but he should choose his words carefully. Sangwoo frowned, his eyes filled with wariness. He held out his hands with a cold face. Okay, then I'll change my question. Are you also on the same side as the academy? The atmosphere was quite heavy at this moment, as if the two were about to fight. Arya Burchell and Dubert were shocked to see this. Arya Burchell closed her eyes and shouted, "Stop, both of you, stop." Arya Burchell advised, "You too, Sangwoo, stop, we are not your enemies." Sangwoo glanced at her, "I don't think you can convince me right away, you guys started it." Arya Burchell waved her hand away, "Raven, put your sword away, I don't think he really knows." She tried to explain, Sangwoo's help was essential to our plan, everyone knew that. Hearing that, Raven put his sword away. Sangwoo also drew in the black air. Arya Burchell breathed a sigh of relief. She continued, "I will tell you what the harvest day is, but there is one thing you should know before we begin." Sangwoo was curious, "What is it?" Arya Burchell raised her hand to touch her ear, her hair showing a red streak. The world was bigger than he thought. Her words shocked Sangwoo so much that his pupils dilated. "We're not actually from Earth." All three of us looked towards him. We were outsiders from a place far away. Arya Burchell began to tell, "Our original planet was Tyburn, a peaceful place with many species living together in harmony. The scene of the planet Tyburn appears to be a place filled with magic and nature, the Urencia Empire, a peaceful and beautiful planet. The giant monster emerged," she continued, "until the Kranid invasion. The people continued to use powerful weapons to drive away the monster. The Urencia Empire fought back, however, the threat of monsters that killed every living thing in their path was something we could not resist. There were many black vortexes in the sky. Hundreds of other little monsters came out of those black holes, they had portal skills." Arya Burchell continued, "The number of monsters was so endless that no matter what we did, all the areas were being invaded one by one. As the soldiers fell, a man stepped forward, a man appeared before Urencia's hopeless situation. He is Lieber Zinstein, a scientist from Earth." Arya Burchell paused for a moment and continued, surprising Sangwoo, who was also the creator of the system. Sangwoo wondered, "Wait, is the system actually someone's invention?" She replied, "Yeah, we were surprised at first too." Arya Burchell shared, "I told you before, right, about how difficult it is to learn a skill. Just by focusing on the magical aspect for at least 10 years, the citizens of our planet hardly have a single witch who is always ready to fight. But Lieber was different," she said. "He learned magic at an incredible speed and became the Archmage of Urencia in 5 years. Lieber sat in front of a desk covered with papers. He then focused on researching ways to learn magic faster to increase the number of people who could fight. So that everyone, even those without knowledge or understanding of complex formulas and poor mana, can protect the empire." The erected red sphere was placed neatly on the pedestal. That is how the skill and system spheres were created. She recounted in a monotone voice, "The plan was a success. Even though the system was still incomplete, it still supported basic attack skills and people began to register and learn magic through skill orbs. Everyone joined forces to destroy the monster. The system became more and more perfect, people could use more and more high-level magic, and everyone began to have hope that peace would come to Tyburn after Kranid was driven away." Bloodshot eyes gradually appeared, then the long battle continued until the system was completed and Lieber initiated the massacre. Burchell was puzzled. "Until now, I still don't understand why the citizens were massacred. Even the descendants of the Sword Clan and the Dragon race could not stop him. He continued to massacre and massacre and massacre." She finally concluded, "And that was why Urencia collapsed within a week. It was Harvest Day." Sangwoo was amazed. An entire empire was destroyed by just one person. Burchell covered his mouth, his voice trembling. "I still can't forget that scene." She turned to Raven and asked, "Is there anything else we can explain?" "I don't see Lieber very often," he replied. "Well, there are some things missing, but the narrative is correct." Raven added, "The only survivors who escaped were the three of us. According to the date in this world, it was 1995. You know what happened 5 years later, right?" Sangwoo was startled, and in 2000 there was a disaster. He realized, "And the system is also on Earth?" Raven's face darkened. "Yes, the system is taking root here. Soon, the Harvest Day will happen on Earth." Elsewhere, Heian gasped for breath. She fell down. "I couldn't." The cat-eared girl smiled slightly. "Oh hello, she looks tired." Heian fell down. She put her hands on her hips and raised her fingers. "Stand up, we still have a long way to go." Back to a week ago, behind Heian appeared a pool of energy. "Here, this is the cat-eared girl's energy. This is the initial size of the foxball skill I used." She tilted her hand back slightly. "I threw it here." She threw the ball at the target, smoke and dust flying everywhere. She pointed behind her, thinking, similar to her mana ball, right? Mana only has form but no damage. Leveling up only increases the size, right? If it keeps going like that, even if she sets it to level 100, it will still be the same. She said, making Heian choke. She used it exactly like the system told her to do, right? The cat-eared girl raised a finger to the energy ball that appeared. She had to control and compress her mana. Her skills were that of a mana master, right? Her face darkened and her eyes lit up. The system was just a tool. In a disaster, people could still make good use of their skills even without it. The ball shot out and pierced the wall. She glanced at Heian. The one using this skill was her. She held up the tombstone and said, "It must be at least this big." She continued to explain that her skill level wasn't that high, so it would contain less mana. Therefore she needed to compress it so that it was smaller than mine. This was essential to gain destructive power. Heian shakily lifted herself up. "I know, but I've been doing this for a week. I have an evaluation today." Suddenly the cat-eared girl asked, "So when will she be able to do it?" The plaques were floating in the air. She would skip today because of the evaluation, and since tomorrow was the weekend, she would rest. Was that what she intended? She put her hands in her pockets and looked cold. "I wouldn't be too surprised if he had become an A-rank hunter by now. Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Heian clenched her hands into shaking fists. The cat-eared girl licked her lips. "Come to think of it, we had caught a few assassins with Hunter Jung Sangwoo before and he was quite good, very charming." She continued, making Heian furious. "Even I wanted to target him." Heian with an angry face said, "Add more beer, don't bring it all out." The cat-eared girl ran off happily. Well, she was still young, love was beautiful. Back on the other side, Burchell asked in surprise, "So the academy was talking about the harvest day? So that's why you were talking about the academy just now?" "Yes," Sangwoo continued. "This so-called master is brainwashing a lot of people to carry this out." Burchell was confused. "What should we do?" "I think we have to stop this," Raven and Dubert also suggested. "We can't act alone. We will become the target of the system immediately. We can use other people. We can conduct a public discussion." "Wait," Sangwoo suddenly became serious. "We can't directly attack the academy. My sister is infected with the ghost virus. I need a miracle drug." Burchell was quite shocked. "A ghost virus?" Dubert immediately spoke up. So he was going to let this continue with the students in the academy? He had said that they were being brainwashed. Sangwoo lowered his eyes slightly. "I could leave him alone, as long as it was for the elixir." His words made them even more embarrassed. Suddenly Raven spoke up. "In other words, as long as we get the elixir for you, you can help us, right?" "What?" He smiled. "I will solve that elixir problem if you become my apprentice." Sangwoo was surprised. "What? Disciple?" Burchell was equally surprised. "Raven." Raven smirked. "Yes, the type of disciple that would do whatever I told him to, but obviously it was all to become stronger." Sangwoo was still a bit wary. "But didn't he just try to kill me? I thought you were on the system's side just now. I'm sorry." He continued to ask, "What do you think of the offer? It's not too bad, right? After all, you said you would do anything to get the elixir, right? If we can solve that problem, we can stop the end of the world together. We're on the same side now." He chuckled lightly. "Besides, after fighting your clone once before, I had this thought, you can become even stronger." Finally he asked one last time, "What do you mean?" Thinking of his sister still lying in the hospital bed, he immediately agreed, "Okay." His hands clenched into fists and trembled. "I didn't need to think about anything." Sangwoo's eyes were firm as he said, "If you can get me the elixir, I can be your dog." "No, not a dog, a disciple." The scene before his eyes was of tall buildings collapsing into a desolate mess. Traver Ron opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath. The escort pressed the receiver to announce, "He is on the run, don't let him escape, subdue him and take him back." Ron cursed with a terrible expression on his face. "Damn it, that damn fake sword seeker. He pretended to let me escape but in fact he had already called the FBI. Damn it, I had already given him the valuable information he needed. What more could he want?" He raised his hand and asked the bracelet, "Elisa, how many people are surrounding us now?" The robot voice said, 10, no, maybe 5, I don't know, maybe 20 people. Damn, the identification bracelet is broken. Elisa's circuit is broken too." An agent turned to the red-haired girl and said, "That building is over. If he resists, you have the right to kill him. Call the others here quickly." Hearing people talking, he panicked. "Damn it, they're here. Yeah, I think someone else has come here, or am I mistaken, do you know?" A group of people approached the building. His voice became helpless, just like that. Ron collapsed, unable to get ahead in the end. Suddenly his foot hit some small rocks nearby. His eyes lit up as if he had figured something out. The group of agents below were shocked. "Damn it, what is this?" A giant piece of igneous rock fell from above. What was that thing? The rock hit the ground creating a huge explosion, screaming. The people standing below were all burned by the fire. Only the girl was still alive. She was holding her left arm and breathing with difficulty. She tried to contact via walkie-talkie. "Help, we need help." Before she could finish her sentence, she was attacked from behind and the walkie-talkie fell out. A foot stepped next to the girl's body. He shouted, "Traver, I heard you were here." Hearing someone call Ron was shocked. "What?" Haesung raised his hand and smiled. "I came to save this man. Don't be surprised anymore. Come out, my business partner." Elsewhere, in the gloomy space, a voice spoke. "We have sent Traver's location to Haesung as you requested." The hidden person replied, "He must have arrived by now." The other person lamented, "Poor people, must sacrifice themselves for a greater cause." The hidden person wearing a mask asked, "Aren't you going to ask anything? Why did I order you to give Traver's location to Haesung? And why did the FBI agents have to die?" The other guy closed his eyes and calmly replied, "I'm not curious about those things. I'm just following Sir Oracle's orders, then. Pausing for a moment, he continued, now I ask permission to go to the next location. The hidden person also just reminded, be careful. The catacomb is a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Back at Sangwoo's side, Lord Raven was teaching him about swords. Now, first, we'll learn about the different sword forms and then start with some basic attacks. First is basic sword speed, and there should be some mana control as well, but let's learn it properly next time. He began to instruct, first, loosening his arms. Sangwoo asked, confused, wait, what about the elixir? Sangwoo continued, I definitely said I would become your disciple after I got the elixir. Raven hesitated, elixir. I'll go get it for you later, but wouldn't it be better to have experience first to level up faster when you get the elixir? Sangwoo held up his hands and sighed, that's not how the deal was made, he must have come from another planet, no one on Earth would do that. Raven heard that and smiled awkwardly, hey, I'm an S-rank hunter, even if you bring a bag full of money, you still might not have the chance to learn swordsmanship with me. He jerked his thumb towards me and said, I'm a clone player, dude, Heritage invested 12.8 billion won to learn clones like me, but they still can't learn them. Sangwoo just pointed at him and said, but since the end of the world is not far away, I will not completely ignore your offer, so I want a fair deal, where you will have a disciple but not me until you give me the elixir. Sangwoo closed his eyes and spoke, and the person more perfect than anyone else to be his disciple, the person who would do whatever he said. He raised his hand and pointed at the seventh clone that was eating the meat, this one was the one who would learn swordsmanship from you for me. After that Sangwoo happily ran off leaving Raven standing there frozen like a statue. Number 7, good luck and listen to him. I have class at the academy so I'll go first. He sighed helplessly, well, it's enough to have someone to teach, okay, disciple, let's start with the stance. Clone number 7 yelled, making Raven jump, I am not your disciple. In Raven's mind, he would happily learn swordsmanship with his disciple, my disciple, why don't we learn this today? Yes, master. Eating and chatting together, it's delicious, what is this? It's ramen, master, I bought it for you to try. He even thought about the prospect of parting, I have nothing more to teach you, you can go down the mountain now, but master, I still have much to learn. Back to reality, Raven said with a dark face, first is the speed sword, I'm starting to teach so pay attention, okay. In the classroom, Mr. Hee-Sok was carrying a box full of balls, now, today is the day you have been waiting for, we will be learning a new skill soon, now, I will give you the freezing skill balls, we will do the same as last time, the person in the front row will. The teacher handed the sphere to Sangwoo who was absent-mindedly thinking, so Raven, Arya and Dubert were not Earthlings but aliens, from a planet that was destroyed in the apocalypse. His image appeared in his mind, Zinstein, the system's creator. He absent-mindedly activated the orb, why would he do that, and for what purpose? The freezing skill had formed. The system's sound made Sangwoo realize something, wait, is there a chance that we can't use the system on the apocalypse? Teacher Hee-Sok held the ball and reminded him, Hunter, you should only use your skills in the practice room, the ball was taken away but the green light was still in Sangwoo's hand. I learned the most basic mana control when I learned meditation, so what's the core of it? Attribute conversion, I guess. A thought flashed through his mind, maybe he could use mana without the system, shoot icefire, icefire. Sangwoo cursed angrily, I'm angry, bastard, give me a fireball or else an ice ball. Suddenly the system appeared and stopped. Sangwoo looked at the system board blankly. It showed the text again, Jung Sangwoo went to the catacomb. Sangwoo was talking nonsense, damn, the world must be about to end, what the hell is going on now? He stared at the system screen that said answer me if you get the idea, where the hell is the catacomb? I don't know what this thing is but it knows my name. Sangwoo looked at the teacher speculatively, he must have done this, who else would have planted potatoes on this land? Mr. Hee-Sok continued to lecture calmly, we will practice like last time, but before that, I have to tell you something, up until now, you have only practiced in the practice room and just hung around there, but this time will be a little different. The teacher was excited, this time we will learn new skills by fighting monsters in the dungeon. This will be an international event and our academy has been assigned to go to the dungeon. Teacher Hee-Sok smiled and continued, catacomb, hearing that, Sangwoo frowned, the teacher continued to explain, a giant dungeon with many different areas and basements. There was a knock at the principal's office, the principal asked, who is it? Sangwoo put his hands in his pockets and kicked the door open, I'm back. Sangwoo grabbed Hak-Soo by the collar and growled, do you want to die? You set this up, right? Even if I wanted to pretend to respect you, I really can't do it anymore, what's going on? What's going on? He lowered his voice, what were you thinking? Practical training in the catacombs, now things are going your way, I don't know what you're talking about. They give each academy in the world a dungeon, and they will learn combat at random, it's not like you can change it just because you want to. Sangwoo released the principal with a rather surprised look, what? He asked the teacher again to confirm, so he wasn't the one who did that in my status window? Teacher Hak-Soo was confused, what, is there something there? Sangwoo panicked a little, damn it, if it wasn't the academy. The system panel showed another message, I want to stop the apocalypse, please help me, he thought in shock, then who sent this to me? In the special training area, there was a beast girl with beast ears holding a mana meter. The girl whose mana was being measured, Heian, was trembling as she tried to reach out and spoke with difficulty. What do you think? The beast girl looked at the mana measurement result and smiled slightly, saying, very good, you passed. Hearing the result, Heian seemed to forget all her fatigue, her whole body filled with energy and said happily, great. After saying that, she rushed forward and hugged the beast girl tightly. Thank you, I have to try to maintain this size even if my skill level increases, understand? Heian was a little embarrassed at this because the beast girl said, remember to hold on tight, Mr. Sangwoo. Before leaving, she smiled and said goodbye. After Heian left, the beast girl looked at the measurement board and smiled. Looking at the amount of mana being measured by the machine, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect her to have so much mana hidden away. No matter how good they were, no one could stop this skill. In Sangwoo's bedroom at this moment, the quiet space suddenly echoed with a strange sound. Are you listening? At this moment he was sitting on the bed extremely helpless asking, who are you? A green screen flashed with white text. Conversation was restricted. I had to explain myself when I answered his question, but if I did, the system would detect me. The text continued to appear. I want to stop the apocalypse. That was all I could say. Those words surprised him, but he still replied, sorry, but I've heard about the apocalypse. It's rumored that it was arranged by the system and Lieber. How can I trust someone like you who is talking to me through the system? The system also quickly replied, first of all, I am blue, we are completely different. A meaningless answer but directly made the veins on his temples pop. He angrily said, are you kidding me? Look at this bastard. The system hurriedly explained, think about it, if I were on the system's side, why would I contact you? My mission is to tell the master about the people in heritage. Listening to the system's explanation wasn't unreasonable. He sat down to seriously consider its request and at this moment, a voice called Sangwoo from outside. There are also guests. The system heard this and immediately said goodbye with its tail between its legs. We will stop here for today. We will be captured. Go to the tomb and take the 7 clues. Only you can stop the apocalypse. Looking at the system quickly disappear, he sat there, resting his knees, becoming even more silent and speechless. He pondered, should he believe him? He only agreed to Heritage's offer for the elixir. There was nothing to lose anyway, but he didn't tell him what to do. Struggling with his thoughts only made his head spin. He couldn't fully trust others. What should he do? While he was thinking, the door opened. Seeing Heian as the person entering, he was extremely surprised and stammered, Heian, why are you here? Wait, where have you been? Hearing him ask her, she proudly turned up her nose and said, I just finished that special training. After saying that, Heian naturally walked towards him while he just helplessly complained. Heian sat on the bed next to him and said, why do you look so depressed? Are you worried about something? Hey, don't just sit on my bed, there's a chair over there. At this moment, the two parents outside were hiding behind the door, eavesdropping. They were whispering to each other. Oh my, Deokchil's daughter is all grown up. Oh, maybe we should go shopping. Inside, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Heian saw that he was always deep in thought and asked, is there something you can't tell me? He said seriously, aren't you scared? You know that academy isn't normal, they even plan to send us abroad. Hearing him say that, Heian couldn't understand why he was so worried. She raised her hand to scratch her cheek and said, of course I don't trust that academy, I only trust you. Seeing him speechless, she also gave him a trusting look and a bright smile and said, I trust you 100%. He thought for a moment before saying to himself, it was true. In his mind he was thinking, that's right, I don't need to worry about people I can trust. Unlike him, Heian was very shy and hesitated for a long time before saying anything, so, if you're worried about anything, you can always rely on me. Just didn't expect to hear you say this, you can believe in yourself. Heian became stiff, while Sangwoo was extremely pleased. Just thinking about it, I'm so strong, honestly, no one is stupid enough to betray me. At this moment, a voice rang out in the room from somewhere else. Jung Sangwoo, Korean nationality, B rank, has been a hunter for a year, average stat is 70 stars. The one who spoke these words was a man with a triangular beard. Looking at the pile of documents he said bluntly. Damn, I didn't know this kind of skill existed. I can't sit still and watch anymore. The red-haired girl suddenly appeared and spoke loudly, making him lean over and complain. What you said is right, sir. Oh, forget it. Suddenly the whole room had the sound of lights rushing and making it chaotic. The extremely excited triangular bearded man said, look who's here, Jumper. The man who just appeared was Jumper. He was an S-rank hunter. As soon as he arrived, he immediately approached the triangular bearded man with a strong aura and talked to him. It was said that he had just caused trouble. The bearded man frowned provocatively after hearing that. So you came here to kill me? Jumper naturally didn't like his answer. He responded irritably, depending on how he answered. Then both of them seemed to prepare for battle. The triangular bearded man emitted green aura and Jumper clenched his fists. After a while, the bearded man finally collected his aura and waved his hand, then said, Tisk, back to the crypt, huh? A few seconds later, he continued, I don't know anything. I didn't even know that place was designated as a dungeon hunting area. At this moment, Jumper asked without showing any emotion, did he really not know anything? The red-haired girl beside him suddenly kicked the man lying on the ground. The triangular bearded man said, the dungeon training sessions in this academy are only mid-level events, so I usually leave it to someone else. The person you need is here. Just do whatever you want to him. Jumper continued to remain silent while the triangular bearded man continued speaking. I understand what you are worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 clues will still be safe. The maze creator is still there. At this time in the giant basement of the dungeon maze, there are strange creatures. They are using weapons to fight with the hunters. They fought each other, making incomprehensible roars and screams. The other hunters continued to attack, and in no time the creatures were defeated. The armored men then reminded everyone to quickly retreat. At this time, each student was noisily saying, "It's a real monster. This is my first hunting trip." And in this group of students were Sangwoo and Hyeon. After seeing that creature, Hyeon asked him a bit worriedly, and he answered very patiently. "What is that monster? It's so scary. It must be a golem or something. More importantly, I think there will be more of them." Next to them was the YOLO Guild's manager, Sona, who was leading the formation. Now, don't leave the line. It's dangerous." Sangwoo greeted someone he knew and the person responded, "Oh, is it Sona?" "Hello Sangwoo." He turned to ask her and she answered enthusiastically, "What do you do here?" "You work part-time. The academy is too big and the professors are too few. No matter what, they can't meet the demand for hunters above C rank." Of course she asked him. He answered every single one of her questions. "What about you?" "I am a student of the academy. Please protect us." Hearing that indifferent answer, Sona burst into teasing laughter. "What? Are you an academy student? Who's protecting who? You don't even need a guide." He ignored her, still smiling, and asked, "What are we doing here?" "Only the hired hunters are hunting. The students are just standing around watching." After a pause, Sona continued, The academy asked us to do that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because there are too many students. They just said to protect the academy students by not letting them fight the monsters." After a while she returned to her duty and said goodbye to him. "Well, anyway, if I were you I would pretend I didn't see you sneaking out of line and joining the fight. Help me protect the other students too. He even teased me. Do I get a share of the pay?" After Sona left, Haeyeon turned to Sangwoo and asked. Sangwoo reluctantly answered her. "Who is she?" "You two seem to be very close. Don't be like that. You're scaring me. She's the manager of the YOLO group. She helped me before." Hearing that, Haeyeon reacted even more violently, and he was a bit confused. "Huh? Then what about the Miho sister you mentioned before? She's here too, right? Huh? Which sister?" When Haeyeon spoke now, she must be the one who specially trained her. In another place in the dungeon labyrinth, this place is a dark and gloomy space with eerie sounds. In the center there is a figure sitting surrounded by skulls scattered on the ground. The man's hands were holding the small sphere as he watched. His mouth kept muttering, "Too many people, so many people." The place where he sat was surrounded by magic formations as he talked nonsense to himself. No, they were getting closer, too many. If it continued like this then. The woman talking to herself was the owner of the crypt, the creator of the labyrinth. He was stuttering, "I'm in danger." The scene changes back to Sangwoo's group. This time he senses something coming. He quickly went to hug Haeyeon, making her shy. "Haeyeon, come here." The others reacted slower but also noticed the incident because the ground started shaking violently. What? Was there an earthquake? "Everyone, get in line." The earth shook, causing chaos and everyone was stunned. After checking the situation, Sona quickly ordered everyone to stay away from the sinkhole. "Quickly retreat. Run quickly, quickly." Everyone ran away from the center of the shaking. Haeyeon, who was being held on his shoulder, was also very scared but was comforted by Sangwoo. "Don't worry, it's okay, huh?" He was surprised when the system displayed the words, "Come down here." He quickly replied, "Got it." He gave Haeyeon a copy of himself which made her extremely curious and he said one sentence before jumping off the cliff, "You go first." Looking at Sangwoo slowly disappearing from sight into the deep pit, Haeyeon screamed helplessly, "Brother. And you are now fighting wits and courage with the system. It's best if there are no traps, or else I will kill you." The system happily replied, "Alright, you're still serious about telling it. One more thing, you better tell me who you are after this." After a period of free fall, he now felt a bit comfortable and couldn't help but feel relieved. He wasn't falling anymore, as if the world was supporting him even if he let go of his body. He kept his eyes closed and felt everything in his head, the soft and warm feeling, embracing. But just one sentence from the system broke the feeling because when he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar board, and the surrounding area was dark with skulls and rocks. "You are buried, I am buried." Sangwoo was being squeezed and was thinking about how to get out of here. The hell? Pushing these things away wasn't that hard, but my entire surroundings were blocked and I couldn't see anything so I didn't know which way to go. At this time, someone outside broke the dirt and rocks to make a way for him while he was busy thinking of a way. Should he just pick a random direction and, oh. Sangwoo's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the blue gases that had been pushed back and beside it were the sounds of talking, terrain scanning skills and living creatures. But most of the time he was surprised because he met an acquaintance. Seeing him still bewildered, Shin Junyong couldn't help but boast, "There it is, such a skill." Sangwoo quickly greeted after calming down, "Shin Junyong, you came here too?" "Of course, I have no intention of giving up on Erical, so why did you fall all the way down here?" Shin Junyong just finished drinking water and honestly answered, "Do you think I can run like those people?" "Of course I was too tired after running and fell down here, so why are you so proud?" Thinking about what just happened, Shin Junyong said, "What just happened was no joke, I think a lot of other students fell here too." Sangwoo listened but thought to himself, the destruction must have happened in other places too. Sangwoo then sat up and turned to talk to Shin Junyang. It seemed like there were a lot of passages here. Shin Junyang replied, the crypt was a type of dungeon that was made like a large maze, and we had fallen into the deepest parts of it, so. Pausing for a moment, Shin Junyang continued his broken sentence with his gaze. No one knew where this place led. Sangwoo sat on the pile of rocks and dirt, thinking for a long time. Then Sangwoo asked Shin Junyang again, your teleportation skill, is the cooldown over? Shin Junyang continued his conversation with him, right, are you planning to leave here too? No, you go out by yourself. Hearing this answer was enough to make Shin Junyang extremely angry, and he started scolding, what, we don't know what kind of monster will appear in a place like this, even if it's you. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant strange creature appeared from behind and approached Shin Junyang. They reacted very quickly and stomped on the monsters. At this time, all around was only smoke and dust and the incessant roars of monsters. After dealing with them, Sangwoo said, I'll go deeper now, I don't have time to protect the people around me anymore. Well, if you're confident, you can follow me. Shin Junyang also decided to open the teleportation door. Shin Junyang heard that there are also rules, if so then I will return. Sangwoo heard Shin Junyang's decision and said, good choice. But just as he saw Shin Junyang enter the teleportation gate and was about to turn around and leave, he saw him stick his head out with a puzzled look on his face. He rushed forward and grabbed his shirt, questioning, what are you doing? Shin Junyang was equally bewildered, what the hell happened? Pausing for a few seconds, he said, I think there is some kind of magic that blocks the coordinates throughout this entire labyrinth. Sangwoo didn't understand and asked again, what? What is that? Shin Junyang slowly explained, it was used as a protective measure, it made entering or exiting this place using teleportation magic impossible. Sangwoo saw the monster suddenly move and went to check it out, then he and Shin Junyang continued talking, but my space gate is fine, Shin Junyang replied, your skill has a fixed coordinate, it's different from teleportation, unless we have a scroll with the coordinates attached to it. Hearing that, Sangwoo gritted his teeth and said, Tisk, then you wasted a teleportation, I won't be able to protect you, so move yourself. The two of them started to choose a path to follow despite the monster's screams. Sangwoo took the lead, just follow me. Shin Junyang shouted from behind, don't run. At this time, there was a group that was also lost. Everyone was very worried and the two Ions were also trembling and crying. They had given up. What should I do now? Mom. At this moment, Goguryeon's deputy manager, who was also a C-rank hunter, Bae Cholman, stepped forward to comfort them. Now then, everyone, calm down and don't get separated from each other. After saying that, Cholman turned to talk to his subordinates. Still can't contact the upper floors, the subordinates replied. I still can't see any signal. Seeing the students lamenting made him a little worried. What should we do? I don't know how to fight, damn it, everyone has basic fighting skills. However, they were inexperienced in dealing with dungeons and were very scared. It would be difficult to find help if monsters appeared. Back to Sangwoo and Shin Junyang's group, they were fighting the giant monsters. Sangwoo's clone couldn't help but say, you damn bastards, why do you keep reviving? Sangwoo defeated the group of monsters and had to make a comment. They were defeated extremely easily on the upper floors, but here it was different. Shin Junyang continued, it seems like the monsters here are much stronger than the ones on the upper floors. The skeleton soldiers have also revived a few times. At this moment, Cholman came in from outside. When he saw them, he was very surprised. Sangwoo saw him and asked, are you one of the instructors of the academy? Yes, I am the vice manager of the Goguryeon Guild. Cholman, are you Hunter Jung Sangwoo and Hunter Shin Junyang? Hearing their answers, the group of students started to talk in a commotion. Jung Sangwoo and Shin Junyang, they are the two strongest students in the academy. We are saved, but I don't feel comfortable seeing Hunter Jung Sangwoo, and Sangwoo also answered your question, yes. Seeing the monsters move again, Sangwoo said, damn it, they're reviving again. Everyone, smash them to pieces, that way they won't be able to respawn again. The clones quickly rushed to process, okay. But the group of students saw this and couldn't keep calm. We're all done for, so you really intend to take revenge? Even the deputy manager Cholman was a little pale but still asked Sangwoo about his doubts. Excuse me, but did you see anyone else besides us? Sangwoo calmly replied, you guys are the first. Cholman continued to chat, we can't contact the above, he asked doubtfully, contact. Cholman had no choice but to say, there is a way to contact the above. At this moment, Hyeon stood next to the clone, crying and calling him, brother. She shouted and asked, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you crazy? Why did you jump down voluntarily? He tried to comfort her and said, calm down. The deputy manager interrupted and said, oh, there is a way, just to let you know, but you can't get into this thing, no one but me can. He didn't pay any attention to this and turned to chat with Hyeon, how are things up there? Hyeon replied, they are checking to see how many people have fallen. Sangwoo said, we have a group of students from the academy, the instructor is Hunter Cholman, if we can investigate the floor we fell from, we might be able to find out where we are now. Looking at the students who were resting, she replied, okay, I will inform them right away. Suddenly, a scream startled Cholman, oh, there's a spider, hic, what's going on? Sangwoo was still talking, and the teleportation skill won't work, people say it's some kind of interference skill or something. I need as many clones as I can, so if the telepathy works, I'll summon number 6 here, so try to stay safe. Heian, listen to me, you too, be careful. Shin Junyong heard that and immediately said to Sangwoo, what is your plan? Are you going to stay here until they rescue you? He quickly said, no, I will leave a clone behind and go somewhere else. When he turned to ask the assistant manager, he was surprised, yes, Mr. Chulman, I will take it. At this moment, the entire hallway became slippery and empty. He and Shin Junyong were both stunned. Shin Junyong reacted violently, what the hell? Where did everyone go? Sangwoo was full of doubts in his mind, but he didn't hear any movement or fighting. Sangwoo said to Shin Junyong, hey, use that thing, the thing you used to find me. Shin Junyong shouted, damn it, you told me to hold the goods. Even though he said that, he still used mana to check the result, making him silent. There is no one else but us within a 3 kilometers radius of this place. Hearing his friend's answer, Sangwoo and his clone were both shocked. You say, is that possible? I thought teleportation skills didn't work in this place. Shin Junyong replied, of course, those people didn't even have teleportation skills. Sangwoo couldn't keep calm, then how the hell? But before they could do anything, the ground shook and a group of monsters came to surround them. Shin Junyong was very annoyed with this group of people scolding him, damn it. Unlike Sangwoo who was calmer, he responded to his words, this place was like a maze, not just the structure of a dungeon, the space of the whole place kept changing. In another space, there was a man swinging his sword in succession. Even the posture of drawing the sword is majestic, worthy of an S-class hunter. He turned to talk to Sangwoo, if he completed the shape of the sword, the space that the sword passes through will be in the form of a vacuum. It is a sword technique that can cut through the opponent by controlling the wind, and it was created like that, its name is Stormbringer. When he turned around and saw him sitting and eating, he asked, are you listening? He answered with an innocent face, yes. He stuck his sword into the ground and tried to calm his mind before saying, I am an S-rank, a top-notch teacher, let me train your sword form first. While he was wiping his mouth, he continued explaining, if he could feel a little vibration in the air, it would be a success. The shape of the sword is really difficult, don't use your whole arm, but your wrist. Sangwoo noticed that Mr. Raven was busy talking and quickly pulled out his sword, then he used a standard stance to slash, which surprised Mr. Raven. He was speechless for a long time, what? No? How? The scene that appeared was a scene of fierce fighting, monsters and skeletons scattered everywhere. Shin Junyong happily said, good after each victory, the skeletons kept calling out rice. Since they can revive, Sangwoo gritted his teeth and cursed, die for me. The system then appeared again saying, this will continue like this until you defeat this space manipulator, making Sangwoo even angrier, damn it, what should I do now? Looking at the monsters that kept approaching, he asked again, is a bastard manipulating this space? Number 7 replied immediately, yes, I have to see his face. Hearing that made him even more determined, I will definitely not let him act on his own. In another space, the surrounding rocks are constantly moving while the person moves and talks to himself. Jung Sangwoo, there must be some reason the new master let me take action, you have very outstanding fighting ability. He picked up the skull and said, hoo, seeing him reminded me of you Marcel. He paused for a few seconds and then said, you have a lot of zombies around you so you are very strong. Looking at the pile of skulls covering the ground, he continued, but of course, normal humans always have limits. Back at Sangwoo's place, he was still using his moves to fight the monsters, thinking in his head, will this never end? He stomped on the skull while thinking, monsters keep respawning so it takes 2 to 3 times more effort to defeat them. When I thought I had defeated them, they were actually just moving to another space. Thinking of this, Sangwoo became even more annoyed. He grumbled, these bastards keep rising up, is there no way around it? Shin Junyong replied, I heard that if you have divine power, you can burn them. But thinking about that he said, let's start from now, let's pray. Sangwoo was angry and gritted his teeth threatening, I will kill you first and turn you into them. But when he held the sword, thinking about the word Junyong just mentioned gave him an idea, burn it. He turned to his 2 clones, can you create a fireball and distract them? One clone replied with a yes, okay. He held the sword seriously and said, then, move the fireball and bring it to my sword. The clone that just answered thought silently for a moment and then replied, okay. The scene changed as someone called him, trainee, what are you planning? He looked at Mr. Raven and said, I'm just copying you. He raised his crippled hand to speak, but my wrist made him exclaim, oh my god. Sangwoo saw his reaction and quickly said, it will be back to normal in 3 minutes. He told him seriously, I see you have high regeneration power. He also thought, at this level, his sword speed is as fast as level 3 wind. Clenching his fists in his head, he truly admired his talent. He knew he was quick-witted, but he didn't expect his body control to be so great. What a formidable brat, if I guide him well, he might be able to become a sword that pierces Lieber. Looking at his back, one could tell that he had thought carefully before making his decision. We will begin the new lesson, so please sit down, my student, and now I will go over the structure of mana. Turn to another space, where there are blazing flames and hearty laughter. It was Sangwoo holding the sword containing the flames created by the clone. He proudly said, right? This is it, the holy sword, it was just combined with the fireball. Junyong, who was beside him, quickly objected, wouldn't that be like throwing fireballs at them? Sangwoo asked in confusion, can't you see the divine power flowing through this weapon? He said and swung his sword towards the target while shouting, look at this. Then slashed a sword at a nearby monster causing it to scream in pain. The others were also surrounded by fire, they could only scream. Shin Junyong could only stare blankly at this scene. Looking at the battlefield filled with smoke, dust, and debris, Sangwoo turned back to show off his achievements. Now, they contained holy spirits. Junyong replied casually, yes, let's assume that's the case. Sangwoo heard that and started to grumble at him, not knowing that someone was approaching them. Too much talking, why don't you go and use your divine power yourself? Shin Junyong also said helplessly, I have that kind of skill, but I can only maintain it for 0.5 seconds, is that okay? At this moment, the man spoke up to attract attention and said, are you all hunters? It was a skinny man, very strange looking, with 2 long scars. You asked, yes, who are you? He replied, oh, can you show me the way out of here? I was visiting this place and got lost. Sangwoo heard the reason and glanced at him, asking again, visit, the sentence expressed his thoughts, did he think I would believe that? Still, he pointed in a direction and said, I don't know the way out, but there is a way to the street in that direction. The man happily replied, oh, that's enough, thank you. As he was about to ask him the real reason, he bent down, but who are you? There's no way you're here to visit, he said, oops, your shoelaces are loose, let me tie them again. His face was now downcast despite him speaking, hey, he held him tight and told him, don't be still. Meanwhile, he spoke very strangely, making him clearly curious, don't mind the path you are taking, just keep moving forward, you will do well. Shin Junyong and his clone didn't understand either. He added that the day the truth would be revealed was not far away. Junyong wanted to ask what the hell he was babbling about. Only then did he stand up, put his hands on his knees, and say, oh, thank you for showing me the way, it was sincere. Then he walked away slowly, muttering to himself, everything was happening just like the prophecy. Sangwoo had no idea what he was saying and complained, what the hell. At the same time, a voice came out, brother, the telepathic connection is complete. It was from Haeyeon's side calling to measure the magic circle, the rescue team will be there, just tell him your location. He heard and replied, the awakened person will come, but there is also a bit of trouble. Because right now the ground beside him is changing, he said again, this space has been distorted, so the people inside will move randomly without being able to determine, now it's moving again. On Haeyeon's side, the sounds were still coming, he didn't know where the Cholman hunter group had gone. Sona quickly said, then when the rescue team arrives, there might not be anyone there anymore. The man in armor replied to her, tell the rescue team to hurry before they are transported to another space again. Haeyeon was shocked when she heard him say that, what if the position changes? We can't be sure, but he replied, we can do it. She was very surprised and asked back, what? You are having a good time here, everyone here has a good memory, so get ready, from now on, we'll draw a map of this place together. The scene changed again, there was a sphere monitoring everywhere in the maze, and a sound was heard from beside it. Were they being separated? As the owner of the tomb was setting up a formation, he started muttering again, right? If they couldn't stay in one place for long, what would they do? They were trying to find a way and figure out the structure of this place at all costs. Thinking of this, he shouted, but it was useless. They should know that determining direction in such a complex space was useless. It was really easy to deal with. Looking at the figure running through the sphere, he said happily, just wait a little longer, that's right, let's run, ho ho. As he adjusted the space stones he laughed even louder, ho ho, but what he saw made him stop laughing. He opened his eyes wide and mouth wide, speechless. Sangwoo's clone was now running around observing every place he went to and came to a conclusion, I've seen this terrain before, this is point 3. Then he added, we are 500 meters away from where the first incident happened, we were already there, now we should turn right at the intersection at the beginning of the road. The more he observed in many directions, the more certain he was, going from point B3, right, left, right was point A2. The enemy was about 640 meters away to the left of point A3, that was where the battle took place. Imagine the shape of the maze through the places to go, the intersection is where the Cholman hunters are, that is point C3, to the right is point D2, the starting point. He sat down on the ground and sketched the shape of the maze, moved forward 14 meters and turned 30 degrees to the left. Shin Junyong beside him didn't understand so he asked, what is it? He had to explain, I had the clones spread out and redraw the trajectory in the direction they went. As the clone looked at the paper he continued, no matter where they were teleported to, as long as they remembered exactly where they went, they would reach the meeting point at the convergence point, when they all met up. Looking at the paper drawn from the clones he said again, then we will create a map. Shin Junyong immediately asked, how do they remember the location and determine the direction? He calmly replied, I can. At this moment, the sound appeared from many different places, which surprised him quite a bit. I met Cholman's group and met another group of survivors from the academy, and this side was the same. Your voice is transmitted to Haeyeon's group, you guys can still hear right? She quickly replied, yes, the rescue team is nearby. He also quickly replied, I will tell the location. The clone also said, I will explain starting from the north, where the master's accident happened. First, the closest place is Thanks to that, when the groups gather in one place, everyone is happy. They helped each other get to safety. Heian also rushed to Sona and hugged her tightly for a long time. And now you can also breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, being alive is good, right? Seeing this scene through the sphere, the maze controller let out a growl and kept on babbling nonsense. Sangwoo, how could you? The clone that helped Sangwoo collect the blueprints returned, and it seems the map structure is almost complete. Once all of it is put together, the upper-level maze takes the form of a giant circle. Sangwoo held the blueprint and said, the reason for the teleportation must be some kind of skill. Shin Junyang beside him suggested, if it was a skill then there would be a range limit, then the person who created this maze. Speaking up to here, he touched the circle in the center. It should be in the center of this place. Hearing that, Sangwoo shouted, everyone, focus, let's find out who caused all this. I won't let it. Shin Junyang interrupted. Wait, he gritted his teeth in anger while Junyang said with a carefree face, you have to take me out first. Take me to where the rescue team is, where the owner of the tomb is rarely at peace right now. It took a long time for him to talk to himself. Sorry everyone, I couldn't save everyone. At this time, he was taking off his clothes and talking nonsense, but it's okay, he can still be saved, at least I will stop anyone who dares to come here. He took out a jar and looked at it, saying, perhaps, the owner had already predicted this. Holding the jar tightly in his hand, he happily said, here, with this I can return to the time when everyone was still happy. After a long silence he remembered the past, the sky suddenly opened a hole and monsters poured out, and everyone died. The image returned to the day he was young and witnessed the scene. The streets were filled with dead bodies. Suddenly a sound came from the radio. The people listening to the announcement should pay attention. One of them said, the radio is working. The announcer must still be alive somewhere. The radio was still ringing. A strange phenomenon was happening simultaneously in many places around the world. Monsters were pouring out from an unknown gate and people were being attacked. We called this phenomenon a great disaster and declared a national emergency. The group was shocked by the amount of news and the radio kept saying, if you encounter a strange phenomenon, leave immediately. If you encounter a creature you have never seen before, do not try to provoke it, hide, collect food and water and wait for rescue. And when I turned around I saw the skeleton starting to move. The radio was still going. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. A man wearing glasses, when seeing the skeleton gradually coming together, said, hey, look, the skeleton is holding a weapon, causing everyone to run away. Someone shouted, the skeleton is moving, everyone run. The girl saw the skeleton coming towards her and tripped, crying loudly, help me. When I thought I was about to die, nothing happened. One of the group said, it disappeared. At this time, she used magic and came over to say, don't go out. He continued, I can protect everyone here. Just now was Labyrinthos, transforming space in a certain location. All space-related skills including teleportation would not be able to be used to travel between the warp space and the outside, but Labyrinthos would still function. He repeated, it was dangerous outside. Back in the present, he stood in the magic circle and said, I was just trying to keep everyone safe and sound. A stream of air surrounded him and spread out. He muttered to himself, why can't everyone understand? He raised his head and shouted loudly in tears, why doesn't anyone understand me? The scene cuts back to your group now above the rescue team saying, we are the rescue team, use the rope to climb up. Shin Junyang looked at the rope being lowered and hesitated for a long time, but after climbing the rope, Sangwoo couldn't stand it anymore and got very frustrated so he ordered number 2 to carry him up. Number 2 received the order and replied, okay, but before he could do anything, the space became distorted again. Everyone was filled with question marks. Sangwoo quickly asked, what is it? He quickly reacted and slashed at the curtain with his sword but it was useless. Damn it, it was blocked. I must have used my spatial skills. Shin Junyang hurriedly asked again, so you leave me behind? Sangwoo touched the deforming barrier with his hand, also surprised. Huh, the space skill is also blocked. I thought I could use it. The two of them were isolated and silently looked at the curtain. Shin Junyang accepted his fate. This was probably the only way. We had to go to the central area as planned at first. Well, I was planning on staying to help you anyway, let's go. And Heian's group was also panicking when they got separated. I couldn't see inside, not even the rope, and Heian worriedly called out, brother. At this moment, a familiar sound rang out, making Heian very surprised and avoid it. The person created a small sphere and threw it directly at the target, creating an explosion. The space became filled with smoke and dust. The person who came was a beast girl. Seeing that the explosion still had no effect she scratched her head in doubt. Damn, is it still not enough? Heian saw her and immediately called her, sister, and she responded enthusiastically, Heian, thank God I'm fine, hello clone. After greeting, the beast girl asked about the situation. She heard that Sangwoo was still trapped inside. Heian replied, yes, he was with Shin Junyang. Seeing that, she also said, I don't think he will be in danger, but if we leave it like this, who knows what will happen. We have to deal with the person who is activating this space restricting skill right away. The beast girl said and pointed at the barrier, but as you can see, I can't break the barrier. Heian asked anxiously, what should we do? I heard that the teleportation skill doesn't work either. She approached Heian and asked, what do you mean? Of course we have to test it with your skills. Heian answered hesitantly. You, the beast girl replied, show me the results of your training. On Sangwoo's side, He and his clones were fighting the skeleton. Sangwoo was the one leading. We were pushed further away. This was outside area A2. While hitting, shout, Tisk, let's head back to the center. Just as he was about to leave, the space changed and he shouted again, outside of area C1. He angrily punched the wall. Damn it, the dungeon layout changed too. His mind was in chaos. It seemed random before, but now he must be deliberately pushing us away from the center. He was about to turn back to command, when, a voice rang out. You, he replied, huh? Their group was using mana to transmit their voice. Heian tried to speak briefly. Please tell me the location of the guy controlling the space, I will attack him. Hearing Heian say that plan, Sangwoo quickly asked, huh? But the magic barrier is still there. Heian quickly replied, I've been trained, hurry up. Thinking about the current situation for a while, he gave an answer. Number 6, do you have the map in your head? Number 6 replied, yes. He held the map structure in his hand and started talking, calculating the distance and angle between where everyone was standing in the center so he could aim more accurately. The 6th clone on this side replied, understood. As for him, he began to adjust his mouth space and muttered, I know, my skills are not bad. As the images appeared, the rescued people were eating together. One person said, the maze creator, what a nickname, monsters can't enter here. Another person continued, he has always protected this place from monsters. There was another kid who was having fun and said, oh, mom, that's great. I actually teleported back when I tried to escape from here. The mom next to him reminded him, hey, stop playing around, sorry for asking. You created the maze. The kids kept trying to escape from here. Back to the present, he cried again, that's how I will protect everyone. Back in the past, someone came back from outside. Everyone, I'm back, the others continued. Congratulations on your safe return. How is it outside? The man with the sawtooth hair said, don't go out anymore. People with superpowers are popping up like mushrooms. Be careful of them. He replied, thanks Marcel, but it's okay. I can escape right away if something happens. The more I think, the more tears flow. No one is allowed in here, no one. The past intertwined. A little girl happily said, Uncle created the maze, can you get us some flowers? The older sister shyly added, if you happen to see it, thank you. Then the middle-aged man said, we all owe you our lives. Turning towards them, there were red threads of air appearing that number 6 was pointing at, guiding Heian to aim in that direction. He used his hand as a support to remind and support Heian, stop breathing and concentrate, a little higher, slowly, slowly. Heian used all her strength when she heard those two words. At this moment, she followed the direction of number 6 a hand and aimed. The laser beams shot straight towards the shelf where the monster or skeleton was, piercing through the wall or space barrier. He stabbed straight through the body from behind. Bloody hands with a surprised face with 2 rows of tears. The image that flashed through her mind was of her standing still, surrounded by corpses stabbed by swords. She thought, I was wrong again. Looking at everything before him made him unable to believe it. Why, people? Turning to the bloodstained man, he called out loudly, Weigel. Looking back at the pair of sisters who were also pierced by the long gun, Louis and Chloe. His heart was in turmoil when he saw his best friend stabbed by 4 swords. Blood was everywhere. He helplessly called out, Marcel. The massacre brought back memories of reaching out to save people. The voices of the rescued people were all in my head. The Maze Maker, what a wonderful name. As you said, monsters can't come here, to protect this place from thieves and monsters. Ah, mother, it's great. I keep going back inside even when I try to get out. He walked past the corpses with empty, lifeless eyes. He saw the space blocks shifting freely. The appearance of the dungeon had changed. Holding the wreath in his hand, he remembered the past. Kid, I don't think we can get a real flower. We should be satisfied with the fake flowers here. The sound still echoed in his head. That was enough. Thank you, Labyrinth Creator. He held the wreath on his head. The skeletons were also gradually approaching him. A decision came to him. He sat still and waited for them to deal with him. Everyone, wait for me. He raised his head, laughing and crying. I will see you soon. The rumble passed. Back to Sangwoo's group. He was still anxious. Did he succeed? He turned to speak to number 6. I think the spatial disturbance has stopped. Number 6 stood up and replied, that's right. But at a signal Sangwoo took the lead and ran away. His clone carried Shin Junyang. When he heard Sangwoo say, fine, then let's head to the center right away, Shin Junyang just screamed in vain. Somewhere a man said, Master, wouldn't it be dangerous if the 7 deadly sins were released? I think we should call for backup. The bearded man replied with his hands on his hips, I gave them some trouble so we have nothing to worry about. It won't be easy for them to reach the center of the maze. The more the bearded man spoke, the more pleased he became, and the labyrinth maker's skills were perfect to keep others from getting close. However, he suffered a mental injury related to the seal of the 7 deadly sins. He paused for a moment and said, he had great talent but this was what killed him. I heard that he got that skill right when the disaster started and he used it to protect the civilians. He maintained spatial disturbances to push monsters away and kept people inside for many years. The triangular bearded man seemed lost in thought. It took him a long time to continue speaking, but why did that talent become poison to him? There are several layers of protective devices surrounding the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which one is the most common among them? Hearing him say that, one of the 2 men quickly replied, I don't know, sorry. Remembering the giant creatures that attack humans, he said, monsters, most of the time, the 7 deadly sins are sealed together with powerful monsters. Looking at the mana on his fingertips made him even more evil, but the spatial disturbance that had been going on for many years had finally removed the first seal of the 7 deadly sins in the dungeon. One could see the unbelievable helplessness of seeing all the acquaintances being brutally killed. The triangular bearded man said indifferently, but fortunately, there is still a second seal, so the monsters released are only C or B rank, but that's when most of the civilians living there will die. The two young men turned pale as they listened to him recount the dungeon they could not escape from. The triangular bearded man continued to recount. Afterwards, the labyrinth creator's skill had failed, the direction of the spatial disturbance became random, so even if they wanted to open the seal to escape from there, they wouldn't be able to do so. Do you understand? There's nothing to worry about here. The tall, crew-cut guy still hesitated to ask despite hearing his analysis, but I heard that the people who went there had very strong skills. What if they could reach the center and meet the one who created the chaos of the labyrinth? The space returned to where the tomb owner was. Now he held the bloody star in his hand and stared at it for a long time without saying anything. He sat huddled in a corner, his back to the pile of skulls. The one who broke the silence was Sangwoo. He destroyed the wall and the pile of skulls charged angrily. I finally arrived, the center of the maze. Sangwoo, Junyang and two clones appeared from behind him, only to see him drop the star shape to the ground. Sangwoo continued, luckily he survived, they found him. Seeing him stand up, he added, you're the one who messed up the maze, right? He silently glanced at him before replying, I should have died at that time. A very confusing sentence made Sangwoo ask again, what? Junyang also continued, what do you mean? He coughed up blood but still tried to speak, because of my skill, the sealed monster was released, that is when everyone died, they couldn't escape the labyrinth. He added, they are rolling around at your feet, can you be careful with them? Making him scream, what? So these aren't monster skulls? He ignored Sangwoo's fuss and continued to indulge in his sorrowful emotions. The biggest regret of my life was that the spatial disturbance was activated without me realizing it. Remembering that day, when he was holding the wreath on his head, the skeletons were also gradually approaching him. A decision came to him, he sat still and waited for them to deal with him. Everyone, wait for me. He raised his head, smiling and crying, we will see each other soon. Only now his whole body was covered in green air and his bones seemed motionless. Turning back he looked at the wreath in front. After everyone was dead, I don't know if it was because of my survival instinct, but I was scared. Even after my skill failed, the monsters kept teleporting away from me, they couldn't touch me. Blood and tears flowed out. He still tried to speak, but now, I have decided, I want to go back to that day. The more the ground shook, the more determined he became, for my skills had returned. I was certain that I had the means to reverse the structure of this place back to how it was at that moment. Once again, I would open the seal of this place. Use all your strength to lift the space and shout. Even now, I can still hear my master telling me to stop, but it's okay, everyone, please accept me once more. Sangwoo yelled in anger, are you crazy? He gritted his teeth in anger and was about to charge with his fire sword. You want to release more monsters? Do you really think I'll let you do that? The system appeared again. Wait, Jung Sangwoo. He just didn't expect that his legs wouldn't move and an eye mark would appear. He thought, what is this? My shoes are tied up. Thinking of the strange man he had just met, he immediately cursed in his head, damn it. You don't give up so quickly, but it won't work, I have high reflexes. He acted quickly, he would put his weight forward and jump a little with the foot that was stepping on the thick wire and smoothly tilt the other leg too. Kneel on one knee but land safely, roll forward, when you're done, say, clack. He kept watching his every move and said, ah, thanks for stepping on that tile, I was almost out of strength, that was the last point to open the seal. His entire body became motionless and he hurriedly asked him, what? A large amount of mana quickly poured down around him. When he could see, he was only seen standing on a floating rock. And the space was filled with red. A giant monster appeared beside him. He could feel it, this thing was dangerous, more dangerous than any monster he had faced so far. As for him, who was already exhausted and whose level this monster couldn't determine, he said, yes, this is what should have happened. Then he turned back and picked up something. I will reward you for helping me open the seal. Catch it, it is the 7 deadly sins. When he heard him say that, he didn't have time and he reacted by throwing things and added, it's time for me to say goodbye. He paused for a few seconds and then continued to finish his unfinished sentence, thank you, now. The giant monster raised his hand and flicked his head. It flew away after he finished speaking. Give me back the salvation I couldn't have 20 years ago. Just a flick of the wrist created a wave that overwhelmed everything. Even Shin Junyang and his clone bowed their heads to avoid it. The system immediately appeared and said, kill the 7 deadly sins immediately. Sangwoo was using all his strength to hold the piece of object that the other guy gave him. A blinding white aura surrounded everything. When he opened his eyes it was already a different space. He wondered to himself, where am I? I must be in the cellar. From behind the golden sound, finally I met you. He turned around and asked, who are you? He replied calmly, yeah, you don't know me? Oh, right, the system screen appeared, we were just talking through the system window. Hearing that, he angrily said, you are the one who told me to go into the dungeon. He paused for a second and continued, who the hell are you? He calmly replied, you already know my name, right? With a bored face sitting on the chair, he continued, "Nice to meet you, I am Zinstein." He used his finger to adjust the system screen as he said, "I am known as the creator of the system." Jung Sangwoo froze on the spot. "What?" Lieber continued. "Well, first of all, I want to say that you don't have to worry too much about the people who died in the dungeon labyrinth. The time you spent in there was only a split second outside." Lieber said, "But if you take in too much information, your brain will melt." Hearing this, Sangwoo jumped. He shouted, "Are you crazy? Let me out quickly." But before leaving, Sangwoo wanted to understand something, so he asked, "By the way, Zinstein, he was the one who started the apocalypse in Tyburn." Lieber raised his glasses in response. "I want to say something about that. The reason for the apocalypse was indeed created by our system." Sangwoo was very upset when he heard that. He put his hands on his hips, interrupted Lieber, and he had the nerve to ask if I wanted to stop that. Lieber replied, "Calm down, I have never lied to you. My purpose in starting the apocalypse on Earth." And once again, Sangwoo interrupted Lieber, even if the one who destroyed the entire Tyburn was him. Lieber bowed his head and said awkwardly, "I couldn't control it, follow me. All my research is here, you will learn more." Sangwoo opened the system screen and seriously asked Lieber, "Why did you create something as dangerous as this system? Was it because you wanted to save Tyburn from the war with Kranid?" Lieber's lifeless eyes only looked down when he heard Sangwoo's question. He hesitated for a long while, then continued to explain, "Why did we create the system?" Lieber clenched his fists. "It's because someone very important to me has been infected with the ghost virus." Lieber lifted his glasses and looked at him. "I think that when the system is completed, I can also know how to cure that disease." Sangwoo squeezed his hand and asked, "What happened to that person?" Lieber's face darkened. "She was in a place where she didn't need to suffer anymore, at least I believed so." "Jung Sangwoo, I believe you understand this feeling better than anyone else." Sangwoo remained silent and did not reply. The main theme has continued. Lieber explains, "The system has lost control, first Tyburn, now Earth, it has become a monster that devours everything." Lieber took out the stone. "The 7 deadly sins we need are to stop the system. Collect all 7 deadly sins, that is the way to stop the apocalypse." Sangwoo was puzzled. "Why do we have to do that?" Lieber continued, "Because having the 7 deadly sins in hand was the only way to escape the system's control." He continued, "The 7 deadly sins also bring 2 effects to the owner. The first is to prevent the system from affecting the owner's body. I mentioned that talking about this in too much detail might lead to us being discovered, right?" Sangwoo realized, "So the 7 deadly sins allowed him to talk to me." Lieber nodded, "That's right, the second effect that appears when the 7 deadly sins have been completely absorbed, that is." Lieber continued, "Superpowers, the 7 deadly sins are fragments of an entity that once existed on Earth. When you absorb them, you will inherit their powers." The description sounded terrible and it made Sangwoo suspicious. "Why does it sound worse than what?" Lieber replied, "A dark aura emanating from the stone, yes, they will try to take over your body, as their name suggests, the ending will not be good." Lieber handed the stone to Sangwoo and advised him to be strong and not let them defeat him. Sangwoo took it and affirmed, "Don't worry, my mind is stable." But there were still questions. Sangwoo asked curiously, "But what do you mean by the system not affecting the body?" Sangwoo frowned, probably because he was exhausted. Lieber also noticed, "Oh, it seems like he's reached the limit of his strength." He continued, "Let's talk about it after you defeat the monster." Sangwoo held his head and complained, "That thing I saw just now? How could I kill it?" The space became empty. Lieber reminded and begged Sangwoo with a blank gaze, "Don't worry, the fragments of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Jung Sangwoo, please, stop the system." Sangwoo listened tensely. The pitch-black cubes gradually filled the empty space. And then, Sangwoo returned to the real world. The space he fought in every day, the ground was cracking, because the conversation just now had consumed a lot of Sangwoo's energy. It took him a while to come to his senses. Luckily Junyang, who was beside him, shouted and woke him up. "Hey, Jung Sangwoo, are you okay? We have to go quickly." Sangwoo was confused and wanted to speak but was stopped by Junyang. Now was not the time to question him. Junyang said loudly, "This thing is not an ordinary monster. Looked up at the monster gathering magic power. That very ball is collapsing the surrounding houses. And from it countless rays spread out like spider legs pinning straight to the ground. Huge pieces of debris were falling down due to the Earth's gravity. Some people were screaming in fear, 'Ah, help, help.' Some people were lying still on the ground. Some people were shocked when they saw their loved ones being crushed to death. 'Father, run away quickly.' All the painful screams echoed. Sangwoo gritted his teeth and endured. This bastard recalled his memories. Sangwoo turned to Junyang and asked, "You can use the enhancement for 0.5 seconds, right?" He was surprised. "That's true, but what are you going to do?" The sky was red as if dyed with blood. The spider legs continued to stab straight down. Sangwoo told Junyang, "Hide and use it as soon as I call you." He agreed, "Okay." Sangwoo tightly grasped the stone named the 7 deadly sins. He ordered his clones, "All of you quickly go save people except number 1. Avoid fighting if possible." Everyone said in unison, "Okay." The monster stood among the ruins, searching for a hostile target. Sangwoo looked at the stone in front of him nervously. "Will the 7 deadly sins help?" Then he crushed the stone. "Well then let's do it." The stone broke. A jet black sphere with purple light appeared. Sangwoo was amazed. There was still a ball inside, and it was wrapping around him. In his mind, Sangwoo saw clearly, a yellow eye, like a monster was staring at him. Who are you? Finally, a new body. Sangwoo was covered in blood. He was confused. Sangwoo screamed in pain. The ball or 7 deadly sins were possessing Sangwoo's body. Junyoung hid in a corner and watched. What was that? From his perspective, Sangwoo's entire body had changed color, and the veins on his face were clearly visible. Junyoung was surprised. What happened to him? Wasn't he supposed to transform when he screamed? At the same time, in Sangwoo's subconscious, a demon was holding the 7 deadly sins orb, with yellow eyes growing on it. I will give you anything you want in exchange for your body. Give it to me. Give it to me, quickly. The haunting call gradually corrupted Sangwoo. He laughed eerily. This was nothing compared to the madness of the cursed sword. With this power of his, the demon that was invading him screamed, "Give me your body." Sangwoo opened his mouth and slowly put the ball in. Maybe he should just relax and let things happen. But then Sangwoo paused. He remembered the last part of his conversation with Lieber. Be strong. Don't let them get to you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sangwoo smiled to himself and thought, I almost failed. You stopped again? It's useless to stand there and resist. Sangwoo gritted his teeth, trying to keep his composure. Shut up. The image of the past appeared. Jiwoo was lying motionless on the hospital bed and Jung Sangwoo was the one who was helplessly sobbing. He clenched the ball and raised it high, shouting, I've made too many mistakes because of complacency, then I'll feed it to my clone, with my own strength. Number 1 is speechless. While no one was in pain, Sangwoo stood aside and breathed a sigh of relief. I realized I should know my limits, now let someone else do it. Junyoung's eyes widened in shock. Cruel, so cruel, he cursed. Bastard, you are a bastard. Sangwoo was startled, probably because of doing evil. Shut up, let someone with a stable mind handle that thing. And the noise attracted the monster. It crouched down. Sangwoo frowned. He saw us, because you were so loud. Junyoung could only apologize. The monster created a ball. From the ball it turned into a mace. The monster was also slowly approaching them. Sangwoo shivered. Damn, you're done. Number 1, you're the one with the best spirit. Status of number 1 has changed. Unable to identify. System notification. Identifying. Error. Unable to determine. A bunch of errors. Identifying. Error. Unable to determine. The power of the 7 deadly sins erupted, while the monster was charging. Number 1 throws the hammer. Sangwoo cursed. Damn it. Boom. A huge explosion. The smoke slowly cleared. No, 1 blocked the monster's attack. Sangwoo was happy. No, 1 did not respond to him. Number 1 grinned. When was the last time I breathed outside air? Number 1 asked Sangwoo, are you challenging me? Sangwoo exclaimed in shock. Number 1. Number 1 was silent, suddenly laughed out loud. What is number 1? Then gave him a rainbow punch, made him fly into the wall. Luckily Sangwoo solidified in time. Damn it. He remembered what Lieber had said. The 7 deadly sins were fragments of a legendary entity that had existed on Earth long ago. They would try to take over his body, and from the name he knew, it wouldn't end well. Looking at no one's condition, Sangwoo judged, perhaps no one's body has been taken over? Number 1 walked over and faced Sangwoo. Stand up, challenger. He thought nervously. He was too strong. His stats had already surpassed his clones, the barrier had collapsed instantly, and perhaps his stats were even higher than his. This battle has just begun, Number 1 said in charge. It grinned and Sangwoo gritted his teeth. Damn, this wasn't the right time. I had another monster to kill. What should I do? Sangwoo thought of something. Number 1 sneered. You're too slow. Sangwoo bent down. This time he even knelt down to beg. His beak was chattering. You could tell he wasn't being honest. Oh my god, legendary entity, you misunderstood. The 7 deadly sins were silent. You just woke up and are still feeling confused, right? I think you have mistaken the challenger, so let me tell you. Sangwoo pointed at the monster. It was him, he was the challenger. The monster stood still and took the bullet. Number 1 asked him with murderous intent, really? Sangwoo said loudly. He was the one who threw the spear in the first place. He was really being led like a dog. Even Junyoung, who was hiding in a corner, had to admit, I know I'm hiding so I have no right to say these words, but he's really dirty. As for Sangwoo, he was still using his slippery beak to lead Number 1 into his arms. Ah, he's looking this way, please do something. Number 1 smiled slyly. Oh, fine. Number 1 activated his power and walked towards the monster. I won't be picky about who the challenger is. Let me play with you for a bit. Sangwoo worried. I managed to trick him but... Sangwoo looked at the big guy and asked himself if he could fight him. Number 1 was now approaching the monster. A punch, punching its chest. Sangwoo was delighted, but that move only lasted for a few seconds. Number 1 was immediately countered with a punch and sent flying. Sangwoo was disappointed, so weak. From the corner, Number 1 counterattacked. Lasers shot out from the monster's eyes and pierced through the monster's body. Number 1 went berserk. It seemed that just 1 fragment was not enough. But seeing that the monster had taken quite a beating, Number 1 was pleased. No, maybe this was perfect. Come on, a new battle is about to begin. People ran in all directions to avoid the large walls. Haeyeon was motionless. Is it my fault? She turned to Sona and instructed her. Sona, evacuate all the students. If you need to, you can ask the guild to send a transport ship. Sona agreed. Okay, but Haeyeon didn't. She was panicking. What about you? Her sister, Miho, responded very coolly. Her role as a guide was over, so she had to go back to being a hunter. Heian cried out helplessly, sis. Number 1 launches a series of damaging blows on the monster's body at breakneck speed. Sangwoo was surprised. I take back what I said. How can he fight at that speed? I can't even see the attack clearly. Even so, dodging the blow was impossible. The 7 deadly sins complained. This body is too weak, there is nothing left but regeneration. But in return, after a few hits, he got used to the enemy's fighting style. Number 1 smiled wickedly. I have already adapted to your magic. Boom, this time it was his face that got hit. Miho just arrived and asked, Sangwoo, are you okay? I will fight with you. Where are the other clones? Did number 1 eat too many gems again? Hearing the voice, Sangwoo turned back. Captain Miho, only now did he notice what Miho said earlier. Wait, while he was taking over one's body, if she joined him, he would. He quickly stopped her. No, she had to leave here as quickly as possible. Miho is confused. Huh? But it seems Sangwoo couldn't stop the speed of one of the 7 deadly sins. I always welcome new challengers. Blood stains on the wall. It looks like Miho is in danger. Elsewhere, under the light, a bottle of wine was lifted and tipped to the mouth. Boom, a loud noise. It seemed that after trying to sip the few drops left in the bottle, it was still not enough. The man slammed the table in anger. Dragon's Blessing, a wine that is unaffected by all types of immunity effects. The man threw the wine bottle and broke it. The receptionist could only silently dodge. He grumbled, damn it, that's the strongest thing already. Get me something else. The others at the next table started talking too. We picked the wrong place. How did we know Scully would be here? He shouted, I don't feel drunk at all. A young man spoke up. Are you still looking for alcohol that can make you drunk? The man was surprised. The young man continued, alcohol that can make an S-rank hunter drunk is rare, especially you, Fuok Lan. S-rank hunter, blessed, John Scully. Scully turned her head questioningly, Jumper. Why are you here? Jumper replied, I'm gathering all the S-rank hunters. Soon, he continued, no, perhaps, an S-class monster has already appeared, we need to go rescue the people. Scully laughed, even if you go alone, it won't be a problem, you're not like other S-rankers, Jumper continued, if I go alone, it will take too much time, there will be more victims. Scully still refused, why should we care? He asked the other S-rank hunters to go with him. You don't want the kind of wine that will get you drunk, Scully paused. Jumper smiled wickedly and continued, I can get some for you. Scully darkly probed, are you sure? Back to Sangwoo, blood was splattered on the floor. Miho was scared, it seemed that the bloodstain that appeared was number 1 pinching his own hand to stop himself before attacking Miho. The 7 deadly sins roared, you bastard, it's useless to resist, quickly listen to my orders. Number 1 pain, 2 hands resist. After a while, one brushed his hair back, it seemed like one had resisted the devil's control, it was true to the steel spirit that Sangwoo believed in, I am one, and except for my master, no one can order me around. Sangwoo asked again to be sure, are you really number 1? While Captain Miho was still confused, Sangwoo, what's going on here? Sangwoo replied shyly, it's a long story, number 1 covered his face and tried to hold back, from the other half of his face, a voice echoed, alright, your loyalty is impressive, I'll let you win this time. You're lucky, with that said, he laughed loudly and disappeared. Accordingly, number 1 also returns to normal state. Sangwoo breathed a sigh of relief, he was awake, Miho asked curiously, was he brainwashed? There was a movement from behind the monster, making all 3 alert. Sangwoo asked one, I have something to ask, can you stop it? With that purple energy like just now, one shyly pulled his mask over and looked blank, what? The monster moved again, Sangwoo tensed, can't you? Number 1's innocent eyes replied, yes. Sangwoo shouted, the space was also gradually collapsing, so run away. Elsewhere, the S-rank hunter Raven, nicknamed the Seeker, passed on a skill to Sangwoo's clone 7. The Stormman Demon Cave is a secret technique passed down through the generations of our sect. If you learn it, your swordsmanship and magic will multiply many times over. He sighed, I usually don't teach him, but seeing how well you study, I will make an exception to teach you. Number 7 sat still and listened. Concentrate as much internal energy as possible into the Dantian. Gather all the internal energy in your body so that you can automatically control it. The internal energy in your body begins to vibrate towards the respiratory center. He continued to instruct after number 7 completed the first step. Now we will control your internal energy to follow a new circulation path. If you carelessly move your internal energy in the wrong direction, it can harm your body, so be careful, now then. Raven pressed hard on Sangwoo's back, here we go. Back to Miho's group, Sangwoo and number 1, all 3 were running as fast as they could. Since number 1 was also running, Miho was curious and asked, clone? You were so excited just now, what's going on? Number 1 was silent, Sangwoo wondered, can you really not shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? Number 1 stammered, yes. At the same time, Sangwoo's other clones also returned. He asked, how's the rescue of the injured going? The clones also replied, whatever humans could do, they had almost finished. After receiving the rescue report, Sangwoo ordered all the clones to gather, then everyone gather here, together, they will deal with this bastard. The clones rushed towards the monster. Miho also joined the fight. I will attract his attention. She used Fox Charm to create a seductive image to attract the monster's attention. In the monster's mind appeared a skeleton of a woman in a wedding dress dancing. When a girl comes in, he forgets about life. Taking that opportunity, a clone of Sangwoo rushed over and stabbed him in the head. But because of carelessness, he accidentally approached the magic ball instead of its head. The scene seemed to freeze, the clone covered its face and dodged, while the monster's hand suddenly stopped. This also brought back some memories for Sangwoo. That's right, freeze, I have that skill, I forgot right after learning it. So when he remembered, he immediately ordered his clones not to let him move. So a mass of ice covered several parts of the monster. Sangwoo also rushed forward aggressively. I also helped out, using the freezing skill. But Sangwoo's ice turned into a few pieces of ice, leaving him bewildered. What's going on? Miho worriedly called out, Sangwoo-san, without her realizing that the monster had already gotten closer. And with one punch, Miho flew into the rubble. Not stopping there, the monster seemed to want to kill Miho. It approached and reached down. Luckily Sangwoo used acceleration. He stopped in time. Sangwoo gritted his teeth tiredly. President Miho, are you okay? Miho groaned in pain, and in a stalemate with a monster accidentally activates a skill. The demon cave has been activated, the Stormman demon cave. The clones through the wind frames were moving extremely fast and attacking the monsters in succession. Sangwoo was absent-minded. He didn't know what to do, so he asked the clone beside him, what skill is that? What is a demon cave? Teach me. Towards number 7, Raven asked, how do you feel? He put his hands up to feel. The internal energy continued to condense and explode within my body, but it still circulated around my heart. Raven gasped, he's sharp. Using swordsmanship along with magic when unleashing a move is the basic combination of my swordsmanship. Raven continued, but it was difficult to use the sword with his current body, but before he could finish, the clone interrupted, sorry, it's an emergency, then he waved his hand. I'm leaving. Sangwoo's clone left, leaving Raven bewildered, but he went from standing to kneeling and started crying out loud, this is not me, what kind of person have I become? The flash of light from the space portal. Familiar footsteps, swordsman. Raven was not surprised. You are? Long time no see. I am not in a good mood. Can you get to the point? Continuous airborne shockwaves deal massive damage to monsters. Sangwoo was surprised. So strong, but his bones were already damaged. At the same time, Sangwoo's clone, No. 7, slowly walked out from the gate. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a moment and couldn't get here in time. Sangwoo didn't blame him, just wondered, No. 7, are you done training? Only then did Sangwoo understand, so, perhaps the demon cave just now was. Number 7 nodded, his eyes focused, his body bent down, his hand pulled out the sword. Yes, the sword seeker taught me this sword technique. Looking at the other clone's physical condition, one could guess what number 7 would say, but it wouldn't last long. The holes in his body combined with the cracks would be difficult to heal quickly. On the contrary, the monster recovered completely. Sangwoo grimaced, damn, he's barely recovering, we have to kill him in one go. So he asked No. 7 how to use this new skill. How can you use the magic cave? No. 7 replied, combining sword attacks with explosive magic, that's the basic theory. Sangwoo nodded, alright. They both rushed forward. Sangwoo said loudly, let's see if our arm breaks first or yours, you bastard. The circles around both of their hearts spun faster. Sangwoo desperately launched a slash. He gritted his teeth, he missed, but the blade had already passed through his body. The monster also counterattacked, it had already created magic spheres. Just didn't have time to use it. A clone rushed over and hit his right cheek. Number 7 moves behind the sword pin and left shoulder. Sangwoo also swooped down from the sky, if we keep attacking, we won't give him time to recover. The monster roared savagely. Sangwoo stopped, it had created a sphere with an eye. Sangwoo thought, I have to use the space gate to block this attack immediately. However, he still couldn't react in time and Sangwoo and his clones were pierced through. The space portal opened, it was Raven, he caught Sangwoo. My face darkened, I didn't expect to see a member of my guild here. Along with Raven, John Scully and Dion appeared. This was more trouble than I thought. S-rank hunter Jorge Lucas, let's get him. Good idea, S-rank hunter John Scully, Char Dion. The monster is still casting magic, a voice is heard, is that the monster? So it was Scully who had been looking at it for a while and then clicked her tongue, the undead type? Is that why you called me here? Jumper continued, it suits you so well, right? Seeing Scully sulking, Raven asked for help, thank goodness, if possible, could you heal this guy for me? Scully turned her head, he glanced, that won't be enough to kill him, do you know him? Raven replied, I know. Scully finally agreed, okay, no big deal, I'll heal the others too. Sangwoo's clones were also lying on the ground, huh? Their faces looked exactly the same, he was confused. Meanwhile, Jumper opened the space gate again, I will also go save some people around here, Dion is watching. Thanks you too, the undead monster has evolved, please help me take care of that monster. Jumper left, leaving Raven and Dion on the battlefield. Sangwoo slowly opened his eyes. Then he jumped up, bewildered, huh? The wound. Scully stood opposite, waiting for this moment to ask Sangwoo, what the hell are you guys Twins or something? Anyway, I've healed all of you, so go hide. Sangwoo asked, who is it? Miho was worried beside him. Sangwoo Nim, are you okay? He didn't answer Miho's question and just stared at the man just now. Captain Miho, did he heal everyone? Miho smiled, that's right, we're saved, all of these people are S-rank hunters. Under the feet of the mutated undead were 3 figures. Raven turned, he was awake, just stay there and watch. Sangwoo was stunned. Raven closes the range on the undead. This is the path you will have to walk. He focused on both teaching and hitting seriously. It's a violent ghost but on a higher level, a tornado to be exact. The space gate opens continuously. Jumper was still searching for the victims, and was checking the surroundings. There were people who had been rescued. The damage was really minimal. He had discovered something strange. This was different, very different. The giant skeleton spirit had woken up earlier than usual. In fact, it had already transformed into its second form. The labyrinth creator's labyrinth didn't work, but the seal here broke so quickly. Why hasn't the city suffered any damage yet? Could it be? Remembering the image of the 3 Sangwoo, Jumper realized that they were strangely similar hunters. He clenched his fists. I've never seen his face before, but they saved people while fighting the giant white bone demon, stalling for time until it transformed into its second form, so there's a high chance that the 7 deadly sins have already fallen into their hands. Then Jumper fell into a state of madness. He smiled slyly. Well, I didn't predict all this interesting stuff anyway, let's just wait and see. The scale and scope of the ghost riot left Sangwoo in awe. This was the true power of Raven. Dion is a swordsman. All things swordsmanship are truly amazing. Swordsman, I would love to spar with him one day. Dion also charged forward, dragon teeth. The swords repeatedly stabbed in. However, after so many attacks, the undead was still unaffected. It counterattacked, black beams shooting straight down. Scully blocked, groaning as she blocked. Damn stubborn thing. He smiled and snapped his fingers. In a situation like this, blowing off its head was the best tactic. The light beam pierced straight through. The undead's head was severed, but only for a moment. An eye opened on its chest. The monster was regenerating its body structure. It screamed of destruction. The whole building was shaking. Jumper is back, he said from above. The thing that looks like an eye is its magic core. To kill it, you have to aim for that spot. Raven groaned. That core keeps moving. Dion suggested, try pushing it to one side and then attacking. Scully looked sad, but I was trying to hit that eye. Sangwoo struggled to get up. I'll help too. Miho was surprised. Sangwoo, she advised, don't overdo it, those 2 S-rank hunters will. He interrupted her. It could be taken down. Even if he just sat there, they would. But those people wouldn't solve the problems I'd be facing from now on. Sangwoo continued with a serious face. I have to become stronger. I will finish that monster. Miho was confused. Finish. Sangwoo turned his head. Shin Junyang, are you there? It's your turn now. Shin Junyang was startled when his name was called. Then Sangwoo turned to the clones. You guys know what to do, right? They all said in unison, yes. Sangwoo's thoughts were filled with sorrow. He had been holding back from going crazy until now, but now I really need to go berserk. He gripped the sword, then stabbed it into the ground. That clone's skills and his strong stats. I'll combine the 2. He ordered his clones, smash everything and beat it to pieces, now. The undead began to attack. Scully protested, no way. Jumper bounces portals. Dion swings his sword and Raven draws his. Ghosts riot, dragon rages. The undead was clamped. Sangwoo shouted. The core was fixed in place. He gritted his teeth. Right now. Junyang complained. Berserk and Holy Light. What kind of combination is that? Using Holy Light skill. Buffing effect to increase power extremely strong to the selected target. Like the recreation between train and electricity creating a train. The 2 skills being used at the same time greatly increased Sangwoo's power. He charged. Miho hurried. I don't care anymore. If I get into trouble with those S-rank hunters, you'll stop them, okay? Hypnosis of the fox. You've attracted the opponent's attention with charm. This time the target is S-class hunters, but for some reason the illusion of old Raven is a female rabbit. Sangwoo smiled wickedly. He asked the clones following him, should I aim for that core? Focus all. Sangwoo gathered his strength. The inhale thrust pierced the undead's core. Mass notification system, activating monster devouring skill, absorbing monster essence, absorbing giant skeleton stats. Red eyes glowing in the dark. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter who can move the giant gears of destiny has appeared. System notification, your stats have increased. Strength 72,534 to 91,612. Reflexes 62,212 to 78,190. Vitality 68,593 to 90,642. Stamina 66,093 to 77,102. Agility 81,382 to 96,623. By combining skills, Sangwoo's power increased significantly, and with just one blow he sent the monster to hell. After destroying it, Sangwoo absorbed its stats. Of course the pain still came. Sangwoo gritted his teeth and endured it. He knelt down. Raven also noticed. Every time he suddenly increased his stats, his muscles ached. Raven grabbed Sangwoo's hand. Are you okay? Why are you bothering with it? We can handle it ourselves, he replied. How can I just sit there and watch? But because of that accidental handshake, Sangwoo accidentally revealed his secret skill to Raven. It was just a touch, but Raven immediately realized that his energy had completely changed. What happened? He looked at the tired young man before him and wondered how he could have gotten stronger so quickly. Raven whispered, "It seems like you have a monster-killing skill to increase stats." Sangwoo was surprised. He was frustrated, he was so sharp. At this point Sangwoo confessed, yes. On the opposite corner, Scully was still amazed at Sangwoo. What the hell, he's stronger than I thought. While Dion was still confused, it seemed like the swordsman knew him. Anyway, Mr. Raven, how did you know? Before Sangwoo could finish asking, Jumper interrupted, so he was the hunter who held off that monster until now. He gave his compliments and asked what his name was, which was a very brave act. If possible, could you tell me your name? Sangwoo hesitated for a moment. He is Jumper, I am Sangwoo. Jumper stiffened. Jung Sangwoo. Jumper stroked his chin. Jung Sangwoo, Jung Sangwoo. Jung Sangwoo, seeing Jumper keep on nagging about his name, was stunned. Jumper, after a while of nagging, he with wild eyes smiled evilly. To be honest, this is the first time I heard that name. Sangwoo cursed inwardly. Of course, I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like him to know me. I'm quite famous in Korea anyway. Jumper asked again, where were the other hunters who looked exactly like him? Just now, they were here. Sangwoo replied, well, they are my clones, but he couldn't say much before he was interrupted, this time by Raven. I see them leaving to clean up the mess. They are great hunters. Repairing damage is their top priority. Sangwoo was surprised. Jumper turned his back, his face hidden. Aha, what a pity. So can everyone here come to my villa to play? Sangwoo was curious. Villa. Jumper explained with a smile, we just fought a monster this strong, at least we should have a small party after the battle. Let's drink wine and eat delicious food to relax after the tiring hunt. In another place, a servant ran in, breathless, master. The man calmly asked, it seems you have news about the creator of the labyrinth, is everything okay? The servant reported in a panic, the dungeon's labyrinth has collapsed, and the creator of the labyrinth is also dead. A group of S-rank hunters attacked the giant white skeleton demon, and more importantly, I guess they even obtained the 7 deadly sins. The man was stunned. How could that be? Just as Jumper said, he brought the hunters who fought there earlier. The space was luxurious and lavish, filled with people of high rank and authority. And there were reporters too. Sangwoo was puzzled. Such a big party was called a small party. The others were already enjoying the party atmosphere. Familiar hair, honey. Haeyeon walked over. She was wearing a tight orange dress. What do you think? Do I look weird? Sangwoo blushed and stammered. It's beautiful. She smiled shyly. Really? I've never worn this type of dress before. Sangwoo regained his composure and asked her, your skills are amazing anyway, what have you been practicing? Haeyeon continued, didn't I tell you? Raven also came from afar to ask Sangwoo, do you feel better using your internal energy? He turned back, Mr. Raven. Raven smiled, when I suddenly saw you use swordsmanship like that, I was so surprised that I had to exclaim, what is that? That is the first step to reaching the high level of Storm Messenger swordsmanship. Your clones are using it very well. Sangwoo replied in annoyance, those clones are smart too. While we're talking about clones, why don't you tell Jumper about my skills? Hearing Sangwoo's question, Raven hesitated for a moment before answering, should we say intuition? I've met him a few times before, but I can't seem to figure out what's going on in his head. He's always trying to save people, and it feels like he's attacking the cesspool with the least amount of damage to humanity. Raven whispered into Sangwoo's ear. The answer to the question left him dumbfounded, but it was Jumper who had made all of humanity deeply connected to that system. He already knew what it meant for all of humanity to be weakening. Sangwoo frowned, the end of the world. The two continued to talk. One day that skill of yours will become famous, but for now, you have to be careful. I understand, especially for Jumper. I wonder how much more influential he is. Haeyeon lamented on the sidelines. The two of them did not let her join in their conversation. Raven continued, but unlike him, Bless and Char Dion are on our side. Sangwoo froze. Wait, what? Bless? Haeyeon wondered, brother, not Mr. Bless, come to think of it, your sister. Raven was interrupted before she could finish. Was it Mr. Bless who healed me? Where is he now? Scully was standing in front of the wine rack. He picked up a bottle and sighed. I've tried all of these brands. I'd better go home before those reporters come. While I was thinking, a guy appeared beside me. Scully almost sent the bottle flying. He shouted, you? One of the hunters who looked exactly the same. Upstairs, Jumper stepped out to welcome the distinguished guests. Thank you all for gathering here today. I wonder if everyone enjoyed the party? As everyone knows, this party is to celebrate our successful defeat of the giant white skeleton demon. Already people are shouting his name. You did it again, Jumper. You formed an assault party with S-rank hunters very quickly. I heard that the casualties were also very small compared to the level of that monster. Jumper's face was serious. About that, there was something I needed to tell everyone here. I wasn't the one who reduced the casualties and kept that monster in the dungeon. The real hero is here with us. Everyone is surprised. Reporters are taking out their cameras to record. Then Jumper revealed the identity of the hero, Korean hunter Jung Sangwoo. He was the main character of this dungeon raid. With his physical clone skill, he stood up to save those people and risked his life to buy time for the monster. While Haeyeon was surprised, it seemed like he would really become famous. Raven remained silent because he knew clearly that this was not a good thing. So in such a short time he already investigated Jung Sangwoo, there's no point in hiding it, besides, he's focusing all the attention on him like this. Jumper is being deliberate, so I want to take this opportunity to say this. I think he is qualified to become the first S-rank hunter in Korea. Furthermore, the Enlightened Group will also place a memorial in that dungeon to honor his achievements and will reward him handsomely. The news is breaking, the reporter is sweating. Hey, did you write that down? This is important news. The entire audience was in an uproar. Jung Sangwoo, Hunter Jung Sangwoo is here right now, right? Go find him and interview him, the new S-rank hunter. Dion sipped his tea. A new S-rank hunter? Junyoung was frozen in place. Jung Sangwoo, an S-rank hunter. The rest of the people were still searching. Hunter Jung Sangwoo, where is he? The door opened. I saw him come in here just now. It must be him. Let him go, you damn lunatic. There was a scream from inside the door. Well, Sangwoo was licking his feet begging Scully, please heal my sister, I'll do anything you want, I'll lick her, I really will. And Scully was panicking and begging, no, let me go first, then we'll talk. The more Sangwoo talked, the more excited he became, bringing his tongue closer. You probably think I don't dare, I'll lick your shoes. And then this scene was captured by the camera, by so many eyes. Raven and Haeyeon stood still in disgust, while cameras flashed. Damn it, both Sangwoos shouted, no, it's not like that, it's just a misunderstanding. Scully was flustered and tried to shake Sangwoo's hand off, damn it, let go. And that became a hot news. Travor picked up the newspaper, now even in the association, everyone is talking about Jung Sangwoo. Also, they want you to promote his hunter Jung Sangwoo to S-rank hunter. Haesong's face darkened. Did he really want me to do that? The grand banquet was held by Jumper. He invited the hunters who had contributed to the battle, but the main purpose was to provoke Sangwoo's identity, and Haesong also received the information and he was very angry. Travor fell down. Travor gasped. Haesong walked over. Travor, aren't we both in trouble? Haesong rolled his eyes. We are partners. You give me that research project and I will guarantee you the research facility, resources and your safety. That was a condition of our agreement. Travor objected. I don't think it's fair that I should be held responsible for the loss of the beauty potion. Isn't protecting the finished product part of the job's safety? Haesong was furious, grabbed Travor's neck and squeezed so hard that Travor could hardly breathe. Look, just having you near me is already a huge risk for me. Everything you do is a loss for me. I saved you from the FBI agents. They are looking for you very hard. Haesong ordered that within a month, he must produce enough medicine to replace the amount of medicine that was stolen. If you can't do it, then neither the FBI nor even your amazing eye will be able to trace you anywhere in the world. The phone rang. Haesong picked up uncomfortably. What? The other end of the line said, it's me, Byung-hun, it's about time to make a statement. Haesong snapped, listen, no matter who it is, even if that Jumper guy comes all the way here, I won't let that Sangwoo guy become an S-rank hunter faster than me, understand? Byung-hun continued, but there was nothing wrong with that reason. His white bone spirit was already rated as S-rank. Since Hunter Jung Sangwoo had captured that monster and even had evidence of it, we had no choice but to acknowledge it. Haesong's face darkened. The reason? The other S-rank hunters helped Jung Sangwoo in that hunt so he could complete the mission. That can be used as a reason. Tell them that we cannot accept his promotion because of someone helping like that. Byung-hun sweats. If so, then they would want us to come up with a comprehensive solution that fits the situation. Haesong continued, of course, to that extent, we will send Jung Sangwoo to them, to Africa where the great disaster has attacked the Korean hunting team. The cunning in every word Haesong said made Byung-hun speechless. There are S-class monsters there, aren't there? He'll have to go there to quell them. That's the condition set by the Hunter Association. If he manages to leave that place safely as we requested, at the very least, you and I will have no choice but to acknowledge him. Afterwards, at the WA International Hunter Association, the association made a decision that they could not confirm that Jung Sangwoo had hunted the S-class monster by himself. In the control room, this is really special. Other countries would not hesitate to change the data to create as many S-rank hunters as possible. But Korea is the opposite. Should we put more pressure on them? Jumper continued, it's fine, just leave it alone. Let's wait and see how the association reacts. The Korean Hunter Association is so corrupt, we can't predict when it will all come to light. I think we should take this as an opportunity to clean it up. Jumper angrily covered his face. The Hunter Association and Jung Sangwoo, I don't know who can stand in the end, but predicting and imagining the outcome is also part of what makes this job interesting. Jumper turned around and told his subordinates to just ask for a safe solution from the Korean Association for this problem. His subordinates were curious. Where was he going next? Jumper just walked and landed, trying something new to change the atmosphere, and catching a few more bad guys. The newspapers are full of pictures of Jung Sangwoo with his legendary shoe licking in the content. Korea's first S-rank hunter. What will happen to Hunter Jung Sangwoo? Korean hunter Jung Sangwoo has become the center of attention. His actions have brought about extremely impressive results and professional hunters have evaluated him as Korea's first S-rank hunter. Raven raised her foot and teased Sangwoo, oh my god, my shoes are dirty, can you do something about this? Sangwoo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, I told you to stop. Sangwoo replied helplessly, well, there's nothing we can do about it, it was my choice anyway. Back at that moment, the reporters were asking questions in a rush. Hunter Jung Sangwoo, what was your relationship with the S-rank hunters? Was there some kind of agreement between everyone in the hunt for the S-rank monster? Scully panicked. Damn it, using the holy body skill, holy power would flow throughout the entire body. The space portal opened, and Scully entered. He grabbed Sangwoo's shirt and dragged him along. Hey, follow me. Then both of them jumped out of the window. The reporters were in a panic. They jumped out of the window. Chase after them quickly. They both escaped successfully. Sangwoo exclaimed. Oh, Scully spoke up. This is why I wanted to leave before the reporters caught me. And now he reacted to Sangwoo's question from earlier. What now? What's wrong with your sister? What kind of illness is it? Tell me that first. Sangwoo stuck out his tongue. Can you cure her? Scully grumbled in frustration. At least tell me what the disease is. Sangwoo was silent. Then he replied, ghost virus. Scully paused. Sangwoo continued. The doctor said the only thing that could save her was an elixir or a healer like him. Scully stroked the cross around her neck, and he stammered back. That doctor is a quack. First of all, curing the ghost virus is hard, even for me, but I can go see what I can do. Sangwoo was still. If even he couldn't do it, who? Scully countered. Listen, the ghost virus will continue to replicate as long as there is enough mana to keep it going. The only way to completely eliminate the virus is to starve it to death, until it consumes all of the host's mana. Sangwoo was confused. If so, wouldn't the host die too? Scully continued. This is why I said it is so difficult to cure. The cure is extremely dangerous. Resurrect them right before the new host enters a state of clinical death, because the body's mana supply runs out. The chances are 50-50. What do you think? Sangwoo thought back and muttered, if I didn't have the chance to get the elixir, I would have taken that chance from you, but that's not the case now. He said I could contact him if I changed my mind in the future. I have his number. Raven nodded. Okay, I'm done here, so I'll be leaving soon. Haeyoung was curious. Where are you going now, Hung? Junyoung stood with his hands on his hips and pleaded, help me practice. Sangwoo replied, he had some work to do. I don't know why, but Sangwoo tried to use his skills and it didn't work. His skills weren't working smoothly. At the same time, elsewhere, Ericl sat on a chair listening to his subordinate's presentation, a new S-rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything was going perfectly as we wished. Red eyes and a nod. Yes. Your subordinate continued. As you said, the Korean Hunter Association is downplaying the important role and talent of Hunter Jung Sangwoo in the White Bone Demon Hunt. However, that can be easily solved if we take care of Haesong. He made a suggestion to the Ericl, but was rejected. Everything will proceed as the Ericl said. We will change the plan to better suit the situation. Leave the assassination of Haesong aside. I will give you a new mission. 2 years of long-term spying on the Hunter organization in Alaska from now on. The subordinate was surprised. The plan had not changed until now, but why? He was curious. Ericl, what future did you see? Ericl was furious. This is an order. Quickly leave this place and carry out your new mission. Outside, the subordinates gathered to protect their leader, the intruder. But one person died. 2 people. What? I couldn't see anything. There was one last person. She couldn't keep up with the intruder's speed and was gone too. Who is it? Help. Inside, Ericl urged his subordinates to quickly complete the mission. We don't have much time. I have prepared the teleportation scroll. The sound of a clash outside has attracted his attention. Who is coming here? The last one died, screaming, stop him. Ericl replied with crimson eyes, the pinnacle of humanity. The guard shouted in fear, open the gate. The night was dark, and everyone welcomed a new guest, the first S-rank hunter. The arm crushed the door. The subordinate was confused. Why did you do this? Jumper with a different look than usual. Ericl was calm. Is this also a vision of the future? If so, then I will gladly accept it. The pseudo-regression has crossed eternity. Lucas. Jumper or his true identity? Lucas smiled evilly. I just want to do things simply in this life. The green-haired man standing beside him witnessed his crazy actions and quickly stood up to stop him. Sorry, but I can't let you in, he said. If you want to enter the Ericl, please use the main road. Lucas heard that and sighed softly. You keep babbling like a parrot, how boring. After saying that, he immediately teleported behind him with murderous eyes. But he was no ordinary person. In the blink of an eye he had already leapt forward, successfully increasing the distance between them. Lucas was a little surprised to see this. Oh right, they were on the same side. He glanced meaningfully at Ericl and then turned his gaze back to the blue-haired man in front of him. So you can also see a glimpse of the future, right? His eyes were a little darker. Obviously he had guessed correctly. Ericl heard this and quickly spoke up. Wait, this child is not someone who can change the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, there won't be any problems. Lucas's gaze at Ericl was a bit complicated, as if he was pondering how much of what he said was true. Then he agreed. Okay. Ericl saw that and the stone in his heart was put down. Thank you. Then Ericl softly said to the green-haired man, you've worked hard, go quickly. But he just stood there staring at the scroll. For a long time he took it and whispered. Everything was going according to the prophecy. Suddenly he clenched the scroll and his voice became serious, but in the blink of an eye, he threw the teleportation scroll straight at Lucas, his eyes filled with surprise. Then he flew forward and stabbed a stick into the middle of the flying paper. Due to this inertia it would cause a fatal blow right to Lucas's face. He clenched the stick in his hand, his voice trembling more and more, but at least this time, I cannot obey your orders. But when he saw Lucas was still safe and sound after successfully dodging his attack, his face darkened even more while Lucas on this side burst out laughing happily. Seeing that, he put away his stick. Are you bored now? Lucas didn't expect this guy to hold a grudge to this extent. Just now, he just casually said that he was boring, but now that he had given him such a big gift, he said excitedly. The situation was getting interesting now. He then sarcastically said to Ericl that he had declared that he would maintain his high resolve. He looked at Ericl, but his eyes were no longer as cheerful as before, but he, the decision-maker, a prophet who could see the future, and I, a regressionist who had experienced this. Lucas slowly swung the scroll up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant black hole. Then he looked at the blue-haired guy. Everyone already knew about that decision and there was nothing surprising about that tearful and noble decision. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy became even angrier. His eyes looking at Lucas had a few more rays of determination. After all, I didn't expect anything about that. After saying that, he controlled the stick to shoot out a palm, creating an explosion like the shot of a cannon with extremely powerful force. The huge explosion had blown a hole as big as the sky gate into the building opposite, but the scary thing was that he couldn't see Lucas anywhere. He thought in amazement, that guy dodged his attack in a flash, now he has to look ahead to see where his next attack will come from. He then tried to look into the future and saw that in just a moment Lucas would tear him into pieces. Seeing this, he tried to use all his abilities, simulating thousands of scenarios to find a chance to survive. But then he stopped dead silent, as if he had seen his inescapable fate. He turned his gaze towards his master, his eyes filled with a mixture of confusing emotions. I'm sorry, Lord Ericl. Then right after that, Lucas with the illusions rushed over. Now he understood why he was so desperate, because this attack of Lucas basically left him no way to survive. With a single strike, blood flowed down. Ericl saw the scene of his subordinate being chopped into pieces and was stunned. This was the end of someone who dared to challenge an S-class hunter. Lucas saw this and just said gently, everyone walks on their own predetermined path, and if one cannot escape from that path, then life will be nothing but a boring escape. Lucas said while glancing at Ericl. His eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through that puppet his emotions at the moment. Just like that, one life ended but the other lives still had to try to continue fighting. The next morning, JM organization at the office building. Sangwoo woke up and saw an acquaintance visiting, so he specially welcomed him. Agent, long time no see. He heard and happily replied, there you are. I just heard that you hunted an S-rank monster. I knew this day would come, but I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Sangwoo accepted the compliment from him with a bit of embarrassment. Don't say that. If it weren't for the other S-rank hunters, it would be difficult for me to do it. Then he saw Yin at the next table and excitedly went over to greet her. It's been a long time. What kind of medicine has he been able to make during this time? But when she turned around, he was scared out of his wits because her face was gaunt and pale like someone about to die. Sangwoo asked her, what happened to you? Yin didn't answer directly but pointed to the window, looking at the situation down there, and you can ask. Sangwoo looked out curiously and saw that the area below was already packed with reporters and paparazzi. As of now, Hunter Jung Sangwoo is still under the GM organization. Hunter Jung Sangwoo, are you in there? Sangwoo felt a headache coming on seeing such a chaotic situation. This scene was really familiar. Yin was about to go crazy. She scolded, they were so noisy that I couldn't sleep. It's best if they leave at night. Sangwoo was helpless when he saw this. Was an S-rank hunter being announced so loudly? The agent beside him sighed quietly. Maybe, because the one who announced it was Jumper. With his status in the hunter world, this could happen. He hesitated for a moment as if he had something difficult to say, but in the end he still chose to tell him directly. However, the Hunter Association objected, because he was not the only one present during that hunt. Sangwoo felt a little relieved when he heard that. I had heard it before, and it was half true, but did I really have to label myself an S-class hunter? He asked him hesitantly, because I'm still living quite well now and I don't want to meet reporters. The number of people attacking me even when I was still a level has decreased significantly. The agent forced a smile upon hearing this. I knew you would say that. Then he thought seriously. Then I will reject the Hunter Association's offer. Sangwoo wondered, what offer? The agent slowly explained to him that they said they would immediately promote him to S-rank if he eliminated all the monsters in West Africa. Yuhyun was startled when she heard that. Tae-Fi, don't tell me it's a monster tiger. Sangwoo was also surprised when he saw her react so strongly. You startled me. What's wrong? Yuhyun wanted to say something but hesitated for a moment before stopping. She turned back to her desk, wanting to avoid his question. No, he said he would refuse anyway. Sangwoo saw her like this and became even more confused. What? Why all of a sudden? But he quickly regained his composure. Whatever, just refuse. Whatever the association says, I don't care because whatever the reason is, I will never go to West Africa. But fate played a joke on him. Just a few days later Zinstein informed him that his next destination would be Africa. In that split second, Sangwoo didn't know what expression he had when he heard this shocking news. He only saw Zinstein looking at him strangely. What's with that face of his? He tried to control his emotions. Forget it. I knew this would happen. Could it be that place? Zinstein nodded slightly. That's right, that's where the next 7 deadly sins are. Sangwoo really couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. Damn it, it's the 7 deadly sins again. Zinstein simply said, not only that, regarding the 7 deadly sins, this is also a perfect place to train. Sangwoo felt confused when he heard that. Training? What training? Zinstein thought for a moment before answering. From what we could see from his clone's characteristics, it seemed like the influence of the 7 deadly sins was also affecting him. He then pointed out his fatal flaw, that the skills weren't working as well as expected. This made Sangwoo fall into deep thought. He also did not rush and slowly explained to him, I have said it before, the 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and prevented its interference, so from now on you have to use your skills without the system. He then created a magic circle for him to see but then retracted it. No, that's Tyburn's way, so let's call it something else. Then he looked straight into his eyes and solemnly declared, Jung Sangwoo, you will have to learn magic. Last night after Lucas killed Ericle's subordinates, he angrily questioned him, you didn't need to do that, you didn't need to kill that child. Lucas looked at him without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, but I was quite curious, why did you have to tell him to run? Why did you have to go to the trouble of preparing a teleportation scroll for him? The series of questions made Ericle not know how to answer. Lucas's face became even colder, he must have known that you would reject my proposal and knew that he would die like this. He paused for a moment, yet you still wanted to ask for his help. Did you develop some sort of attachment to him because you had worked together for so long? Or was it simply out of duty? Tell me. Ericle heard these words of his and just sighed softly, there is not only one path. Fate is not what killed that child but you. Then he looked at him like he was crazy, like the way you became who you are today was because of your own choices. Lucas's eyes darkened when he heard these words, he waved his hand and cut off the head of the puppet that Ericle had created. He said angrily, don't talk to me about nonsense like free will, I am the one who believes in true ability more than anyone else. He tried so hard to control his emotions that even his voice began to tremble. Do you know how many times I have tried? 10, 20, 100 times. His voice became more and more choked. Do you know how many times I have witnessed the system swallowing the planet and the end of the world? Lucas squeezed the puppet's hands. There's not just one way, he cried out in a broken voice, no matter who I save, the result is always the same, no matter what group of powerful hunters I create, the result is always the same. Lucas was now completely mad, he angrily tore the puppet into 2 pieces. Then he helplessly let his hands fall, the result was the same, I couldn't stop the apocalypse from the start. Lucas just vented his anger on everything around him, but in the end he sighed painfully, what the hell am I doing? Talking to a creature that doesn't even have a body to carry out its thoughts won't help. Ericle is just a brain, he has no body, no distinction of gender. Hearing these words of his, he fell into silence. You're right, he replied using the puppet, all I can do for you is, I will show you the future. Lucas's mind immediately cleared up when he heard that, his eyes once again regained their original calmness. He repeated his words mockingly, my future, you still don't understand what I mean, this isn't the first time I've been through something like this. In the previous regressions, there were countless times he came to question him but each time he only received the same answer, I see that the path ahead of you will be an endless vicious cycle and you will not get what you want in this life. Jumper, your ways only lead to failure, in this life, things will not go the way you want. Lucas, give up, there is no other way. Lucas always came with hope and then left disappointed, so this time he didn't want to hear it anymore, I know what you're going to say. Ericle saw that and laughed out loud, but didn't you still come all the way here, how interesting. Lucas heard that and angrily hit the glass cabinet, but he just smiled, you don't need to scare me, I've already seen my own death, but your ending. He closed his eyes gently, I saw it, it was wonderful, a painful death and regret. Then he looked towards Lucas, his voice filled with sarcasm, what a pitiful person, how long has it been since you? But before he could finish speaking, the steel pillars around him began to collapse. Ericle just laughed loudly, it was over, the end of this tangled life. Immediately the surrounding capacitors also exploded, creating a powerful shock that shook the entire building. Only in the hazy smoke and dust did he see a small hand appear and touch him, Lucas. A gentle voice rang out, don't give up, you will find your salvation. Lucas looked at the figure before him without saying a word, his eyes filled with so many choked emotions. The salvation he had been searching for all this time. Lucas gently touched the glass cabinet, no one knew what it was. But at this moment in the dry and dangerous land of Africa, Sangwoo was powerless to speak up. I still don't understand, why did you have to follow me here? Yin heard that and tried to justify herself, I told you I followed you to help you. She kept listing her uses, I can appraise items and I can also craft healing potions. Sangwoo sighed at that, you mean those sleeping pills? Then he turned back and looked straight at Yin, hey, I didn't come here to play, you could die at any moment. Yuhyun heard that and begged in a small voice, please, I beg you, if I become a burden to you, I will bite my tongue and kill myself. She said sincerely, let me go with you, just this once. Sangwoo looked at her appearance and felt a little worried, what's wrong with her? But in the end, it's hard for a hero to pass the beauty test. He helplessly turned his head and said in a reluctant voice, then you can't do anything without my instructions, understand? Yuhyun was a little surprised when he didn't chase her away, she happily said, thank you very much, but before she could finish her words, a loud explosion suddenly came from behind her. Immediately after that, a monster with sharp teeth suddenly jumped out from the ground, seemingly wanting to attack these two outsiders. Sangwoo immediately pushed Yuhe back. Damn it, run away. Yuhe also knew her limits, so she immediately agreed. But before she could run away, she saw a red shadow from the sky rushing straight towards the monster. Just a second later, blood splattered everywhere and the monster suddenly collapsed. Sangwoo saw these familiar movements and a voice that made him stunned on the spot, a new discovery. The man in red said excitedly, if you feed the sandworm, you can ride it for quite a long distance. When you feel it starting to go in the wrong direction, just poke it. Oh, Sangwoo. If he didn't look, he would be surprised. This was none other than the old raven he met earlier. Yuhe was also very surprised. An S-rank hunter. We are really lucky. Raven saw him and greeted him warmly. We meet again, how nice. But Sangwoo couldn't help but laugh when he saw his face. You're such a liar. You said you'd find the elixir. You said you were on schedule. That's why I refused the blessing. He let out a long sigh that made Raven flustered. Oh, calm down. Of course we'll find the elixir, he said, but it's not an easy thing to find. Arya's been working day and night to find it. Then why are you here? He asked. Raven replied calmly, I'm stopping these bastards from coming out of the monster's lair. It's my job to make a living. Sangwoo looked at the big worms. Did these guys all come out of the monster's lair? He frowned and said, I was also planning to go there. Raven was surprised to hear that. He judged, if it were you, then it would probably be fine, but you should also be careful because that place is quite dangerous. He kindly reminded him, I heard it's not just quite, but extremely dangerous. Raven didn't hide it anymore. That place was a completely different world, ruled by the strongest. It was a place where there was only one rule of life, the strong survive and the weak die. Yuhe stood to the side, a bit stunned. How could this idiot befriend an S-rank hunter? The wonderful friendship between the two of them, Yuhe couldn't understand it. She just saw Raven shaking her head and saying, how nostalgic, there was a time when we went in there to practice. Sangwoo was curious when he heard that. So what rank did these sandworms have in that cave? Raven glanced over. These sandworms, I told you, I came here to stop them from getting out. His voice suddenly turned cold. These mice were not even qualified to be in the cave ecosystem. Just consider them the bottom of the food chain for ease of understanding. Sangwoo and Yuhe looked at these sandworms as big as several buildings combined. It seemed like the next path they had to take would be difficult. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Lucas was continuously washing his hands. He had been repeating this action for a while now. Anyone who paid a little attention would know that he was not concentrating. He was probably still stuck at the moment the prophecy was given. At that time, that person told him, Lucas, don't give up, salvation will come. He smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart, thinking that this prophecy would be the same as the previous ones. How long has it been since I've received so many unexpected things? His face darkened. There were too many variables. The awakening program, the 7 deadly sins, Lucas muttered. There was also the academy, the elixir, and Jung Sangwoo. He turned off the faucet and placed his hands helplessly on the sink, trying to support his already exhausted body. But in the end he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. I thought it was just a little deviation, but now I don't know what to do. Zinstein, what the hell have you done? But on Sangwoo's side, the situation wasn't much better. The atmosphere had changed. Sangwoo sensitively grasped that the place he was entering was filled with deathly aura. He even saw dry skeletons hanging precariously on the cliffs. Yuhyun looked at the surrounding situation and became even more scared. Was this place a monster's lair? Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, bringing an unpleasant smell that made Yuhe cover her nose. The smell was too fishy. Sangwoo gently explained that it was the smell of blood. He looked closely and saw 2 monsters eating flesh ahead. One was a weaker monster. The smell of blood was coming from them. And it seemed like they also sensed his presence. They turned their heads and looked at him with wild eyes. Then immediately they let out ear-piercing screams as they charged towards him. Sangwoo also immediately summoned his clones. Well, why do the monsters above look so strange? But no matter what they are, as long as they are the ones who want to get in your way, there will only be one outcome. He slowly drew his sword, his eyes sharp as he looked at the monsters, to see where he stood in this food chain. The monsters saw people coming and immediately rushed towards him at terrifying speed. Sangwoo just calmly approached and prepared to fight. But when he raised his sword to slash the monster, he suddenly stopped. He remembered his teacher, Jung Sangwoo's reminder that he would have to learn magic. Thinking of this, he frowned. It seemed like he had to use the skill in the system. Then he condensed the mana in his entire body and concentrated it in his hand, to try it out. Immediately, mana turned into a small ball in his hand. Sangwoo was about to use the fireball skill, but before he could do it, another clone of his swung a magical flame that was many times stronger than his fireball. Just a little bit burned the monster. Sangwoo saw the scene of the monster screaming in pain in the magical flames and froze. Before he could do anything else, the prey had already reincarnated. Damn it, he had to find another one. So as soon as the other 2 monsters rushed towards him, he felt that the time had come to practice his magic, so he immediately chanted the spell to activate the ice stone. But the moment his ice touched the monster's outer scales, it melted away because another clone activated ice transformation, not only freezing the monsters but also conveniently blowing his ice attack into nothingness. Sangwoo couldn't hold it in anymore. The handsome man sadly shed tears of pain. You guys don't want me to use magic, right? He swung his sword and punched 3 times, successfully cutting them into pieces. If you can't use magic, I'll use physics to kill you. Yuhyun, who was hiding behind a rock, saw this scene and gasped, in shock. Her eyes widened as she looked at Sangwoo's figure and couldn't stop exclaiming, "This bastard, has he gotten stronger again?" She frowned and thought, but what was that skill? It looked strange. Sangwoo, after finishing off the monsters, looked at his clones. Hey guys, Sangwoo's sudden call made them stand up straight in surprise. They didn't know where they had offended this ancestor. But contrary to their thoughts, they only saw Sangwoo kneeling down. He sincerely bowed to the other clones. "From now on you are my masters. Teach me how to use that skill." Seeing this, the other clones were excited to teach him magic, just creating a simple fireball. First, transfer and gather mana into a sphere, maintain that state and surround it with fire, while continuously transferring mana. The clone practiced while doing it to make it easier for him to understand. He had to continuously transfer mana into the core of the sphere. That way, the fire created by reacting to external forces would not be extinguished. Sangwoo couldn't keep up with the progress, causing the ball in his hand to flicker and go out as soon as it flared up. He quickly added more mana and said, "Sorry." Seeing this, the clone slowly asked him, "Do you want to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? Sangwoo heard that and confidently puffed out his chest. If he were to give a comment, it would definitely be extremely harsh, about 8 points. Before he could even say these words, the clone had already shot him straight in the face. He hadn't even finished the fireball yet and he was asking for 8 points? Sangwoo received the hit and covered his face in surprise. What's wrong with being a little confident? The clone got bored and didn't even bother looking at him anymore and continued the lecture. The mana was cut off. Now I'll explain it again. Sangwoo, after spending some time with the clones, returned to find his teacher. "Hey, you call yourself a magician, teach me magic." Zinstein looked at him with a puzzled look. "I was going to do that too, but I had your clones teach you before. I thought you liked learning from them, but it seems things didn't go well." Sangwoo's face was now swollen like a pig's head from being beaten. His eyes looked at him with resentment. "Tell me." Zinstein was speechless. "Don't try to imitate his clones. Their mana control ability was much more skillful than his." Sangwoo painfully stroked his cheek. "I thought they were good teachers, but unexpectedly adaptive skills were no help." Hearing that, he fell into thought. "I know you're in a hurry, but the skill's power is still weak right now, but there's still a way to activate it." With his experienced eyes, he could see Sangwoo's thoughts in just a moment. He must be very worried about things like what if he can't summon any clones. Sangwoo bowed his head a little guilty at this moment. "I tried to take back number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins but failed already." He recalled that he was in the warehouse with no one at that time. As long as the 7 deadly sins fragments weren't here, it would be fine. If he could temporarily retrieve no one and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, it would be easier to use the skill, right? But before he could make a move, the sharp number 1 was able to control his restless hands. Then, no one's cold voice rang out. "Sorry, but that won't do." No one looked at him with disdain. Who taught him that trick? Sangwoo looked at his hands that were clenched tightly and silently shed a tear. Zinstein was also a little surprised. Who would have thought that the 7 deadly sins would react? He sighed softly. "All right, I will teach you magic." Sangwoo's eyes lit up when he realized what he was doing. "Don't worry, I'll study seriously. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Then take off all your clothes." "What the hell are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Yin was constantly observing every move of Sangwoo's body outside. Seeing him sitting cross-legged in meditation since a while ago, feeling a bit confused. What is he doing? Is he angry because he got slapped by his clone? Suddenly he opened his eyes, making Yin jump. He's awake. But what was even more startling was that he suddenly took off all his clothes. Seeing him about to take off his underwear, she quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment. "You crazy guy, what are you doing?" Sangwoo also explained helplessly. "This was all my teacher's will." Of course Yin didn't believe it because what teacher would ask their student to take off his clothes in broad daylight like this? What nonsense are you talking about? Unfortunately, she had never met Zinstein before, so she didn't know how strange his teachings were. Becoming one with nature, that was the first step to controlling mana. Sangwoo was surprised to hear that. "Huh? But I know how to control mana without a system." Zinstein was a little silent when he heard that. "Oh, then get dressed." Sangwoo grabbed his clothes and was about to go crazy. "You bastard, I'll slap the yellow card in your face right now." Hyun saw him put on his clothes and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Jung Sangwoo, this damn guy, he scared the hell out of me. I wonder what he's thinking. Should I tell him everything?" But at the headquarters right now, there was someone even crazier than Sangwoo. What was going on? Jung Sangwoo, he said he wasn't interested in becoming an S rank. He slammed the table in anger. He even refused our offer. So why did he go to the monster cave in Africa? Haesong heard that and leisurely replied, "Isn't that good? We want him there anyway." After saying that, he threw out a pile of documents. "Contact the people on this list." The person sitting opposite him saw this and opened it up, a little confused. This thing. After reading it, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak, and his hands holding the book trembled unconsciously. His eyes showed disbelief. "This is an assassin organization, don't tell me." Haesong just gave a sinister smile. "It's good to be careful. I like to gamble, but I like a predetermined game even more." Sangwoo was still unaware that he had been set up by someone else. He was still struggling with the monsters in the African cave. But instead of using the sword, he tried to use magic more. Zinstein gently guided him, holding the magic circle steady. Sangwoo poured more mana into the magic circle. "I know. He saw this and said with satisfaction, the magic circle was a form of warning for him, like a locator reminding him that mana would change in this way, to prevent him from forgetting. Sangwoo said loudly after having difficulty dodging the monster's surprise attack, I told you I know. But then the magic ring suddenly went out, making him even more frustrated. It was cut off again. Maintaining his magic power while avoiding monsters was a bit difficult for him, so when the bracelet disappeared, Sangwoo was so angry that he sent the monsters flying to heaven. Zinstein could only sigh helplessly. The gap in physical strength between him and that monster was too great. He couldn't continue training like this. Go deeper. Sangwoo thought so too. He was about to go deeper when suddenly a sharp dart came flying straight at his head from behind. Sangwoo immediately became alert and quickly activated his shield, but it was too late as the dart had already passed through his first line of defense. Zinstein saw this and spoke up worriedly, Jung Sangwoo. But at this moment, behind them, at some point, mysterious assassins appeared. I've dealt with him, report to the leader. These are all members of the Blue Rose Assassin Group, member number 11 and 12. 12 saw this and said disdainfully, an S-Class candidate he's not that great, we can kill him too easily. But they didn't know that Sangwoo was still alive. They only saw that when the dart flew at him, he activated his clone skill, sending out a clone to block the attack. He had already reached the other two in a flash. With just one move, he had blown up the mountain they were hiding in. He clenched his fists, his eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked at them. Who are you? Numbers 11 and 12 were no weaklings either. They quickly escaped his attack. He's tougher than he looks. Number 11 just responded lightly. As expected, it would be boring if he died quickly. The clone also walked over lightly. Are you guys crazy? Throwing darts at other people's heads like that again? I will pay you back with all my might. On the other hand, Yin was also having a headache. She looked at the pot of noodles in front of her and pondered, how many packets of noodles should I give her? Number 1 quickly spoke up, 5 packets. Yuhyun was surprised to see him take out another pack of noodles. How convenient, when did you bring it? Number 1 happily shared the noodles with her. I brought everything I needed for camping. She happily took the package of noodles. She wondered why Jung Sangwoo wasn't home yet. He said he would be home before mealtime. Another clone looked at Sangwoo as he left, his eyes slightly worried. It seemed like he was busy. It was true that Sangwoo was quite busy beating up other people, because those two assassins were no match for him at all. He looked at them coldly. Any more tricks? All gone? Number 11 looked at the situation where number 12 had just been stabbed by Sangwoo and gritted his teeth in anger. What a bastard. He shouted loudly, why didn't you use your skills just now? Are you looking down on us? Sangwoo felt a little guilty when he heard that. He had no skills and couldn't even control the magic circle. Number 11 saw that he was silent and became even angrier. How dare you look down on us like that? He took out 6 more darts, furiously rushed towards him and shouted, you will regret it. But Sangwoo was not in a hurry. He gently waved his hand. Using terrifying speed, he grabbed his face. Then a magic circle appeared in his palm. He looked at him coldly. Do you really want me to use my skills to kill you? But when Sangwoo swung the magic circle towards him, it disappeared due to the irregular amount of mana he supplied to it. Zinstein sighed when he saw this. Even Sangwoo was embarrassed and speechless when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, the assassin didn't know this. He just looked at him trembling. I'm dead for sure. His eyes grew even more fearful. If he had used that skill, I would have died long ago, but he spared me? Of course not. If he had paid attention, he would have seen Sangwoo's face, now black, looking at the spot where the magic circle had disappeared. How embarrassing. He didn't know that he was still moved because Sangwoo was going easy on him. The difference between us is that big. He cried even louder as he spoke. Are we not even worth your skill? Sangwoo was speechless when he saw this crybaby. However, since number 11 thought so well of him, he didn't mind adding a little more color. Sangwoo smiled meanly. Now I know. He left coldly, his long dress fluttering behind him, making him even more mysterious. You are really that weak, not worthy of witnessing my skills, as weak as a snail. Then he continued to fight monsters, just one man and one sword, but he had leveled the entire area around Uyeon's camp. After a while of killing, he tried to open the magic circle again, but not long after the magic circle disappeared again. Zinstein spoke up. You gave up on training your skills. You've been killing them with instinct all this time. Sangwoo sighed upon hearing that. No, I'm trying my best. He looked at the corpses of the monsters and thought, it seemed like he was wrong. It felt like the monsters had gotten stronger. Zinstein heard that and encouraged him, saying that more importantly, his monster-eating skills were truly amazing. He was getting stronger just by hunting monsters. Sangwoo tried to mobilize the ever-growing mana source in his body, and there was no denying it, that was true. But after a while he sighed again. The higher the stats, the harder it is to raise them, and we'll have to hunt stronger monsters. Zinstein scolded him with a bit of amusement. His stats were just enough. Be satisfied. Sangwoo was about to say something, but a familiar aura came over him. He swung his sword again, his eyes filled with helplessness, looking away. This is why I caught all those monsters. He looked up and saw that number 11 and his friends had caught up, and smiled. I always have opponents watching my training. Number 11 saw that he was exposed and stopped hiding. Jung Sangwoo, we have come to pay back the humiliation you suffered yesterday. Let's see if you can fight without using skills this time. His comrades saw this arrogant appearance and wanted to slash him. Shut up, number 11, you should be ashamed of yourself, and after being scolded, number 11 obediently put down his lamp. Okay. His new teammate was very strong, so he didn't dare to argue back, and without saying much, he immediately attacked Sangwoo. Sangwoo saw that and frowned slightly, quite quickly. He was furious that he dared to judge him like that, this arrogant bastard. Then a purple mist came out from his mouth. Sangwoo immediately realized it was poisonous mist and quickly activated the magic circle. He only saw that the smoke was immediately absorbed by the magic around him. The numbing feeling of the poison seeping into his body made him sigh. Damn, this is so refreshing. He got angry when he saw that you were not affected. Don't try to fool me. Then he activated the Great Earthquake skill, releasing magical power to destroy the designated target area. Immediately, giant cracks appeared on the ground around him. Sangwoo was a little surprised when he saw that. What happened? Number 11 saw that he was defeated and immediately rushed forward. There was an opening, activated the energy bomb skill to blow up an object. He waved his hand and threw a bomb. In the blink of an eye it blew up a section of the terrain, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. Number 11 now laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong you are, with my poison mist and energy bombs, but right after that, Sangwoo rushed out and threw a punch right at his face, causing him to fall to the ground. His companions couldn't hide their surprise when they saw this. At this speed, before he could finish speaking, he saw Sangwoo create a magic circle right in front of him. However, that circle quickly disappeared, causing Sangwoo to fall into deep thought once again. But rather die than lose face, he forced a smile. I guess this time you won't have the chance to see my skills. Hearing that, he felt extremely humiliated. You bastard, how dare you toy with us like that? Unfortunately, his life was not as tough as Sangwoo's fist. After that, the last person who knew the secret of his inability to control mana disappeared. But now it was morning. His clones were still guarding the campsite waiting for him to return. But as soon as she saw him come back, she woke up. Sangwoo saw that and laughed. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping? Yin gently rubbed her eyes. You're back? Sangwoo nodded gently. Have you been awake since then? Yin didn't answer but brought him a bowl of noodles. There's still ramen soup. Let me add some rice. Wait until it's hot before eating. Sangwoo sat down a little unnaturally. I'll take care of my own food. Hearing that, Uyeon's cheeks turned red, not knowing whether it was from embarrassment or anger. But you've done everything. At least let me do something. Sangwoo said nothing more and just silently watched her heat up the noodles for him. After a while, he spoke. What about you? Have you eaten yet? Yin answered while putting rice in the pot. I was planning on eating when you came back. Are 2 bowls enough? No, 3 bowls. On the other side of the valley, the assassins who fought him earlier were in big trouble. Sangwoo didn't kill them, but instead tied up 2 of them and threw them in the middle of the desert. Just this morning, Scorpion 30's assassins, Carrion Holder and File Dane saw this scene and were confused. Hey, wake up. Carrion Holder spoke up. I know your faces, number 11 and 10 of Blue Rose. I didn't expect to see you here. Numbers 11 and 10 were also startled when they saw these 2. You guys are Scorpion 30. Are you guys also chasing Jung Sangwoo? Holder frowned slightly when he heard that. Same goal. I don't like this kind of competition at all. File Dane beside him just waved his sword. So what? Blue Rose has failed. It's just us. Number 10 looked at their arrogant appearance and laughed. I guarantee you one thing. You won't even be able to see him use his skills. They didn't pay any attention to number 17's warning. Of course not, because he would die before he used it. Holder said in a sarcastic tone. File Dane also laughed heartily. Don't compare us to people like you. But after tasting Sangwoo's fist, they couldn't laugh anymore. We didn't even see a single skill of his. But Sangwoo at this moment only cared about the magic ring that had just been created and was about to disappear, speechless. It seems like I really don't feel it, he lamented sadly. Zinstein heard this and retorted, no, he was getting stronger. He explained slowly, being able to maintain the magic circle until the end of the battle was a good sign. Sangwoo looked at the bracelet on his hand. Well, thinking about it, it remained throughout the battle. I felt more at ease. He looked at the boy's magic circle that was becoming more stable and couldn't help but praise him. Assassins were definitely more useful in training than predictable monsters. It was a good decision to let them live. But then he fell into thought. Did you cause trouble? Those guys just now were from another association. Sangwoo felt wronged. I want to know why two associations. He sighed. Even if he asked, they probably wouldn't answer. Number 1 and 2, we're going deeper, so tell Kim Yin to wake up. Sangwoo took back the magic circle, feeling a bit sad. He wondered if the assassins would bother him again after this incident. You will soon find out, because the next morning, while you were happily saying hello to the world, good morning, your foot stepped on a hidden bomb. Then boom, the surrounding rocks exploded into dust, showing how powerful this bomb was. A girl with blue-gray hair arrogantly said into the walkie-talkie, he died without a trace, we won't let another bastard steal this mission. But before she could even rejoice, Sangwoo furiously rushed out and punched her. This punch, when combined with magic, had several times the explosive power of the explosion she brought. It was truly a return for one. The next day, while he was out fighting monsters, he was attacked by a clump of vines. The other 2 assassins saw this and rushed forward. We, the Silent Crows, will take your head. So 2 more lucky guys who received a punch from him happily went up to the scoreboard. As time passed, more and more assassins attacked with more deadly skills, the most impressive being the lightning skill of a certain golden head. One of his strikes filled the surrounding air with lightning, which looked very powerful. So Sangwoo also gave him a favor and gave him a flick on the forehead. Before he could understand what happened, he went to receive a lunchbox from the director. Thanks to them, Jung Sangwoo's ability to resist multiple opponents had increased significantly, and also, during this process, his magical skills were slowly increasing. He looked at the magic circle that was still there and said happily, he didn't even need to use his hands to maintain the magic circle, but he still couldn't activate it, making him frustrated and scream at the sky. What use was that? Damn it. At this time, Yin was having another nightmare, only to see a woman calling her name in her dream. Gently as a whisper, Yin, don't tell anyone else about this, okay? I've never told anyone else. Hyun in the dream was still a little girl. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the woman in front of her suspiciously, Mom. But her mother was like a madwoman right now, screaming nonstop, but those bastards betrayed me. Why won't anyone listen to me? I saw it all. This scene made her worried. Mom, are you okay? What about here? When her mother turned around, she saw only a hideous face with a terrifying mouth wide open. So what? She looked at that face and was so scared that she burst into tears. She woke up with her eyes wide open like a lost soul. Sangwoo beside her heard her screaming and asked, did you have a nightmare? Say something. She turned around and saw his cold face like the king of hell, then looked at him blankly. Who are you? In the African desert, the assassins who failed to assassinate Sangwoo gathered together. One of them angrily cursed, what a bastard. The Vine user sneered at this. There he was again. How many times had this guy tried? Probably his fourth. Someone asked him, hey, did that Jung Sangwoo guy use any skills? But he just kept quiet. Everyone saw that and understood. The Vine narrowed its eyes dangerously. Well, that might be it. He glanced over each assassin one by one. Everyone here was defeated in a pure hand-to-hand combat. We can't see any of his skills at our level. I believe it would be pointless to continue accepting commissions like this. Hearing this, everyone suddenly fell into deep thought. The blue-haired girl who had previously bombed Sangwoo spoke up indignantly. I haven't even met that guy's clone yet. This is the power of an S rank. Suddenly one of them spoke up. What about this? We will all form a short-term alliance and fight under the name Jung Sangwoo. This idea was said by the golden-headed Thunderbolt. Everyone around heard it and looked at him silently. He continued speaking. I don't know how much they promised to pay you guys if you succeed, but I think it can be compared to a fortune. It's definitely not small. We can divide it fairly and then go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster. There were quite a few people who were tempted. The reward was definitely worth 10 times more than a normal commission, so if everyone split it, there would still be a lot of money left. Wouldn't that be a good idea? The blue-haired girl even picked up her phone, preparing to report the plan. Wait, we should contact the headquarters first. But not everyone supports this plan because there is one person who has spoken out against it. You guys are a bunch of useless trash. The words made the surrounding assassins angry. What? Who just said that? I only saw number 10 looking at them coldly. Are you angry because I said that? You don't even have the right to be angry. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. What reason are you all gathering here and talking nonsense? Do you think you guys are still alive because Sangwoo is weak? No one dared to speak up because the losers here knew best how strong Sangwoo was. Then he said, until now, I have completed countless missions. Many people have screamed resentfully at the assassin who came to kill them. I certainly do not try to avoid that resentment, because that is what I must do. He stood up, his face showing exhaustion, but instead of being indignant, he spared the lives of the assassins who had come to take his life, each and every one of you gathered here. He looked at the confused and embarrassed faces of the assassins around him, sighed, and left. I may act in the dark, but I still have faith in my pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like you. Number 11 and 12 saw this and hurriedly followed, waiting for us. Everyone fell into deep thought. Thinking back, Jung Sangwoo had also saved 2 of us. Holder thought for a moment and then asked number 10, so what are you planning? Number 10. A moment later, he heard number 10's reply, I will make Jung Sangwoo use his skill at least once for this last try. His eyes flashed with danger, and then. Sangwoo didn't know their plan. He was thinking about the assassination. I was wondering if it was my problem since this wasn't the first time, so I wondered if this was the plan of that guy called Master? But considering there was no news from the academy, it didn't seem like it. He sighed softly. Besides, there are too many assassins here. Should I say this? It's like they're telling me that we'll definitely bury you here. Yuhyun couldn't help but sigh when she heard what he said. I didn't expect you to be attacked like that. Sangwoo frowned and thought. President Park Wante had once told me that Haesong and President Byung-hun were the 2 people who opposed me becoming the S rank. He calmly told me everything, and it was those 2 who tried to push me to this hellish place. Even if they didn't try to force me, I would still have come here. Suddenly you realized something? Kim Yin. I clearly remember that the first time he mentioned this cave to me you had an extremely hateful expression, but now you forced yourself to follow me to this place. Could it have something to do with this group of assassins? Yuhyun heard him say that and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her face, but Sangwoo had no intention of stopping. Tell me, what is the relationship between you and Haesong? Her lips moved for a long time, as if trying to muster up the courage to tell him, I am a hunter. But before she could finish her sentence, Sangwoo interrupted. That's what I wanted to hear and wanted an explanation, but after he finished speaking, he slashed forward, his eyes showing coldness. He told her, but I don't think I can listen to his explanation now. Then he summoned 2 clones. Yin also felt something was wrong and retreated. Sangwoo looked at the clones, number 1 and number 2, bringing Kim Yin to safety. What about you? Sangwoo replied lightly, I don't need backup. But when he looked forward, his eyes were a little dazed. Wait, I think I need a little help. Because before his eyes now were a series of familiar shadows that made him fall into silence. Number 10 was the first to speak. Jung Sangwoo, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet like this. Zinstein suddenly spoke up. Do you want to practice as if this were a real match? Sangwoo was speechless. Just kidding, I tend to prefer safer environments. But obviously he couldn't control this because in the blink of an eye the assassins rushed up. They shouted madly, today, we must see your skills. But the sharp Sangwoo immediately realized something was wrong, seeing how they were running at such high speeds without scattering any sand like this. Then he swung his sword, and the shadows disappeared. As expected, they were all illusions. He frowned slightly, right? It would be a big problem if they all disappeared, but right behind him, an assassin appeared. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Sangwoo suddenly turned around and used his hand to strangle him. How dare you? Suddenly a bullet from afar hit his hand, making him startled and throw the assassin away. But somewhere in the corner, Scorpion 30's holder was pointing a gun at his head. Use your skills, Jung Sangwoo. Seeing that, he quickly stepped back. This bastard. Zinstein immediately comforted him. Calm down, Jung Sangwoo. But as soon as he stepped back, he stepped on the blue-haired girl's booby trap. A loud explosion rang out, completely irritating him. Sangwoo jumped up in frustration. How could I be calm in this situation? Zinstein explained gently. He had completed all the preparations to use magic. He continued, but I have been searching for the reason why he failed to activate it. He was still using the system's hidden method. He paused here for a moment. Just as he thought the activation was complete, he also unintentionally stopped controlling his mana. Sangwoo was surprised when he heard that. I did that. Then he understood something. His eyes looking at the assassins became a bit more determined. But they didn't realize his feelings. At this moment number 10 was still confidently rushing in front of him. You still underestimate us. Sangwoo quickly used his sword to block and heard his teacher say that activating magic is not the end. Mana manipulation must be maintained continuously. Think about it. He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes deep. You are using the subspace skill. It requires quite a bit of maintenance, right? Sangwoo was startled when he heard that. But he didn't have time to think about it because of the assassin's continuous attacks. Use your skills, Jung Sangwoo. They distracted him, damn it. But every time you get angry, your swearing skills will unconsciously burst out. Do you know what? But this time he didn't even have time to say anything before another guy attacked him from behind. Luckily, he immediately activated his magic shield to block his attack. Unfortunately, his magic was still unstable. Sangwoo tried to remember his teacher's teachings. It didn't end after activation like the system. He had to continue to maintain it. But in just this 1 second of distraction, by the time he regained his composure with the battle, dozens of weapons were already flying towards him. These assassins really have no humanity. The battlefield around him has been turned into a wasteland by them. But they still didn't give up. Number 11 saw him flying out of the attack and became even more agitated. You bastard, you still won't use your skills. At this rate you will really die. Sangwoo was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't you come here to kill me? He cursed and suddenly realized something in his heart. That's right, it's just like what he did with the subspace skill. He found the exit to the magic maze and thought frantically. There was a reason why the secondary skill was not affected by system intervention. The assassins saw him standing still and rushed forward, their attacks interrupting his train of thought. They screamed, if you don't use them until the very end, this will be your end. Then they rushed in, each trying to land their fatal blows, but they didn't realize that Sangwoo was eerily quiet at this moment. Since he had figured out how to maintain his magic, activation and maintenance didn't need to be done separately, he had to maintain and activate at the same time. As he thought, he poured all his mana into the magic circle, causing it to expand many times larger. A magical fire suddenly flared up, burning all who dared to come near its master. The assassins just rushed up and screamed miserably, it was so hot. And Sangwoo was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing, and finally, he looked at the magic flame in his hand and felt even happier. He had finally succeeded. Suddenly he felt like he forgot something, until he remembered that he was still in battle. He saw that all the assassins had knelt down. He asked in confusion, what are you guys doing? You don't know that the people here just made a huge decision because number 17 said before, I still have my own faith and pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like you guys. He told the other losers, I will make Jung Sangwoo use his skill at least once in this last try, and then I will come under his command. And now he actually did what he said. He looked at Sangwoo with a determined gaze. Everyone here will follow in your footsteps. Sangwoo was surprised to hear that. What, you're telling me to accept money killers like you? He turned around and raised his middle finger at them. What a silly joke, but I'll still let you go, because I'm in a pretty good mood right now, so get out of my sight. He interrupted, we are not the last group of assassins. Number 10 tried to threaten. I don't think we are the only assassins trying to take your life, right? Sangwoo glared at him in frustration. Then, number 10 convinced him once more, we are better assassins than anyone else. In return we will handle those matters for you in the future, since you have mercifully spared our lives. Use us however you wish. Sangwoo looked silent at his thoughts. Please lead us. The winds of desolation blew across the battlefield. Number 10 waited for Sangwoo's answer. After a while, Sangwoo resolutely replied, if you want to work with me, you must be qualified first. Number 12 thought he heard wrong, so he asked number 11 again, what was he talking about? I don't know. Holder reminded number 10, hey number 10, even if the people here return like this, their lives cannot be guaranteed because the commission they received failed. That's why everyone accepted your proposal. What are you going to do now? No, 10 is not surprised to be rejected. If he says we have to be qualified, then we just do it. Those chasing Sangwoo are also very worried, but choosing to work for him is the right decision. We will have the opportunity to live as real humans. No, 11 was unwilling, senior, but we finally succeeded in making him show us his skills through cooperation. But this isn't any different from the original plan of forming an alliance to attack him, right? Number 10 didn't answer him. The blonde guy was stunned and wondered, yeah, that's true, so we're fine with forming an alliance to make him use his skills. Then where did the assassin who said he wouldn't join the dirty alliance go? Number 10 suddenly laughed, that's why we are assassins. They left realizing a truth, because we're all fools, there's no doubt about it. Sangwoo was so hungry that he slurped his noodles without stopping, so. Yuhyun asked in surprise, so you let them go? Sangwoo answered honestly, I can't tell them, I spared their lives just to practice magic, I understand that, but. He pursed his lips and calmly said, everything is as I planned. Yuhyun is now very worried, not knowing what will happen to them next. The ones who entrusted them are Haesong and Byunghun. But Sangwoo still had some questions. Considering my relationship with Haesong, it didn't surprise me too much, but I still wanted to know the exact reason. In the quiet air Yuhyun pondered, if he came here as an assassin then, he would have been finished long ago. The problem wasn't him, but this place. The wind blew through the ice trays, creating an eerie howling sound. This was the site of Korea's largest ever disaster. Before the disaster happened, a woman holding a baby in her arms, I will return later, you know safety comes first, right? The one who awakened before the disaster. C-rank hunter Yoon Ji-hyun, we will also follow. The man took off his hat in a farewell gesture. Of course, he would never die and leave his cute child behind. The awakened one before the disaster, a rank hunter Kim Junhyuk. He put the hat on his daughter. Of course, he was talking about Yuhyun. The family waved goodbye to each other for the last time. Anyway, you have to listen to your mother. Both my father and mother are awakened people. They were the ones who awakened before the disaster. At that time, awakened people were not as common as they are now, and monsters were constantly pouring out. The world made a rule. Form a task force of powerful hunters. They are sent to different countries and deal with things that could pose a global threat. That was how the famous hunters at that time, including my father, formed a team. The tactic was successful, because the team consisted of elite hunters. The number of casualties was kept to a minimum. And their power can be focused on one point, so it's easy to quickly deal with monsters. Accordingly, they easily clear the area around the gate and set up bases to stabilize them. Most of the hunting grounds you see today were created back then. Everything was going smoothly, until that accident happened. In the distance, there were silhouettes of several people approaching this desolate place. Whoever named this place the monster's lair was right. Junhyuk looked annoyed. The smell of blood was too thick. The two teammates, after walking a long distance, wondered how far we had come. We will reach the center soon. Haesong, a rank hunter special force. Byunghun, a rank hunter special force. There were also two people stopping to rest nearby. No matter how many times he looked, there were still not enough people. Why didn't they send more people? A rank hunter special force is Hyunhee. A rank hunter special force is Wangyang. If they send half-assed guys, it will only hinder us. The blue-haired girl was also curious because there were few hunters assigned to this mission, and there were quite a few other candidates. Suddenly underground, creatures emerged to attack people, enemies, coming from underground. The monsters shoot energy from their mouths to attack. One Hyunhee pulled out her whip and prepared to fight. Seriously, they kept coming. She swung her whip and cut the monster in half. They let out a horrible groan of pain and fell down. Before he could regain his composure, something huge appeared from underground. This monster was 100 times bigger than the previous ones, with a very strange shape. Everyone was surprised to see this thing here. This monster is so big, I think it's a level. Gu Jiamha went first. She used her skill of chains to bind the monster. I will bind it first. When he got it under control, it was Byunghun's turn. He charged forward and threw a punch directly at the monster. Haesong used his skill to control the surrounding rocks. Damn earthworms. Giant rocks flew into the air and then fell straight down. The monster took all the attacks but still suffered little damage. Hyunhee and Wangyang stood watching the situation. That earthworm is quite tough, don't worry. Junhyuk jumped up and gathered mana at his fingertips into a glowing red sphere. We have someone good at breaking things like this, right? He landed on top of the monster and released mana right on top of its head. The huge explosion to the head made the monster's head explode. Junhyuk jumped down from the monster to avoid the explosion. No matter how hard your shell is, it's still the end once your insides are destroyed, you damn earthworm. Hyunhee created a protective barrier around herself to avoid the exploding monster's blood from staining her. As expected, he was strong. Rumors about him didn't spread without reason. Someone heard some rumors about Junhyuk. I heard about you being nominated to be the next S-rank hunter. Did that get out? Junhyuk doesn't care much about it, but everyone finds it interesting. I'm not interested in it, because it just makes me busier. Just kidding. I want to beat him right now. Isn't that something to celebrate? Haesong's face darkened when he saw Junhyuk's indifferent attitude, because he would become the first S-rank hunter in Korea. Junhyuk honestly spoke his mind. I just want them to give me a bunch of money, so I can retire before I turn 40. Suddenly behind everyone appeared a black shadow passing by at extremely fast speed. Hyunhee swung her whip around warily. It was another monster. It was fast. Her whip tied the monster up. Hyunhee is very confident in her abilities, but it will all be over once I catch it. She poured mana into the whip and tightened it. The whip was still pulled taut, but the monster had already attacked her before she knew it. Its attack went straight through her chest, creating a hole right at her heart, killing her on the spot. Hyunhee clenched the whip in her hand, also surprised. Its blow pierced her chest, killing her on the spot. Jiamha was terrified when she witnessed that terrifying power. Sister Hyunhee. Jiamha rushed towards Hyunhee and shouted, no. Byung-hun didn't hesitate to charge forward and punch the monster straight in the face. Take her to get treatment right away. That blow was like scratching an itch. The monster was so close to his face that he immediately realized that this bastard, whether physical attacks or poison, had no effect on him. The monster grabbed Byung-hun's wrist hard, then gently threw him away. Jiamha saw that it was letting its guard down, so she controlled the chains binding it and stopped it. Haesong and Wangyang jumped up high and attacked immediately. Huge rocks flew towards the monster, accompanied by powerful lightning bolts. The monster easily broke out of the siege, destroying everything around it. Junhyuk also rushed forward, wanting to release mana to blow up the monster. But he was like mud absorbing all his blows. Any part of his body that was destroyed was instantly restored to its original state. Wangyang was terrified by the monster's extraordinary abilities. Such a powerful attack had no effect. It was as if his body was gradually adapting to our skills. The monster swung its arm and slashed at Junhyuk with lightning speed. He struggled to retreat and dodge the attack. Impossible. How could an A-rank team be wiped out so quickly? This guy. The monster stood tall in the middle of the battle without suffering a single injury. It was definitely not an A-class monster. Everyone is injured now. Everyone, please spread out. Junhyuk gathered the destructive mana in his palm and instructed everyone. We will gather at the temporary campsite we set up 2 days ago. At this rate, we will all die. Junhyuk released mana onto the ground. The area immediately exploded, smoke and dust filling the air. Everyone, we must prioritize saving our lives. Haesong dragged his tired feet away from the battle. The scene just now had scared him to death. He could have died. He secretly felt lucky that he had escaped death, if that thing hadn't turned to attack Wangyang beside him. No sooner had peace come than a monster flew out from behind him. As if knowing his fate, Haesong said in despair, he still hopes to one day become the strongest hunter. The monster's long claws were about to pounce on him, ready to tear him apart, but it seemed that this was the end of it. Just then, a mana ball shot out from somewhere to block those claws. The explosion forced Haesong to retreat. The monster's claws also instantly turned into shields to block the explosion. Behind there was a shadow of a person approaching. Haesong was still in pain from the aftershock. The other person asked, Haesong, are you okay? Why are you here? Junhyuk returned the favor by stuffing his hands into his pockets. Was that his way of thanking me for saving him? Elsewhere, Hyunhee's body was lying on the ground, with the sound of crying echoing beside her, Hyunhee's sister. Jiamha knelt down and cried miserably. I never thought we would have to say goodbye like this. Byung-hun beside him was checking his wound. Jiamha approached and asked kindly, I'm sorry, you must be in pain. I'll heal you. I think you should heal your leg first. But Jiamha still went forward to use healing magic on Byung-hun. He was secretly terrified. This life of his, even before awakening, was all about fighting, and yet just now he was completely overwhelmed. Suddenly a bird-legged monster appeared near them. It went around looking for prey. Byung-hun and Jiamha were hiding behind the rock, not daring to breathe heavily. The two of them secretly observed the monster. Thinking about Hyunhee's death, they knew very well that they couldn't win. Horror welled up inside Byung-hun. Everyone was going to die, and so was I. He remembered Wangyang's death when he was beheaded, like everyone else. Byung-hun was screaming in despair inside, I don't want to die. Panic took over his humanity, and he pushed Jiamha out. Jiamha was pushed unexpectedly and fell out, where he was discovered by the monster. Elsewhere, Junhyuk and Haesong were walking together, so why did that monster run away? I'm not sure, but I'm guessing. Haesong was surprised after hearing Junhyuk's hypothesis. It always targeted the easiest prey. Junhyuk continued to speak his judgment. The two people who were attacked were both mid-range and long-range attackers. Furthermore, it had not completely defeated Byung-hun. His fists trembled with anger. They were both skilled warriors. Haesong still wondered, why did you follow me? Junhyuk replied naturally, I told you. It seems like he usually attacks hunters who aren't melee fighters. Hunter Byung-hun and Jiamha were on the same path, so the possibility of him attacking him was quite high. Furthermore, The answer was like a strong blow to Haesong's head. He had a child. Junhyuk walked ahead and said leisurely, I heard there are two of them. Their name is Junyoung, right? Having children will change a person's purpose in life. Haesong gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh. He was upset when he mentioned family. My goals have never changed in my life. Don't think that just because we have something in common like this, you can act understanding. He had not finished speaking when a terrible scream came from afar, no matter what anyone said to him. That scream was from Jiamha. She was fighting the monster alone. Run. She begged in vain, please, someone. Junhyuk jumped from afar and kicked the monster straight in the face. The tremendous force sent it flying away, crashing straight into the cliff. Jiamha panicked when she saw Junhyuk appear. Oh Junhyuk, why are you here alone? Jiamha said. Byung-hun took the opportunity to run away. That story. Junhyuk is furious that someone betrayed his teammate, Byung-hun. The monster on the other side was about to turn back to them. Junhyuk hurriedly carried Jiamha on his back. Climb up first. Focus on healing your leg first, alright. Junhyuk instructed Haesong, who was standing on the cliff behind him. Haesong, cover my back. Haesong was amazed by Junhyuk's extraordinary skill. He compressed and decomposed the air to increase his movement speed. It was truly absurdly fast. He used his skill to lift the rocks behind him and prepared to attack. I admit, Junhyuk, you are indeed strong. The monster charged towards Junhyuk, probably even stronger than me. The rocks were compressed by Haesong's efforts, and I probably would never be able to overcome them. He waved his hand and the rock flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The rock went straight through Jiamha and Junhyuk's body in amazement, if they didn't act now. Even when he was about to die, Junhyuk never expected that his death would come from his teammates. Haesong stood high above looking down. That monster always aimed for the easiest target, isn't that right? Don't worry. The prey right before the monster's eyes opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to tear Junhyuk and Jiamha apart. I will explain well to your family. In the distance, Byung-hun was running away in panic. Because he was so scared, he accidentally tripped and fell face down on the ground. The pain brought him back to his senses a little, remembering what he had done to Jiamha, me. Byung-hun stared at that sinful hand. What have I done? Someone walked up to him. Byung-hun was surprised to see the person who came, Haesong. Byung-hun asked worriedly, how are the others? Could it be that we are the only two survivors? Haesong is lying blatantly. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape, do you understand? What does that mean? Haesong exposed Byung-hun's fake face. I mean Gu Jiamha and Junhyuk too. The people he abandoned, all died to save us. Haesong knelt down on one knee, facing Byung-hun. I said this now because Yoon Ji-hyun would probably find out if we returned like this. We're on the same boat now. After hearing Yeon tell everything that happened 10 years ago, Sangwoo was surprised. Is that true? He asked Yeon. How did you know about that? Not me, but my mother. Her mother went crazy when she found out. She was stunned, holding her husband's portrait at the funeral, and that was the beginning of her downfall. Byung-hun held a press conference after returning. They were all heroes, especially Hunter Kim Junhyuk. He proved why he was nominated as the next S-Class craftsman, but tears poured down his face like rain, because the S-Class monsters there were too strong. The reporter also reported on TV, a tragedy had occurred, where 5 out of 7 heroes, the hopes of the world, not only Korea, died in a monster cave in West Africa. Especially among them, Hunter Junhyuk was known to have a family, so the government decided to express deep condolences and discuss the issue of compensation. Her mother heard the words on TV. She was very angry. The survivors of this tragedy, Hunter Haesong and Byung-hun, said that they would honor the noble deeds of those who sacrificed and would provide special support to the unfortunate, dishonest families. She held Yeon's hand tightly and questioned her. You don't believe that nonsense, do you? Yeon, right? Mom, it hurts. She cried in pain. Son, you must seek justice for him. Please tell your mother you will. Your father's body was left in the cold desert. Young Yeon still didn't understand the cruelty. He promised his mother that he would come back. She cried with her mother. Yes, mother. From there a seed of hatred was born in her. She will seek justice. From then on, my mother continued her one-person protest, saying that she would continue to spread the truth. However, due to the lack of evidence, people did not want her to ruin the atmosphere of the memorial service for the heroic sacrifice. Did Haesong and Byung-hun betray their comrades? She probably wanted to ask for more compensation. Who would believe that? And after 3 years passed, maybe because too many people called her crazy, she often hid in the corner and muttered, Yeon, this is a secret, this is a secret. Mother really went crazy, unable to bear it, she committed suicide, and then, on the anniversary of father's death. Yoo-hyun calmly recounted the past. I had to live alone on the streets, wandering around the streets. And then, after I grew up a little, I hid in the Silver Moon workshop to seek revenge. She remembered the first time they met while hunting monsters. Well, you probably know what happened next. Sangwoo saved her life. After hearing everything, Sangwoo became silent. Did that explain everything? The reason I had a hostile attitude towards Haesong. Sangwoo continued wandering in the desert. He remembered what Yeon said. I don't think she was lying. A person suddenly appeared on the cliff, interrupting his train of thought, but she left the most important detail for last. It seems like something is bothering you? He was surprised to see the person's face clearly. Raven, aren't you supposed to call me teacher now? Raven jumped down and landed near Sangwoo. Have you finished with the monsters in the suburbs? Okay, we've been around here for a few days now, haven't you noticed? I told my clones to only report hostile targets, so why are you lurking around here? Raven looked at him and replied calmly, of course, I did so because I couldn't let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be full of assassins, you know, and you're using them as targets? Sangwoo was a little annoyed by that attitude. You're just observing? Why should I step in when you're not in any real danger? Raven gathered mana into a magic circle. Anyway, I can't believe you're practicing magic. You're trying some cool stuff. Did Arya teach you? Sangwoo suddenly realized in surprise. That's right, Raven is from Tyburn, right? He also knows magic? He said honestly, dumbfounded, no, that's all I know. I'm glad you're good with a sword. So the two of them continued on their journey together. Anyway, it was good to be away from the system. There was a big difference between magic and the skill system. Would you like to follow me to a deeper place? At the headquarters, Byung-hun received a flood of failed mission notifications from the system. Did all the assassins fail? He was sweating profusely. It was okay. It was okay. It had been more than 18 years. There was no evidence left. Absolutely no evidence left. The ghost of Jiamha reappeared after decades of terror, interrupting his train of thought. What he had done, he had run away from. He was so scared that he fell to the ground, but he was actually alone there. After regaining his composure, Byung-hun gasped, how did things turn out like this? I simply controlled the disaster information as instructed and assassinated a 20-year-old kid. My stupid actions back then led to today. In the desert, Sangwoo is fighting monsters. Raven had a strange look on his face as he witnessed the skillful swordplay. What was that expression? He turned serious and asked, the sword technique just now, is that the Storm Messenger sword technique? I just do what my clone does. He sighed in frustration, that's not the way, your clone learned it and you didn't. Anyway, let's continue, he's really pissing me off. Sangwoo continued to practice swordsmanship using monsters. Am I doing it right? Controlling the flow of air with wrist movements? He swung his arm to cut off its head, but it didn't cut off. The shock of the sword made Sangwoo's hand tremble as well. Remember what I said? This is a good place to practice. The monster was now unaffected by those slashes. This was the land of evolution and adaptation. Its body healed all its wounds, preparing to fight again. If it couldn't change, it wouldn't be able to move forward. Raven reminded from the side, now it's your turn to use your magic. Try using fireball on them. Fireball? He gathered magic in his hand and approached the monster. Then jumped away to avoid the explosion. The monster's corpse was burning fiercely. It screamed in pain. Okay? Raven explained their evolution. You hunted most of the monsters with swords when you came here, right? The monsters in the center have evolved in a way that they have a higher resistance to hunters, predators, to be exact. The monsters nearby who witnessed the explosion quickly turned around and ran away. Because other species had been hunted down a lot by sword techniques, they had adapted and become resistant to physical attacks, but not fire. Raven quickly drew his sword. In other words, he could use magic to hunt them. He rushed forward and slashed extremely fast, cutting the monster's body in half. Sangwoo was surprised to see the ultimate sword technique with his own eyes, or to strike them down with an even stronger blow. Monsters whose slashes only left scratches. The rocks beside him were also split in two by the force of the slash. Isn't it convenient to have your goal right in front of you? My goal in life is to live a life where I can lie down, eat, and play comfortably, not something like this. At the JM branch, the office building was quiet. Number 10 knocked on the office door. An employee opened the door. Who are you? In front of the room all the assassins were standing there waiting. He was surprised to see this crowd. What was going on? Number 10 gets straight to the point. We came to get our degrees. We are the ones who walked the bloody path. The staff was stunned, not understanding what was going on. To get out of that path and regain his humanity. Are you here for an interview? Yes, then please come in. Yoo-hyun was grinding bone fragments into powder at the moment. She was preparing medicinal herbs. Elsewhere, Haesong was talking to a mysterious person. Hunter Haesong, do you know Hunter Yoon Ji-hyun? What do you think about the rumor that she betrayed Hunter Junhyuk that's been going around lately? It's ridiculous. Haesong smirked. Hunter Junhyuk is my benefactor, so I don't want to say anything bad about his wife, but just because someone has clairvoyance doesn't mean everything they say is true, right? He put his hands in his pockets and left the building. I heard their marriage was great, what a pity. In the desert, Yoo-hyun thought to herself, Mom, it can't be true, right? Haesong killed Dad. She remembered what her mother said before she died. Yoo-hyun, only you are allowed to know this. Mother has never told anyone about this. She wearily bowed her head and buried her face in her knees. So, what were the last words her mother said? Sangwoo was elsewhere practicing using fireballs with the monsters. The fire burned fiercely but the monsters were unaffected. Sangwoo watched from afar with difficulty. Now these bastards have high-level fire resistance too. Sangwoo hurriedly cast magic. The fireball had no effect anymore. Then he jumped too close to the monster. When he decided, Sangwoo suddenly drew his sword. A slash of terrifying speed cut the monster in half. Sangwoo was surprised by the excellent strategy. Sangwoo happily showed off his victory, but Raven wasn't too pleased. Did you see? Raven, I've just mastered the basic quick draw, and the mana engine too. Your clone can do better, Sangwoo complained in frustration. Is it that hard to praise a disciple? If you call me master, I'll reconsider. This matter involved face. Sangwoo had difficulty pronouncing each word. Master, you called me? My disciple, yes, please teach me, here. While the two were playing around, the monsters suddenly came back to life. They merged together into a monster of gigantic size. Sangwoo was worried and couldn't think of anything. Master, I don't think fire, ice, or swordsmanship will work on it. What should I do? Don't worry, my disciple. The possibilities of the Scarlet Violent Sword are limitless. You don't know how much I want to say that. The lights are still on at JM headquarters now. Now, let's start the interview. Interviewer number 10 and number 12, you look like a foreigner, but why did you have to go all the way to Korea and apply to this JM company? Number 10 answered honestly, I'm here because I want to work with Hunter Jung Sangwoo. We all owe Hunter Jung Sangwoo our lives. The surprised employee thought to himself, oh I see, so that's it. It seems he recruits foreigners too, as expected. He may be stupid but he's very kind. Number 11 quickly jumped in and was hit by number 10 in one hit. That's right, even though I threw a shuriken at his head. Number 11 fainted. Number 10 made excuses. Oh my god, it looks like my kid is still jet-lagged. He looks exhausted. So, what area are you most confident in? Number 12 has not learned his lesson. Quickly answered and was hit in the back of the neck by number 10. Of course it was assassination. Go to sleep. Number 10 makes excuses for his weird behavior. Sleep is very important. What's wrong with them? The staff didn't ask much and just said, that's enough. There's still one final test anyway. No, 10 listened seriously. We had no choice but to add it, because craftsman Jung Sangwoo insisted on adding it to the interview process. A clone was waiting, sparring with a clone, to evaluate overall skills and fighting ability. In the desert the monster was now extremely strong. Sangwoo could only dodge its attacks, so what's the next step? Actually I just said that while trying to act cool. Sangwoo seriously observed the situation, but my disciple, you have entered that stage before. Raven reminded him of his previous combat experience. While fighting the giant white skeleton, he temporarily maximized the effect by concentrating all the slashes of all his clones in one place, right? Raven was ready to draw his sword too. He just needed to do it 5 times faster. He unleashed his ultimate technique, a 100-fold, spiraling slash that pierced the monster. You show Sangwoo, now it's your turn, my disciple. Sangwoo called out his clone. Of course doing it alone was a bit much. At the same time, monsters from underground are also being reborn, so let's try it with some other disciples. A dark shadow flew over from afar. Haesong's subordinates sensed danger. This was big trouble. It seemed that Hunter Jung Sangwoo had become more dangerous than boss had expected. Moments later Sangwoo's battle finally ended. Monster corpses were strewn everywhere. Damn it. Sangwoo and his clones are all tired, so these bastards are all dead, right? Raven shed tears of happiness. He covered his eyes and fell down. Disciple number 1 and 2, well done, what about me? Suddenly there was a call to Raven. He informed Sangwoo, it's a call from Heritage. I'll be back soon. What's up? Since this is an emergency call, something serious must have happened, even though we don't know how to use it. He put his hand on his shoulder and reminded him, anyway, my disciple, be careful. Raven warned him seriously. This was already the center of the pit. After the disaster, the number of monsters that escaped from the pit had thinned out. So we'll just keep them at this minimum, but it's no wonder this place is considered an S-class dungeon. He turned around to prepare the teleportation magic and warned, don't push yourself too hard. I'll never push myself too hard. The space door opened and he said his last words, then try to survive. Sangwoo returned to Yuhyun. He entered the tent. There he was. The monster medicine ingredients were here. Yuhyun said, holding the bottle of medicine in her hand. Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them I can make new medicines, adaptation medicines, increase the user's adaptability to external factors, side effects. After the effect ends, all other effects will be temporarily reduced. She handed the vial to Sangwoo to try. Here, try it and let me know how it feels. Right, the side effects now look tolerable. The two fell into silence after that statement. Sangwoo felt guilty, damn it, so embarrassed. After hearing about her past, it was even more so. Yuhyun bowed her head and spoke first, apologizing. Sangwoo raised his head to listen to her continue. There's something I haven't told you, what's wrong? Outside the tent suddenly appeared a monster approaching. Sangwoo's clone was on guard outside, and detected a monster near the campsite. The monster is coming closer, I will defeat it immediately. A clone using black eyes. In the tent, Yuhyun continued, my mother's last words, the real reason I came here. That day, Mom told her a secret, Yuhyun, only you are allowed to know this. Mom has never told this to anyone. She covered one eye with her hand. My mother had looked into the hole every day after the disaster. The two clones outside rushed forward to check on the monster inside. The monster immediately received 2 fatal blows. It immediately revived the crimson mana in its palm. The clone used black eyes and said, that idiot, you shouldn't have blocked him. The other clone rushed forward to block the ball. Yuhyun spread her fingers apart, revealing her lifeless eyes. It was only later that I realized why Mom kept doing this. Her mother always covered her eyes with her hands before. Yuhyun, listen. She gave a strange smile. Dad, he was really still alive. At this moment, outside Sangwoo's clone ate the monster's attack. Sangwoo asked Ian again with a look of disbelief. Her face was very calm at this moment. Suddenly there was a huge shake. Sangwoo then realized something. Number 2 was dead. He immediately ran away from the place and didn't forget to tell Ian to go quickly. Stay there and don't go out. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What the hell was happening? He ran out and saw number 1 ahead, so he ran towards it. Number 1, are you okay? What's going on? Number 1 turned to him and calmly asked, why did the owner just come now? Sangwoo was a little confused at this point. Hey sir, number 1 told him to look over there. Look over there. The huge monster appeared. That bastard is a piece of me. This time I must take it back. Sangwoo didn't understand and asked number 1 again. So you took over one's person because of that piece. Why did it have to be this situation? No, one immediately explained to him. You changed your tone. I like your challenging tone. Let's just switch turns a little. It seems like he thinks facing that bastard alone is too dangerous. The monster immediately created a red ball in its hand that seemed to want to attack the 2 people. It immediately threw a red ball towards the 2 people, causing the area to explode. Both Sangwoo and one flew up to dodge it. Don't touch it, don't try to stop it either, you'll explode, and the guy next to you will die too. He immediately felt a sense of familiarity towards the thing the monster had just thrown out. Wait, this ability. He immediately called out his clones to help. Everyone supported me. His clones immediately came out from a space rift he created. I had to see it with my own eyes. His 3 bodies immediately flew to attack the monster. Sangwoo also rushed forward with his sword in hand. He threw a wind bullet straight at the guy's face. But it didn't seem to matter when the guy put on a golden hat. Number 1 was also very excited. His eyes flashed with lightning. It seems that's not enough. Let me add another one. He launched an energy blast straight at the monster's face. Smoke immediately erupted from the guy's face, but it didn't seem to do much damage. Sangwoo realized the situation and exclaimed, damn it. Junhyuk's face appeared. The situation had become very complicated. He suddenly realized something. Sangwoo's 3 clones also prepared for battle. He once again covered his head with the mask. Then the monster flew up high and left. Sangwoo felt a little annoyed, running away. Number 1 exclaimed, how interesting, using my strength like that, is it the instinct of a monster? Number 1 then smiled sinisterly and said to Sangwoo, hey Jung Sangwoo, I want to make a compromise with you. He looked a little surprised. Number 1 continued, if you give me that piece, I will help you this time. I will tell you that bastard's weakness. Yuhyun, hiding behind a nearby tent, witnessed everything. Her hands kept shaking, not understanding what had just happened. She realized that the monster was her father. Yuhyun couldn't help but shed tears. She covered her face and cried loudly. It was true, Mom wasn't lying, Dad was still alive. It's morning. Number 1 now spoke the truth. The monster we just encountered was my torso. Sangwoo's face still didn't understand what was going on, still imagining random things. What are you doing? What body? Number 1 began to explain. My body was divided into 7 heads, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs and weapons. Each piece had its own unique abilities. Sangwoo then turned to question number 1. So the names of the 7 deadly sins aren't about sins? Number 1 turned away and explained to him as he walked. Others just name them whatever they want, because everyone who holds my pieces goes crazy, and my body, it has the ability to absorb and adapt. It can absorb and deploy the elements around it and can adapt to different environments. Sangwoo's face was slightly stunned as he began to analyze again. That bastard's energy was indeed strange, even though I was standing there, but his presence was still very appropriate. Number 1 further explained, because he had adapted and blended in with the environment. Sangwoo immediately raised his doubts, so number 1 also absorbed humans? Number 1 thought for a moment and then said, are you talking about the human form that emerged from the monster? Sangwoo had also observed that face, not just the monster's skills. Everything I hear about him is the same. That must be Hunter Junhyuk. Is there any way to save him? At Heritage Headquarters, Mr. Dubert, I'm here. Seeing Raven, Dubert also spoke first. Swordsman, you must be very busy, forgive me. Seeing that, old Raven immediately said, I'm not as busy as you hear. Dubert immediately took out a sword. I want to show you this first. Raven was immediately surprised to recognize what was before her eyes. This was. Dubert picked up a huge sword. Raven recognized it immediately. Earthquake. Raven asked Dubert, did you succeed in restoring it? Dubert answered while holding the sword, although it was difficult because its condition was not very good at first. This is a relic of the Urantia Empire, the sword of the late king. The man who was said to be able to turn the earth upside down with just one swing of his sword. He looked at this great sword and said, it's time for this sword to see the light of day after so long. Raven now spoke her mind. I want you to use it, don't you know? Raven continued to talk about her reasons. I am not qualified to use it. I am just a small piece left from the past of the one who failed to protect the empire, and it does not match my swordsmanship, Storm Messenger. Dubert knew that too. Unfortunately, I knew he would say that. He immediately wanted to test its power. Well then, at least test its durability. Of course I can always do that. Raven drew her sword. No mercy. Hubert immediately reassured Raven, of course, I'm testing durability. The sword was fixed vertically to the floor. Raven was already in a stance ready to attack the sword. He accumulates wind bullets around him. Then shoot out 3 wind bullets at the same time flying towards the sword. He himself had predicted it, as expected, it possessed extreme power worthy of being called Reli. But the sword broke right in front of the 2 people, leaving them dumbfounded. Oh no. On this side the clones are breaking the monster's limbs. Then gave it to Yin. Is this enough? She also felt it was enough. Okay, thanks. She put it in her pocket, a small plan already coming to mind. There was no other way to lure her father out of that monster's body. A monster that could adapt to its surroundings and constantly change. An adaptation potion was made using that. Yuhyun immediately fixed the safety rope and went down a dangerous cliff. She tried to mine the stones there. I will use this as an essential ingredient, to amplify the side effects, then reverse the main effects. I am making a medicine that can return everything to the way it was before using it. With this I can definitely save Dad. From afar the monster observed everything. It was morning but in the air there was a sound of laughter. Yuhyun held the test tube in her hand, tiredly happy. She collapsed, completely exhausted, in front of the pile of test tubes before her. It seemed that Yin had successfully created the potion. Finally, the stimulant drug was prepared. Number 1 was now searching around for traces of that monster. There was no trace anywhere, not a single rock big enough for the guy to hide in. Number 1 immediately told Sangwoo to go somewhere else, to find somewhere else. He was looking up and asking Number 1, excuse me. Sangwoo was tied to a tree and carried like prey. I was very confused. I don't understand what's going on. Please explain. Have you forgotten that I saved your life again? Number 1 was a bit impatient, explaining to him as he spoke, Tisk, this idiot, use your brain. Right now the clones are doing their job. Number 1 continued to explain to him, the top priority of all monsters in this area was survival. Hunting was just a way to survive. Meaning if his clones kept randomly gathering like this, that bastard would never appear. That's why we created a trap. This cat and mouse game is to lure that bastard in with an easy prey. A stupid prey. Careless, the kind of mindless person like a river shrimp or a sea jellyfish. Sangwoo now realized what Number 1 was planning to do. Could it be? Number 1 suddenly felt something and was silent for a moment. Sangwoo was still upset that he was treated like that. Who else but you? It was too painful to hear, but I couldn't refute. Yuhyun ran from afar and shouted, Jung Sangwoo, wait. She saw him hanging upside down like a roast chicken and wondered, what's going on? Why are you hanging upside down like a roast chicken? He was also helpless and said briefly, you will understand this plan soon. Yuhyun ignored him and went straight to the main point. Anyway, take this. Sangwoo wondered, what is this? Yuhyun immediately recounted, I saw it back then. The person inside the monster was my father. Hearing that made him surprised. Seeing his confusion, she explained, I won't ask you why you're hiding this from me, but in return, by giving Dad this, I've created a stimulant that reverses the changed state. She immediately stuffed the jar into him. It would definitely bring Dad back to normal. At this moment, Yin herself was completely weak and begged him, this is my last request, please save my father, please save my family. Back to the 2 old men, Raven was still surprised to learn the secret of that sword. The thing I destroyed was a clone. Hubert quickly explained to Raven, yes, I should have explained to you first. He looked shocked. Raven asked Dubert again, how did you solve it? Dubert looked back at the broken sword and said to Raven, it was a byproduct of analyzing the clone skill of Hunter Jung Sangwoo. Of course, we failed to deploy the analysis skill, but this still helped us make a big step forward in the research plan for that skill. Raven had to admit Sangwoo's talent after hearing that. That was truly an amazing skill. He was an extraordinary person. Dubert continued, thank you anyway. I have confirmed the problem. Now I can have more understanding. Raven now questioned, Mr. Dubert, no one can use seismic skills other than me, or should I make this suggestion? Turning back to Sangwoo, he was now being turned into bait for that monster. What makes him feel a bit nostalgic is that this is exactly like the bird trap he made when he was a child. Sangwoo remembered the potion Yin gave him. Before that Yin, she created the stimulant potion. When did she create this? He remembered the monster's appearance and Uyon's words, please save my father, please save my family. Suddenly Sangwoo felt it, damn it, the monster appeared before him. Sangwoo felt that Number 1 was right, he came quickly, I was indeed a great prey. He immediately pressed the hidden switch behind, and the entire front was blown up into smoke. Because this was a cliff, many rocks fell down on the monster. Sangwoo took off the rope and looked serious, congrats on becoming my bait, you bastard. He slowly moved towards the monster, this time you won't escape. Somewhere else there is a practice match going on, please stop, the practice match is over. Sangwoo's clone stopped immediately, behind him were many other fallen warriors, you guys worked hard. The assistant beside him was also shocked. His stats were lower than Jung Sangwoo's, but his technique was amazing, as expected. He's no joke, the weak can create variables and tactics to counter the strong, and he's also shown ruthless power against weaker opponents. Number 10 didn't understand what was happening before he collapsed, blood still pouring from his mouth. What the hell? He recalled the time he fought Sangwoo. Even though he was allowed to use an offensive weapon, he still dodged all the bullets and swords. Even deflecting attacks from all sides, it felt like being completely overwhelmed. How could it be, in which we even cornered Jung Sangwoo's original? pushing him into a corner with coordinated attacks. But how could a clone be better than the original? The assistant beside him asked, "Number 3 did a great job, would you like some snacks?" Sangwoo replied immediately, "I want ramen." The girl beside her was also surprised. "Senior, is this true? The clone is stronger than the original." Number 10 scolded her again, "This idiot, think smarter." Holder looked confused. What did that mean? Number 10 had to explain, "Yes, there was only one reason." Suddenly Sangwoo's image in everyone's eyes became very bright. Jung Sangwoo pretended to be cornered and at a disadvantage by us. That was his mercy. Dane cried until his eyes were swollen. "Yeah, we've always been treated like trash." The blonde youth also sighed. Was he pretending to lose to us because he was worried about our feelings? Everyone was exhausted but still talking to each other. "I'll try again. I want to work under Jung Sangwoo. I can't be anywhere else but here." On this side Sangwoo was pouring all his resources into the monster, but all of them were useless against that steel-like shell. He rushed forward, holding a magic item in his hand. Damn it, he was immune to fire. Suddenly he remembered what number 1 had said. "My skills adapt and change instantly when facing enemies. Unlike monsters, my strength is not fixed when fighting. However, there is a limit." Suddenly Sangwoo realized something. His remaining clones all rushed in. Throw a lot of punches at the monster. He did not react, just made a strange groaning sound. Sangwoo realized his weakness and drew his sword, this bastard, so he can't adapt and resist different types of attributes at the same time. He slashed at the monster. The slash finally wounded him. Sangwoo saw an opportunity, then he had to end this as soon as possible. He slashed at him many times. Number 1 beside him sarcastically said, "You guys underestimated that monster." Seeing that number 1 was free, Sangwoo shouted, "Then why don't you come help me?" Sangwoo and his clones rushed forward, launching various attacks at the monster. Sangwoo turned to number 1, "Why don't you help me?" Seeing the monster being suppressed, Sangwoo wanted to finish him off. He was subdued. Number 1 realized something and shouted at Sangwoo, "Back off Jung Sangwoo, that bastard has adapted to ice." He broke the ice and swung his arm at Sangwoo. He was caught by him. This left him unable to do anything. Damn it. In less than a second, its claws were reaching for him, and grabbing his belly, Sangwoo cursed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and endured. It was using the separation. I had to endure it. Even sweat was evaporating from the heat. Sangwoo gritted his teeth and grimaced. "I'll stop it from swelling with my unbeatable body." But the fire gradually caught on, and in no time Sangwoo was exhausted. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." His back was already bleeding. Number 1 came forward. Number 1 is behind Sangwoo. "One mistake and you're miles off." His body swelled up like a balloon. Number 1 complained, "And you just made a mistake." Bang! A loud explosion. The explosion ended with only white smoke remaining. Number 1 was looking at Sangwoo kneeling, his face pale. Number 1 raised his bloody arm. "You died once already. There is no second chance. Calm down." Number 1 sneered. "PFFT, if my existence did not depend on your skills, I would have let you die." The monster was puzzled and Sangwoo was curious. "How can you remove the separation skill?" "No," 1 replied. "Each fragment has its own ability, and this is the ability of the head. By analyzing the structure of the skill, we can break the monocircuit and neutralize it." "No," 1 continued. "You only ate a hole in your stomach. You're still alive. Your regeneration rate is quite high anyway." The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth had stopped. Sangwoo pondered. That ability also helped block the giant skeleton's attack. An idea came to him. Then every time something like that happens, you just have to get rid of it. You get punched just by saying it." Sangwoo was wronged. Why did you hit me?" Number 1 despised him. "You useless thing, don't you know how to do anything other than depend on others?" Meanwhile, the monster rushed over. Sangwoo reacted quickly and immediately blocked the attack. He even said loudly, "Exactly, I am that kind of person." The monster collapsed. "No," 1 continued. "See, with that stat, you don't need to risk your life like with the giant white skeleton. But why aren't you concentrating at all?" Question number 1, Sangwoo answered bluntly, "For me, I must kill this monster." Elsewhere, white mice in glass cages lay half dead, half alive, and a sound echoed nearby, "Here." Travor fearfully handed over the tray of depth that he had requested. Haesong looked at the tube of medicine, then picked up the timid mouse in the cage. Pour the medicine directly into its mouth. Travor stood still, watching the rat squeal loudly in shock. Then it screamed out of control, its fur stiffened, its pupils turned blue, its eyes went crazy. Haesong immediately burned it. He was annoyed. "Are you kidding me? It was a defective product." Travor sweated. He continued, "There were only 2 finished prototypes that could prevent the monster from turning into one. I don't have enough time to complete the remaining samples." Travor hesitated, but the mouse that was thought to be dead came back to life and bit Haesong's wrist. He was surprised. Travor explained, "However, the stat-boosting ability of these defective products could not compare to the previous one." Travor continued, "If I had more time, I would have turned them into something." Haesong rolled his eyes and interrupted, No need for the finished version, just produce this one." He complained, "He should have given me something like this from the beginning." There was a loud noise outside, and large rocks collapsed. Jung Sangwoo was shocked. She fell into thought. They were fighting. Well, maybe getting someone to take medicine while fighting was quite difficult. But then she realized, wait, what if the medicine bottle breaks during the fight? Jung Sangwoo immediately rummaged through his bag. He made a few more from the leftover ingredients. Ah, here they are. Seeing Uyeon's luggage ready, the clone wondered, where are you going? Bring this to Jung Sangwoo, the supplement. He continued, let me give it to you, but Yeon refused. I need to test the effectiveness of the medicine, so please let me go. The clone is powerless, I won't stop you but think carefully. The two stood before the ruins. The clone wanted Yeon to confirm carefully. Was she sure she wanted to go there? Continuous tremors were generated from the two sides match. The monster is trying to create a magic sphere. Number 1 despises, you fool, you can adapt but can't learn anything. Thunder meets wind, both rush into each other. Sangwoo gripped the sword tightly. Number 2, enchanted, fire surrounded the sword. He rushed up and attacked. The severed head is Uyeon's father with black eyes. Sangwoo gritted his teeth. Recalling the past, Sangwoo nervously asked the person in front of him, the skills in the story I heard were completely identical, that was definitely the craftsman Junhyuk. Was there any way to save that person? The hesitant sword severed the monster's left shoulder. It is trying to find a way out. But on top of the icebergs were sealed. It's panic, Sangwoo said calmly, there's no way out. A few minutes ago, Sangwoo and No one were discussing, save the guy inside, you must have misunderstood something. And then as planned, Number 1 climbed onto the monster's back. He let down the lightning, causing it to screech. The first step is done, Number 1 reports, we have him under temporary control. His adaptive skills are locked so he won't be able to resist. After Number 1 jumped out, the other clones also used ice to hold the monster back. Sangwoo rushed over. Uyeon's plea, this is my last request, please, save my father, save my only family. Sangwoo looked serious, I'm sorry, the monster stood still and took it. A scream rang out, stopping, the sword tip that was about to kill the monster had to stop. It was Yeon, fumbling on the stone pillar, carrying stones? What, then fell down and landed on his butt. Uyeon was stunned, why did you point your sword at my father? You said you would save him, my father. Number 1 looked towards Sangwoo, he kept showing that strange expression. Sangwoo was face to face with the monster or Uyeon's father, was that so? He was silent. Uyeon stuttered, oh, you broke the medicine bottle, right? I brought a spare, hee, I made an extra one just in case. Sangwoo interrupted, I have, he said bluntly, Jung Sangwoo. Sangwoo looked at the monster before her, this was not her father, it was just a monster. He continued, this appearance is due to the transformation skill, it doesn't control Hunter Junhyuk or anything, if you give it medicine, it will just turn back into a normal monster like the others. The truth sometimes hurts, Yeon trembled, oh, I don't understand what you're saying, what do you mean monster? After the battle was in Sangwoo's favor, he rushed forward to finish off the monster but stopped because of Uyeon's cry. Yeon begged. It wasn't a monster, it was my father, I only met him when I was little, but his image was still vivid in my mind, Yeon shouted, he looked exactly like he did back then. Sangwoo continued, same? He continued, it's been 18 years and his appearance hasn't changed at all, isn't that strange? Yeon was speechless. Number 1 came at the same time, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it, move aside, Jung Sangwoo. Number 1 spell, I'll get my transformation ability back anyway. One slash cut its body in half, the monster screamed, Yeon cried and begged, don't. Black cells covered the face of the man Yeon called father, in an instant, that face suddenly became unfamiliar. A girl with blue hair. Uyeon was stunned on the spot. Number 1 sneered, this is your relative too, Sangwoo also gritted his teeth. The monster was recovering, Number 1 turned to look at Yeon, why is it silent? I ask, is this your relative? Blue hair fluttered in the wind, Sangwoo was curious, was this person also part of the special forces? Number 1 denied, who knows? This monster changes its appearance every time it gets injured, it hides it so well that no one would recognize it. The monster recovered, returning to Junhyuk's appearance. Number 1 said, it seems like it's done healing, kill it quickly, otherwise, it will quickly adapt to the ice element and escape. Sangwoo clearly heard it but still hesitated. Little hands are trying to open the medicine bottle, wait a minute. Uyeon pleaded with tears of sorrow, give him the remaining medicine while he was in my father's form, remember? What if he was really my father? Still not 100% sure. Quick steps. Number 1 kicked Yeon in the stomach. Sangwoo was confused, hey, what are you doing? Sweat rolled down Sangwoo's nose as he accidentally saw something. Uyeon lay on the ground in pain, grunted. Number 1 commented, I hate people like you the most. He continued, you have done nothing but stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the truth that is right in front of you. You can only say begging but cannot say anything in return. The words no, one said were crude but true, if you had at least raised your weapon, I would not have mocked you. Uyeon looked painfully at the broken medicine bottle before her eyes, no, my medicine. Number 1 said loudly, go away, you'll only get in the way, whose muddy feet are passing by? One kick didn't have time to react, Number 1 grumbled, what are you doing? Jung Sangwoo. It turned out that the monster with Junhyuk's head stood up to protect Yeon. No, one was angry, I told you to kill that monster. Uyeon stuttered, father, Number 1 sighed, that's a monster, Oh well, never mind, no need to explain too much. The monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Ian. Dying in one's own delusion might also be a kind of blessing. Luckily Sangwoo stopped it in time. Stop, answer me, the 7 deadly sins. Sangwoo continued, you said that the monster took the form of San Junhyik the craftsman to use its skills, right? So that means the recreated body will have the same memories and body as San Junhyik the craftsman. Number 1 nodded, yes, it will rewire the brain to use the skills, so what? The monster charged. Number 1 complained, the monster was just following its instincts. Sangwoo also charged forward, so please use your skills. Isolate the part of the body that contains the form of the craftsman San Junhyik and cut off the rest, he continued. He said he could sever the MANHWA circuit. Number 1 was surprised, then he asked Sangwoo, why should we make a request that is both troublesome and has the potential to have no effect? He sighed, this wasn't a request. Sangwoo pouted and pretended not to want to anymore, if you don't want to do it, then forget it, I give up too, forget the 7 deadly sins, no more negotiations, we don't have to defeat this monster anyway, so why should I suffer like this? Number 1 was agitated, he continued on, you're the one who should be in a hurry, not me. Lieber inside froze, are you kidding me? Sangwoo continued in a mocking tone, come on, Number 1, let's go outside, the 7 deadly sins wanted to get some fresh air, as expected, the provocation was successful, Number 1 gritted his teeth, you, bastard. Number 1 angrily charged towards the monster, if things get out, don't blame me. And landed on top of it. Sangwoo shielded himself from the wind, thinking as he shielded himself, actually, I don't know if this will work, I don't know how this monster's instincts will react, but... Flashback a few minutes before Number 1 kicked Ian, Sangwoo was confused, hey. What are you doing? And then Sangwoo was shocked by the image of the monster with Junhyik's face grimacing at the sight of Ian being injured. Back to the present, Sangwoo was holding Ian steady and observing the situation, there was no other way, he had to try to find out. Number 1 pressed down, the black layers around the body gradually dissipated. The intensity of the separation became higher and higher, and Junhyik's body became more visible. Moments later, Number 1 successfully separated, and both Junhyiks were lying on the ground. Then he opened his eyes, he woke up in a hurry, gasping for breath, then he shouted, Jiamha, are you okay? Jiamha, where are we? The wound on my chest is gone, even my clothes are different. The sound came, Dad, do you recognize me? Junhyik was confused. Yuhyun pursed her lips, Father, do you know who I am? Junhyik was silent, then he replied, Ian. She was surprised, and shed tears of happiness. Yes, that's right, she looked at her seemingly dead father and replied, it's me, Father. There were now 2 versions of the monster. One was the fake Ian father sitting on the ground and the other was the monster sitting silently in the back. Number 1 froze, it worked, Sangwoo continued, see, I told you, how would you know if you don't try? That's why Number 1 was even more confused, I still don't understand, it's still a monster, she must know that too, he continued, it looks like her father, but in fact it's the one who killed her father. Sangwoo paused for a moment, then he replied, have you heard the story of the ship of Theseus? He continued, suppose we replace the old planks with new ones, and if we keep replacing them until there are no more old planks left, will it still be the ship of Theseus? Even if the appearance is the same, but if the materials are different, is it still the same old ship? Number 1 sarcastically said, idiot, how can there be a definite answer to that question? And that sarcasm just happened to be the opening line for the explanation, right, so the creature didn't need that answer right now. Number 1 is confusing, what do you mean? Sangwoo smiled, do we need to judge whether Hunter Junhyik is a monster or a human based on our standards alone? The light emitted softly from the remains of the monster, Sangwoo calmly, simply, yes, even fake warmth still soothes a person's loss, some people just want to see the ship again. The warmth from his family made Ian unable to hold back her tears of happiness, Junhyik smiled, you've really grown up, Ian sobbed, I thought you wouldn't recognize me, Junhyik smiled, how could you not recognize me? Shooting star eyes, smiling innocently, but you really have grown up so much, I'm telling the truth. He asked Ian, how long has it been? She hesitated, that, Sangwoo come here, I will tell you, Sangwoo bowed, nice to meet you, Hunter Junhyik, you were captured by a monster. Moments later, everyone was moving towards the plane, Junhyik exclaimed in panic, so in short, a monster captured me and you were the one who rescued me? Sangwoo nodded, yes. Number 1 sighed, good liar. Junhyik carefully listened for information, and it's been 18 years already? Then, my wife, how is Jihyun? Yuhyun was startled, she stood up in panic, what? That, Mom. The phone was brought. Sangwoo explained, you can check it yourself. These are the relevant reports as they happen. The article is as follows, a disaster happened to the hunters sent to the monster dungeon, what was the cause? 6 heroes, tragedy for the victims' families, Junhyik, Hunter Jihyun died, Haesong and Byunghun spoke, we should have been the ones who died there, we are so sorry and sad about what happened. The flood of information overloaded Junhyik's brain. And then, the article with the headline Hunter Kim Junhyik's wife, Hunter Jihyun was found dead, Hunter Kim Junhyik's wife, the one who lost her husband, the one who faced a terrible accident, She made an extreme choice. Junhyuk froze. Yuhyun asked worriedly, Father, father. Junhyuk clenched his phone in his hand. He didn't need to say anything more. He asked him, your name is Jung Sangwoo, right? Sangwoo replied, yes. Junhyuk's anger boiled over. He angrily asked Sangwoo, the two bastards who betrayed the team that day, Haesung and Byunghun, where are they? Sangwoo was surprised. Was he going to kill the two of them? Junhyuk answered with a grudge, yes. Sangwoo asked again, are you sure? Junhyuk cut him off, don't even think about convincing me, I will now. Sangwoo continued, that's not what I meant. Sangwoo looked at the man in front of him and asked seriously. Are you sure you want to let them go that easily? Junhyuk was surprised. Then he explained, I have a suggestion, after listening to me, it is not too late for you to make a decision. The crowd was noisy, with the majority of them being reporters. The reason for that, was Hunter Jung Sangwoo holding a press conference? Didn't he always avoid reporters? The other person replied, well, he probably won't let it go this time, if he really can defeat an S-class monster. Sangwoo with his elegant appearance and black suit is walking over, then he will be officially recognized as an S-rank hunter. He tried speaking into the microphone, nice to meet the reporters. The cameras started flashing, thank you everyone for coming here. Sangwoo frowned, all the people who caused me trouble at the jumper building were here too. After he had finished joking around, he returned to the main topic, well, as everyone knows, I've been in the monster pit lately. Sangwoo slammed his hand down, and as expected, there was an S-class monster there. The reporters were stunned by this breaking news. A reporter reached up, then you did, Sangwoo replied, I caught the monster. He continued, of course there was some hindrance, but I wanted to let everyone know, I was the one who captured the S-class monster. The reporter exclaimed, so that means, Hunter Jung Sangwoo will be the first S-rank hunter in, she was interrupted, wait. It's the two criminals Haesung and Byunghun. First of all, I want to congratulate you on your safe return, Hunter Jung Sangwoo, you've really returned safely. The photographers jumped in, it was the president of the Hunter Association Byunghun and Haesung, from the Haesung Guild, amazing. Byunghun is a cunning man, we said that we would recognize you as an S-class hunter if you could handle an S-class monster in the monster pit, but the most important thing is proof, right? Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to accept your claims, Sangwoo mused, I knew they would show up. Haesung next to him also joined in the sarcasm, at least there should be a video, don't tell me you think we'll believe your empty words. Sangwoo chuckled, evidence? Right, of course, without evidence, I wouldn't hold a press conference, you two are so funny. Sangwoo lifted his leg and approached Haesung with a smug look on his face, of course I did. I still have all the evidence to prove your dirty deeds 18 years ago. Both were stunned. Sangwoo sternly, I will give you two a chance to confess everything yourselves, tell them everything you did in the monster pit, check all the facts that happened back then. Byunghun panicked with every word Sangwoo said. He put his hand on Haesung's shoulder, if you two do that then I won't say anything and won't give any evidence. And whisper in his ear, but if you try to do anything other than apologize, the evidence will be shown to the world. Haesung turned around, are you done talking? Then laughed out loud, what? Proof. While Haesung was reacting fiercely, Byunghun cowered to the side and said nothing. What did I do wrong that I have to confess? You're just talking nonsense because there's no evidence that you caught an S-class monster. Do you think you can fool me? Sangwoo waved his hand and sighed, how pitiful. His loud laughter made Haesung tremble with anger, what is this? Sangwoo sneered, he was good at acting innocent, but, how pitiful. Now that he had finished his sarcasm, Sangwoo continued with a wry smile, I don't care about the hunter industry, but if someone like me appeared and touched your weak spot, do you think it would be a lie? Footsteps moved, the reporters were stunned. A familiar figure, a familiar voice, should I start with long time no see? Byunghun and Haesung were motionless. Bare hands adjusted the microphone. Kim Junhyuk, who was standing on the podium, spoke up in person, both of them have aged a lot, haven't they? This is all so fresh, should we start by revealing the truth about what happened that day? The camera and microphone turned to him, hey, film this again, hurry. Kim Junhyuk and the truth revealed 18 years ago gradually unfold, hello, I am Junhyuk. I was trapped by an S-class monster for 18 years and was able to miraculously return with the help of Hunter Jung Sangwoo, what I am about to say is all true. Haesung and Byunghun are not heroes, the people who watched the news were shocked. At Hyeon's place, is he really back? What's going on? The person on the other side stammered, I just got in touch too. The news continued to air, they were the ones who abandoned their comrades when they needed them most. At Junyoung's place, he was practicing hard, and then he came back and stole the work of his teammates, things that didn't belong to him. Are you Yeon, the girl who had to swallow the truth for many years? My wife tried her best to reveal the truth recently, but I heard that she couldn't bear the pressure from the people around her, now I will try to fix it. Kim Junhyuk with a determined look, I will make them pay. The news has caused a lot of people to talk, hey, did you see? Hunter Junhyuk has returned alive, who is Junhyuk? You idiot, don't you know who was the strongest in the special forces long ago? I heard Haesung and Byunghun betrayed them and escaped, oh my, so what his wife said back then was true. The sarcasm and insults sent to Byunghun and Haesung in the face of irony, I knew it, I already felt strange when only those two returned, what a bunch of bastards. Elsewhere, on the table was a steaming pot of delicious hot pot. Junhyuk asked, confused, what is this? Yoo-hyun happily replied, we have to eat, even though they deliver from the restaurant. Junhyuk said in surprise, now people deliver food too? The world has gotten better, hasn't it? He picked up a piece and opened his eyes wide in admiration. It was so delicious. Yoo-hyun smiled and asked, hee, right? Junhyuk suddenly remembered something and said, oh, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? It's so convenient now. Yoo-hyun spoke softly, give it to me. I'll save my number to your phone first. She continued in a low voice, now that there's internet, there's no charge, you can use it freely. He asked suspiciously, is that so? You won't be forced to pay a lot of money later, will you? Yoo-hyun replied softly, no. On Yoo-hyun's note, a checkmark was added to the box for eating together, leaving 3 things left, visiting mother's grave, going to the amusement park, and going to the movies. On the newspapers and TV, Kim Junhyuk's image was being shown. The MIG began to report that something extraordinary had happened. Hunter Junhyuk, who was thought to be dead, had come back to life after 18 years. What was even more surprising was that the cause of the disaster was the betrayal of Hunters Byung-hun and Haesong. The police stormed into the warehouse to arrest the gang bosses, making them scream, stop taking pictures. The reporter continued to report the betrayal that Hunter Ji-hyun insisted on, even if she died. The return of Hunter Kim Junhyuk brought great power to the forgotten accusation. The image of the silver-haired boss covering his face with his hands in humiliation was captured, accompanied by the announcer's monotone voice. Until now, Hunter Haesong and Oh Byung-hun have not given an answer. At the same time in another place, on the table were displayed various expensive bottles of wine. A voice rang out, give this one. Haesong spoke in a low voice, for each branch of the Haesong Guild. His subordinate hesitantly asked, may I ask what this is? Haesong glanced at him with a fearful expression and slowly replied, it was wine. He said in a meaningful tone, don't worry, I heard that drinking alcohol also has an effect. The subordinate asked again in confusion, huh? Suddenly there was a loud noise that made him jump. The subordinate's whole body was now covered with strange black stains. He put his hand on the table and said tremblingly, I will go distribute it right away. Haesong said coldly, go. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate quickly walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. The black water stains on the floor began to smoke and sizzle. Suddenly Jinnik opened the door and shouted in panic, Dad, no, President, reporters are everywhere. He asked worriedly, what should we do? Huh, where is the table? Haesong stood still and calmly looked out the large glass door. He said in a low voice, if you want to plant trees, you must plow the land first. Haesong calmly spoke up, Jinnik, tell all the members of the Haesong Guild this. He gave a strange smile and said meaningfully, prepare the farewell party. I will surrender myself. Jinnik asked in surprise, what? At the same time elsewhere, the agent sitting on the chair clenched his teeth and trembled as he said, damn it, what is going on? He asked Sang-woo doubtfully, not only did he bring back Hunter Junhyuk, but he also dropped a bomb at the press conference. Sang-woo calmly replied, he must have been shocked. The agent widened his eyes in surprise and stammered, of course, Hunter Kim Junhyuk has been a legend since I was a student. Furthermore, Miss Yoo-hyun is actually his daughter. I finally understand why she insisted on going into the monster pit with you. He immediately asked, what are you going to do now? Sang-woo thought for a moment then spoke, well, the most important thing is Hunter Kim Junhyuk's opinion so. Suddenly number 1 from behind coldly interrupted the conversation of the two, don't waste any more time. The agent was stunned and said softly, number 1, Sang-woo immediately explained no, it was the 7 deadly sins talking. Number 1 urged, how long are you going to leave my fragments scattered around? If you want revenge, do it quickly. Sang-woo quickly objected, hey, there has to be an order to everything, if we kill those two, we'll be branded as murderers. Number 1 still kept a cold attitude and replied, does that matter? That guy doesn't have much time left. Sang-woo frowned and remained silent when he heard that. The agent also asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Who doesn't have much time? Number 1 turned to Sang-woo and asked doubtfully, you still haven't told him? He remembered the happy moment between Junhyuk and his father and spoke coldly, because what I did to that monster was not permanent, he would soon collapse and disappear. Junhyuk's smiling face was captured in close-up. Number 1 continued slowly, my ability doesn't last forever, you know that. In the large banquet hall, everyone was already there and whispering to each other, hey, is that right? You mean the chairman's farewell party? Why did he suddenly gather everyone like this? A man wearing a white armband spoke softly, I heard he was going to turn himself in, does that mean it's all true? The short-haired woman sitting next to him groaned, this is crazy, our association is really broken, who's going to take over? The Haesong Guild was still in a heated discussion, would team leader Shin Jinnik take over? His skills weren't that good, wouldn't Hunter Shin Junyoung be a better choice? Suddenly a loudspeaker rang out, attracting everyone's attention, Haesong Association members. Haesong's voice rang out evenly, everyone must have heard the news, right? That's how it is. He took the microphone and calmly continued, our group is not that talented, we have done many dirty things. Haesong's voice still echoed, but I can guarantee one thing. At the same time, at a branch company, 2 men received the wine sent by Haesong and said in surprise, who would have thought that the president would care about a small branch like us? That's right, he announced in a low voice, everything was done for the good of Haesong, even though I stepped down like this because of my greed. Lee Hyeon crossed her arms and looked at the grumpy subordinate who spoke, "Hey, I told you to treat the presidential candidate well, right?" Haesong's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Haesong was now facing a huge change. The subordinate just sat there silently without responding. He was in the camera room, watching the screen intently as he said, "I apologize for making everyone listen to an incompetent commander all this time." He spoke loudly, raised his glass. The glasses containing red wine were raised at Haesong's words. They spoke excitedly, raised their glasses, and clinked their glasses together as they finished speaking. The people of Haesong Guild began to sip the wine in their hands. Lee Hyeon shook the glass of wine, preparing to bring it to her mouth to drink. Suddenly a strong hand stopped her hand. Lee Hyeon looked at Haesong's subordinate in surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" He did not answer her question but only reminded her in a low voice, "Don't drink." She asked in surprise, "What?" In just a moment the group had finished all the wine. The scarred man asked suspiciously, "What will happen to the Haesong society now?" The mustachioed man clicked his tongue in praise. "This wine is quite good." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the banquet hall began to transform into horrible shapes. After just a few seconds of screaming in pain, they were transformed into animals with wrinkled fur and extremely scary shapes. They rushed out of the building with the withered corpse making a loud noise. The bodyguard standing downstairs saw the stones falling from the ceiling and shouted in panic, "What? Terrorism? Headquarters?" There was an explosion in the banquet hall. As soon as he finished making the announcement, a giant monster with long claws appeared on the stairs and rushed towards the bodyguard. Before he could regain his composure, all he could see was fresh blood splattered everywhere, soaking the walls next to him. Haesong in the camera room slowly said each word, "So please do your best one last time for me." He took the stone needle and stabbed it into his neck, saying in a harsh voice, "Peace has existed for too long, no one cares about its importance anymore." His skin began to dry up again, making cracking sounds. Haesong gritted his teeth and continued, "Anyone could become an awakened person now, so it seemed like they had forgotten the importance of strong hunters." After a while, his skin turned to stone. Haesong crushed the needle, his eyes turning vicious. His voice was horrifying. "That's why now is the time to bring back everyone's memories. Korea will return to the era of disaster." Modern skyscrapers began to collapse, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. People ran in all directions, screaming and running. A woman fell to the ground in fear, trembling, saying, "What the hell is going on? There are no hunting grounds or gates around here." From the tall buildings, monsters with strange shapes rushed out to attack people, causing them to scream in terror. So where did these monsters come from? The panicked cries of the people and the violent rumbling of the buildings grew louder. Sangwoo heard such a loud noise and sweated anxiously. "This sound." The agent urgently announced, "The alarm is going off." Sangwoo quickly ordered, "Quickly evacuate to the basement." He gritted his teeth and said softly, "Haesong." Outside, fireballs were being dropped one by one to the ground. Monsters were flying everywhere in the sky. Sangwoo spoke angrily, "That bastard was crazier than I thought." A series of giant, burning meteorites crashed straight into the ground at high speed. The scene below was chaotic. Everyone was running around in fear, looking for a place to hide. A girl was running helplessly. "How do you want us to hide?" Sangwoo stood still, deep in thought. "Is it since my physical strength exceeded 40? Every time I run, my legs feel weaker. Even if I exert a little strength, my body starts to float. Even though my strength has doubled now, my habits haven't changed." At the same time, on the other side of the sky, another wave of fiery meteors continued to rush down. Jung Sangwoo estimated there were about 8 meteors. Jung Sangwoo crouched down low to gain momentum and jumped up. "Sometimes I get curious if I run at full speed." Jung Sangwoo's eyes were sharp, his face now cold. Enough. The buildings were shattered, debris flew everywhere. Jung Sangwoo didn't know when he had jumped into the air, and with a decisive sword strike, he cut the giant meteorite in half. Immediately after that, he quickly flipped and changed position, using the meteorite pieces as a support. He kept landing on each meteorite one by one and immediately destroyed them at breakneck speed. In no time the meteorites were completely shattered and lost all their power. While his 2 teammates saw this and were extremely surprised, a series of large meteorites turned into piles of rubble and fell to the ground. Seeing that everything was no longer dangerous, Jung Sangwoo finished and gently landed on the ground to observe the situation. The others who were struggling to deal with the meteorites also breathed a sigh of relief. "He destroyed all the meteorites," one of them exclaimed in admiration. "That person was." Jung Sangwoo turned his head with a serious expression and gave instructions, "The 2 of you should quickly go to the shelter. Even if someone knocks on the door, don't open it." Seeing the entire city almost completely destroyed, submerged in ruins, Junhyuk, Uyeon's father, was shocked. "What's going on there?" He and Yeon both gasped in shock. "Shin Haesong, that crazy bastard." Before he finished speaking, Junhyuk jumped onto the railing, not forgetting to tell his daughter, "Yeon, you hide. Dad will go out." Yeon saw that and hesitated, intending to stop him. Suddenly, Jung Sangwoo's trusted comrade ran out of nowhere and opened the rooftop door. "Brother Yeon, come to the shelter quickly." Uyeon's father breathed a sigh of relief and entrusted her. "There's a shelter, thank goodness. Yeon, please take care of her." Yoo-hyun saw her father preparing to leave and couldn't bear to say goodbye. Father, don't get hurt. Jun-hyuk spoke confidently with a firm face, don't worry, this time dad will return safely. Without waiting long, Jung Sang-woo's teammates pulled Yoo-hyun and ran away, only having time to call out twice, yes, dad. Jun-hyuk got into a serious, battle-ready state, his eyes were cold, anger was screaming in his head, Haesong. At the same time, Haeyeon was walking around the academy campus, lost in thought. In the end, she still couldn't meet Oppa. He knew he was back, but why wasn't he at the academy? He skipped school as much as he wanted because his grades were always good. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere, making Haeyeon, who was bewildered and not understanding the situation, confused, this voice. Professor Wang Yunhai quickly gave the signal, everyone, run. At this moment, Haeyeon, who was hiding in the crowd, realized it was Professor Wang Yunhai. Haeyeon was surprised and confused, why was everyone running? Before Haeyeon could finish speaking, a group of hideous monsters immediately rushed into the compound, oh my god. The monsters were growing in number, they suddenly appeared from every corner of the city, this was an unexpected situation. A reporter quickly arrived at the scene and updated the situation, monsters of unknown origin were flooding the city. The ugly monsters are approaching the living area, making many people afraid. The female reporter said that the army said that the underground hunting gate has been controlled, but even so, the number of monsters is still beyond expectation. The female reporter was still bravely commenting in front of the cameraman's lens, as if. Right behind her suddenly a giant monster bird swooped down while she was still predicting, this was another disaster, causing the cameraman to only have time to panic and scream, behind her, behind. Suddenly a giant hand appeared, concentrating its magic power to strike. He immediately rushed forward and delivered a fatal blow, killing the monster bird in a flash. The female reporter and the cameraman were both stunned, mouths agape, speechless. As soon as the monster was dealt with, the female reporter suddenly shouted loudly, Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk. Jun-hyuk stepped out from the smoke and spoke softly, I acknowledge the bravery of you reporters, but please evacuate, this place is too dangerous. However, the reporter immediately became enthusiastic again, something shocking had just happened, Hunter Jun-hyuk had just saved me, his skills were as strong as ever. Jun-hyuk was helpless when he saw this, no, I was telling you to run. Another wave of giant, burning meteorites appeared. The reporter looked up with a slightly fearful face and continued to update the situation, another meteorite, Jun-hyuk was also looking back, speaking softly and gently, that's Haesong's skill, let's evacuate this time, there won't be another chance. With that he jumped high into the air towards the meteorite. He quickly used his strength to smash the huge meteorite into many pieces. Jun-hyuk's eyes were cold but somewhat fearful, the size was completely incomparable to the previous ones, he had to destroy it quickly. Suddenly from the beginning a slash rang out, cutting the meteorites into pieces. Jung Sang-woo looked at Jun-hyuk below in confusion, huh? San Jun-hyuk, aren't you with Yoo-hyun? The scene now changes to the academy, a demon-headed monster is roaring ferociously. Lee Hyeon was concentrating on dealing with that monster. She used her strength to move the chair and threw it towards the monster. Immediately after that, she gathered all her strength and threw a punch directly at its body. Haesong's subordinates were also trying their best to kill the remaining monsters, fortunately, most of the monsters were running out of the building. He gave a decisive order to finish off the monster quickly, we alone are enough here. After finishing off the monsters, Haesong's masked subordinate turned to the panting Hyeon, are you okay? Hyeon. The masked man said indifferently, it's up to you whether you run or not, bye. Suddenly Hyeon rushed forward and grabbed his collar. Gritting his teeth, he threatened, hey, you know about this, right? Without a hint of hesitation or fear, the masked man replied coldly, yes, it was his cold demeanor. Hyeon really felt sorry for her and screamed, he knew how to do it, but why didn't he stop that bastard Haesong? Haesong's subordinate remained unmoved and said in a low voice, no one ordered me to do that. Before Hyeon's astonished eyes, the masked man gradually disappeared, I was just following orders. Leaving Hyeon standing motionless in the middle of the room, the masked man had completely disappeared into the darkness, I didn't care about the rest. Hyeon painfully sat down on the floor silently watching the dark shadow slowly disappear. She just kept covering her face and tormenting herself, confused, then why did you stop me from drinking it, you bastard? At this time in a room, on the table were all the empty wine glasses and bottles lying around. John Scully was lying on the bed frowning in annoyance, his hand on his forehead cursing, bastards. He immediately forced himself to get up and picked up the phone to call and complain, hey, this is room 1302. It's been so noisy all this time, can you guys be quiet for a bit? But the other end of the line didn't answer, only kept ringing, no one picked up, which made John Scully a bit confused. He immediately got up from bed and walked to the door, muttering to himself, are you kidding me? I thought the service was great, but this is a crappy business. As the door opened, a grotesque monster caught John Scully's eye. The monster screamed savage sounds and charged straight at John Scully. But before it could act, it was dealt a devastating blow. John Scully, the blessed S-rank hunter, John Scully, one hand in his pocket, a puzzled expression on his face, said in frustration, what the hell is this? Is there a gate open nearby? Jumper, that bastard, how dare he suggest this place to me? Junhyuk launched a series of attacks at the monsters. In no time he quickly cleaned up those monsters. Jung Sangwoo couldn't help but sigh in shock. He wasn't called an S-rank candidate for nothing. Seeing how he easily defeated all the A-rank monsters was truly impressive. Junhyuk turned his head to Jung Sangwoo and asked, "It seems like we've finished dealing with this area. Are there any people who haven't been evacuated yet?" He replied immediately, "I estimate there aren't many left. We have to go find Haesong to quickly end this mess." Junhyuk seemed to suddenly remember something and hesitantly spoke, "Oh right." He was silent for a moment, staring at his palms. Junhyuk's eyes became thoughtful and quiet. He spoke in a low voice, "Hunter Jung Sangwoo, I have a few questions for you." Jung Sangwoo quickly replied, "Sorry, I wanted to ask." Junhyuk's question left Jung Sangwoo speechless. "How much time do I have left?" He smiled a wry, reassuring smile. "Not much, I suppose, if I could ask you a favor." Elsewhere, monsters were still rampaging. The guards are fighting them hard. Platoon leader, at this rate, the monsters will be overloaded. The platoon nearby is also having the same problem. Just keep your formation for me. A monster rushed forward and killed the guard before his comrade could finish his sentence. He knew exactly what would happen if this place. The monsters continued to advance. The guards died, a portal appeared. The next wave of monsters slowly emerged. The people are listening to the news in fear and despair. One by one, the guard posts that guard the hunting grounds are falling. The situation is getting out of control. Monsters have come out of the portal, so if you live near one of the hunting grounds, please move immediately to the nearest shelter. Jung Sangwoo's mother worriedly asked her husband, "Honey, will Sangwoo and Jiwoo be okay?" He tried to reassure her, "Trust Sangwoo, what we need to do now is keep ourselves safe so that Sangwoo can fight with peace of mind." There was a loud banging on the door and a scream, "Is anyone there? Please help us, open the door." A reply came from inside, "Enter the code." The man was confused, "Password, but I don't live here." The monster corpses fell on the ground. The cat-eared girl raised her eyebrows and asked softly, "Crazy, you said this isn't a portal explosion, right?" The man beside her replied, "Yes, but according to the report, another round of losses is coming because the monsters have invaded and attacked the nearby defense platoon. People are running to evacuate." The monster must have appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the city. The starting point of this incident was also in the city center, near the Haesong Guild. The cat-eared girl added hesitantly, "Haesong was also the one who instructed the Dep on how to produce the medicine." The man was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be Haesong and his gang? The cat-eared girl also lowered her eyes in concern. If that was true, then we would have a real problem. Young Gyuchul was probably only a B rank, but he ended up transforming into an A-rank monster. Besides, how many A-rank hunters were there in the Haesong Guild? The man suddenly became absent-minded and looked away. Seeming to detect something was wrong, the girl hesitated. What if those A-rank hunters all turned into monsters? The monsters' footsteps were getting closer and closer towards the two of them. A giant monster with long brown hair appeared. The cat-eared girl with a cautious face gently reminded, "Be careful, that monster." In a flash the monster shot past the two. When he leisurely turned his head to look back, the two people's bodies were covered with slashes that were bleeding simultaneously. Just as the man's sister accidentally ran past, she widened her eyes in surprise and let out a hum sound. She ran towards her brother crying, not knowing that the monster was right behind her. She shouted, "Oppa." Meanwhile at the academy, everyone was struggling to fight the monsters. Yunhai gathered all his strength and kicked the monster away. Haeyeon was not far behind. She launched a shot that pierced through the remaining monster. Yunhai breathed heavily as he looked at Haeyeon beside him. "Hey, I told you to run too." Haeyeon's eyes focused as she spoke softly. "We have to buy time for the people to evacuate." Soken breathed heavily and shouted loudly, "I've reached my limit. My power is useless against these bastards." Doan immediately replied, "So you're planning to run away? Do you have any dignity left?" Soken still couldn't calm down and gritted his teeth to speak, but looking at the current situation, the monsters kept charging in. In the moment Soken lost focus, a monster jumped at him, causing Doan beside him to only have time to scream, "Idiot." Haeyeon seemed to be tired too, her eyes wavered, "Too crowded, who is it?" Haeyeon was clearly exhausted and silently prayed, "Please, please save us." At the shelter, Jung Sangwoo's close comrade sat next to Yeon. She was sitting with her face in her hands and sobbing. His worried-looking teammate gently consoled him, "Are you okay?" Yeon covered her face and choked up, "I hate this weak body. The situation outside is getting worse. My father is out there saving people and I can't do anything." The teammate beside him also replied with concern, "Me too, but you don't need to worry too much." He gave a gentle smile to calm the crying Yeon. "The hunters are stronger than we think. We may be at a disadvantage right now, but a counterattack is only a matter of time." The scene changes to where the monster was about to kill the man's sister when suddenly a green shield appears. The younger sister burst into tears, her mouth wide open, unable to speak. What a blessing. John Scully suddenly appeared to save the girl's life and then reminded her to step back. He thought with a serious face and muttered to himself, "It seems to be around A rank or low S rank, although it would be a bit too much for me to fight alone." He struck a powerful blow that sent the monster flying. John Scully looked troubled. "I mean, there was that one in Korea, The kid who used the clone, how the hell did he leave a piece of shit wandering around the streets like this? As the monsters were about to attack Heian, someone suddenly made them explode. An unfamiliar voice called out, "Is this the school Jung Sang-woo attends?" Yunhai immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are those people?" Number 10 continued to talk to his comrades without paying any attention. They were also stalling for time for the people to evacuate. Even the students here had a kind heart like Sang-woo. The guys with excited faces started introducing themselves. "We are the hunters who assist Jung Sang-woo. This is the road Sang-woo often takes. It's so cool, just like I thought. The school that the most excellent hunter attends is truly top-notch. We're here to get rid of the insects that pollute this place." Number 10 continued with an excited expression, "To turn this place into a holy land. Rest assured, you guys are safe." At Jung Sang-woo's place, he was helplessly searching every corner. "There's no one here. There's no one here." Jung Sang-woo struggled with a pained expression. "Where the hell is Haesong hiding? Stop using stealth, come out and fight, coward." He sat down and cursed, "Damn it." He stopped making noise and silently recalled Junhik's words, "Probably not much, so I want to ask you for a favor." And he immediately regained his composure and reminded himself, "Okay, we have to find him quickly. This is not the time to catch these monsters." He frowned and looked at his comrades seriously. "They are stronger than they look. These monsters have existed before." A soldier immediately said, "This is the first time I have seen them." Jung Sang-woo was tired. There would be more meteors falling. Let's go back to Haesong. From behind, a deep male voice called out, "Jung Sang-woo." Junyoung's face was long and sad, her mouth moving. "What's going on here? Did my father do all of this?" Jung Sang-woo looked back with regret, momentarily speechless. Junyoung. Junyoung slowly walked over and handed Sang-woo something, saying softly, "This is in my room." A mysterious test tube is sealed tightly. Junyoung frowned with a pained look in her eyes. It was the final product without the monsterization side effect. It came with a note that said it had the ability to destroy my curse. Jung Sang-woo's eyes began to waver. His eyes were filled with anger, but that meant that the other depths could turn into monsters. Sang-woo bowed his head and couldn't help but think, so the monsters everywhere are now members of the Haesong Guild. I had my suspicions, but is it really Dep? When he vaguely understood everything, Junyoung couldn't hold back her tears and bit her lips, sobbing, so her father was really behind it all. Jung Sang-woo just stood there, speechless. That. Hyeon gently stepped forward to interrupt the conversation. He was right. His father did it because I was in the center of that hell. Jung Sang-woo was stunned speechless. She, Junyoung, was also embarrassed and only dared to call out once, "Captain Hyeon." Hyeon approached, her eyes cold as she gritted her teeth. This was not the time to cry. That bastard Haesong had come up with a plan even more disgusting than this, his target. At this moment in the laboratory, Haesong was happily basking in the enormous power he had successfully researched. The meteorite's destructive power and range had been greatly expanded. Haesong's face broke into a sinister smile. The power far surpassed before. I could feel the power I had been pursuing for so long. And as the sun sets, the night is coming. When the dark night had fallen over the transformer station, the workers on guard suddenly looked bewildered. Hey, that's it. A giant meteorite suddenly appeared. It crashed straight into the transformer station, destroying everything. Immediately the city was hit by a power outage. Everything was plunged into darkness. The sound of a power outage echoed through the city hospital. The doctor quickly reassured the patient's family, "Calm down. The hospital had an emergency generator." The patient's family became frantic and urged, "Quickly take the patient to the emergency room." Sona frowned as she observed the situation and thought to herself, "There are too many people rushing in. I can't remember each of them." In the hospital where the generator room was running, Haesong's masked subordinate suddenly appeared from the shadows. As the doctors were preparing to perform an emergency surgery, the power suddenly went out. What? Everyone was in a panic and rushed to see what was going on. What was going on? It seemed like the generator had gone out. ICU quickly checked the ICU room. It was then that Sang-woo's younger sister, Ji-woo, began to have difficulty breathing. Sang-woo's face paled as he hissed softly, "What?" One anxious clone hesitantly announced, "Sorry, I can't block the generator side because I have to block the meteor on the roof right now. The hospital has a power outage." Hyeon clenched her teeth, unable to contain her anger. "Really, we're late." Jung Sang-woo fell into a state of extreme fear. His mouth stammered, "No, Ji-woo." A rough hand gently placed on Jung Sang-woo's shoulder. Shin Junyoung spoke with a serious face to reassure him. "What can you do if you go to the hospital now? Everyone has their own role." After saying that, Shin Junyoung thought for a long time, then quietly placed his index finger on Jung Sang-woo's arm. Sang-woo looked at the map that appeared before his eyes in shock, then Shin Junyoung continued, "Dad, the location of Haesong." Shin Junyoung turned around and looked at Jung Sang-woo, entrusting him, "I'll go to the hospital. Jung Sang-woo, please stop my father. I won't blame you no matter what you do." At the shelter, Jung Sang-woo's teammates' eyes were glued to his phone screen in amazement. How could Dep be the cause of this? His face was filled with shock as he received the message. The monster's nature is a mutated Dep, originally a member of the Haesong Society. "I'll go stop Haesong, Sang-woo." Yoo-hyun sitting next to him asked softly, "So those monsters didn't come out from the gate?" His teammate, still surprised, replied, "That's right. Yu Hyun fell into deep thought again. Suddenly the door of the guest shelter moved. Everyone around became flustered, wondering to each other, are there still people who haven't entered the building? I don't know, who is it? A man's figure appeared and called out as the door opened, Yu-Hyeon. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and called out loudly, Dad. At the same time at the hospital, the generator melted down in an unusual way. The electrician was stunned. This can't be fixed, it's melted. The woman next to him kept pleading, can't you do something? Just a little bit. Shin Junyoung suddenly appeared and spoke seriously, this is the hospital transmitter, right? Move aside. The female employee stared at Shin Junyoung, knocked knee and asked, are you a hunter? The electrician beside him hurriedly stopped him, wait, you can't touch it carelessly, even if you touch it, the energy won't return. Holding the test tube in his hand, Shin Junyoung replied firmly, don't worry, I have a skill. Then he injected the test tube into himself. A system panel appeared, weak great mage, all stats are 0.2. Haesung was secretly happy at that time and muttered, this, Jung Sangwoo won't be able to act for a while. The old man smirked with glee, there was no one at the captain level left who could stop the mutated monster, so should we liven things up a bit? Suddenly, the door of Haesung's laboratory was hit by a very strong force. The huge door was immediately flung open. Haesung's face was expressionless, when his voice dropped, what a surprise, I didn't think you would come here. Jung Sangwoo looked straight at Haesung with murderous eyes, he found him. He smiled wickedly and asked sarcastically, is your sister okay? I heard the hospital is very busy. Jung Sangwoo suppressed his anger and replied, I already have someone there, you're the problem I have to deal with now, Haesung. Haesung looked at Sangwoo mockingly, challenging him, do you think you can do it? Sangwoo gritted his teeth and glared at Haesung, on the contrary, he was the one who should have stopped me. Jung Sangwoo swung his sword hard at Haesung, his face full of pain as he thought to himself. Apparently he used DEP, the finished product without the monsterization side effects. Both of them were thrown backwards after the collision. Haesung frowned and smiled wickedly, I see, I was wondering how you found my location, it seems Shin Junyoung told you. Jung Sangwoo stood still, seemingly hit in the heart. Haesung continued to provoke him, I heard you were very close to him, but you really gave the hospital to that idiot. Jung Sangwoo started to boil with anger and replied, this is the first time I've seen a father say such things to his own son, what a heartless person. Haesung smiled evilly, he scolded, that bastard was the biggest mistake of my life, you said he was an idiot with all his stats fixed at 0.2, yet you entrusted your sister's life to that loser. Jung Sangwoo's eyes seemed to have a flicker of movement but he remained silent. At that time, at the city hospital, Shin Junyoung used a DEP test tube. Feeling the immense power flowing through his body, Shin Junyoung carefully considered, he couldn't use normal lightning skills, it would cause a short circuit. He immediately released a large amount of power, but just in time I have this. Weak magic, all stats are fixed at 0.2. The female employee and the electrician both exclaimed when they saw the flickering electric light appear, the power source. Shin Junyoung was secretly happy, gritting his teeth and gathering strength to release more power, very good, at this rate. Suddenly his power source weakened, and the light bulb went out immediately. The female employee and the electrician looked at Shin Junyoung, speechless. Shin Junyoung was sweating and staring blankly at the message. Mana shortage warning, weak magic, all stats fixed at 0.2. Shin Junyoung immediately fell into a state of extreme despair. Why, how, even DEP? At this moment in Jiwoo's emergency room, the nurse was in a panic. The virus's mana absorption rate was too fast. The child was in shock. The doctor beside her also spoke helplessly. The curse was too late to check the child's vital signs. Even so, seeing Jiwoo dying, they still tried their best to save him, prepared CPR, and immediately brought all the mana medicine here. At the same time, Shin Junyoung clenched his teeth in unwillingness. Ridiculous, you think he'll give up? Despite the system's red alert, Shin Junyoung concentrated his strength. I told him to leave the hospital to me. He once again released all the power he had. Shin Junyoung's mind was filled with thoughts. Why is the curse a punishment that binds me? I wished that there would be no hope for me to become stronger, but my magic got stronger and I used more types of magic. Shin Junyoung's mouth was bleeding as he slowly recalled. His resentment towards this punishment was growing stronger, but then I heard his story. The clone skill does all the work for him, the clone also increases his stats, how unfair, I struggled so much. Because of this innate skill, father was always disappointed, this trash never tried hard, I had to work so hard to get to level 8, it was unfair, it was unfair. Suddenly Jinnik appeared in the flashback, Shin Junyoung, congratulations, I heard dad left one of the 2 completed DEP samples for you. Jinnik clenched his right hand in resentment, why is it you who always receives father's support, I'm also his son. I was the one who promoted the DEP project but in the end, it was unfair. Shin Junyoung was stunned and his face darkened, oh right, I just need someone to be jealous of. Shin Junyoung bit his lips and continued to think, talented, anyone who dares to get in his way will be crushed. Effort, inheritance, I heard I should be able to do at least this much at level B, genius. Shin Junyoung was lost in his memories. Mediocrity, I'm asking what I have to do to make you give up the elixir. You can't even handle a mediocre B class, what mediocre B class? Punishment, you haven't changed at all since F level. You still want to ruin the plan in the end, admit it, Jung Sangwoo, father, academy, elixir. Shin Junyong then painfully shouted, why is it only you? Why is it only you who has those things? Someone has appeared and destroyed all the resentment, don't go looking for your flaws in others. Shin Junyong tears rolled down his face, choking, making excuses for his weakness. He clenched his teeth despite the blood that kept flowing. The female employee felt very sorry when she saw that. The hunter and the electrician stopped her in time. We will get electrocuted if we get too close, we have to get out of here. Shin Junyong painfully gathered his strength, shut up system, I will still maintain the skill even if my mana is depleted. Shin Junyong crazily increased his power, no, even if he died he would never cancel his skill. The system kept giving red warnings, mana shortage warnings, mana shortage warnings. The chains that hold back power are breaking one by one. Shin Junyong is in a state of unprecedented energy. He was suddenly speechless, the punishment system had disappeared, moreover, the mana stats that had never increased before were increasing simultaneously. Shin Junyong clenched his fists, feeling the immense mana flowing through his body. Father, your crazy actions have caused death. Shin Junyong's face darkened and he was speechless, but today he would be the one to save them. Shin Junyong's power has increased to the maximum. At this time, Jung Sangwoo's face turned stern as he replied, failure, yet you gave him DEP, the completed version. Haesong spoke with a blank face, I just threw it away because it was redundant. He continued to mock him with contempt, that DEP officer probably had no effect on him, you think I'm going to sit still and do nothing about that damn punishment? Jung Sangwoo asked without any hesitation, then what are you going to do? Haesong was momentarily speechless when he heard Sangwoo's news. He heard that the electricity at the hospital had been restored, it seemed that the DEP pill had worked. Sangwoo immediately appeared from behind Haesong, not expecting the first thing his son did after removing the punishment was to ruin his plan, see. He threw a punch directly at Haesong, sending Haesong flying away. Jung Sangwoo's cold eyes kept attacking, as far as I can see he is the biggest failure of the Haesong guild. One slash of his makes everything shatter. Zinstein, the creator of the gloomy facial expression system, no, Jung Sangwoo, the penalty cannot be removed by DEP, if the penalty is reduced by other methods. At the hospital, the doctors all breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that the power was back on, the danger was temporarily over. The nurse next to him asked, Doctor, did you see it, the virus number? Suddenly, a female employee ran in from somewhere to announce that they had made contact, and that the power had been temporarily transferred from another station. Hearing that, the doctor felt a little less worried, really, it had almost been a disaster, what relief. The female employee immediately turned around and left, her face beaming with joy, she had to immediately inform that hunter. She ran down to the power cellar and shouted, Hunter, they said the temporary power has been restored, you can deactivate the emergency generator. Zinstein's expression darkened, the system's punishment wasn't bad, they created limits because that skill was too strong and would overload the body, power that exceeded its limits was unstable. The female employee opened her eyes wide in shock, her mouth moving, the hunter. Shin Junyong's eyes were lifeless, his whole body had no strength left as he lay motionless on the ground. After a long slash from the wall straight down to the floor, Jung Sangwoo spoke, I've met many pathetic hunters, but out of all of them, you're the worst. Haesong was now covered in dirt, his eyes filled with anger. Jung Sangwoo stared at Sangwoo silently questioning, did he really have to stoop so low as to follow my sister? He frowned with an unforgiving gaze, he was right. On the other side of the hospital, the voice of Kim Dong-hyun, the owner, reporting reached Jung Sangwoo's ears. The staff member was anxiously trying to treat Shin Junyong, please, while trying to use her strength to heal Shin Junyong, she told Kim Dong-hyun to continue CPR. Shin Junyong's stiff face scared the staff and they quickly called for help, doctor, come to the machine room, quickly, there's a patient there. Kim Dong-hyun's eyes filled with pity, his voice low and hesitant as he spoke, his heart already. Jung Sangwoo heard this, his face paled, his eyes widened in horror, what, Junyong? Haesong's face was expressionless and he indifferently said, I know DEP has no effect on it, in the end it's still a shame. Jung Sangwoo's eyes couldn't hide the pain and pity for Shin Junyong, he indignantly exclaimed, what? Haesong coldly complained without the slightest sympathy, look, I'm the one who should be crying, do you know how difficult it is to bring that useless thing to rank B right now? He continued to belittle his own son's death as he launched meteors at Jung Sangwoo, dying from using his own skills was nothing to be proud of. Jung Sangwoo frowned, pursed his lips, his eyes were sharp, okay, I've decided, I will kill you. Jung Sangwoo said as he neatly cut each meteorite in half. Jung Sangwoo rushed forward and struck Haesong with his sword, but he still calmly smiled and provoked him, do you think that just because you decided to do it, you still haven't seen it since the fight just now, you haven't even scratched me? He rolled his black eyes and arrogantly shouted, I am unbeatable. Before he could finish speaking, Jung Sangwoo had already slashed off his wrist. Without any concession, he turned his murderous and hostile gaze towards Haesong and spoke seriously, do you know why I was just joking around earlier? It's because you are still Shin Junyong's father. Haesong now came to his senses, horrified to see his hand lying alone on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Jung Sangwoo, with eyes full of hatred, prepared to strike again. Shin Junyong had given me permission to use any means possible to stop him, but how could I kill the father of the boy who promised to save his sister? But knowing how he thought of him, I had no reason to hold back. Haesong was still writhing in pain, clutching his severed arm. Sangwoo gathered all his strength and rushed straight towards Haesong, smirking and asking, "Why are you looking so sullen? Do you really think you can defeat me just by blocking once?" Haesong stood still as if there was no way to avoid Sangwoo's blade. His sword strike sent old Haesong flying straight towards the tall buildings. Then he was thrown back down and hit hard against the ground. His whole body was shaking with pain and he struggled to get up. Haesong was now unsteady on his feet, his forehead full of angry veins. How could it break his invincibility? His physical resistance was top-notch, even among A-rankers. He even used the resistance enhancement skill on top of the stat that had been increased from Dep. Jung Sangwoo asked indignantly. "Do you see the mess you've made? Everything is destroyed, your guild members have turned into monsters and are now killing people everywhere." Sangwoo pointed his sword and shouted in frustration. How could he not care at all at that sight? Haesong, who was covered in bruises, started to mumble, Exactly what was the problem? Don't you think everything that happened up until now is very strange?" Sangwoo's face was ugly and he was stunned by the old man's words. What? Haesong started babbling about his crazy thoughts. Before, this was an obvious answer. Somewhere, an innocent person is desperately crying out for help to someone. All I did was bring reality back to the past, a time when the weak would die. In another place the husband is trying to protect his wife. Stay behind me my love, and only the strong survive. John Scully's side had finished with the monster, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it was almost over here. That was how the disaster happened. Haesong disdainfully spoke of his evil intentions, but now, those who are not even worth a worm are allowed to touch me, the strongest hunter in Korea. He kept raising his voice in defiance. Listen, because I'm not insulting you. Immediately Jung Sangwoo thrust his knee into Haesong's body. Jung Sangwoo's expression was no longer kind. He frowned and looked straight at Haesong and replied, "So I guess even if I tear you to pieces, you won't feel any problem in that case." Once again Sangwoo kicked old man Haesong away. He had no strength left and sat down in the rubble, his mouth still muttering, me. Haesong struggled to get up and spoke with difficulty. "I currently have the strength of an S-rank hunter." Sangwoo's face was calm and fearless as he softly exclaimed, "Oh, how petty." The giant fiery meteors appeared again. Sangwoo quickly jumped into the air and cut all those meteorites in half. Haesong's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and thought, his vision was being obscured. Jung Sangwoo thought to himself as he slashed at the meteorites, "I will crush you with my final meteorite of destruction." Suddenly Sangwoo's face became panicked. A bright golden light appeared from somewhere, and it grew bigger and bigger. Haesong below smiled smugly. "Jung Sangwoo, so you're the same kind of despicable person as Kim Junhyuk." Jung Sangwoo thought he was about to explode. He laughed out loud. "Look, I am the strongest man in Korea." Suddenly Haesong's smile disappeared, his face filled with fear. Sangwoo slowly appeared, speaking from within the smoke and dust. "This is the invincibility, the depth you keep talking about. I've had it for a long time." Sangwoo's eyes were cold. He pointed his sword straight at Haesong. "So what is the distance between us now?" He stood there for a moment, stunned. Not fair. Then only saw a long sword slash straight through his body. Jung Sangwoo then coldly looked back. It was strength. At the same time, Yin was still surprised and softly called out, "Dad, where are we going?" Junhyuk gently smiled and replied, "Where else are we going? Let's go to the cinema." Hyun was surprised and continued to ask, "What, the movie theater, at a time like this?" Junhyuk made a funny face and replied jokingly, "Oh right, so that means there's a chance we won't have to pay for the ticket, right?" Suddenly Junhyuk's expression changed as he remembered what he had said to Sangwoo. "I entrust Haesong to you." Sangwoo looked confused. "Okay, wait. Hunter Kim Junhyuk, you mean you won't take revenge?" Junhyuk replied, "I'll leave him to you. He can't apologize for what he did anyway." Sangwoo continued, "What, wouldn't it be better if you—" Kim Junhyuk interrupted, "You know, this smartphone is quite useful. I can use the internet anytime, and it contains a lot of information. There's even some information about the S-rank monsters in the monster pit." What did Sangwoo suddenly think of when he heard this? Junhyuk smiled awkwardly and asked Hunter Jung Sangwoo, "Am I a monster?" The ruins were rotten, the ground was cracked, there were voices. Something seemed wrong. He was clearly dressed to hunt monsters, but there were no monster corpses here, traces of my skills and ruins everywhere. Junhyuk smiled faintly. It seemed like this place was holding something, but I was the only one here who hadn't aged at all. He paused for a moment before continuing, leaving Sangwoo speechless. It was as if I was created. Junhyuk held up his phone and said, "Look at this too. It is predicted that the S-class monsters in the monster pit are at the peak of adaptation and evolution. They have observed and replicated the abilities and characteristics of the things they devour." Sangwoo coldly called out, "Hunter Junhyuk," he asked, "What do you want to say?" Junhyuk turned around and smiled, "Anyone can kill. Maybe you can do it better than me. I can tell just by looking." Sangwoo lifted one foot in confusion. "So I—" Junhyuk smirked, "Will do what only I can do." Junhyuk suddenly grabbed Yuhyun's hand, surprising her. Everyone had evacuated so there was no one here. He pulled her away. "You can sit wherever you want. If not now then when will we go?" Blood from the sword dripped drop by drop onto the ground. Sangwoo swung his sword and Haesong fell to the ground. He rolled his eyes and laughed like crazy. I am, Hunter. Haesong stopped laughing, panting, the strongest. He recalled, Trevor Ron holding a tray of medicine. What would happen if I injected those two finished products? Haesong picked up a potion and asked, can I get stronger, can I? Trevor Ron replied, no, because it helps maintain and strengthen the human body, so there is a limit to how much the stats can increase. He was disappointed to hear that, so there was no way to help me increase my stats? Not really. Trevor Ron explained that increasing stats through training was fine, so he just needed to train, or else use one of the unfinished products and give up his humanity. Haesong smirked, cool, can you make it into a capsule? After recalling, he bit the capsule in his mouth, if he couldn't become the strongest. The capsule was broken, smoke gushed out, then it was all for naught. Sangwoo saw purple lights appearing before his eyes and he didn't understand what was going on. A purple energy surged from Haesong's body, causing him to take a step back in surprise. The energy shot high into the sky, destroying many surrounding buildings. From that energy source, a sphere was shot out. It rushed towards Sangwoo, he raised his hands in defense. The ball hit the ground and Sangwoo jumped away. He gritted his teeth, his hands shaking as he thought to himself, what the hell, did that bastard take the unfinished medicine? From behind the rubble a leg appeared, me. Then his whole body appeared with 6 legs and a tail, he was the strongest. Haesong called, Junhyuk, Sangwoo frowned, what, have you lost your mind, this crazy guy? He opened his mouth and shouted, if not you, then me. His scream shook the ground violently, I did. Several nearby buildings were also affected and collapsed. Sangwoo could hardly stand straight from that aftershock. But he quickly regained his composure and jumped up to slash Haesong's back, causing him to roar. Sangwoo was surprised, his regeneration ability had already surpassed human limits. The monster roared madly, its sound causing the whole area to explode. Sangwoo dodged the attack and put one hand on the ground, thinking to himself, his skills are dangerously stronger, this won't work, number 2 bring that thing here. The ground collapsed, rocks and soil flew everywhere, the people in that building were shocked, what? The door, the monster slowly walked up and said, weakling. It rushed towards the people in the building, must be eliminated, ah, monster, run away. A person's foot stepped on a brick, blood splattered and a scream was heard. The monster's claws stopped right next to the face of a villager who was trembling and panting. Its claws stabbed right into Byung-hun's chest. The monster frowned in surprise, Byung-hun. The man asked with tears in his eyes, you are the president of the association. Sangwoo took advantage of the moment the monster was distracted and charged. He frowned and growled, go away. A vortex rose from underground and stabbed straight into the monster's belly. The people around panicked, quickly bring first aid kit here, hurry, he's bleeding too much. The girl opened her eyes wide and cried, letting go of the other person's hand. She widened her eyes, tears streaming down, that child. Byung-hun thought with wide eyes, he must be scared too. A person holding a box of cups ran to the rescue, the little girl must have been very scared. The monster jumped up to attack, don't get in my way, Junhyuk. Sangwoo jumped up and kicked him in the head, cursing, I'm Jung Sangwoo, you idiot. The battle continued, and another huge explosion occurred. Sangwoo jumped back and said, and the one you were calling out to him. He was serious, he wasn't Hunter Junhyuk. Yoo-hyun and Junhyuk sat in the theater watching a movie. Sangwoo continued, even though he was a monster, he decided to die as a human. Sangwoo raised his hand creating a black hole, but you. 3 clones of Sangwoo appeared one after another, red lightning flashing. The monster stared at him without saying anything. Following that, 3 other monsters also appeared, we'll die as a monster in this place. One punch flew in front of the monster, I was. Another monster charged straight at the other, the strongest one. John Scully carried the cat-eared girl and the agent away. A girl screamed, where are you going, begging you. The girl cried and begged, I will give you the money you want, so please treat him. She continued to plead, please save those 2 people. John Scully coldly replied, shut up, you idiot. Then he turned and walked away, I'm trying to do it at the same time, confusing girl, huh? Shin Junyong was placed on a white mattress, next to him someone was casting a healing spell. A doctor gasped, stop, his aorta and most of his blood vessels are broken. He added, you know very well that we cannot save him. The girl still insisted on using recovery magic, but... Suddenly someone kicked the door open and said, doctors, you all go and rest. John Scully gathered a golden ball and smirked, today all the patients in this hospital will be turned into ashes by me. He created a giant mark that covered the entire hospital, a green energy source ran down from the sky. The orange monsters continuously beat the Haesong monster. He created a black sphere floating in the air, then controlled it to hit the monster. One of them exploded. He thought to himself, ah, so they were clones of him, Jung Sangwoo, that bastard. Sangwoo stood in a corner watching the monsters fight. Junhyuk wasn't planning on coming either, my original plan was for him. Blood splattered all over the monster Haesong, he thought, but why? Why, I have worked harder and sacrificed more than anyone else to gain power. Sangwoo stood there, dumbfounded, but why couldn't he win against that useless brat? Suddenly he thought of Shin Junyong, trying. The monster roared, yes, that brat must be working hard like me. He raised one hand and created a shining golden ball, this last time, I will. Before he could do anything, Sangwoo's cloned monster stabbed him through the stomach. It lifted its hand, and drops of blood flowed down from its wrist. The monster's whole body was distorted and he couldn't make a sound. He used his last bit of strength to think, am I simply weaker than him? He tried to raise his voice, Jung Sangwoo, congratulations, for becoming an S-rank hunter. A broken, cracked hand flew up, this is my final parting gift to you. Sangwoo said coldly, you should have chosen to rest in peace. A series of fireballs fell from the sky. There were always a few who refused to give up until death, only giving up when they had to eat the bitter fruit. Sangwoo frowned and thought to himself, 2 to 3 kilometers, so far that he couldn't estimate. Even if he used all his sword energy to use the Storm Messenger sword technique, he wasn't sure if he would hit it or not. But there was no other way, he had to use it. A tornado appeared in his hand, well, he had to try it to know. Suddenly the sword broke in half, then gradually cracked into many pieces, leaving Sangwoo bewildered. He looked at the broken sword and exclaimed, wow, this bastard, the capital is about to be destroyed by you. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in the sky. He threw a sword down and called, disciple. The giant sword landed right next to Sangwoo. Raven shouted, use that thing. He instructed Sangwoo to also grab the sword and follow suit, using the full wind slash of the Storm Messenger. The rocks surrounding the sword gradually broke into pieces. Raven knelt on one knee and said, the entire land is under your control, the name of that weapon is. Sangwoo swung his giant sword up, earthquake. A tremendous force caused the surrounding rocks to explode. At this moment, nothing could be seen in the space except that blinding yellow color. A tornado flew into the dark night sky. The place Sangwoo hit created a bottomless hole. He held the sword and gasped, everyone help me deal with the surroundings. He said with relief, it's over. Yoo-hyun and her father were still sitting in the theater watching movies together. Junhyuk turned to his daughter and asked, they really did it, were those monsters real? No, I think they used the illusionary power of some kind of fake love. He stood up, revealing his arm that was slowly cracking, and Yoo-hyun happened to see it, now let's head to the next location. The arm was so cracked that it looked like it was about to fall off. Yoo-hyun stared at it, her eyes filled with hopeless sadness. Junhyuk worriedly supported his arm and thought, the cracks are getting worse, just hold on a little longer, this stupid body. He still tried to smile at her, the only thing an empty shell like him could do right now, come on, we should go to the amusement park too. The park was now closed, the space covered in pitch darkness. Junhyuk adjusted the circuit breaker, wait a minute, it might not look like it, but Dad really has that technical knowledge, Yoo-hyun doesn't believe it, really Dad. After a while the lights around the Ferris wheel lit up, and they did. Junhyuk and Yoo-hyun sat next to each other on the roller coaster, let's go. Yoo-hyun smiled happily, Junhyuk thought, smile, Yoo-hyun, he gave a small smile, remembered to smile brightly. He told himself that later, even though there were times when injustice or sadness came, no difficulty would last forever. The roller coaster's shadow backlit with his words of encouragement, if you continue to persevere, till the end. The sun gradually set, the big house was brightly lit. In a dark room, 2 figures entered. On the locked transparent shelf is a photo of Yoo-hyun's mother. Junhyuk looked at the photo with a sad face, finally. Yoo-hyun stood beside him with tears in her eyes and said, Dad, thank you Dad. She wiped her tears away and said with a smile, I think all my wishes have been fulfilled, if I continue to persevere, that day will definitely come, right, Dad? Junhyuk just smiled lightly, Yoo-hyun, he was about to continue when one of his legs shattered, then you will. He sat down worriedly, no need to be so surprised, just a little more. Yoo-hyun took his hand and said, it's okay Dad. Her tears flowed and she choked up, saying, today, I am really, really happy, honestly, I will always live forward. Her voice was shaking, so don't worry about it anymore. He asked Yoo-hyun, you know, right? He took off his hat and choked up, Dad, I really wanted to make this a special day for you, but it seems like things aren't going the way you wanted. He put his hat on Yoo-hyun's head, thank you Yoo-hyun, I will never forget this day. Then his body slowly crumbled away, yes, if you keep persevering. Yoo-hyun was still kneeling, Junhyuk's voice still echoing, happiness finally came to her. The to-do list has been ticked off, have dinner together, visit mom's grave, go to the amusement park, go to the movies. There were footsteps behind the door, Yoo-hyun walked out of the door with a calm expression, in her hand she still had the shirt her father left behind. The assistant teacher immediately rushed over in panic, Yoo-hyun, you're here. Seeing her, he quickly explained the current situation, and Hunter Junhyuk. Before she could finish her sentence, she brought out the piece of jelly her father left her before he died. Seeing this scene, the assistant was also surprised and didn't know what to say. He just asked gently, is he happy? Hearing this sentence made her heart swell up and she couldn't help but cry, yes, he smiled at me, smiled very brightly. On the other side, Yunhai and number 10 along with a few others were also gradually exhausted. The monster was bound by iron chains and surrounded by a barrier. Yunhai guessed, I think everything here is settled, right? She turned to number 10 and said thank you, I don't know who you are, but thank you for helping. Number 10 also explained, don't worry, I'm just protecting the Holy Land. Hearing this word, Yunhai couldn't help but feel surprised. Holy land, she continued to ask number 10 about many other things. Those bastards are still alive. Why did you capture them instead of killing them? He himself wasn't sure about this. I'm not sure. Number 10 explained the information he heard, but I heard there's a way to turn them back to their original form. Hearing that, she was surprised. What, turning back? She realized she could do something. Wait, then. Number 10 immediately confirmed her thoughts. Yes, those monsters were originally humans. On the other side, there were many rocks falling from the sky. The people below couldn't believe what they were seeing. Meteors, I was alive. Everyone below was shouting loudly, we are alive, we are alive. People are trying to find an ambulance. The ambulance is here, there are injured people. Seeing that, Old Raven felt somewhat relieved. I hastily threw away my weapon just to buy more time, but I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. He looked at his student, unable to contain his emotions. As expected of his disciple, Sangwoo was covered in injuries, but he turned to smile at the old man a little. Thank you. He walked up to the old man and told him what he felt. I could swing it somehow, but it felt like all my mana was being sucked away. The old man explained. You've only just begun to control it. You can actually use it because your ability is exceptional. Sangwoo was also a bit surprised, but he said this was an important artifact in his homeland. He wondered if I could use it. The old man didn't understand, so he told him again. What are you talking about? We're on the same side. Raven turned around and told him what happened before. In the beginning, there were only 3 survivors in the Urencia Empire. Before leaving, he said goodbye to him first. His master would have to leave again. There was something I had to do, and somewhere I needed to go. Sangwoo bowed his head and thanked him for his support. Master. He happily patted his shoulder. My disciple, I like the way you try to save others until the end. That is definitely your nature, something I cannot teach you. After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed his master had an eye for people. Sangwoo looked a little sad. Don't praise me too much, I just tried my best. No matter how hard I tried, there were still many people I couldn't save. Elsewhere, patients are flexing their muscles. They were so happy because all their illnesses were cured. I was full of energy. My arthritis was cured. My broken arm was healed. The scar from the surgery was gone. Sangwoo also met other people gossiping on the way. I went to the hospital and my leg is healed. John Scully was also here. Seeing John, he asked, Clone guy, you're here. The meteorites in the sky were destroyed by people. You must be the one who destroyed them. Sangwoo was surprised. Why are you here? John was also a little annoyed. Damn it, ask that bastard Jumper. John also informed Sangwoo of some news. Before that, I had good news and bad news. Sangwoo didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. What? John didn't say much to instruct him, in my opinion. John brought him to Junyang, who was seriously injured. John gave Sangwoo a brief overview. I have healed all his injuries, but his heart has stopped for too long. I heard from your clone that this guy is responsible for restarting the power to the hospital, right? John turned to Sangwoo, hearing that was the reason he used his limit-breaking skill. Sangwoo fell into deep thought again for a moment. Then he asked, looking at Junyang as he spoke, Hey, what are you doing? Wake up. Back in the past, Junyang told him, I'm going to the hospital. Jung Sangwoo, stop my father's antics. Sangwoo's face darkened as he blamed Junyang. Why are you trying so hard? We're not that close. John had to leave you in here for a while. You can stop when you get into trouble, you idiot. He gritted his teeth in anger. This is what he said he would worry about. Sangwoo immediately grabbed the bed frame and crushed it, to burn his heart and meet with disaster. Sangwoo shouted loudly, causing Junyang to return from hell. Wake up, you bastard. Junyang also shouted loudly. Everyone saw him wake up and their faces turned pale. Sangwoo looked at his trembling hand and wondered, did my resurrection skill finally awaken? John immediately called him back to reality. That kind of skill doesn't exist, you crazy person. Junyang then gasped and explained, a skill that held onto my life. His face, as if he had just escaped death's door, couldn't help but smile slightly. By falling into a coma after being fatally injured, hibernation entered a coma to ensure safety. Junyang was still trying to explain about hibernation. That skill, Sangwoo here was overjoyed beyond words. Hey you. He immediately slapped Junyang's face to wake him up. How dare you make us worry? If you have such a skill, you should tell us. You didn't do anything and you're already getting slapped. Junyang shouted, this bastard, how dare you do that to a patient who just woke up? Sangwoo couldn't contain his emotions. I'll keep you in a coma. John Scully felt a little relieved seeing the two of them like this. If that's the case, then we have two good news, right? A girl heard the noise and ran to Junyang's hospital room. She stood in front of the 3 people, making them all fall silent. Sangwoo also suddenly realized. It was Jiwoo. She immediately greeted him, long time no see. Her teacher, John Scully, also recounted her fight with life and death. I heard there was a power outage before I arrived at the hospital, and during that time, your brother's mana was depleted by the ghost virus. At that time, the doctors couldn't do anything more. We missed a more important moment. The woman beside him was also panicking. Doctor, can you see the amount of ghost virus? Dung immediately told the story, causing Sangwoo beside him to break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, the ghost virus had run out of food, weakened, and was almost eliminated as soon as the treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it paid off. Jiwoo also reassured his brother, I'm fine. He also thought about it himself. If Jiwoo wakes up, I have a lot to say. I've thought about a lot of things. Sangwoo couldn't help but cry. He ran over and hugged Jiwoo. You've endured a lot. Jiwoo cried too. She replied softly, yes, he was empty too, but I couldn't think of anything else. Thus, the unprecedented terror attack in Haesong came to an end. Thanks to the preparations of those who had experienced the flexible gate phenomenon, the casualties were lower than expected. With the help of Bless, the number of injured people was also significantly reduced. Everything was fine, but Sangwoo was teasing John now. He ordered his clone, catch him, lick him. John was also scared and ran away, unable to hold back his curses. Crazy guy. Many monsters were captured, but thanks to the instructions I gave to my clone, they were captured alive. Yuhyun was with the doctor explaining the medicine she had just created. This was called a recovery potion. Seeing its miraculous effects, the doctor questioned her. Wait, how did you create such a miraculous potion? The mutated monsters were captured so they could escape their monster form with the help of Kim Yuhyeon. At the same time, the drug called DEP was announced to the whole world. Moreover, the announcement said that the damage was very little. It also pointed out that there was some damage. The scene changes back to the funeral of Mr. Kim, Uyeon's father. Everyone is mourning for him. He came back to save people and left like this. I heard that Hunter Junhyuk has a daughter, Yuhyeon. I heard she saves people who turn into monsters. Like father, like son. I don't know why she's been in hiding all this time. I heard he guarded the gate to the end. On a street corner, Byung-hun's photo frame was placed. Next to it were curses. The assistant also fell into deep thought, then left a flower in front of him and left. Everything gradually returned to normal. His mother immediately scolded him loudly to wake him up so he could have breakfast. He still wasn't up. It had been a long time since they had a family meal. His father also advised him that it was okay. He had been through too much. Jiwoo happily told his mother, it's lunchtime, so his mother was less worried. That's right, the boy was hunting like crazy day and night again. For the first time in a long time I was able to sleep in. The next day, on the table was the jelly that fell when he defeated Mr. Kim. When he mutated, the three of them, no, one, the assistant, and Sangwoo sat down to discuss it. Number 1 immediately complained, okay, I'm bored to death waiting for you. You still haven't forgotten the condition, right? It's time for you to keep your promise. Number 1 immediately reached out to take back the broken piece and gave it to me. Sangwoo immediately took back the broken piece and called Number 1, wait a minute. He picked up the fragment and said to Number 1, before that there is something I need to verify. My promise is to give you the fragment of the 7 deadly sins. Sangwoo then started questioning Number 1, but who are you? Number 1 was immediately surprised. What? Body Number 1 was filled with murderous intent. This bastard, what does he want to do? Sangwoo put on a gentle face, calm down, I just want you to listen to me. Who are you? Number 1 slammed his hand on the table. I am the owner of that piece of the 7 deadly sins. Also, why are you talking like that? Sangwoo interrupted him, no. His eyes immediately lit up. He was Number 1, and Number 1 was a clone. Sangwoo put on a naive face. That's why I promised from the beginning to give the pieces of the 7 deadly sins to my clones. Number 1's eyes immediately filled with anger. Today you will die by my hands. Number 1 screamed, died miserably. But Sangwoo immediately used his skill to break his horn. Yeah, no way, go Number 1. Number 1 replied blankly, yes. Suddenly Sangwoo crushed the stone to reveal the large pearl inside, and the 7 deadly sins. He said as he threw it to Number 2, it's yours Number 2. Number 2 caught the gem in a split second. He received the order. A powerful stream of energy suddenly radiated out. Zinstein was on one side, thinking, well, so far everything was going according to his prediction. He frowned at Sangwoo, let me see your potential along with your clones Jung Sangwoo. He fixed his gaze on Number 2 who was transforming after absorbing the 7 deadly sins fragment, and showed me that he made the right decision in choosing him. After the thick smoke cleared, Number 2 stomped his foot on the ground. The second person was now covered in sturdy armor, and his body also underwent great changes. Sangwoo curled his lips and asked, what about Number 2? He looked at his clone, your body hasn't been taken over yet, right? Number 2 bowed his head and coldly replied, yes. Suddenly, a large, ferocious mouth appeared on the shoulder of Number 2, Jung Sangwoo. He whispered, dirty bastard, but Sangwoo laughed, what's wrong? I kept my promise, didn't I? Lieber clenched his fists, success, by sharing the fragments with his clones and allowing them to absorb them, he could balance out the influence of the 7 deadly sins. He was overjoyed. If it was him, he would be able to absorb all the fragments of the 7 deadly sins and gain the power to fight against the system. Sangwoo bumped his head into Number 2's chest as if to provoke him, yeah, just kill me, I told you to do it. On the other side, in a deserted residential area, the sound of weapons dragging on the ground echoed in the air. Hyeon stopped in front of someone and sighed softly, as promised. Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It seemed like she was having quite a few troubles. Haesong's subordinate tilted his head slightly. I was being chased by a clone. Hyeon calmly looked at him. You know Haesong is dead, right? He nodded, yes. The two of you raised your weapons and pointed them at the masked man's head, so you must have known my purpose in coming here. He looked calm and softly said, Hyeon's expression suddenly turned cold. I have no right to talk about this. I have also participated in killings and my hands have been stained with blood, but you are even more so. She couldn't help but curse, you crazy bastard, you see the mess you created. He just briefly replied, I was just following the chairman's orders. Hyeon's gun suddenly changed, so is it the president's order? She coldly started the big gun in her hand. Did she include stopping me from drinking that glass of wine, telling me your whereabouts in the hospital, and where you will go next, revealing your plan? Was it you who was ordered to do it right away? The masked man chuckled twice in disdain. He suddenly remembered the day he first met Haesong, accepting the opportunity given to him during the most difficult time of his life. At that moment, Haesong reached out his hand in front of him, choosing based on his own mistakes. He remembered Haesong's arrogant smile. It was his first and last choice. On his mask suddenly flowed 2 lines of black liquid from the eye sockets. I was sure I received such an order. After a loud gunshot, his body turned into dust and was no more. At the Hunter Association, Sangwoo's scream echoed through the blue sky. What? His eyes widened in surprise. Haesong's guild was going to disband. Junyoung said as he adjusted his tie one last time in front of the mirror. Yeah, there will be some articles next. Sangwoo glanced at him in confusion. Hey, if I may ask. He felt uncomfortable with Junyoung's neat suit appearance. Who are you? You're not even the captain. Junyoung gritted her teeth and looked at him. Brat. He calmly explained under Sangwoo's surprised eyes. Father left a will, saying that if he died, I would become the successor of the Haesong Society. He laughed. Of course the punishment remained the same, so I was still not qualified to be captain. Sangwoo hesitated. The punishment hadn't changed? Junyoung turned around and answered slowly. In the end, I still didn't think I could understand my father's feelings. The same goes for Depp, and the guild as well. What could he expect from me? He paused for a moment and continued. Actually, the matter of disbanding the guild had already been discussed with the board of directors, and the trouble the Haesong guild had caused was so serious that few people opposed the decision. But don't go around telling other people before the news is posted. Sangwoo looked at him intently. Junyoung, me. He turned his head and gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I don't hate you for killing my father. Rather, I'm glad you stopped his rampage. See you later. After Junyoung left, Sangwoo sat on the chair and muttered, the punishment wasn't changed? Then what was the point of him still holding power in the hospital? He immediately contacted Lieber. Lieber, what's going on? He pushed his glasses up slightly and replied, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I can't be sure. Lieber slowly explained, the penalty is a function of the system. It limits the power to match the individual's physical strength, ensuring that the body does not bear any burden. It is quite similar to the cooldown time of a skill. Sangwoo fell into deep thought after hearing that, but thinking back, his clone skill also had a cooldown time. Lieber paused for a moment before continuing, but considering how the hospital's power was maintained and how his friend almost died, I'm sure he used the skill when the temporary penalty was turned off. Normally, there are 2 circumstances that cause the legal system to turn off. The first is when the mana, the source of energy for the system, is depleted, and the second is when the legally awakened person dies. In the end, he concluded, but the 2 were fundamentally no different, because usually when you run out of mana, you die. Sangwoo was startled. What? But I felt like I was out of mana a few times before, so it's okay. Lieber spoke up now. At that time mana was not depleted to the point where it was not enough to maintain minimal biological functions. In other words, it was like being out of breath after running for your life, feeling like you were about to die, but not actually dying. He theorized, what if he really did use the skill to resolve to die? What if that led to mana being depleted and the system shutting down? When mana is increased to its maximum, it is theoretically possible for mana to refill and temporarily allow the person to escape punishment. He let out a small sigh. Of course it was only in theory, and it only worked on limited punishments and parameters. Don't even try it. You've seen the price of ignoring punishment yourself, right? Sangwoo nodded, but he suddenly felt puzzled. But that was strange, with the virus too. But why would people die if they ran out of mana? Before the incident, did the Earth have something called mana? He was puzzled, but humans were still alive and well. Lieber spoke softly. He also understood the process of how the system was installed, right, when he passed through the gate. He continued, doing so fuses the system with the human. Once merged, they gain skills that are considered superpowers. His voice trailed off, but from then on, they lived on mana, and that was the system. Lieber suddenly exclaimed, but then again, there was an example near him. Sangwoo's eyes immediately widened. What? Lieber whispers, a case where a person awakens without passing through the gate. In a school in the city, the teacher's hoarse voice rang out. Now everyone paid attention. The teacher standing on the podium revealed a gentle expression. Today we have a transfer student. Jiwoo walked in her school uniform. Hello, I'm Jiwoo, nice to meet you all. The teacher introduced himself. Jiwoo has special circumstances, so she is 1 year older than everyone else. Remember to sign. The teacher looked at the students below. If there was anything they had to ask, just ask directly instead of making wild guesses. Some students started whispering to each other. Hey, isn't she Jung Sangwoo's younger sister? And in another corner of the classroom, a male student with a fierce appearance slightly curved his lips. Jung Sangwoo's younger sister. The pretty blonde girl next to him asked while applying lipstick. What does she look like? The male student replied. Quite pretty. This female student couldn't help but get excited. What should I do? I really admire her. The teacher pointed to an empty seat in the classroom. You can sit in that empty seat over there. Jiwoo nodded. Yes. The male student silently activated his skill. Under his influence, Jiwoo slipped. She did not have time to react and just let out a loud scream. Sangwoo on this side revealed an expression of disbelief. Wait, so the way to awaken without going through the gate is… Lieber finished the second half of the sentence for him, who was severely injured by a living being that had merged with Mana, which was usually a monster. So, he curled his lips into a smile. His little sister must be an awakened person by now. Under everyone's surprised eyes, the teacher rushed over. Are you okay? But he had to stop for a moment. Jiwoo was surprised at this moment because she was still safe and sound without any injuries. She looked down at a duplicate of herself lying below her. What was this? Jiwoo reached out and touched the clone. She could touch it, it was real. A smile appeared on her face. I also have the ability to clone? Suddenly the other clone disappeared, causing Jiwoo to scream in surprise. The teacher looked at her, who was sitting on the ground in shock, with wide eyes. Are you okay? It's just a skill. The teacher hurriedly reassured her. He didn't realize she was an awakened person. He had heard about children nowadays awakening at a very young age. Jiwoo turned her head to look at the teacher with a puzzled look. Yes, she thought, but I have never participated in the awakening program. The teacher gently reminded that the school forbade students from using skills, so be careful. Jiwoo softly replied, yes. But Sangwoo was now slowly hiding behind a large bush outside the school grounds observing. The students in the class couldn't stop talking after seeing the scene just now. Are you an awakened person? This is the first time I've seen a clone. You use the same clone skill as Hunter Jung Sangwoo, right? Jiwoo hesitantly smiled. No need to be so polite. I just found out, so I'm not sure. The students shouted in unison. Please perform it again for us. In a hidden corner of the school, a blonde female student crossed her arms and questioned. Hey, that wasn't in our plan. Have you used it yet? The male student standing opposite shook his head. No, I don't have that kind of skill. The female student looked upset. At the first place when she was about to fall, I was flattering her. Suddenly a clone of Sangwoo appeared in front of the students. It raised its voice threateningly. I saw you guys intending to use your skills to push my master's little sister down. Tell me, what were you thinking when you did that? The clone ordered. Be quiet. No one should scream. The female student trembled. The crew-cut male student was scared. This was Jung Sangwoo's clone. Jiwoo was now hiding behind the big wall, panting and out of breath, but finally managed to escape. She looked at her hands with a surprised look. Finally, what is happening to me? Have I really awakened? With her clone skill, she suddenly realized something unusual. At the same time she woke up in the hospital. The world had changed a lot. My brother was considered a hero of the Republic of Korea by everyone. For a few days, after waking up, everything was so chaotic because of the reporters that I couldn't think. Jiwoo pondered. No one could say anything more about the S-rank hunter, the strongest in Korea, and the focus was his clone skill. Jiwoo suddenly pursed her lips and clenched her fists. I knew my second brother's clone skill was really impressive the first time I saw it, but I didn't know it could be expanded. She was bewildered. Moreover, if I could also use the clone skill, she tried to remember how to make the clone appear. What would it be like? It was like, Jiwoo muttered, I was hoping someone could catch me when I fell. Suddenly a halo of light appeared, causing her to cry out softly. Instantly a clone was created standing opposite her. Jiwoo was overjoyed. I did it. She and her clone shouted in unison. We did it. Jiwoo put her hands on her hips and looked at the clone. But why are you imitating me? Hey, shouldn't you say obey your master or something? Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Wonderful. Jumper suddenly appeared from the opposite roof to Jiwoo's surprise. Is he Jumper? Okay. He smiled. Who would have thought you'd awaken to the ability to clone? Absolutely cinematic. On the other side of the group of students, the blonde female student slammed her hand on the ground and shouted, listen to me. She was on her knees crying. We were just joking around trying to get close to her. The boy on the left pointed at her. I made the ground slippery. This one made the floor soft and asked her if she was okay with that. The male student was trembling as he explained, but he suddenly used a skill and everything started to go haywire. Sangwoo's clone widened his eyes. Huh? The female student said with tears in her eyes, we were just trying to get closer to his sister because we are both big fans of Hunter Jung Sangwoo. We're sorry, we won't do it again. Sangwoo's clone remembered his master's instructions. Hey, help my little sister integrate into school. Do something if someone bullies her. 3 questions popped into the clone's head at once. Did they bully her? Answer, no. Did I help her fit in? Answer, no. What did I do to those kids in the end? Answer, yes. The clone looked dumbfounded. Okay, I'm a little confused. The jumper looked at Jiwoo and calmly explained. This skill looked like Sangwoo's clone but was a little different. He paused for a moment and then continued. It was like a physical entity and exactly like me, but in reality, it was in a mirror-like state, which could be considered a mirror copy ability. Jumper curled his lips and said, it's not like the clone has its own consciousness, but it's real, that special skill. Hearing him say that, Jiwoo began to realize the problem. Listening carefully, the clone's bracelet was on the other hand. Jiwoo was confused, so this wasn't a clone skill after all. Jumper immediately reassured her, don't be too disappointed. The truth is that the clothes you're wearing are exactly the same. That's something valuable. He smiled. Whatever you are equipped with can be copied. That allows you to increase your fire ability by 2 to 3 times. Jiwoo understood immediately, thinking back, if the clothes were not copied. Jumper's eyes flashed with a light. With that in mind, would you like to try your hand at that skill? Jumper made a suggestion, we can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a while, I'll protect you, so you won't be in danger, but Jiwoo suddenly interrupted him, sorry. But a voice from somewhere refused, causing Jumper to frown, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out right behind Jumper. Jiwoo revealed a happy expression and exclaimed, she called out loudly, brother. Sangwoo looked at Jumper calmly, my sister should be in school by now. He turned to look at Sangwoo, we meet again, he whispered softly, first. In a flash, Sangwoo appeared in front of Jumper and bowed, thank you, Jumper, I heard that you were the one who sent prayers to Korea, thank you, my sister has also gotten better. His eyes suddenly became serious, but I was a little skeptical about the way he approached the girl, what was his intention in taking her hunting? Jumper spoke softly, I would appreciate it if, he snapped his fingers. We can talk in a quieter place. A black shadow engulfed the two of them, Jumper explained, this is subspace, a special space, it will hinder system interference. Seeing Sangwoo about to summon his clone, he immediately stopped him, of course, it couldn't stop his clone, but will you listen to me first? I'm not here to fight. Jumper's expression was calm, he had grown and gotten stronger, Sangwoo silently sized him up, he had been strong since the last time he saw him, but now it seemed like he had gotten even stronger. Jumper interrupted his thoughts, let's talk first, this is about your sister, you're right, I was planning on taking her to the portal and registering her with the system. Sangwoo stared at Jumper, why? He explained naturally, if she was caught using a skill that was not registered with the system, she would be in danger. Sangwoo was puzzled, by whom? Jumper curled his lips, of course, he lowered his voice. Because of those who were trying to create the apocalypse, Sangwoo was immediately panicked, as he thought, Jumper also knew about the apocalypse. Jumper explained slowly, I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but the condition of the apocalypse is to register all of humanity into the system, but what do you think if there is an exception, someone awakens without being in the system? There's no way they can re-enter the awakening program, and if they don't participate in the hunt. Jumper's assertion made Sangwoo grit his teeth in anger, they might be in danger from the people who created the apocalypse, think about it. Jumper patted him on the shoulder, Hunter Jung Sangwoo, I know you also feel something suspicious from the system, I have also heard a lot of bad things, but... He leaned over to Sangwoo's ear and whispered, don't trust Lieber too much. Sangwoo was surprised, how? He knew Lieber, Jumper lightly punched him in the chest, he was someone who always thought only of himself. Jumper suddenly hugged his chest tightly and bit his lips, speaking in a resentful tone, to be more precise, he didn't care about anything but his own goal, meaning to achieve it, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Jumper glanced at Sangwoo, he had seen the dangers of the 7 deadly sins, right? Yet he still asked him to collect them without caring that his sister might be in danger. He raised his hand, his voice low, I hope you wouldn't go down the same path I had. With that, Jumper disappeared, okay then. After returning to reality, Jiwoo hurriedly ran to Sangwoo, brother, where have you been? You surprised me. Lieber suddenly contacted him, Jung Sangwoo, are you okay? You just lost connection for a moment. He asked softly, what happened? But Sangwoo cut him off, Lieber. He pinned his gaze on Lieber, so I'm not the only one collecting the 7 deadly sins. Lieber's expression was calm, Jumper told you, Sangwoo impatiently interrupted, answer me first. Lieber pushed his glasses up slightly and looked at him, he spoke slowly, he was the 4th person and Jumper was the one right before him, he was the 3rd. He stood up, I'll tell you everything, about the Urencia system and about the end of the world. After hearing what the opposing side said, Sangwoo called Jiwoo's name. Suddenly hearing her brother call her name and put his hand on her shoulder, Jiwoo didn't quite understand, go home for now, my clone will escort you, also, take a break from school for now. After doing that series of moves, he left coolly, what's going on? At least explain, don't worry too much, I'll be back soon, also, congratulations on becoming an awakened person. Elsewhere Lucas picked up his bottle of wine. He took it out into the living room and sat down on the chair. While Lucas was still lost in his own thoughts. The system suddenly appeared, startling Lucas, we lost connection for a while. The system panel continued to display those words, I have to use my sub-dimensional skill for a while, your actions are drifting away from the prophecy. The other party said no matter what the other party said, he still picked up the whole bottle and drank it, when will all of humanity wake up? That was our plan after all, too many variables came up, things that had never happened before kept happening. The person on the other side scoffed at him as soon as he heard what he said, things that had never happened before, don't be so sentimental. It was as if someone suddenly appeared, the end of the world was near. The person on the opposing side placed both hands on Lucas's shoulders, I hope you don't give up. He continued speaking as if giving orders, the only chance to save himself. The screen showed an image of him fighting Sangwoo from the battlefield and crying with excitement. Do you see that? That's the result of DEP, strengthening a D-rank hunter, 2 stages but the immediate effect is impressive. Travor Ron was very excited about the images of the future that were gradually taking shape, if we had that medicine, we could evolve humanity another level, I see. Then he suddenly stood still in front of the screen and fell silent. After a long while he asked his system, really? He clenched his fists as he spoke, Elia, do you really think so? You are an artificial intelligence that I created, there is no way you can disobey me. Looking at the people lying around him, he continued in a trembling voice, but at least this time, please answer me as comfortably as the Ilya I once knew. The system was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, Travor, you knew it all along. The system didn't let any of the cysts hit Travor Ron's sore spot. Was this really what he wanted to create? In America, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Sangwoo was a little shocked at what he was seeing, it turned out. All he saw was wasteland. Was this his lab? The enemy side looked natural and said, it's not above ground, it's underground, I'll tell you the location. So please dig up the ground. Sangwoo obediently slammed the shovel into the ground. He started digging up as the other party said, why are you just explaining your past now? I've heard about you from Jumper, I'll have to make you understand first. He pushed his glasses up again and continued, I wanted to tell you earlier, I didn't mean to hide anything, I thought I sent you this address before? When this is over, come here, my research materials are here. He suddenly remembered a scene where a screen appeared in front of him, notified him, and then turned off. Sangwoo was shocked, his eyes widened, oh right, he sent it before. The other party continued to talk about the incident when Sangwoo was digging, but even after that, he didn't go looking for that place, so I felt there was no need to show him anymore. What about my sister? The person on the opposing side sat on the chair and observed everything. Was he really lying? What he said at that time certainly had some truth to it, but just because the system registered his name, it didn't mean the danger would disappear. Sangwoo seemed to have accidentally dug into something hard. In the end, it all depended on his judgment. It turned out that he had accidentally dug a deep hole, revealing the iron door underneath. Whatever he decided after learning how Urencia had disappeared, it was probably still in time. He walked over and opened the iron thing. What was this place? He looked at the glowing electric wires inside. The power lines were still working. The enemy suddenly appeared. This place is my dream. The surrounding scene was rather desolate and barren. It was the first prototype system. Yeah, that reminds me, it all started here. In 1950s Philadelphia. Someone kept calling out to the opposing team while he was working intently. He was happily crafting at the time. I was a researcher on a secret government project at the time. River opened the door. The person outside saw that he didn't hear me calling, so he decided to find a way to break the door and come in. Even kicking it open would be fine, along with two colleagues that I've known since I was young. After successfully opening the door, two people entered. Are you messing with that thing again? He still hasn't given up. Project Rainbow, researcher Ilya White, Travor Ron. Ilya crossed his arms and angrily criticized River. I called you last weekend, but you didn't pick up. Why do you think we can't be good at all sports? Suddenly hearing River say that made Ilya confused. Even in tennis, we know the tennis ball is coming, and we know how to position our rackets to hit it, but it seems like our rackets are always hitting the air instead of the ball. Travor Ron, who had been silent all this time, was now helping Ilya. That's because we lack motor skills. I hope that what normal people think I can do. What I'm building is a system that will support people to do that. River was very focused on what he was doing. If he completed this system, the world would become a place where everyone could achieve their desires, even if they had no talent, and one day even those who couldn't walk would be able to walk, run, and do anything they had ever thought of. Travor Ron immediately dashed River's dream. What you're trying to achieve is a fantasy. Do you think machines can manipulate humans at the cellular level? I think the concept of that system applies to the drug you refuse to give up. How can you feel comforted by creating something that only exhibits the traits a person desires? Travor Ron was so angry that he wanted to argue back. What? At least it's better than this ridiculous machine. There we go again. Calm down. Once I finish this project, your path to success will be yours. Ilya immediately threw his arms around Travor Ron's neck to stop them. Stop it, guys, let me go. River looked at the two of them and didn't say anything more. You know what day it is today. Today is the project test day. It's fun to do personal experiments, but we have to do the work we're assigned to do, right? The test itself isn't dangerous. It's the first test, so the voltage is very low. Remember, the construction site was right next door. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. The metal demagnetization test, coil voltage was normal. The detector was working normally. All systems were working. While the other two were getting ready to start testing. Okay, let's start right away. Is it because I'm nervous? Travor decided to go out and come back later. I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. Why are you leaving now? He said he didn't have time to go because he was busy with testing. River decided to start the experiment anyway. Let's just do it first. What's the point anyway? Let's get started. He'll be mad when we get back. River still regrets this action immensely. I still think about it sometimes. River decided to pull the lever down. If we had waited for Travor that day, would things have been different? Suddenly the whole base shook. River and Ilya were still focused on the experiment. They were still wondering if the magnetometer had picked up a signal. The signal was still coming out and seemed to be fading. Then a powerful beam of light shot out, causing the entire base to shake violently. Someone started to panic. What is this? What is going on? Please wait while we find out. The electric currents that appeared all over the place were terrifying, as if they were reacting to something. Suddenly a black hole appeared in the sky. It sucked everyone's mana dry. Holy shit, what was that sound? Just then Travor came back from the bathroom. Sorry for being late, I must have eaten something this morning. But now in front of him there was only the tree and the electric sparks. Someone suddenly spoke. We did it, we really did it. River slowly opened his eyes but still couldn't see clearly. He looked like he was okay, right? This was very different from what I expected. Finally opened his eyes and regained consciousness gradually in the sound of talking. He was awake. After seeing clearly, I realized that the people in front of me were all strangers. Are you awake? Ilya also fainted and was sitting up holding his head next to River. Ilya, are you okay? One of them shouted happily. Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful. The legendary hero who would protect the Urencia Empire from Kranid according to the prophecy has arrived. Ilya and River were confused after hearing that. What? River, I need an explanation. Me too. The two of them were led by strangers from a strange kingdom. There will be 3 meals a day. If you two want more, let me know. This place seems to be related to some alien race. Furthermore, we will provide whatever equipment you two need within the Empire's capabilities. The person walking beside the two friendly people explained to everyone, regarding the language, we will be translated through magic, so we won't have a language barrier. Then the other party led the two to a room for them to rest. First, rest to relieve the fatigue after a long trip. Both Ilya and River were shocked by what they saw. Both of them had their own thoughts. This was the first time I heard this language, but I understood what she was saying. A rabbit was speaking human language. Was this really magic? There were also giant monsters. Their voices echoed up to the sky. Where the hell are we? Sangwoo, who was listening, couldn't believe it either. So the Urencia Empire tried to summon a hero. What nonsense was that? River could only explain it to the best of his knowledge. They said it was an ancient legend of Tyburn. When the Urencia Empire fell into crisis, a legendary hero would appear to defeat the enemy and bring peace. The exact reason why the gate opened was unknown. We could only speculate that their summoning ritual coincided with the experiment we were doing and led to this result. The building, their lifestyle, and the people were things I had never seen before. However, Ilya and I quickly adapted. Sangwoo looked around the room suspiciously. Surprisingly, I thought scientists would be the first to remove magic. River patiently explained his thinking. It was a bias. When an unexpected situation occurred, we adapted faster than anyone else. After all, it was a scientist's job to discover the process and rules behind the results. Then let me show you. Sangwoo stopped and stared at one spot. The things I've been through. When River was there with Ilya and it hadn't been that long. Okay, to recap. First, this wasn't Earth, it was a planet called Tyburn, but it wasn't clear if it was in the galaxy. It seems like they are using something called mana to use magic and have developed it to solve the problem of communication and transportation into other systems. Ilya suddenly added after listening to River's summary, there is still one most important thing. They mistook us for legendary heroes. After hearing this, River was also surprised because this situation was so difficult to handle. Ilya continued to tell what he knew. They said they were at war with a tribe called the Kranids. Maybe that was their claim. But in reality they were the only unified empire on the planet and the Kranids were invaders from another world. But since they were scientists, they didn't care about that. But maybe this was a very special phenomenon. We can't stay here, right? Yes, Travor must be looking for us. That's why we thought about it freely. They continued to talk to each other, sounding like they were comforting each other. Invaders and such. We have no business here, because we are not heroes or anything. Yes, I am curious about the principle behind all this, but it is a method that cannot be used on Earth, because there is no mana there. Let's explain the situation tomorrow and ask them to send us back. We were unable to judge the situation we were in. Suddenly people from all over gathered in front of the castle and shouted loudly, "You imposter, Duke, come out here. Show us the hero you mentioned." The person in the castle who followed the two began to explain, "We apologize to the two of you for showing you this embarrassing situation." The rabbit started to arrange things to calm the two of them down. I tried my best to not worry about anything, but as you can see, there were still some objections even among us regarding the hero summoning ritual. It consumed a considerable amount of magic stones and required various resources, so many people doubted its effectiveness, so some people came up with extreme opinions. Before the rabbit could say anything, the people causing trouble outside the castle told them themselves. Those who pushed the plan during the war were responsible. If they couldn't deliver results, they should hang themselves. The rabbit next to her heard this and sighed. If the two of them didn't show them the results they wanted, the summoner would have to be executed as an example. Wow, they were so distrustful. The more the rabbit tried to reassure them, the more desperate they felt. They just needed to show them the power of heroes. Ilya threw himself on the bed and beat the pillow repeatedly. We're done for, we're really done for. River stood there staring into the distance while Ilya was so scared that he cried. It was unexpected. Even if we told them we weren't their saviors, it seemed like they wouldn't be so kind as to take us back. Ilya desperately raised his head and cried out in grievance, "What should I do? I don't want to die in this place. I've never fought heroes and other things before." Ilya was panicking, but luckily River was calm. Instead of dying like this I had to say everything. Ilya calmed down. River gently admonished Ilya about the difficult problem ahead. If we were dragged to this place, there must be a way back, and now it was our job to find it. A way back? Since then I began researching through every book in the Urencia Empire's royal library, which contained all knowledge related to mana, the rules of magical advancement. The two of them were like students, reading each book page by page: fire, jade, ice, and lightning, the basic elements of magic, something related to spatial teleportation, and even information about artifacts that tore apart the universe. Everything was here. And so our search for a way home began. Ilya had found information regarding the artifact. At the top of Odin's tower there was an artifact that had no tolerance for failure. I wish I had one. River also had unexpected discoveries. There was information related to Earth 2, the 7 deadly sins. There was a powerful ancient creature in the abyss that could destroy any mana connection, other artifacts. Of course, after finishing school, River started practicing using magic, fireballs. However, no matter how much knowledge we read or how many rules we understand, River looked at his empty hands without any fireballs appearing. I still couldn't use basic magic, let alone spatial teleportation. He stood on the magic circle in the middle of the castle. I understand the rules, but what is the problem? I have to solve this problem first so I can apply the complex knowledge. Just then a dragon tail swept past River. Things weren't going well. The last dragon of Urencia, Braymouse, stared at River and smiled, the legendary hero. River looked at the dragon and could only stutter out its name. Sir Braymouse, you're not as motionless as the first time we met, are you? River scratched his head awkwardly before carefully explaining, yeah, well, I've never seen a rabbit talk before. That's a racist thing to say, be careful, I knew the plan was going wrong the first time I met you. The dragon's eyes suddenly glowed blue. If you look into a person's eyes you can discover about that person. I'm sorry, I don't know what mistake happened during the summoning. The dragon finished speaking, leaving River speechless, but a scientist from Earth doesn't sound like much of a hero, does he? The more River listened, the angrier he became, until he had to clench his fists to calm himself down. Maybe he already knew, but once they found out he wasn't a hero, they wouldn't take him back kindly. He would be thrown away to calm the public. They would save the resources they used to send him back and use them to find a new hero. The dragon suddenly brought its head close to River, therefore. Suddenly the dragon said something very shocking. What if you become a real hero? What? The dragon also slowly explained to him. Magic uses mana as its fuel. The dragon began to carefully guide and train River. Without controlling mana, magic cannot be used. In such a situation, understanding the complex rules of the structure of magic is useless. I can hear his voice in my head. River also had many doubts about this. But is this really a way to sense mana? Haha, you're doubting me. River had to go into the woods shirtless at night. It was the quickest way, trust me, but thinking about it, River found it reasonable. That's right, I have no choice but to learn magic. So he started to do as the dragon told him. He closed his eyes and relaxed his whole body. He was a creature but a very small part of the system operating in this huge world. River quickly grasped the familiar keyword, system. The dragon continued to lecture him. Don't think of mana as something special. Just like when you raise your hand and the air around you is sucked in, you will surely notice that mana immediately comes into contact with everything around you. River felt frustrated as he looked at his hands. I still can't, you're too distracted. It's better to focus on one thing. Unexpectedly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. River was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat at the presence of someone else. Someone else was here. Of course he wasn't alone. A small, timid voice spoke from behind the tree. Who was there? Was it you, River? Hearing this voice, he knew it was Elia's, so he was shocked. At this moment, Elia immediately poked her head out. It seemed like she was also naked. Damn it, he said he would teach me how to control mana, but what kind of method is this? Can you not look this way? Because River looked, his glasses broke in shock. I told you not to look. So River awakened mana to everyone's amazement. How the hell did he do that? Thanks to my secret, Elia awakened the way to control mana, and once she mastered the technique of mana control, she gained the power to bring all the accumulated knowledge into reality. River and Elia started brainstorming magic, so this is a basic magic circle, if you add in transmutation and activate it. The dragon was pleased with his guess. It didn't take long to apply the other magical rules we had read about in the books. As expected, the two of them were really good. After that, we received both good news and bad news. The bad news was that even after learning magic, we still couldn't find a way to return home. Space travel is impossible without a large amount of resources and the help of many people. The two of them did something that shocked everyone, but the good news is, it was just as the prophecy said. It turns out they created a very powerful magic ball. We are geniuses in magic. Everyone was curious and talking to each other. How did they awaken such high-level magic? This would make. But there is a conflict of opinions. What are you going to do? The red-clothed, red-skinned man began to tease. Could you tell my fallen comrades that these two had become strong in just 2 weeks, so if they could hold out for a year, they would be fine? The other party continued to ask difficult questions. Could you ask them to rush to their deaths, for whatever reason, while they had been guarding the border all this time? It seems you have returned from the front lines. Even though they call you the Imperial Guardian Sword, you are too rude. I didn't expect Raven to be here and the one who just commented. I was just curious. How long will it take our two legendary heroes to drive away the Cranids? Let's see how good their magic is.